In every part of the world we come across intriguing ancient legends, unexplained phenomena, sacred writings, remarkable technology, buried ruins, and sometimes entire lost cities. These finds have enabled us to learn more about our mysterious past. However, sometimes, like many of the discoveries featured in this audiobook, archaeologists discover things that are so odd we cannot even guess how they came to be. These top 50 ancient mysteries prove that there is still so much we don't know about the ancient world. Chapter 50. The Dogon Tribe.
The Dogon are a reclusive tribe of cave and hut-dwelling agricultural people occupying a sparse, rugged plateau in southern Mali, West Africa. Their precise location is the Homburi Mountains near Timbuktu. There are approximately 100,000 members of the tribe. Secluded topographically and culturally from the outside world for centuries, they may well look at first sight to be very unlikely receptacles of very advanced astronomical knowledge that dates back as far as 3200 BC. But that goes to show just how easily we can be fooled by outward appearances. They are thought to be of Egyptian origin. After living in Libya for a time, they relocated to Mali, West Africa, bringing astronomy myths dating before 3200 BC. The first Western explorers to visit and study the Dogon tribe were French anthropologists and Germain Dieterlen and Dr. Marcel Griaule in 1931. They investigated the Dogon for the next 3 decades, culminating in a comprehensive study conducted between 1946 and 1950. Griaule and Germain Dieterlen documented the traditional mythology and sacred beliefs of the Dogon throughout their work, which included a remarkable amount of knowledge concerning Sirius, the brilliant, far-distant dog star. Their priests told them of a mysterious Dogon myth about the star Sirius, which is 8.6 light-years from the Earth. The priests said that Sirius had a companion star that was undetectable to the human eye. They also said that the star moved in a 50-year elliptical orbit around Sirius, that it was small and astonishingly heavy, and rotated on its axis. Sirius, which we now call Sirius A, was not detected through a telescope until 1863, and was not photographed until 1970. The Dogon name for Sirius B is Po Tolo. Tolo means star, and Po is the name of the smallest seed known to them. This name explains the star's smallness. It is, they say, the smallest thing there is. They also insist that it is the heaviest star, and white. The tribe claims that Po is comprised of a super-dense metal called Sagala, which, according to them, is heavier than all the iron on Earth. Not until 1926 did Western scientists discover that this tiny star is a white dwarf, a star category defined by its incredible density. In Sirius B's case, astronomers have calculated that a single cubic meter of its matter weighs about 20,000 tons. Many artifacts were found portraying the star system, including a statue examined by Dieterlen that is at least 400 years old. They go on to state that it has an elliptical orbit, with Sirius A at one foci of the ellipse, as it is. That the orbital period is 50 years. The exact figure is 50.04, plus minus 0.09 years, and that the star rotates on its own axis. It does. The Dogon also describes a third star in the Sirius system called Meya, Sorghum Female. In orbit around this star, they say, is a single satellite. We will come back to this star and whether it exists later. In addition to their Sirius B knowledge, the Dogon mythology includes Jupiter's 4 major moons and Saturn's rings. They have 4 calendars for the Sun, Moon, Venus, and Sirius, and have long known that planets orbit the Sun. The Dogon say their astronomical education was given to them by the Nomos, amphibious beings sent to Earth from Sirius to benefit humanity. The Nomos are also called the Monitors, Masters of the Water, and Teachers. The Dogon tell the story of the Nomos, awful-looking beings who appeared in an ark along with fire and thunder. After they came here, they put a water reservoir onto the earth and then dove into the water. There are many references in the oral traditions, drawings, and cuneiform tablets of the Dogons to human-looking beings who have feet but are strangely portrayed as having fish skin running down their bodies. The Nomos were more fish-like than humans and had to live in water. They were spiritual guardians. The Nomo divided his body among people to nourish them. That is why it is also said that as the universe had drunk of his body, the Nomo also made humans drink. He gave all his life principles to human beings. The Nomo was crucified and resurrected, and will come again to visit the earth, this time in human form. Later he will assume his proper form and will rule the world from the waters. Dogon mythology is a complex knowledge system known only by a small number of their priests. It is doubtful that such carefully guarded secrets would be divulged to friendly strangers very quickly. The Nomos, who could survive on land but mainly lived in the sea, were part fish, like merfolk. Similar creatures have been noted in many ancient civilizations: Sumer's Enki, Babylonia's Oannes, Akkadia's Ea, and Egypt's goddess Isis, to name a few. It was from the Nomos that the Dogon obtained their advanced knowledge of astronomy. Carl Sagan, an American astronomer and science writer, concluded that the Dogon could not have acquired this knowledge without having contact with an advanced civilization. However, he suggests that this civilization was much closer to home. Western Africa has had many visitors from advanced cultures located on planet Earth. Furthermore, the Dogon have a traditional interest in the sky and astronomical phenomena. As Sagan notes, if Europeans had visited the Dogon in the 1920s and 1930s, the conversation might have turned to astronomical matters. Furthermore, by the time Griaule arrived, there had been a good amount of serious discussion in the scientific press in the 20s. Is this how the Dogon obtained a good knowledge of 20th century technological matters? However, there have been French schools in that area teaching geography and natural history in their curriculum since 1907. The Republic of Mali was formerly known as French Sudan. It has also been noted that Timbuktu has had a university since the 16th century. There is also some evidence that members of the Dogon fought side by side with the French during the First World War. Could these have been the sources of the Dogon knowledge? Robert Temple, the author of the Sirius Mystery, thinks not. The two French anthropologists, Griaule and Dieterlen, started their work in 1931, and they are positive that the Dogon knew details about Sirius B when they arrived. Eddington revealed the superdensity of Sirius B around 1926, so there is a limited period when one has to imagine some group of Western amateur astronomers rushing out to Mali and implanting this knowledge in the presumably pliant minds of the Dogon. These, then, are the two known accounts of how the Dogon received their knowledge of Sirius B. Sagan's theory might have more immediate appeal. It does not account for a 400-year-old artifact that depicts the Sirius configuration. Also, the Dogon ceremonies held to celebrate the cycle of Sirius A and B can be traced back to the 13th century at least. Lastly, the superdensity of Sirius B is a fact only discovered a few years before the anthropologists recorded the Dogon story. These facts are portrayed in sand drawings built into their sacred architecture, enshrined in ancient Dogon rituals, and can be seen in carvings and patterns dating back hundreds, if not thousands, of years. So, how can this knowledge be explained? It certainly predates the modern discovery of Sirius B by hundreds of years, and therefore any talk of Westerners contaminating the Dogon traditions becomes irrelevant. Yet it is implausible that if the Dogon had had early contact with a spacefaring civilization, this would have happened in isolation. The Dogon originated elsewhere in Africa, probably Egypt, spreading out to Mali by the 13th to 16th centuries. Therefore, if it did happen, there should be evidence of this contact in the traditions of other related cultures. And there is. for the beings described by the Dogon also feature in Babylonian, Egyptian, Greek, and Sumerian mythology. Chronologically, the earliest of these entities would appear to be the fish people of Babylonian mythology. The Babylonians used the word anedotai to describe them, which translates as repulsive. Still, notwithstanding their unappealing features, they were sufficiently influential for the Babylonians to acquire from them the fundamental tenets of civilization and accept their teachings. Oannes, as described by the Babylonian priest Berosus, had the form of a fish but with the bearded head of a man under his fish's head, and under his fish's tail the feet of a man. According to ancient Babylonian legends, this water-dwelling deity would come on land during the day to teach the people, and dive back at night into the Persian Gulf, where he lived in an underwater palace called the Apsu. Was Oannes the original Nomo? Equivalent to Oannes in the Philistines' religion was a human-bodied, fish-tailed deity called Dagon. In northern Egypt, Pharos was said to be the home of the Old Man of the Sea. Fish-bodied beings are also featured in Greek mythology, notably in the island of Rhodes, with its culture-bearing gods, the Telchies. The Greek historian Diodorus Siculus wrote that they were the discoverers of certain arts and introduced other teachings that were beneficial for humanity. Other texts speak of them being underwater magic spirits. They had flippers for hands and the head of a dog. Significantly, their traditional legends claimed that he was often sheltered in a cave to avoid the heat of Sirius. One scientific fact that could prove or disprove the claims once and for all is the third star, Sirius C. The Dogon claimed it was bigger and lighter than Sirius B, and also revolved around Sirius. And around it orbited a planet from which the Nomos came, Sirius A. In 1995, two French astronomers, Daniel Benest and J.L. Duvent, released data on their research that suggested anomalies in the Sirius system. They also indicated the presence of a third, smaller star in the system would, in theory, explain these anomalies. If the existence of this star is ever officially verified, then the rest of the Dogon claims would have to be taken as likely fact, and scientists around the world would have some serious explaining to do.
Chapter 49. The Chintamani Stone.
Is this artifact the very first Holy Grail on Earth? Between 1923 and 1928, the Chintamani stone, which first appeared on Earth many thousands of years ago, was taken by the great Russian artist and mystic Nicholas Roerich into the heartland of the Far East. He aimed to reunite it with the stone it had been separated from, which apparently resided in an underground city near Tibet. The Chintamani stone bears its etymological roots to Sanskrit Devanagari scripts, as Chinta refers to thought or wish, and Mani refers to stone, thus naming it the wish or thought-fulfilling stone. In Buddhism, it is held by the Bodhisattvas Avalokiteshvara and Ksitigarbha. It is also seen carried upon the back of the wind horse. Within Hinduism, it relates to the gods Vishnu and Ganesha. By reciting the Dharani of Sintimana, Buddhist tradition maintains that one attains the wisdom of Buddha, able to understand the truth of the Buddha and turn afflictions into bodhi. It is said to allow one to see the holy retinue of Amitabha and assembly upon one's deathbed. It appears to be a trapezohedron made of stone or ore with glowing striations. However, it is more than just a stone. It is a key to doors that were sealed eons ago. Regarding its identity in the Holy Grail legends, the Chintamani stone appears to be synonymous with the Stone of Heaven, the Holy Grail manifestation mentioned by Wolfram von Eschenbach. Most Grail scholars regard his famous Grail rendition known as Parzival to be the most complete and authoritative Grail works. The Chintamani stone certainly fits the profile of Eschenbach's enigmatic Stone of Heaven, because, like its literary counterpart, the treasure of the world possesses both the power to make a human immortal, as well as to have come to earth from heaven. Like Eschenbach's stone, the Chintamani stone is, apparently, also green in color, since Rurik is on record as also stating that the Chintamani stone is similar in appearance to a species of meteorite known as moldavite, which is dark green. Suppose the Chintamani stone is indeed Eschenbach's stone of heaven. Could it also be the original philosopher's stone, which legends assert could turn base metals into gold and a human into an immortal deity? Could it be the actual Holy Grail, the one that was later emulated by all Holy Grails, including the Cup of Christ and the wood of the true cross? With so much talk of its power and existence, it does indeed appear that the study of the Chintamani stone should warrant special consideration in any contemporary Holy Grail research. Fragments of the stone have been the focus of empires for hundreds of years, and many of the world's greatest kingdoms are said to have possessed them. For example, the stone was linked with famous conquerors and empire builders such as King Solomon, Genghis Khan, and Akbar the Great. This implies that the stone was partly responsible for their success. One ancient South American legend relates that the god Viracocha built an island temple in Lake Titicaca to hold 3 holy stones called the Kala. Similarly, 3 black stones were venerated by the Muslims in the Kaaba at the Great Mosque in Mecca. There are several traditions associated with the stones, but all agree on their celestial origin. The Chintamani was also used in art around the world. For example, in the 15th century, Hans Memling painted Christ with a Chintamani amulet around his neck. From the 14th to 16th centuries, white Selendi carpets were produced in Turkey. One particular design is called the Chintamani carpet. The pattern of 3 circles grouped in a triangle floating on 2 wavy lines is repeated throughout the carpet. So popular was this design that it was used in the garments of the elite and the royal courts of the Ottoman Empire. In many texts, the stone is referred to as the shining trapezohedron. Several esoteric texts dating back to the Gnostic tradition mentioned the original form of the stone as a trapezohedron. Arab scholar Abdul al-Hazred wrote of it in his 18th century manuscript Kitab al-Azif. Von Junz alluded to it in his Unaussprechlichen Kulten, as did the Ponip scripture and Pins de Vermis Mysteriis. In Buddhist and Taoist, there is the tradition of 8 immortals, 8 masters who reside beneath a mountain on the Chinese-Tibet border. The city, known as Agartha in some legends and Siwangmu in others, is possibly underground and is said to be near Lhasa. There have been numerous reports of tunnels leading to the city, but the most convincing came from Rurik. During his travels in Asia in the first decade of the 20th century, he heard about 8 immortals and their abode in the mountains. He learned from a native guide about a massive vault inside the Kunlun mountain range, where treasures had been stored from the beginning of history. In the 1920s, a high abbot from the Trasilumpo Lamasery entrusted Rurik with a fragment of a magical stone. Ancient Asian texts claim that, when the Son of the Sun descended upon the earth to teach mankind, there fell from the heaven a shield which bore the power of the world. The abbot told Rurik how the immortals were made of air and clay, formed by Mu Kung, the sovereign of eastern air, and Wang Mu, the queen of the western air. A post-Taoist twist is that they are from a planet in the star system of Sirius and had come to Earth to establish an outpost in the Tibet mountains. This coincides with many other legends regarding the stone and Sirius. Rurik's wife wrote that the stone was marked with 4 unknown letters. Rurik recognized the 4 letters on the stone to be Sanskrit and translated them to mean, "Through the stars I come. I bring the chalice covered with the shield. Within it I bring a treasure, the gift of Orion." Could the Chintamani stone have really come from Sirius? Did humans have contact with the Syrians in the distant past? Perhaps. In the last century, anthropologists in Mali discovered that some African countries' tribes, such as the Dogon and Bozo tribes, claimed to have once been visited by Syrian missionaries who acted as their teachers. To prove their claims, they revealed some of the obscure information transmitted to them from their mentors. This included some remarkably accurate details of space and the universe. For example, they were aware that the moon was dry and barren. They were also aware of the rings of Saturn and that Jupiter had 4 main moons. But perhaps even more impressive, they were seemingly aware that the Milky Way, the galaxy in which our solar system resides, was shaped like a spiral. This is another intriguing detail, as many spiral rock and cave paintings are found across the world. Without a doubt, however, the most startling knowledge was regarding Sirius, a star that the tribe held in the highest esteem. Indeed, it was from this part of the universe that Nommo came. What was of particular interest, though, was the assertion of the tribe's elders that Sirius was not merely a single bright star, but a 3-star system. Such information could only be acquired through observation with very high-powered telescopes, a luxury these primitive tribes were never in the position to possess. Asian legends state that the stone's dynamic rays can instantly increase a person's own vibratory frequency, while bestowing upon them the ability to see into the past and future, or even evolve into an immortal human being. Its radiation was stronger than radium, but on a different frequency. This radiation covers a vast area and can influence world events. According to ancient texts, the stone was sent from Tibet to King Solomon in Jerusalem, who split the stone and made a ring out of one piece. Centuries later, Muhammad took 3 other fragments to Mecca. Then, a smaller portion was sent with Rurik to Europe. Finally, Rurik returned the fragment to the Trasilumpo Lamasery in Tibet. Supposedly, the 13th Dalai Lama decreed that the fragments were to be kept in separate places for safekeeping. During Rurik's journey to Tibet, he reported he saw a flying disc, a term he used 2 decades before the phrase was coined. His guide told him it was from the city of Agartha. Rurik's theory about the stone is that it is charged with shugs, currents of psychic force. He speculated it resembled an electrical accumulator and may give back the energy stored within it in one way or another. For instance, it will increase the spiritual vitality of anyone who touches it, infuses him with knowledge, or enhances psychic abilities. The stone, according to Balaam, is a key to all futures and everyone's destiny. It is a point of power, a non-technological quantum vortex. One burning question remains regarding the current whereabouts of the Chintamani stone. An episode of Sci-Fi's Legend Quest examined the possibility that it may be in the Philippines. They may have been right. For example, the Kintamani mountain range in Bali, Indonesia, just south of the Philippines, was named after the Chintamani stone. But that is a fair distance from Tibet, even though the tropical environments of Indonesia matched the paradisiacal descriptions of Shambhala. So, did Rurik complete his journey to Shambhala? Is the sacred stone back in the land of the immortals? Most historians agree that Rurik did not technically reach Shambhala, but instead arrived in a Tibetan location intimately connected to it. One such location is Shigatse, home of the Tashilhunpo Monastery and headquarters of the Panchen Lama, one of the ruling lamas of Tibet, who is sometimes referred to as higher in the planetary spiritual hierarchy than even the Dalai Lama himself. Legends state that many underground tunnels connect the Tashilhunpo Monastery with Shambhala. Moreover, it is an accepted truth that certain incumbent Panchen Lamas have physically traveled there for hundreds of years. The third Panchen Lama even wrote a book called Road to Shambhala, within which he outlined directions on how to travel overland to Shambhala. Another salient connection that forever links the Panchen Lama, Shigatse, and Shambhala is the Kalachakra Tantra, an intensive form of Tantric Buddhism taught and practiced in both places. When Rurik visited Shigatse, the holy Tibetan city, he met ascended masters such as Master Kutumi and Master Morya. They taught Nicholas and his wife Helena the path of Agni Yoga, an alchemical path based upon the teachings of the Kala Chakra. From here the trail ends. As for the current location of the Chintamani stone, It is believed to be residing at the King's Tower in the heart of Shambhala. It is supposed to rest there until the time comes when the King of the World, or Maitreya Kalki, is bound to descend on earth along with the stone to establish the Aquarian Age, or the Age of Shambhala, heralding a new beginning. As the ancient texts say, "When the Son of the Sun descended upon the earth to teach mankind, there fell from the heaven a shield, which bore the power of the world."
Chapter 48. Ever-burning lamps of the ancient world.
Despite many astonishing discoveries, the stark reality is that the early history of Egypt remains largely unmapped territory and therefore unknown. For example, there are many miles of underground passages and numerous underground chambers below the Giza Plateau, but we do not know how they were lit. However, we know one thing for definite. Unless the ancient Egyptians had superhuman powers that enabled them to see in the dark, the vast network of subterranean areas must have been illuminated. We could ask the same question of the Great Pyramid. Without light, it would be almost impossible to enter, or indeed find a way around the pitch-black passageways. Most Egyptologists agree on one thing. Considering the ceilings have not been darkened by residual smoke, flaming torches were not used. From what we currently understand regarding subsurface constructions under the Giza Plateau, it is possible to determine that at least 5 kilometers of passages run below ground level. There are fascinating references to the light makers in the pyramid texts in the Book of the Dead. Does that remarkable description refer to a body of people responsible for lighting ancient Egypt's subterranean areas? One of the best-known and most important Neoplatonic philosophers was the Syrian Iamblichus. His fascinating account of a group of people who entered the underground chambers around Giza in 100 BC can be found on an ancient Egyptian papyrus held in a mosque in Cairo. They described their experience. As we enter the chamber, it instantaneously became illuminated by a vertical tube in the corner of the room. We were puzzled and decided to look closer. As we approached the tube, it became more illuminated. Our companions became frightened and ran away in the same direction from which they had come. I decided to touch it, but when I did, the light went out. We tried everything to relight the tube, but we failed and it would no longer provide light. In some chambers the tubes worked flawlessly, and in others they did not. We broke one of the tubes, and silver-colored liquid beads seeped from its cracks. The beads ran quickly around the floor until they vanished between the cracks. As time went on, the lights were removed and stored in a specially built underground vault on the southeast of the plateau. The priests believed the light tubes were created by Imhotep, who would one day return to make them work once again. There is a curious statement in Wallace Budge's 1922 book, The Kebra Nagast, the Queen of Sheba and her only son Menelik. Now the house of King Solomon was illuminated, for in his wisdom he had made shining pearls which were like unto the sun, the moon, and the stars in the roof of his house. This quote immediately reminds us of Teotihuacan and the discovery of hundreds of strange metallic-looking spheres. At the time, Mexican archaeologists called it an unprecedented discovery. However, they could not even muster a guess at what they were used for, and knew nothing about them other than Professor George Cowgill's statement that they shone brightly. Perhaps they were used for lighting. Could the fuel that burns inside ever-burning lamps be a type of mercury vapor lamp? After remembering dropping a mercury thermometer as a child, researcher Kathy Forty came up with some interesting theories regarding the silver drops and the ever-burning lamps. She suggests that a sort of gas discharge lamp could have been used. The lamp would generate light by creating an electrical discharge through ionized gas. She further explained that ionized gas from the heated mercury would build up in the sealed tomb, creating a self-sustaining electrical charge that fuels the light. In the sealed chambers and tombs of Memphis, working lights were also found. However, sudden exposure to air extinguished them or caused their fuel to evaporate. This seems to be a common theme. It was often reported that when a crypt was unsealed, the light or flame went out. This would make sense if the built-up gas in the tomb escaped. From the accounts we have heard so far and the accounts you are about to hear, clearly there must have been more than one way to keep a lamp burning for prolonged periods. There have been some examples, especially in lamps enclosed in circular vessels for protection, where the original oil in them was found perfectly preserved after more than 2,000 years. There is ample evidence from eyewitness accounts that lamps were burning when the sepulchres were sealed. Others were still burning when the vaults were reopened hundreds of years later. For example, in his work De Defectu Oraculorum, the Greek historian Plutarch mentions a lamp that burned over the door of the temple of Jupiter that neither rain nor wind could put out. Similar accounts are given for the great temple of Adebayin in Armenia and the temple of Apollo Carneus at Cyrene. A similar lamp was found in AD 140 at the tomb of Pallas. The light had seemingly shone non-stop for over 2,000 years. In the 13th century, a French rabbi named Gichiel placed an ever-burning lamp in front of his house for everyone to see. Apparently, it did not use a lamp or a wick. He was asked numerous times how he made the lamp, but he never did reveal the secret. In England in the 1500s, a burning lamp was discovered in the tomb of Constantine's father. His death was recorded in 300 AD, implying the light had been burning for over 1,200 years. We know from Roman records that Tulliola, daughter of Roman statesman Cicero, died in February 45 BC. Her tomb was opened in 1540, and the lamp inside, which was sealed in the vault, was still burning. Therefore, it had been burning for around 1,600 years. There were numerous other chroniclers of similar phenomenon. The troops of Emperor Justinian stumbled upon a lamp which, according to its inscription, was lit almost 550 years earlier. When de Montfaucon de Villars opened the vault of Rosicrucian founder Christian Rosenkreuz 120 years after his death, he found a perpetual light suspended from the ceiling. He also claimed a statue dressed in armor destroyed the source of light just after the chamber was opened. The accounts are strangely like Arab historians who claimed that automatons or robots guarded the rooms under the Great Pyramid. Another account from 17th century England also includes a robot and perpetual lamp. When the group entered the tomb, a brilliantly lit lamp could be seen suspended from the ceiling. As they walked toward the light, their weight depressed the floor stones, which caused a seated figure in heavy armor to move. It rose to its feet and hit the lamp, thus destroying it. The ancient Hindu temple of goddess Jwala has a burning blue flame in various places within the temple, and has been persistently burning since its known history. So, how were the ancients able to produce lamps which could burn without fuel for hundreds, and in some cases thousands of years? Based on ancient documents from antiquity to the Middle Ages, these mysterious eternal burning lamps were discovered in tombs and temples worldwide. According to William Wynne Westcott, more than 150 medieval authors wrote about this strange phenomenon. This topic was a source of considerable controversy among medieval authors. Some believe the legendary perpetual lamps to be crafty mechanical devices or the work of otherworldly beings, and some quite humorous explanations have been extended. This is not surprising, because the possibility of preparing a fuel that would renew itself as rapidly as it was consumed sounds impossible. In 1684, the Royal Society of London met to examine the nature of a type of woven cloth described as incombustible material, or salamander's wool, named due to the critter's incredible resistance to heat. It was an effort to explain a phenomenon described by various cultures over thousands of years of a material that could be immersed in fire and emerge not only unburnt but even cleansed. Such cloth is known to have been made of braided or woven asbestos. The Greek word for asbestos literally means inextinguishable. The outcome of the 1684 discussion was that asbestos fibers do not dissolve in water or evaporate, and are resistant to heat, fire, chemical and biological degradation. Interestingly, according to the Tatars of eastern Mongolia, it can be made from the root of a tree. This was almost certainly the material used for the wick of the perpetual lamps. However, trying to find a definitive answer to the fuel problem is difficult. Several formulae for making fuel for the lamps were preserved in H. P. Blavatsky's profound work, Isis Unveiled. The author reprinted two complicated procedures from earlier authors of a fuel that, when made and lit, will burn with a perpetual flame, and you may set this lamp in any place where you please. Deposits of petroleum and asphalt are abundant beneath the Egyptian desert. Some have theorized that priests must have connected asbestos wicks to an oil deposit via a secret duct, which were then attached to the lamps. Others thought the notion of lamps burning continuously comes mistakenly from the resulting fumes that sometimes pour out of newly opened vaults. They further explained that groups going in later might see lamps scattered around the tombs and assumed that they were the source of the fumes. Another theory suggests that the lamps were lit when exposed to air and had not actually been burning for hundreds of years. Certain compounds will spontaneously ignite when exposed to oxygen, which could then light lamp oil that had sat dormant for hundreds of years. Since the Middle Ages, inventors have been trying to create a permanent light source. However, all attempts have been unsuccessful. Even with modern technology and the fuels known today, it is impossible to make a lamp that could remain lit for thousands of years. However, records of ever-burning lamps discovered worldwide are enough to confirm that such mysterious lights exist, but their creation and use remain a mystery. The truth is that we have no solid answers concerning this lost technology, or even the people it may have originated from. Many ancient myths refer to a world that existed before this one. But what if it isn't a myth? What if a catastrophe were to befall the earth and set humanity back to the Stone Age? You might retain the knowledge of how a light bulb works. Some might even be able to build one from scrounged parts. But soon the remnants of society would adapt to this new world, and eventually the technologies of the past will be all but forgotten. There is still a lot to discover about ever-burning lamps, their purpose, and how they functioned. But for now, we can only theorize about how such lamps could burn for so long. Hopefully, in years to come, archaeological proof will be found to explain this practice, and scholars will pay more attention to it.
Chapter 47. Ancient Sky Gods.
When it comes to the topic of extraterrestrial visitations to our planet, almost all scientists jump straight into the question of feasibility. And then they do something entirely puzzling. They base their assumptions on our own technology. How strange. Next, they usually drift into the age-old question of, if they exist, why haven't we seen them? Totally ignoring a mountain of evidence that says we have seen them, in both modern times and also in the very distant past. The Hopi have a fascinating account of their own which leads to some interesting connections. In August 1947, 6 Hopi Indians were hunting in the New Mexico desert when they found something extraordinary. Out there, lying on the scorching hot desert sands, was part of a disc-shaped object, still smoldering as if it had either been brought down or perhaps crashed down from the sky. It is interesting to note this is just 1 month after the July 1947 Roswell UFO incident. As the Hopi approached the object, it became clear that this was not your average airplane and resembled no known aerial vehicle. Astonishingly, inside, the Hopi claimed an extraterrestrial being was still alive. Fearing the military would be along any second to search the wreckage, the Hopi took the alien back to their reservation, where he showed them a crystal-like device. Amazingly, the extraterrestrial being used the device to show the Hopis early parts of humans' history. The being, who became known to them as Bak-T, told them that the star people had been here since Earth was nothing more than a barren and desolate planet. Who are these star people? Are they still visiting Earth? The incident in 1947 seems to suggest so. Perhaps they are the same people who the Sumerians called gods. Interestingly, the Hopi are connected to various entities, some of which could be what we would refer to today as extraterrestrials. For example, the Ant people. It is fascinating to note the link between the Hopi Ant people and the Sumerian sky god Anu. The Ant people of Hopi mythology have always been a mystery, but linguistic links, which admittedly might not be cast iron evidence, certainly give us something to think about. One interesting example can be found in two Hopi words, Naki, which translates to friends, and Anu, which translates as ant. These two words combined make up the word Anunnaki. Therefore, it is possible that the Ant people, who were friends of the Hopi, may have been the same as the Sumerian Anunnaki, who supposedly came to Earth many thousands of years ago. As for the question of whether the ancient sky gods will return, we can take a quick look at the Hopi's legendary Kachinas. The Hopi do not have any written records, but what they do have, via captivating oral traditions and fascinating petroglyphs, is quite telling. Rather than being gods, the Kachinas are better described as go-betweens, or perhaps messengers sent by the gods. Some refer to them as watchers, whose mission was to watch over the Hopi and defend them should they ever need protection. The Hopi say the Kachinas were sent from a distant planet far outside the solar system, although in appearance they were real physical beings who looked just like us. To move between worlds, they used flying machines, or flying shields, which enabled them to cover tremendous distances in just a few seconds. The Kachinas are also credited with the creation of humanity. This theme is echoed in nearly every culture, no matter how far afield. Their journey through various worlds before finally reaching ours is told in the jaw-dropping Hopi petroglyph known as the Star Blower. The glyph features all manner of strange beings, many of which do not look like they originated on Earth. That these Kachinas were influential is beyond doubt, and even today the Hopi perform ritual ceremonies and dances to honor their ancient visitors. The reason the Hopi give their children Kachina dolls is also fascinating. They say that the Kachina will return one day, but their looks might frighten the younger members of the tribe, so they are given miniature dolls in an attempt to prepare them. Although the Hopi are guarded in many of their beliefs, one thing they are sure of is that the Kachinas will return. Apparently, the first prophetic signs for their return are already appearing. Deep in the ancient records, there are countless examples of otherworldly beings who came from the heavens. The ancient civilizations, including the Babylonians, Assyrians, and Persians, all believed beings had come down from the heavens and created humanity. Ancient Sumer has many tales about how the gods came down from the skies. They are described as enormous rocket-like vehicles from which fires can be seen emitted from their tail. Furthermore, the Sumerian clay tablets give detailed descriptions of where the gods stayed when they were on Earth. The Sumerian people prepared every detail for their sky visitors, from their food to how they were carried back to their ships. This indeed suggests these gods were real beings, and not, as some suggest, spiritual visitors. In North America, too, most indigenous people have stories of sky beings descending to Earth and creating humanity. It is no different in South America, where the most significant cultures, like the Inca, Mayans, and Aztecs, believed in the very same thing. The ancient texts make it abundantly clear these beings are mortal. Still, that hasn't stopped historians dispatching them and their superior technology to their favorite category, mythology. There it stays permanently locked away, never able to escape. However, a growing number of people have prized open the door of mythology. Once they have seen what's inside, they start to see the history of humanity in a totally different way. It is clear these beings, which the ancients referred to as gods, were actually extraterrestrial visitors. They played a significant part in human development then, since then, and possibly might still be doing so today. Indeed, the Zulu tribes of South Africa have myths and legends which speak of star travelers landing on Earth to mine for resources. The fact that flying gods and vehicles are mentioned throughout the world's ancient mythologies cannot be explained adequately by today's historians. This is mainly because they have boxed themselves into a corner by informing us that none of these ancient cultures had contact with each other. Even today, the people of India believe they are descended from gods who came to earth in fiery chariots. They called these beings devas and thought they originated from star systems far away from our own. This is backed up in their ancient Ramayana, Mahabharata and Bhagavata Purana scriptures, often referred to as the oldest writings on the planet. They all offer extensive chapters on vehicles that could effortlessly fly through the skies and even into space. On Earth, these spaceships were known as Vimana and operated by mechanical means, but on other planets they worked through sound vibrations. According to the earliest Chinese writings, very ancient rulers descended from the heavens in fire-breathing dragons, which is how an ancient aircraft or spaceship would be described by people of the world who had never seen anything like these crafts before. In Tibet, the Cantua tells remarkable tales of transparent sphere-type objects protecting the gods as they descended from the skies. These mysterious spheres are called pearls in the sky, and are used by the inhabitants of distant planets to travel vast distances across the universe. Also noteworthy is that the book says the first 7 kings of Tibet came from the stars. In fact, nearly every significant culture believed that gods or heavenly beings had created us. Just ask the Aborigines of Australia, the Dogon tribe of Mali, the ancient Egyptians, Chinese, Greeks, and Romans, all of whom believed the same thing, that gods from the sky had created humanity. Is this a remarkable coincidence, or is there some truth to it? Furthermore, a recent study also shows the sophistication of the human brain was not a slow, steady evolution like once thought. At some point in time, the genes responsible for the complexity and size of the brain rapidly evolved. Strangely, only humans experienced this change. Non-human primates and mammals did not, and stayed on their long, slow, steady evolution. Why the sudden change, and why only humans? Were the ancient gods responsible for these changes, just like the Sumerian texts told us they were? Another study suggests we could have the genes of at least 20 different extraterrestrial civilizations in our DNA. However, science has fought to keep this fact secret in the hope that we remain ignorant of our extraterrestrial heritage. Hidden among these genes, almost superhuman abilities may be lying dormant, only giving us a glimpse of our actual power on rare occasions. For example, we have all experienced premonitions from time to time. If you have experienced the phenomena once, one could argue that it is always there. We just don't know how to awaken these extraterrestrial genes permanently. After providing us with the genes necessary for our advancement, they gave humanity all the tools required to build temples, pyramids, and other incredible buildings. Their reason for doing this might not be as innocent as we think, considering many of these constructions were places of worship. The very fact that they wanted humanity to revere them should be viewed with suspicion. These extraterrestrial interventions might be much more significant than we think, because it sure seems as though they might have led to the eventual creation of many of the world's major religions. It could easily be said that these religions led to the pitting of one group against another. Whether this was an unforeseen consequence, or whether it was planned that way, is certainly open to debate. That an alien race would act like gods would certainly make tremendous sense if their goal was to secretly rule over humanity. Stories from around the world show how easy it is to trick a civilization into thinking the gods had arrived. This is known as a cargo cult. Many examples can be found. Notably, when American soldiers were stationed on some of the more remote Pacific islands during World War II, the local residents thought they were gods. It would not be long until local Pacific Islanders started turning up with replica planes which they had seen the so-called gods travel and landing in. The same reaction can clearly be seen in the weird carvings the ancients left us, gods with wings, and sometimes looking like modern-day astronauts. It could also be argued that these extraterrestrials did not enhance our DNA simply to enrich our lives, but rather to make theirs easier. This would be especially true if we believe the stories of how they came here to exploit Earth's resources. In closing, it cannot be a coincidence that so many cultures talk about the same gods from the sky, nor that most of them say these mysterious visitors will return. However, as the saying goes, beware of strangers bearing gifts.
Chapter 46. The Book of the Dead.
The ancient Egyptians left us with many unsolved mysteries, including the most famous of all, the Great Pyramid of Giza. Scientists still can't fully explain the who, why, or when of this giant edifice thousands of years later. But these are not the only baffling ruins in Egypt. The country is literally full of mysterious temples, pyramids, and tombs. So many, in fact, it's easy to forget the Egyptians also left us a collection of writings that are just as bewildering, if not more so. The most well-known of these is a stunning collection of texts handed down from the priests of ancient Egypt for thousands of years, the Book of the Dead. The book was written by one of Egypt's most famous ancient gods, Thoth. The Egyptians thought of Thoth as the wisest of all deities, which is not surprising considering he was god of knowledge and the written word. He was also the scribe of the underworld, recording verdicts on the deceased after the weighing of the heart ceremony. It should be noted that the Book of the Dead is a modern name, which became popular around 1842 when Carl Richard Lepsius published a translation of the texts and coined the phrase Book of the Dead. Its more accurate title is Chapters of the Coming Forth by Day. It isn't really a book either. It is a massive collection of formulas, spells, hymns, magical words, and prayer divided into 200 chapters. Their primary purpose was to guide the deceased on their journey through the underworld and onto the afterlife. There are passages in this book that explicitly state they were only for the eyes of a select group of people. For example, one excerpt reads, "Let not the eye of any man whatsoever see it." It continues, "It is an abominable thing for every man to know it. Therefore, hide it." Does this mean that they were initially intended to be read by the gods only? It certainly sounds that way. Of course, we are talking about the original texts here, not the ones corrupted by the pharaohs of later ages. The origins of these texts could be much older than initially thought, and may also be enshrined in the Great Pyramid itself. In 1888, English Egyptologist Wallace Budge purchased a perfectly preserved copy dated 1500 BC. The manuscript came from an 18th dynasty tomb near Luxor and measured an incredible 78 feet in length. After translating the text, Budge was convinced the writings were of pre-dynastic origin, brought to Egypt by a long-since-forgotten civilization. Just who these people were remains a mystery. But what we do know is that from the moment they arrived, Egypt began to experience significant changes in many areas, but perhaps most notably in construction. The most obvious examples are the Great Sphinx and the Great Pyramid, which appear to have sprung up from nowhere. The Great Pyramid is such a masterpiece it has never been repeated, despite numerous attempts by later generations. Whoever these influential people were, they should not be classed as Stone Age, since iron was found in the Great Pyramid's original structure. This, of course, means that iron was used in Egypt thousands of years before previously thought. But, alas, this fact is rarely mentioned by our modern Egyptologists. Just how old could this unknown civilization be? If we look at recent studies conducted at the Great Sphinx enclosure and on the Great Pyramid itself, we could be looking at dates like 10,000 BC, which most historians thought were impossible. This leads us to ask, is it possible that humanity was advanced long, long ago during the so-called Golden Age? Almost every culture in the world has ancient tales of an age where humankind shared the earth with gods. If the original writings were only intended for the gods, it indeed suggests they were on earth at some point during the past. If we were advanced, what might have happened? Numerous theories have been proposed, like a flood, earth crust displacement, or a comet impact. Perhaps it was a combination of these events that led to the fall of humanity. If we were forewarned of such an event, what would we do? Wouldn't we try to preserve our knowledge in an indestructible building? According to several researchers, this is precisely what the ancient people did with the Great Pyramid of Giza. This was in fact the true purpose of the Great Pyramid. It was a giant repository. But where did the knowledge come from? According to this theory, it came from the original teachings contained in the Book of the Dead. This theory was first proposed over 126 years ago by respected Egyptologist Walter Marsham Adams. Adams suggested that the Great Pyramid's numerous intricate passageways and chambers were totally unnecessary if the purpose of this giant edifice was to act as a tomb for a pharaoh. Hence, he believed they were symbolic in nature and could only be explained by the Book of the Dead. Adams suggested that the original teachings refer to an ideal structure and the passages and chambers within that structure. Hence, the passages and rooms within the Great Pyramid precisely followed those laid out in the Book of the Dead. The theory gained credibility when highly respected French Egyptologist Gaston Maspero supported the idea, saying, "The Book of the Dead and the Giza Pyramid can reproduce each other, one in stone and one in words." The theory was suggested again in 1929 by author Basil Stewart in his book The Mystery of the Great Pyramid. To find out if they were right, we will have to open the pages of this mysterious book and see if we can find parallels between the various passages and chambers inside the Great Pyramid and human destiny. One of the most notable connections between the Great Pyramid and the Book of the Dead comes from the Egyptian name of the Great Pyramid itself. They called it Ta-Kut, meaning the light. According to the Book of the Dead, to reach the afterlife, the deceased had to journey from the light of the earth to the light of the eternal day. The connection between Egypt's most revered book and its most famous monument is impossible to ignore, as each illustrates and penetrates the other. Adams said in his book that, as we peruse the dark utterances and recognize the mystic allusions of the book, we seem to stand amid the profound darkness enwrapping the whole interior of the building. The passage continues by saying, "No sooner do we tread the chambers of the mysterious pyramid than the teaching of the sacred book seems lit up as with a tongue of flame." Numerous legends relate to writings found either inside or outside the Great Pyramid. Others claim, as suggested earlier, that the pyramids were built in preparation for a coming cataclysm, either by water or fire. This theory apparently comes from an Arab writer named Abu Musa Balkhi, who lived from the 10th of August 787 to the 9th of March 886. Balkhi, an astronomer by profession, claims that the outside was covered in texts, including one from the builder himself, King Saurid. It read, "I have built them, and whoever considers himself powerful may try to destroy them. Let him, however, reflect, to destroy is easier than to build. The next writer to propose this theory, or something similar, was al-Masudi, an Arab historian who lived from 896 to 956. Masudi claims that Surid bin Salhuk built the pyramids at Giza after receiving a vision from God of an almighty flood that would take place 300 years later. King Surid then directed his priests to deposit all the knowledge of the previous ages, including arts, sciences, and wisdom teachings within the pyramid to ensure they would survive and be passed on to future generations. And he filled them, the pyramids, with talismans, and with strange things, and with riches and treasures and the like. You could say it was a vault whose purpose was to protect antediluvian books and artifacts. But what is rarely mentioned is that the historian believed that it was not just a repository for past events, but for future events too. Al-Masudi said it contained information on every future event which would take place in Egypt. Al-Masudi also said in his many writings that the Great Pyramid was inscribed with figures depicting the planets and star systems. But even before the Arab writers, Roman soldier and historian Ammianus Marcellinus, 330 to 400, informed us that the Giza pyramid was once covered by inscriptions. Marcellinus also told us that these inscriptions were on the inside. Their purpose? To prevent ancient teaching from becoming lost in an ancient cataclysm. A fascinating narrative is provided by Josephus in his Antiquities. Josephus declares that the descendants of Seth set out for Egypt after perfecting their astronomy methods. Once there, they embodied their findings in the construction of 2 pillars or monuments, one in brick and the other in stone. Might one of these have been the Great Pyramid? Interestingly, almost all the traditions agree that the Great Pyramid's construction was pre-deluge and was built to preserve knowledge. They chose the pyramid design for several reasons, the main one being that it can withstand almost any assault, whether it be from man or Mother Nature. This ensured the preservation of their wisdom far better than any written word or spoken words could, since words can be altered, and their meaning changed relatively quickly. If we look at the Great Pyramid today, we can see that it has been subject to earthquakes, floods, and explosives. In fact, just about everything that can be thrown at it has been, and yet it remains in almost perfect condition. Therefore, it seems to have been an ideal choice. Intriguingly, many people believe the authentic teachings could contain the answers to some of the world's greatest mysteries. To recap on this theory, the writings we see today in the Book of the Dead are a watered-down version of the original. The original was written by and for the God's eyes only. To protect the knowledge contained within these teachings, they built the Great Pyramid. Therefore, it is also suggested that the only authentic version of the Book of the Dead is encoded into the Great Pyramid. Identifying these gods has always been difficult. Even answering whether they were fully human or perhaps another type of being altogether is just as tricky. If this building is ever truly decoded, it could lead to some of the most significant discoveries we are ever likely to see. It could reveal the true nature of our universe, the actual age of humanity, and even what the future holds. To anyone out there now who is trying to find hidden meanings within the pyramid, we urge you to keep trying, because you might find a lot more than you bargained for one day.
Chapter 45. The Dropa Discs.
The Bayan Karaula Mountains, on the border that divides China and Tibet, is one of the most isolated areas on Earth. The mountains rise to over 17,000 feet, and even the valleys below are 7,000 feet above sea level. Archaeologists have found evidence of human habitation here that goes back to the earliest prehistoric times. The mountains are packed with winding crooks, nooks, and cave entrances formed millions of years ago. However, for us, the story of the Drupa stones does not start millions of years ago. It begins in 1938 with the Chipu Te expedition. Chipu Te was an archaeology professor at Beijing University, whose primary interest was studying the prehistoric civilization that once lived in these mountains. During an expedition in 1938, Te and his students were hiking through the mountains when they came across an interesting-looking cave entrance. As they ventured inside, they realized that it was more than just caves. It was a complex system of manufactured tunnels. What Te and his team observed in these remote caves could be the most significant discovery of all time. It is a highly unusual story and, if verified, could transform everything we understand about our distant past. The cave walls were decorated with sculpted pictograms with the dotted paths connecting the stars, the sun, the moon, and the earth. The pictograms seemed to be part of a star map or chart of some kind. The walls were perfectly cut in a square shape and vitrified as if cut into the mountain with an intense heat source. Inside the caves were well-organized burial sites with the remains of strange people scattered around the area. The remains were of frail and spindly-type people with oversized heads who measured a little more than 4 feet. At first, some of the students guessed that the caves had been home to a previously undiscovered primate species, but this idea was rejected when some of the remains were found buried. While searching through the cave, one team member stumbled upon a large round stone disc half buried in the soil on the cave floor. As the team crowded around the discovery, one pointed out that it looked like a sort of Stone Age gramophone record. The disc measured roughly 9 inches in diameter and 1 inch thick. In the middle was a perfectly circular hole 1 inch in diameter. An extremely fine spiral groove inscribed with hieroglyphs radiated to the edge. Clearly, this was made by the hand of an advanced civilization. But it was not the only one. In total, 716 dishes have been discovered, each one with different characters. In a way, the artifacts were records in more ways than one. However, at this stage, nobody could decipher its incredible message. The discs were labeled along with the rest of the expedition's findings and kept at Beijing University. Incredibly, the discs and cave drawings were dated at 12,000 years old. This is the same age as Göbekli Tepe, the oldest human-made edifices ever discovered. In 1945, one of these discs mysteriously resurfaced. A Polish professor named Alexander Lolodow claimed to have purchased one from local tribespeople at the foot of the Himalayas in a town called Mussoorie. Lolodow showed the peculiar stone disc to English scientist Dr. Carroll Robin Evans and described how the Drupa people had used it for religious rituals. Intrigued by the disc, in 1947, Robin Evans set off for the mysterious land of the Drupa. After traveling for months through some of the most unfriendly terrains on Earth, he finally reached his destination. Once there, Robin Evans was introduced to Lurgan La, who taught him the basics of the Drupa language. Lurgan La told Robin Evans that the Drupa had initially arrived on Earth 20,000 years ago from a star in the Sirius system. They returned in 1014 AD, but their craft had encountered difficulties which meant they were stranded, unable to leave Earth. This story was published after Dr. Robin Evans' death in 1974. However, he recounts the visit as occurring in 1014 AD, but all other sources give a date of 10,000 BC. This disparity remains unexplained so far. In 1962, Professor Tsum Nui heard about the discs and set out to decipher their meaning. He and his co-workers quickly realized that the spiral grooves were not insignificant drawings, but instead an astonishingly ancient text, almost microscopic in size and engraved in a way that has never been seen before or since. As stated earlier, the discs are 12,000 years old. Therefore, we could be looking at the oldest known script in the world. Nui, with the help of a microscope, carefully started transcribing the characters of the disc onto a sheet of paper. Once the text on the discs was reproduced, Professor Nui began the laborious task of deciphering their meaning. Ultimately, after 4 years of experimenting and exchanging illustrations for words and phrases, he began to reveal some of the writing. Having done this, he devoted himself to assembling the discs in some sort of order. Eventually, a word appeared, then another. Next, a phrase became apparent, then a whole sentence. He had cracked the code. The story on the records was simply unique. But the story the stones related was nothing short of sensational. The professor wondered how would his co-workers respond, and how might the world react when his findings were released. The professor passed the transcript and his conclusions on paper and presented it to the university for publication. However, their reaction was immediate and emphatic. The report would not be published. At this point, one must ask the questions: what did the discs say that was so controversial the paper was immediately banned? How could primitive people make such detailed records? How did they create almost microscopic writing on stone? Who were these mysterious people, and why did they create these records? Dr. Nui's report was ultimately published. Just 2 years later, he published an incredibly long-titled paper, The Grooved Script Concerning Spaceships which, as recorded on the discs, landed on Earth 12,000 years ago. It is not known if the publisher published despite the official ban, or if the Academy relented and allowed the publication of the paper. In either case, his theory and his translation were met with disdain by the archaeology community. In 1965, some of the remaining discs were carefully cleaned and sent to Moscow for examination. Their scientists made 2 unexpected discoveries. Firstly, the stones were made of granite and contained extremely high concentrations of cobalt and other metals. This would be, by anyone's standards, a very hard stone indeed. For the primitive people to have carved the lettering, particularly with such tiny characters, would have been impossible. Secondly, when testing a disc with an oscillograph, they were found to vibrate in a strange rhythm, as though they were part of an electric circuit or carried an electric charge. In 1965, the Anglo-Russian magazine Sputnik ran an article written by the Russian philologist Vyacheslav Syzev telling the story of the discs, their composition, and an extract concerning what had been revealed by Professor Nui. And now we can see why this story was buried. The discs tell the tale of a spacecraft from a far-flung planet that landed in the mountains of Bayan-Kara Ula. One of the hieroglyphs reads, "The Dropas flew down from the clouds in their gliders. Our men, women, and children took to the caves many times before sunrise. When at last we understood the language of the Dropas, we realized that the newcomers had peaceful intentions." So, the crew of the spaceship sought refuge in the mountain caves. Although their intentions were friendly, members of the Ham tribe, who, occupying the neighboring caves, were fearful of the new arrivals. When the Ham tribe eventually understood their language, they allowed them onto their territory. The discs also record the Dropa being incapable of repairing their spaceship, and how returning to their home planet was impossible. The story does not end there. As far as we know, an Austrian engineer by the name of Ernst Wegerer reported and took pictures of the last known sighting of any Dropa disc. While on a visit to the Chinese Banpo Museum in Xi'an, Wegerer saw discs that included holes in the center and hieroglyphs in grooves that displayed a spiral pattern. According to the Austrian, the discs were in a bad stage of decay. According to the curator, there was hardly any information on the stones except that they were apparently cult objects of little importance. However, according to Wegerer, she was knowledgeable about every other clay artifact in the museum. When Wegerer requested more information from the authorities, there was none forthcoming. If Wegerer's account is to be believed, the museum manager allowed him to handle one of the discs. He did relate that the disc weighed approximately 2 pounds and was 1 foot in diameter. However, the pictures he took do not show the fine details of the spiral grooves and hieroglyphics. A few days after Wegerer had toured the museum, the manager and the 2 discs disappeared forever. This summary was reported by a director of the museum in 1994, Professor Wang Ziyun. So, have their descendants endured? The word drupa or drupka actually exists and is still used by some groups of nomadic inhabitants of the Tibetan highlands. According to the Gould-Parkinson method of transliteration, drupka means inhabitant of pasturelands, solitude, or isolated in the Tibetan language. The caves of these mountains are today occupied by the Ham and, strangely enough, the Dropa tribe. A rather unusual fact is that anthropologists have not been able to classify either tribe into any known race. They have neither Chinese nor Tibetan heritage. They are frail, with large pale blue eyes, hardly any hair on their bodies, and 4 feet tall, with an average weight of around 45 kilos for adults. This description compares remarkably to the remains found in the cave in 1938. Apparently, there also is an old Chinese story that strengthens these claims. The tale describes small, thin people who were shunned by everyone because of their uniqueness. The legend goes on to describe how these beings descended to the earth from the clouds. The Dropa stones offer an exciting puzzle for archaeologists and anthropologists, whatever their precise origin, nature, or meaning. Is the story of the Dropa merely a creation myth imagined by a primitive culture, or are they truly visitors from some distant planet? If the former is true, it adds to the already large number of myths that claim our descendants came from the heavens. And if the latter is true, the Dropa stones could represent the first documented visit of an unknown civilization to our planet. However, for now, the Dropa stones remain unexplained.
Chapter 44. The Baltic Sea Mystery.
There have been many strange discoveries over the past few decades, but what Swedish divers found off the coast of Sweden might just top the lot. It is without question one of the most bizarre deep-sea discoveries ever made. The stunning and highly controversial find was first sighted in 2011 when a marine exploration team called Ocean X was scanning the floor of the Baltic Sea looking for shipwrecks. At a depth of 83 meters, sonar picked up a 985-foot flattened-out runway that seemed like it had been scooped out of the ocean floor. At the end of this runway was a bizarre-looking circular object that has become more widely known as the Baltic Sea anomaly. Interestingly, the anomaly lies within an area scientists call the dead zone, which is rapidly growing in size and now covers approximately 70,000 square kilometers, roughly the size of Ireland. Nothing can live in these waters. From the beginning, scientists and the media have given wildly different opinions of this oddity. For example, the 2-tier structure has been called everything from an underwater Stonehenge to an ancient portal. But now the object has finally been identified as a 14,000-year-old terraced monument built by the highly advanced Atlantean civilization. When divers returned to the site in 2012 with a remote-operated underwater vehicle, they discovered some of the geometric features presented by the enormous disc-shaped temple. The object measures 60 meters in diameter, 8 meters in height, and appears to have a very smooth finish, unlike the rocky surfaces they usually encounter on the bottom of the sea. One important detail, often not mentioned in interviews or press releases, is that the object is black and looks like it has been subjected to extreme heat. In the southwest corner is something that looks like a staircase. Each step has the exact same dimensions. The most conspicuous man-made geometric structure on this massive stepped platform monument is a significant hemispherical dome feature with an estimated width of 3 meters, a length of 10 meters, and a height of 1.5 meters. OceanX team leader Dennis Asberg said, "The object looks very, very old and like concrete." On top of the upper structure, divers discovered 2 holes and giant geometric symbols representing Paleo-Sanskrit hieroglyphs of the global Atlantean culture. The smallest hole is 25 to 30 centimeters in diameter and goes straight into the object. The second hole is interesting. It has a square frame around that forms a sacred votive ligature combining the symbols of a square and a dot at its center. The square glyph represents a planet, while the dot represents a numeral. Together they read Indra, meaning Jupiter, the One. This phrase can also be seen on the 19,000-year-old walls of Lascaux Cave, France, and in the 11,000-year-old basalt stonework at Pumapunku megalithic temple at Tiwanaku, Bolivia. Furthermore, the circular format of the entire temple and its singular dome presents the Paleo-Sanskrit numeral 1 used by Atlantean spiritual traditions to praise the One, the universal divine creative force. Rough seas and the abysmal visibility of 1 meter both contribute to limited filming of this monumental ancient structure. However, the greatest hindrance to the investigation is an intense electromagnetic vortex that perpetually interferes with all types of electrical equipment situated on or above the ancient monument. For example, when the team came within 100 meters of the object, they started to experience problems with the ROV robot sonar equipment and the satellite phone. Both the underwater camera and the video camera also had issues. This particular type of electromagnetic vortex causes digital magnetometers and compasses to spin perpetually in proximity to the temple and directly above it. This is a familiar occurrence to pilots working in the vicinity of pyramids worldwide, especially in Egypt, Mexico, and Guatemala. The 3D sonar scans were able to see inside the giant disc-like structure and revealed straight corridors and smooth walls. One geologist, shown the sonar scans, remarked that the edge of one passage showed a much more rigid material, probably metal. Inside the structure, the walls are perfectly straight and at right angles to the floor. The walls also have 90-degree angles and appear to be made of stone resembling sandstone. A sample collected by divers was taken to geologist Steve Weiner at the Weizmann Institute in Israel. Weiner quickly ruled out the likelihood of it being a natural geological formation. The test results showed abnormally high concentrations of manganese, titanium, and iron. The metals are all crucial elements in the production of high-tech aerospace components. Weiner concluded that the structure was created from metals which nature could not reproduce itself. When the team swam over the object, they saw stone circles on the seabed like fireplaces of hard black, almost petrified, burnt-looking stones. There is no chance of this being done through natural weathering or even glaciation, because the rocks appear to be arranged in definite circular shapes. This subsequently led to a much more detailed and orchestrated follow-up dive where 2 divers made their way down to the structure. It took the team over 2 hours to reach the object. This time, OceanX divers obtained a few small hand samples of basalt-like rock from the sunken monumental structure. They were submitted to multiple laboratories in Sweden and Israel for comprehensive material analyses. Tests conducted by Tel Aviv University's Institute of Archaeology and the Weizmann Institute included SEM imaging of the sample and came back with some very odd results. They showed that the rock was basalt. However, it contained various unique characteristics not found in naturally formed volcanic basalt. Instead, these peculiarities characterize ancient magnetic geopolymer basalt and andesite. This building material has been identified at multiple sites, including the Paleolithic pyramid complexes in Visoko in Bosnia, Cianjur in Indonesia, and La Mana in Ecuador. It dates to a Paleolithic period of high civilization. This decisively indicates a human-made origin for the anomaly. Case's exceptionally detailed statements identified a technological class of Atlantean crystalline stone consisting of a combination of the elements of the Earth, corresponding to the modern scientific definition of a geopolymer, of the same class as the reconstituted limestone blocks of the Great Pyramid. Interestingly, spinning compasses and other EM vortex phenomena have also been documented at the magnetized andesite megaliths of the Gunung Padang Pyramid in West Java, Indonesia. However, the Indonesian government has blocked information regarding the inner chambers, waterways, and tunnels found within the pyramid. The same oppressive scenario surrounds the discovery of a submerged pyramid site in the Azore Islands, as Portuguese military involvement has effectively prevented the release of further details on the subject. If this anomaly is actually a building, an artificial construction of some sort, and thus man-made, how old could it be? The sea floor of the Baltic Sea was last dried 12,000 years ago, so this strange-looking object must be as old, if not older than that. The last ice age was the most recent glacial period within the Quaternary glaciation occurring in the previous 100,000 years of the Pleistocene, from approximately 110,000 to 12,000 years ago. During this last ice age, the sea level was at least 394 feet, 120 meters, lower than today. There were many more discoveries at the site. Ocean X researchers found their sonar images also showed a long trench going from the object to an elevated mountain feature some distance away. Strangely, a close-up of the mountain shows it looks like it has been cut in two. The trench is 545 meters, 1,800 feet long, and has a vertical wall on each side. These elevated causeways link the main circular monument to two nearby megalithic structures, partly revealed by initial side-scanning sonar surveys. The Baltic Sea at that depth is entirely still. No water currents could have created troughs, dunes, or sandbars on the sea floor, so it is not a natural feature. The radar scans from 2012 also showed another strange anomaly elevated from the sea floor about 120 meters away from the large one. It also has a trail that heads in the same direction and parallels the other one. It looks like it could be another building, but the team did not have enough time to examine the anomaly. So, was the Baltic Sea Monument once a complex settlement, perhaps even a city? Could it form part of an extensive megalithic complex, like the immense complex at Yonaguni Island, Japan, with its stepped platform monuments, caves, temples, plazas, and roadways? Is the object still active, and why has there been very little news recently? When talking about the holes, Asberg said, "It seemed like dust or something shot out of it, and we got scared because we did not want to lose the ROV. This would imply that something is venting through the holes, and therefore the building or machine might still be working. There are also temperature anomalies down there. The diver's thermometer showed -1 degree centigrade when they were on top of the circle. However, it should be +4 degrees. Usually, at depths of 40 meters and below, the water temperature is about 4 degrees Celsius all year. At that depth, the ocean pressure is constant and does not change much. Consequently, the temperature is stable and also doesn't change much. Temperatures only change at the very surface of the ocean. It is interesting to note this strange temperature anomaly happened on every dive. So something is going on at that spot that is reducing the temperature of the water. If the Baltic Sea Monument still has advanced technology in it, then it goes without saying that the powers that be will do their best to keep it out of the hands of everyday people. As for the Swedish military, team leader Dennis Asberg asks the obvious question: why does the Swedish military want to participate in this archaeological investigation? What do you think? Perhaps they already know what we have found. Whatever it is, we do not usually find it in nature sitting in the dark, cold depths of the Baltic Sea. As for the OceanX team's Baltic Sea site investigation, 10 years after making the initial discovery, Asberg's team has been effectively silenced, with project funding and compulsory non-disclosure contracts administered under the pretense of purchasing film rights to all data generated by the investigation. Regardless, all the findings and analyses are scientifically empirical and valid, and yet it sits there, unnoticed, untouched, with implications that could completely change some of society's basic cultural beliefs. Perhaps this is the reason that it continues to remain where it is. While this deep-sea discovery might not be fully solved, one thing is for sure. Many more anomalies are awaiting our discovery beneath the ocean waves.
Chapter 43. Extremely Old Artifacts.
Occasionally, strange artifacts are discovered in an apparently impossible context, i.e., they imply human presence well before humans were supposed to exist, or they are too advanced for the level of civilization that existed during that time frame. Throughout this entire hemisphere, many artifacts have been discovered that fit this category. They simply do not make sense on anyone's timetable. The evidence, plain and straightforward, seems to reveal other great nations existed on these lands before our own. On Isle Royale in Michigan, an estimated 2 million pounds of copper were mined by an unknown prehistoric mining empire that could quickly move the metal from the immediate area. Numerous bog iron smelting furnaces have been discovered scattered across the southern half of Ohio. In that state, farmers have occasionally turned up iron artifacts in their fields. Speculation as to who these ancient ironworkers were has involved the enigmatic mound builders, the Vikings, or a long-forgotten advanced civilization that once existed in America. Interestingly, from 1790 to 1810, when the early settlers arrived in Ohio, they found over 100 abandoned hills crowned with stone fortifications. Some endured for years at Glenford Fort, Spruce Hill, and Fort Hill in Perry County. Similar fortified hills may be seen at Tennessee, Manchester, Georgia, and Hillfort. Incidentally, the first settlers at the Manchester fort found bricks and a short iron sword. In 1820, Caleb Atwater reported the discovery of a furnace surrounded by bricks in the central mound around Circleville. A plate and dagger, both of badly disintegrated iron, were also found in the area. The process responsible for coal formation began around 360 to 290 million years ago. Therefore, it would seem entirely impossible for any ancient human artifacts to be found in this substance. Still, incredibly, many items have reportedly been found in such deposits. In Wattis, Utah, in 1953, miners found a network of tunnels of immense antiquity. In fact, due to the age of these tunnels, the coal had become so weathered it was no longer of any use for burning or heat. A search outside the mountain revealed no sign of an entrance. Since the tunnels were found when the miners were working a 9-foot coal seam at 8,500 feet, the evidence suggests someone directed an ambitious mining project so far back in time that all exterior evidence has been eroded away. In the February 1954 issue of The Coal Age, Professor John E. Wilson of the Department of Engineering, University of Utah, was quoted, "There is no doubt that both drifts were human-made. Though no evidence was discovered at the outcrop, the tunnels were apparently driven 450 feet from the outside to the point where the present workings broke into them. There is no visible basis for dating the tunnels." Anthropology professor at the University of Utah, Jesse D. Jennings, could offer no opinion about the identity of the ancient miners. He did, however, state that the vast tunnels and coal mining rooms could not have been the work of any Native American people. In the first place, such works would have required immediate and local need for coal. Considering transport at the time was by human cargo carriers, there was no need for large-scale coal mining operations. As for local use, there was no record of extensive coal mining by anyone in the Wattis mine area. On December 24, 1851, the Morrisonville, Illinois Times reprinted an item from the Springfield Republican titled, "A Nut for Geologists." Hiram de Weir recently returned from California with an auriferous quartz rock about the size of a man's fist. Weir, while showing the rock to a friend, accidentally dropped it, splitting it open. Near the center of the mass, firmly embedded in the quartz and slightly corroded, was a cut iron nail. It had a perfect head and was entirely straight. Who made this nail? When was it planted in the yet uncrystallized quartz? How did it end up in California? If only the head of that nail could talk. In 1879, Hannibal Fox of Milton, Sullivan County, Missouri, discovered a silver and iron mask while plowing a field. He wrote to the American Antiquarian, Volume 3, page 336, regarding his discovery on December 5, 1879. The publication commented that melting silver and iron in a crucible, preparing a matrix by placing clay over the face, and then pouring the metal so that the vessel tipped, were not known among the native people or the mound builders. On June 9, 1891, S. W. Culp broke a lump of coal before placing it in the scuttle. She had performed this task thousands of times. However, the chain that fell out of the coal was extraordinary. June 11, 1891, the Morrison, Illinois Times ran the story. At first, Mrs. Culp presumed the chain had been accidentally dropped in the coal. However, as she tried to lift the chain, the lump of coal broke, separating almost in the middle. The chain's circular placed the two ends near to each other. The middle of the chain became loosened as the lump separated, while each end remained fastened to the coal. This rules out any chance that it was accidentally dropped in the coal. In the Research Society Quarterly, March 1971, Wilbert H. Rush, Sr., professor of biology at Concordia College, Michigan, quoted a letter he had received from a Frank J. Kenwood. Kenwood said that while working as a fireman in the municipal electric plant in Thomas, Oklahoma, in 1912, he discovered an iron pot encased inside a large piece of coal. Kenwood wrote, "This iron pot fell from the center, leaving the impression of the pot in the piece of coal." Kenwood then traced the source of the coal to the mines in Wilburton, Oklahoma. It is difficult to date items such as iron pots, coins, chains, and silver masks. The radiocarbon-14 method of age determination can only be applied to organic materials, such as textiles, coal, bone, and wood. The Los Angeles News reported the discovery of an inscribed slate wall on December 17, 1869. Captain Lacey of Hammondsville, Ohio, and some of his men were entering his coal bank when a colossal mass of coal fell. The collapse revealed a smooth slate wall with several lines of hieroglyphics carved into the surface. The words are written in an unknown language. They were likely cut in the coal while in its vegetable state and during the formation into coal. The material that formed the slate filled the impression and became solid. Hence, since the coal was removed, we find the letters on the slate reversed. The wall with its undecipherable hieroglyphics was discovered about 100 feet below the surface. If the hieroglyph were cut into the coal in its vegetable state, as the journalist suggests, then we are going back to roughly 250 million years ago. On January 14, 1886, the Scientific American carried a report that tells of an extensive stone wall unearthed by workmen quarrying rock near the Frankfurt Pike. It appears to have been built by human hands, as evident in the mortar seams and joints. Above it, workmen removed about 10 feet of drift and 20 feet of rock. On the exposed side, the men had advanced 40 feet from where they initially struck rock. Therefore, it was firmly embedded in a solid limestone quarry that had formed around it since the wall was built. Due to its massive size and the dressing on the face of the wall, we are likely seeing evidence of highly skilled craftsmen who perished thousands of years ago. Workmen leveling a rock shelf on June 27, 1969 at 122nd Street on the Broadway extension between Edmond and Oklahoma City uncovered a rock formation that caused plenty of controversies. To the average person, the site looked like an inlaid mosaic tile floor. In fact, it looked like an inlaid floor to some of the experts as well. Oklahoma City geologist Durwood Pate, who studied the site, said, "I am sure this was human-made, because the stones are placed in perfectly parallel lines which intersect to form a diamond shape, all pointing to the east. We found post holes that measure a perfect 2 rods from the other 2. While the top of the stone is very smooth, if you lift one up, you will find it is very jagged, indicating surface wear. Everything is too accurately placed to be a natural formation." An archaeologist from the University of Oklahoma, Dr. Robert Bell, expressed his opinion that the discovery was a natural formation. Dr. Bell said that he did not see evidence of any mortaring substance. On the other hand, Pate was able to identify mud in between the stones. A geologist of the Oklahoma Seismograph Company, Delbert Smith, said the formation was discovered about 3 feet below the surface and appeared to cover several thousand square feet. On June 29, 1969, the Tulsa World quoted Smith as saying, "There is no doubt about it. It was constructed, but I have no idea by whom." On November 5, 1967, a columnist for the Dallas Morning News, Frank Talbot, wrote about the discovery of a buried city in Rockwall, Texas. Talbot was told by Raymond B. Cameron that the walls of the Mystery City were about 8 inches thick. The stones appeared to have been beveled around their edges. Also, they were placed on top of each other with the ends at the center of the stone below or above, just as a bricklayer would build a wall. The walls are far too regular in appearance to have been created by nature. Cameron commented further, stating a mortar-like substance can be seen between the stones. Then he dropped the biggest discovery of all. 4 large stones taken from wall segments appear to have been inscribed in some form of writing. Since the stones were underground, this could not have been done by erosion. Talbot concluded his column by recalling archaeologist Byron Kundi Porrock's visit to Dallas in the 1920s. Porrock said he had excavated the walls of buried cities in North Africa and the Middle East, and these looked remarkably similar. In March 1964, Frank McNamara Jr. was digging in his cellar in South Boston when he unearthed a 10-pound sculpted stone head. The artwork shows the eyes are slant downward and are quite long. The hair is in short curls, and there is a quite primitive treatment of the ears. This bizarre find in a South Boston basement has puzzled some of the best archaeologists and anthropologists at Harvard and several museums. However, all agree that the artifact was not made by Native American Indians. But that is about all they do agree on, as no one is certain whether the piece should be ascribed to Egypt, Western Asia, or the Near East. One expert thought the style of the sculpture would suggest the Near East at around 700 BC. No one cares to speculate just how the artifact came to rest several feet beneath the earth in South Boston. There is now a growing body of evidence to suggest that numerous seafarers landed on the shores of North and South America many thousands of years ago. There is also a growing body of evidence that suggests our history goes back a lot further than we thought. However, many scientists and archaeologists do not appear interested in the people who occupied these lands before our own.
Chapter 42. Levitation in the Ancient World.
Thousands of years after they were built, megalithic buildings still generate unending debate about how they were made. Traditional archaeologists who reject the likelihood of highly advanced civilizations in the distant past insist that they were built entirely by using primitive tools. Some of the buildings, or at least parts of them, could have been constructed in this way. Still, numerous engineers have stated that some features would be difficult, if not impossible, to replicate today. Some of the stone's weight and size has prompted researchers to question whether the ancient architects had mastered the art of levitation. For many years it has been suggested that this theory can account for the lifting of heavy stone blocks in ancient times. Is there any indication that levitation was used either from ancient records or modern scientific experiments? The pre-Incan citadels at Sacsayhuaman and Ollantaytambo in the Peruvian Andes consist of cyclopean walls created from tight-fitting polygonal stone blocks, the heaviest weighing over 120 tons. The stones used at Ollantaytambo were somehow moved from a quarry located 11 kilometers away on another mountaintop. The descent from this mountain is hindered by a river valley with 305-meter vertical rock walls. The stones of Tiwanaku in Bolivia include some weighing almost 100 tons, transported from quarries 50 kilometers away. Nearby Pumapunku also has enormous stone blocks, the heaviest block weighing 440 tons. Local Aymara people told Spanish chroniclers that the ruins were here long before them. Its earliest inhabitants, they said, possessed supernatural powers, enabling them to miraculously lift stones off the ground, which were then carried, from the mountain quarries, through the air to the sound of a trumpet. According to a Mayan legend, the Uxmal temple complex in the Yucatan Peninsula was built by a race of little people. They apparently only had to whistle and heavy rocks would move into place. Interestingly, it is said that if a person stands at the base of the main temple and claps their hands, the stone structure at the top produces a chirping sound. Stories of a mysterious energy being used to lift and move stone blocks are, in fact, worldwide. For instance, legends about Easter Island's enormous Maui statues, some of which are as tall as a 3-story building, tell how sorcerers or priests use mana or mind power to make them walk or float through the air. The megalithic city of Nan Madol, situated on the remote island of Pohnpei, comprises hundreds of stacked stone logs, each about 18 feet long and several feet in diameter. Each stone is thought to weigh about 2.5 tons. Local legends say it was created by the god kings Olosipa and Olosopa, who used magic spells to move the massive stones through the air like birds. According to early Greek chroniclers, the walls of the ancient city of Thebes were built by a son of Jupiter. His name was Amphion, and when he played loud and clear on his golden lyre, rock twice as large followed in his footsteps. Another account claims he moved large rocks to the music of his harp. The accomplishments of the ancient Egyptian architects have caused several investigators to question whether levitation might have been used. For example, the main temples on the Giza Plateau contain huge limestone blocks placed on top of one another, weighing between 50 and 200 tons. What's more, 200 feet up in the roof of the Great Pyramid's King's Chamber are substantial granite beams weighing up to 70 tons. The 10th century historian Mazdi wrote in his book The Meadows of Gold and Mines of Gems that to construct the pyramids, the ancient Egyptians inscribed certain characters on papyri and then inserted them under the stone blocks. Afterward, they were then struck by an unknown device which produced a sound that made them rise into the air and travel large distances. The Great Pyramid does possess extraordinary acoustic properties, demonstrating the capacity to dramatically amplify sounds generated at specific frequencies. The Egyptians clearly knew a lot about sound and knew how it could produce powerful effects, possibly including levitation. The most gigantic blocks ever used in a human-made structure are found at the Roman Temple of Jupiter in Baalbek, Lebanon. In the Cyclopean retaining wall, there are 3 colossal stones known as the trilithon, each of these stones weighing a staggering 1,000 tons and are approximately 19.5 meters in length, 4.5 meters in height, and 3.5 meters in depth. The stones fit together flawlessly. 500 meters away, a 4th, even larger block, weighing as much as 1,200 tons, can be seen on the quarry floor. A further 7 mammoth stones weighing about 450 tons each lie in the course beneath the trilithon. No written records explain the construction of the platform, and there are no traces of a roadbed or ramp leading from the quarry. The Phoenician chronicler Sanchoniathon claimed that Lebanon's first city was founded by the god Uranos at Byblos. He further contended that Uranos was the architect of Cyclopean structures and could make stones fly like they had a life of their own. Interestingly, according to local Arab myth, Baalbek's first citadel was rebuilt after the flood by a race of giants. Swedish engineer Henry Kjellson provided evidence that universal myths of acoustic levitation might have a basis in fact. In the 1950s, he documented 2 separate eyewitness accounts from Western explorers who had allegedly seen displays of sonic technology in Tibet. The first was from a Swedish doctor on a visit to a Tibetan monastery near the capital Lhasa. After journeying to a high cliff in the northwest, he was taken to a cave. From here, he saw a huge rock slab with a bowl-shaped depression planted in the ground. A large block of stone was rolled into the depression. Monks with 6 exceptionally long trumpets and 13 drums were positioned 65 meters from the bowl stone in an arc of about 90 degrees. The drums, uncovered at one end, were directed at the stone block. A line of monks 10 deep was positioned behind each instrument. A monk carrying a small drum in the center of the arc began chanting and banging out a rhythm. Next, the other drums and trumpets joined in. After a few minutes, the giant stone began to move and, while rocking from side to side, floated into the air. The instruments were continually pointed at the stone as it rose upwards before eventually smashing onto the ledge. The exact purpose of the 200 or so monks behind the instruments was unclear. Whatever the goal, it does not seem to have been a difficult task. According to the Swedish doctor, the monks proceeded to perform this feat at the rate of 5 or 6 stones per hour. The second case also involved a remote monastery in northern Tibet. During the 1930s, an Austrian named Linauer observed 2 unusual sound instruments that could cause stone blocks to be completely weightless. The first instrument was composed of various metals. It had a half-oval shape and measured 1 meter wide and 2 meters long, with strings pulled over its concave surface. The second was an enormous gong. The central circular area was made from extremely soft gold, followed by a ring of purified iron and a ring of very hard brass. When hit, it created a low dumph sound that stopped almost instantly. The Austrian explorer was told that when the gong was struck, it released an inaudible resonance wave. In conjunction with 2 large screens, the 2 devices formed a triangular configuration. When the gong was hit with a large club, it produced brief, low-frequency sounds that enabled a monk to lift a weighty stone block with just one hand. Linauer was informed that such devices could also disintegrate physical matter. This conjures up memories of the walls of Jericho when Joshua's army marched around the city playing their trumpets. In more modern times, inventor John Keeley seems to have gone a long way to unlocking the mysteries of sound. He spent 50 years perfecting various tools that use etheric force or sympathetic vibratory force to levitate objects, power engines, spin large wheels, and disintegrate rock. At his laboratory in Chicago, he gave many impressive demonstrations for scientists and other curious onlookers. His attempt to put his apparatus into commercial production was seriously hindered because it had to be tuned to the surroundings and the operator's natural vibrations. John Keely built several devices to manipulate gravity. One of them was a copper globe about 30 centimeters in diameter called sympathetic transmitter by Keely. It included a Chladni plate and numerous metal tubes that could easily be adjusted using a knob. The globe was supported by a metal stand, around the base of which small metal rods protruded a few inches outwards. Of various sizes and lengths, they reverberated like tuning forks when twanged by the fingers. In one trial, the transmitter was attached by a wire made of silver, platinum, and gold to the top of a glass jar filled with water. When the correct chord was sounded on the strings of a zither, metal balls weighing 1 kilogram rose from the bottom to the top of the jar until a different tone was played, which caused them to sink back to the bottom. Keely catalyzed the vibratory force required to make objects move using various musical instruments, including fiddles, harmonicas, horns, trumpets, and zithers, and could even operate the devices just by whistling. After further experimentation, observers noted how Keely could easily make large steel balls fly in the air by playing on an instrument that resembled a mouth organ. He could also raise substantial weights by attaching them to vibratory devices worn on his body. Numerous people saw him levitate and move a cast-iron sphere weighing 3 tons. Using a combination of a musical instrument, connecting rod, and transmitter, he was able to make a 3.6 kilogram model airship take off into the air and then descend with a motion as gentle as that of thistledown. Edward Leedskalnin, in even more recent times, claimed to know the secret of how megalithic structures were built. He lived near Miami, Florida, in a place he called Coral Castle. Remarkably, to create the castle, he used giant blocks of coral weighing up to 30 tons and maneuvered them alone. In 28 years, he quarried and raised 1,100 tons without the use of modern construction machinery. He was highly reclusive and usually worked at night. Despite visits from government officials and engineers, he died in 1952 without revealing his construction methods. Did Leedskalnin find some way of nullifying the forces of gravity? Engineer Chris Dunn looked at the remaining contents of Ed's workshop and suggested that firstly he produced a radio signal that caused the coral to vibrate at its resonant frequency. Secondly, to flip the magnetic poles of the atoms so that they were repulsed by the Earth's magnetic field, he applied an electromagnetic field. Remarkably, the ancient cultures left us no record of how their buildings were constructed. However, in almost every culture where megaliths exist, legends also exist that the huge stones were moved by acoustic means, either by whistles, cymbals, trumpets, and gongs, or by using the chanted spells of magicians, by striking with a magic rod or wand to produce acoustic resonance, or by song.
Chapter 41. The Mysterious Ruins of Ollantaytambo.
Before the Inca, much of Andean history is misted by legend and eroded by time. Many fundamental questions remain unanswered. One of the biggest is how ancient humanity could erect massive, perfectly cut stones at Ollantaytambo, Sacsayhuaman, and Machu Picchu. These places all exhibit examples of ancient high engineering, yet they remain a profound mystery. However, the veil of ignorance is slowly being lifted. 40 miles northwest of Cuzco is Ollantaytambo. Like Sacsayhuaman, Ollantaytambo consists of a series of terraced levels defended by massive megalithic walls. This ancient marvel of engineering is in the Inca Sacred Valley, and is thought to have been constructed around 1440 AD by Inca Emperor Pachacuti. However, many researchers believe this so-called ancient fortress was built upon the ruins of a far older city. The place is littered with stone blocks in which strange niches have been cut with perfect inside edges and precise angles. Curiously, the Inca restored some of the lower walls with substandard stones. These stand above the clearly superior megalithic stones of the earlier builders. This contrast between Inca constructions and pre-Inca constructions proves that the earlier builders were far superior to the later cultures. Above the fortified terracing at Ollantaytambo lies the Temple of the Sun, a mysterious building fronted by 6 gigantic monoliths, the most giant stone measuring over 13 feet in height. These stones are bizarre, their straight sides and unique spaces being in complete contrast to the multi-faced joints and beveled edges of other megalithic walls in Peru. In the event of an earthquake, the shims can ride up and down, absorbing the shock and keeping the giant slabs in place. And stranger still is how the mammoth rocks are merged or joined in such an intricate fashion. It's almost as if 2 stones are placed side by side and then welded together with some type of laser or high-radiation beam. Precisely how the stones were so flawlessly shaped is also a mystery, since they were sliced out of red porphyry as hard as granite. The ability to place perfectly fitting stones together so accurately has always been a mystery. Mainstream archaeologists claim the dense hard granite was cut and shaped using bronze or stone tools, but excavations have turned up no such tools. Besides, because much of Ollantaytambo is made from andesite, 7 on the Mohs scale, prehistoric tools would never work here anyway. Today we could use diamond to cut andesite, but there is no hint of Stone Age people using this type of material to cut rock. Another great riddle of Ollantaytambo is how these 6 50-ton stones were transported to their current location, since the quarry they came from has been definitively identified as Chachicata. This place is 4 miles away across the valley, on the opposite mountainside. After quarrying the stones, it would be necessary to lower them down a steep mountain slope, over a river, and then up a sheer mountain slope to the assembly site. It appears to be an insurmountable task. Today, if we were to try to move a 50-ton boulder, we would have to assemble a particular transportation unit consisting of hydraulic jacks, steel girders, and various axles. We would probably have to build a road, maybe anchor it, using a cable and pulley system, none of which would be available to the people who lived way back then. Advocates of the push and shove theory point out that the remains of a slope do exist leading up the hill at Ollantaytambo, and furthermore, many stones which never made it to the top can be observed resting at the bottom of the slope. Unfortunately, this evidence only describes the stones that did not get up the slope. It tells us 0 regarding the stones which can be seen from the top of the hill. It is not beyond imagination that the megalithic constructions at Ollantaytambo already existed in Inca times. The slope and stones at the bottom only signify the struggles of the Incas to copy what they saw. Clearly they failed. A further indication of the strange techniques used by ancient artisans can be found nearby at the Temple of the Condor. Here, gigantic slabs of andesite stone were quarried from what is known as the Wall of Living Rock. There are odd crisscross incisions on these walls, notably in the places where the mystery builders cut out mammoth pieces of rock. These patterns seem as if they were left behind by machinery. Still, what sort of technology could have left behind such marks thousands of years ago? As some researchers have suggested, are these fascinating crisscross patterns created by some sort of saw machine? The rock surface looks rough, but it feels like a smooth, highly polished surface when touched. This indicates some type of vitrification process was used. Does this point to the possibility that the ancient builders of South America possessed long-lost technology that allowed them to quarry massive andesite blocks with ease? If they did obtain advanced technology, could the ancient engineers of Ollantaytambo have received it from otherworldly sources? In the earliest creation myths of the Andes Mountains, the ancient ancestors were described as siblings Manco Capac and Mama Ocolo, referred to as children of the sun. These enigmatic beings were sent by Inti, sun god, and appeared on Earth with a golden wedge. The wedge has been described as a magical scepter of gold about a yard long and 2 fingers thick, which can raise any object. Then they were told by Inti to build the capital of the Incan nation, Cusco. At that location, the golden wedge or staff they carried would crack the earth open. Can the golden wedge of great power be the solution to the mystery? Was this some sort of handheld device that could levitate the giant blocks into place and even possibly cut them? If the golden wedge was some sort of high-tech device for levitating stone or cutting stone, it would presumably have been given to them by people they considered to be gods. There are also tales from Egypt of a rod or staff that could tap a stone and make it weightless. Perhaps most interesting is that the Sumerian god Enki is also seen with this magical rod on many bas-reliefs. Still, whatever this technology was, it appears to be lost to the sands of time. Perhaps the biggest mystery at Ollantaytambo is the temple and its visible lack of purpose. It does not appear to form part of a structure, considering the area enclosed by the walls consists of a solid outcrop of rock. There are obvious signs that the building was abandoned before the project was finished. It may be the case that the builders were creating a superstructure. The stones stand on a ridge that is too narrow for strategic use, so the final goal of the architects remains a mystery. Unusually, the 4th of the 6 stones is adorned with pegs and niches. It has been theorized that it was used for astronomical purposes. However, no one has explained why astronomers would need to use such a remote location. Is there a common factor that links these places and causes them to become so sacred? According to ancient Incan mythology, the creator god Viracocha embarked on an odyssey walking through the sacred valley with a rod that could emit thunder and lightning. On this journey, he spread his form of civilization from the arts to agriculture to language. These aspects of humanity were shared across many cultures. The ancient Incans claimed this bringer of civilization came to South America before they were there. On this journey, Viracocha passed Sacsayhuaman, Tiahuanaco, Cusco, Ollantaytambo, and Machu Picchu. These are the places we see many examples of advanced ancient technology. One will find depictions of Viracocha at these sites, but there is something quite odd about them. In nearly all carvings and statues, he does not appear to have the features we would generally associate with this region. In fact, he seems to be a man of Middle Eastern appearance. In the legend also, Viracocha is described as a tall man with a beard and a moustache, something very unusual in American Indian culture. In several accounts, he wore sandals and a flowing white robe that reached to the ground. Whoever carved these images and wrote these legends wanted to ensure we knew Viracocha was not from this region. Another clue to Viracocha's origins is that he is often depicted with his lower body covered in fish scales. The scales almost certainly indicate that he was a visitor from another land who arrived and departed from South America by boat or ship. Even more strangely, the representation of Viracocha is very much like the ancient gods of ancient Sumeria in Mesopotamia. Why would the designers of this statue depict their most important god with features unlike their own? Suppose Columbus discovered the New World and the following conquistadors and explorers were the first men to visit the Americas. How do we explain the appearance of far older non-native carvings and inscriptions? One of the most important artifacts discovered at Tiahuanaco is a unique ceramic piece containing Sumerian cuneiform and Proto-Sumerian hieroglyphs called the Fuente Magna Bowl. But, according to researchers, Sumerians and the ancient people who inhabited this area were never connected. The Fuente Magna Bowl remains the most critical finding, confirming that Sumerians settled in Bolivia some 5,000 to 4,000 years ago. According to Clyde Winters, a linguist at the Chicago University, The term Inca may have even evolved from the Sumerian Enka, Engal, meaning Great Lord. Though Viracocha appears as a single central figure in both stone and story, some believe the figure represents an entire race of gods. Their hypothesis is the Viracocha came to the Americas from Mesopotamia. In this view, the civilization that Viracocha brought to the natives was from Sumeria, or, to be more precise, the gods of Sumeria. The legends taught by the Nahuatl tribes also include tales of how, in a very ancient time, 4 tall men came by the sea. They had long beards, and they were very tall. These men discovered that the land was a very fertile land, rich with lots of gold, and was inhabited by primitive people. The legend also tells us that these men carried along with them the secrets of time. This is undoubtedly a reference to the fact that it was them who created the first Mesoamerican calendar. Sumerian god Shkur is also depicted as a tall man with a long beard standing on a bull. He had lightning or a golden rod in one hand and an axe in the other. Viracocha's attributes were often depicted with lightning bolts in one hand and an axe or golden rod in the other. Could it be that Viracocha in some way embodied the scientific knowledge of a sophisticated but long-forgotten high culture that originated in Sumeria, a culture considered by many as the founding fathers of civilization and humanity? From the Aztecs, Olmecs, Maya to the Inca and the cultures that predate them, we find evidence of gods who left Earth promising to return one day. Were these the same people who could traverse space and time?
Chapter 40. Before the Pharaohs.
The deep sands of Egypt can make dating by geologic methods quite complicated. Therefore, it is unlikely that Egyptologists will extend their knowledge very much further back in time than 5000 BC. While we honor the devoted Egyptologists for their discoveries, we must also recognize the limitations of archaeology. In establishing the remote antiquity of Egypt, it has entirely failed by ignoring the many ancient writings left to us by the old scribes. The oldest and most fascinating description of ancient Egypt was preserved by Herodotus. He went into exile in 443 BC and sailed from the Piraeus on his epic travels to Syria, Babylon, and Egypt. His primary purpose was to immortalize the conflict between Greece and Persia. Still, with the journalistic insight, he also decided to write on Egypt's antiquity, giving an account as fresh today as when it was written 24 centuries ago. In Book 2, Chapter 2, Herodotus states, "Now, until Psammiticus reigned over them, the Egyptians believed that they were the eldest of all men." Later in Book 2, "But Heracles is a very ancient god of the Egyptians, and they say it was 17,000 years to the time when Amasis began to reign." Herodotus was clearly awed by the antiquity of the Egyptians, pursued his inquiries closely, writing in Book 2, Chapter 142, "Thus far the Egyptians and their priests told the story. They showed that there had been 341 generations of men from the first king to this last. In these generations there were many high priests and kings. 300 generations of men are equal to 10,000 years. In the 41 generations that remain, there are 1,340 years. Thus, in 11,340 years, they said that no god had been their king. Neither did they speak of any such thing before or after those who were later kings of Egypt. In all this time, they said the sun had changed from his proper course 4 times. However, they maintained that nothing in Egypt was altered by these changes. In the 11,000 years before Herodotus, the axis of our Earth became considerably displaced 4 times, the sun twice appearing to rise in the west. Such movement in the Earth's crust must have caused worldwide catastrophes. We can only assume that pride prevented the Egyptian priests from admitting they were affected. However, the destruction caused by these events probably accounts for the lack of records in the remote past. Herodotus mentioned that a few years earlier, the priests at Thebes showed Hecataeus, another Greek historian, 345 colossal wooden statues, which Herodotus saw with his own eyes. All were high priests, father and son in unbroken descent. These Pyramis were noble and good, but far removed from gods. Still, in the time before these men, the rulers of Egypt were gods, far removed from humanity. The last of them to reign over Egypt was Horus, the son of Osiris, who the Greeks name Apollo. Realizing that the immense periods may be questioned, Herodotus adds, "Now Osiris is Dionysus in the Greek tongue. Even Dionysus, the younger of them, is reckoned to have been 15,000 years old in the time of King Amasis. The Egyptians know these things with certainty because they have always counted the years and kept records." The extreme antiquity of the Egyptian god-kings is confirmed by Manetho, born about 300 BC at Sebennytus on the west bank of the Nile. He later rose to be a high priest in the temple of Heliopolis. Herodotus, in Book 2, Chapter 3, writes, "The men of Heliopolis are said to be the most learned of the Egyptians. All the ancient world recognized Heliopolis as a great seat of learning and a university of Egypt. In the famous temple, Manetho must have had at his disposal records of all kinds, papyri, hieroglyphic tablets, wall sculptures, and above all, the advice of his learned colleagues who were trained in the millennia-old traditions. With such abundant material and erudite critics at his disposal, Manetho, who was already familiar with the philosophies and scientific teachings of the Greeks, was well qualified to write the history of the Egyptians. He wrote this history in Greek for the enlightenment of scholars during the reign of the first Ptolemy, Philadelphus. It contained an account of the many different dynasties of Egypt compiled from genuine documents and must indeed have been written with the utmost accuracy. Unfortunately, the work, with all its sources, is lost and probably perished when the great library of Alexandria burnt to the ground. Of this valuable history, only a few extracts are preserved in works by Julius Africanus and Eusebius. The extant fragments of Manetho's Aegetica state, "The first man or god in Egypt is Hephaestus, renowned as the discoverer of fire. His son Helios was succeeded by Sosis, followed by Kronos, Osiris, Typhon, and Horus, son of Osiris and Isis. They were the first to hold influence in Egypt. After that, the kingship passed from one to another in unbroken succession down to Bidis through 13,900 years. After the gods, demigods reigned for 1,255 years, and again another line of kings held sway for 1,817 years. Then came 30 or more kings of Memphis, reigning for 1,790 years. Next came another 10 kings who reigned for 350 years. Then followed the rule of spirits of the dead for 5,813 years. It is unclear who these spirits of the dead were. On the ceiling of the Dendera temple was carved a zodiac or celestial day so remarkable that the original ceiling was removed and re-erected in Paris. The signs of the zodiac portray how the stars would have appeared in about 90,000 BC. According to the precession of the equinoxes, the astrological symbols denote the passage of 3.5 great years, each 25,800 years in length. So 90,000 years have elapsed since this star clock was recorded. Obviously, over 90,000 years, the original temple must have crumbled to dust. However, the unique zodiac was copied by initiates eager to preserve evidence from the past. Such antiquity staggers our modern minds. Yet similar zodiacs on temples in northern India and on clay tablets in Chaldea confirm this symbol of Atlantean times. In the 6th century AD, Simplicius wrote about the Egyptians keeping astronomical records for the last 630,000 years. Even if he meant months, this would mean 52,500 years. Diogenes Laertius dated astronomical calculations by the Egyptians to 48,863 years before Alexander the Great, and Marcianus Capella stated that the Egyptians had secretly studied the stars for 40,000 years before revealing their knowledge to the world. Pre-dynastic rulers are also apparently confirmed by the Turin Papyrus and the Palermo stone. Panodorus, an Egyptian monk about AD 400, wrote, "From the creation of Adam, indeed down to Enoch and to the general cosmic year 1282, the number of days was known in neither month nor year. However, the egregori descended to earth in the cosmic year 1000. They conversed with men and taught them that the 12 signs of the zodiac are composed of 360 parts." Berosus, in about 250 BC, gives details of 6 dynasties or 6 gods, also confirmed by the Chronicle of Mabolas. This was backed up by the wise Sotates and Paleophotus in the 3rd and 4th centuries BC. The same source declared that in the 24th dynasty, 721 to 715 BC, during the reign of Bokouris, a lamb speaking with human voice prophesied the conquest and enslavement of Egypt by Assyria and the removal of her gods to Nineveh. The prediction came true 60 years later when Ashurbanipal and his hordes sacked Thebes. This remarkable lamb was said to have a royal winged serpent on its head, 4 cubits in length. Traditions state that in the early 8th century BC, the Roman king Numa Pompilius practiced magic arts and conversed with the gods. Was the talking lamb who warned ill-fated Bokouris the same god who spoke with Numa and Elijah? Syncelus wrote, "Among the Egyptians there is a particular tablet called the Old Chronicle. It contains 30 dynasties in 113 descents during the period of 36,525 years. The first series of princes was Orite, the second was the Mistruans, the third of the Egyptians. The chronicle runs as follows. To Hephaestus is assigned no time, as he is apparent both night and day. Helios, the son of Hephaestus, reigned 3 myriads of years. Then Kronos and the other 12 divinities reigned 3,984 years. Next in order are the demigods, number 8, who reigned 217 years. The ancient Phoenician writer Sanchoniathon composed a history in the Phoenician language in the 13th century BC. The work was translated into Greek by Philobiblus in about AD 80, and although the work is lost, fragments were preserved by Eusebius in the first book of his Praeparatio Evangelica. Sanchonia then wrote, Hypsistus, meaning Most High, and his wife Baruth lived in Byblus. They were parents of Epigenes or Auticton, though they later called him Uranus, meaning heaven. Then follows a description of the war between Uranus and his son Cronus. Aided by the magic of Hermes, Cronus conquered Uranus and his own brother Atlas, a remarkable parallel with the well-known Greek legends. The reference to Hypsistus, the Most High, equates with the Elohim and suggests beings not of this world. Herodotus, Manetho, Berosus, Panodorus, Syncelus, Sanchoniathon confirm these wondrous tales from lands across the world. We recall the Ramayana of India, the Shu King of China, the Nihongi of Japan. Poets in all these countries marveled in glowing pictures of glorious immortals warring and wenching in earth and sky. Their divine dynasties ruling humanity in a golden age. Thousands of miles away, stones, papyri, and parchments tell of god-king dynasties who governed old Egypt. can archaeologists really deny their existence? The historians of Egypt, like the chroniclers of other countries, agree that their first kings were wondrous beings from the stars. Pharaohs were worshipped as the son of Horus, descended from Ra, the sun god. Egyptian religion taught that Pharaoh was God. All the land and people belonged to him because he was the giver of fertility, the preserver of all. An inscription of the 12th dynasty states, "Adore the king, enthrone him in your hearts. He makes Egypt green more than the great Nile. He is life. He is the one who creates all, which is the begetter, who causes mankind to exist." The people believed the pharaoh to be divinely born on a loftier plane and descending to earth to rule their lowly selves. Ibn Naharon, with remarkable insight, reveals that the court ritual obliged pharaohs to act like a god and take nourishment and perform his natural functions in secret, as though his glorious person lived in perfection. The fact that Egypt's history goes much further back than we are told is almost beyond doubt. Perhaps the bigger question is, who were those god-kings of ancient Egypt? Were they from another planet, or maybe even another galaxy?
Chapter 39. Underwater UFOs.
Have aliens invaded Earth's oceans? Remember, most of our Earth's waters remain unexplored, at least by humans. Seamen, divers, and fishermen have sighted these alien crafts worldwide, and the descriptions are remarkably similar. They all detail technologically advanced objects far superior to anything we have ever built. Some of these undersea vessels are huge and move extremely fast. They can reach great depths and move from the sea straight up into the atmosphere and right out into stellar space. They have been witnessed for hundreds of years. Columbus claimed to see a bright pulsating ball of light below the ocean's surface on his voyage to America. Experts believe the mysterious crafts use the planet's oceans as hiding places, lurking deep under the water where humanity cannot go. Roughly 71% of the Earth's surface is covered by water, so it would be the perfect place for anyone wishing to avoid detection. At any depth in the sea, the weight of the water above pushes on any object below it. The deeper one goes, the more water overhead and greater weight pushing down. Submarines must have reinforced walls to withstand these immense pressures, but they are still constrained by this pressure. For example, a nuclear submarine can only reach a depth of about 300 meters. Yet these extraterrestrial crafts seem to withstand the incredible forces of water miles under the sea. So, again, the sea would make an ideal hiding place. Observers fear the launches are increasing in frequency. For all we know, they could be relaying scientific data or samples of Earth life forms to their home planet. They might even be resupplying their bases. Worryingly, they appear to be operating more and more openly, almost as if they're daring us to stop them. Interestingly, all of the leaked UFO videos confirmed as genuine by the Pentagon have occurred over the sea. These include the Tic Tac UFOs first sighted off the San Diego coast in November 2004 by radar equipment on the USS Princeton. They were first recorded by Navy pilot Chad Underwood, who was sent to observe the phenomena from the nearby aircraft carrier USS Nimitz. These objects did not behave within the known laws of physics. They were uniformly spread out over 100 miles and dropped from 80,000 feet to sea level almost instantly, where they then hovered over a disturbance in the sea that resembled boiling water. Bizarrely, under the water, a larger object was sighted. It was described as cross-shaped and roughly the size of a Boeing 737 jetliner. Notably, according to Commander David Fravor, if an object is flying at Mach 3, which is 3 times the speed of sound, it will be visible for 12 to 15 seconds. However, whatever these things were, they vanished in the blink of an eye. Later, video and radar information was taken from 3 highly sophisticated radar systems. They revealed something genuinely astonishing. The object was calculated to be moving at the unimaginable speed of 282,000 miles per hour, with a g-force of 12,823. No aircraft could survive the air friction at that speed, and no human could endure such g-forces. Up to 14 spherical and acorn UFOs were recorded and monitored just off the coast of Virginia by crew members of the USS Omaha in March 2019. This time they moved rapidly across the sea before stopping and descending into the sea. In the footage, an observer is heard saying, "Wow, it splashed." The ship's logs described the objects as repeatedly flashing, changing elevation, and moving erratically in all directions. The swarming of the USS Russell close to the coast of Los Angeles also occurred in July 15, 2019. At one point, 3 pyramid-shaped crafts hovered just 700 feet above the stern of the ship. One white light sped off in the direction of the USS Rafael Peralta and performed brazen maneuvers for 90 minutes. One crew member began filming one of the objects. However, this one did something even more unusual. It remained in place for quite some time before splashing into the water. A submarine was sent to investigate soon afterward, but neither the object nor wreckage was found. In all 3 incidents, the unidentified aerial vehicles displayed a far greater aeronautical capability than anything we currently have on Earth. They flew without wings, rudders, ailerons, and with no visible engine exhausts. Admiral Michael Gilday added, "Something else beyond our understanding is going on." In September 2019, a Pentagon spokesperson, Sue Goff, confirmed the videos were recorded by Navy aviators. Furthermore, she added they were part of a larger issue of increased activity by unidentified aerial vehicles in recent years. The Pentagon formally released the 3 videos on April 27, 2020. On June 25, 2021, the U.S. released its hotly anticipated report on unidentified aerial vehicles. The study limited its scope to reports mainly from Navy pilots between November 2004 and March 2021. This means that the majority of these sightings occurred over water. Incredibly, out of 144 sightings, only 1 could be accounted for. 3/4 of these reports were verified by radar or infrared, which proved that the sightings were genuine. The fact that they were picked up on electronic equipment also confirms they were real, solid objects. Furthermore, 18 of these vehicles moved at speeds that far exceeded the technological capabilities of any known aircraft. There is an undersea dimension to this on top of what the pilots see above water. The U.S. Navy has been picking up objects on sonar moving at hundreds of knots below the water. The question is, where do these objects or vehicles go after being spotted? Isn't it strange that nobody seems to be able to track them down after a sighting? From what we have heard so far, it seems they may be descending into the seas, oceans, and lakes around the world. But why descend into the water? Is there something down there, like a base that we know nothing about? Where else could so many UFOs come from except for some sort of underwater base? Where could these bases be? Over the years, Puffin Island on the Welsh coast has been a hotbed for strange objects seemingly ejecting from the sea near the island for over 40 years. This has led numerous researchers to conclude that a submerged alien base must exist on the coast of Wales. Interestingly, the area has been suggested as Cant, the legendary ancient sunken kingdom. A strange-looking underwater structure was discovered approximately 2,000 feet below the seabed off Malibu, California. Incredibly, the anomaly is almost 600 meters high and 3 miles wide. Based on reconstructed images and others gathered from Google Earth, the oval-shaped object has what seems to be columns or pillars and an entrance covered with a huge flat top. What exactly is this thing? Well, this is another body of water that has a widespread reputation for unusual activity. There have been hundreds of UFO reports, Many have been seen under the water or exiting the water. So much underwater activity in one place is strange and firmly points to the likelihood of an underwater UFO base in this area. North Island in New Zealand has witnessed many strange objects entering the sea. UFO researchers believe the area is a hotspot for such activity. Many of the objects have been seen during the daylight hours. Some locals even go as far as claiming the site is a flight corridor to an underwater base. Accounts of UFO sightings are numerous on the island of Puerto Rico. Strange crafts have been seen both disappearing into and emerging out of the water for years. Investigative journalist Jorge Martin found several anomalies around the island which suggested artificial structures. There also appeared to be tunnels leading to other facilities and even to the mainland. According to one source, the U.S. Navy has spent considerable time tracking underwater craft along the island's northeastern coast. Witnesses also report strange sounds coming from the sea, similar to heavy machinery. According to a former Marine, there is an underwater alien base off the Cuban coast. Furthermore, he even captured several strange-looking objects going in and out of the water on video. He was quoted as saying, "Whatever these objects are, they descend deep into the water." These puzzling sightings are not confined to oceans. Lakes also harbor suspect underwater bases. Many have speculated about the odd phenomena associated with Lake Ontario. Multiple witnesses report UFOs diving into the lake's sea floor or continuously hovering over it. Hence, some researchers speculate this could also be an alien fortress. 5 witnesses were driving alongside the lake in August 1981 when they saw a dome-shaped craft flying above the water. As they followed the craft, it descended into the water, disappearing from their sight. The book Underground Alien Bases shows photographs of unidentified flying objects over the lake. Also, the 1977 book, The Great Lakes Triangle by Jay Gourley, documents the persistent disappearance of planes and ships around the Great Lakes, which the author associated with strange aerial phenomena. Lake Erie, another one of the 5 Great Lakes of North America, has a long history of strange lights and unexplained phenomena. Many of these witnesses speak of UFOs seen crashing into the lake. The 2011 book Eerie Eerie by Robin Swope examines and investigates numerous UFO reports. One particular report says a strange craft landed on the lake when it was iced over. Then several triangular objects seemed to move purposely around in all directions along the lake's icy surface. Suddenly, the craft and the mysterious triangles vanished, suggesting they found their way below the ice and under the water. The crystal-clear waters of Lake Titicaca hides an old alien base. It has also been a site of high UFO activity. Numerous statues have also been found near the lake, which seems to depict ancient Mesopotamian underwater gods. Gods the local people claim were from an alien civilization that once resided under the still waters of Lake Titicaca. Recently, visitors from Italy filmed what appeared to be a sizable submerged object slowly making its way across the lake. There is also the strange humming sound that has been heard coming from the world's water for decades. The phenomenon was first observed in 1991 by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Some researchers argue that these sounds are coming from electrically powered artificial structures. To them, this is evidence of the existence of extraterrestrial underwater bases. Apollo astronaut Edgar Mitchell voiced his concern before he passed away. He said, "While we sit on the surface of our planet doing nothing, these creatures are deep under our oceans, secretly preparing for their takeover." These crafts appear to be just as active below the surface as they are above. As for what they are, we don't know yet. But what we do know is that these bizarre, gravity-defying objects have baffled experts worldwide.
Chapter 38. The Sumerians and Their Mysterious Gods.
More than 6,000 years ago, in a land known as Mesopotamia, something remarkable was taking place. Between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, early Stone Age hunter-gatherers were no longer hunting, fishing, and foraging, and instead began to settle in farming communities. Soon after, they developed all the skills necessary to survive as a modern civilization, eventually flourishing into one of the greatest yet unique societies the world has ever known. They were known as the Sumerians. The history of Sumeria has been reasonably well ascertained from archaeological evidence. We know the Sumerians were experienced in trade, acquiring lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, cedar from Lebanon, and gold from the Indus Valley. They were the first to learn writing, mathematics, astronomy, and keep detailed records. Consequently, historians have been able to piece together a relatively clear picture of their progress and day-to-day life. Still, the sudden and expeditious rise of the Sumer civilization leaves many archaeologists totally bewildered. We also know the Sumerians used a writing system known as cuneiform, which was achieved by pressing a reed stylus into clay tablets, resulting in wedge-shaped marks. These clay tablets have been found all over the Middle East. However, they are not easy to decipher. Only those with a high-level knowledge of the Sumerian language can piece together meaning from these tablets. One of the first large-scale discoveries of these tablets came by way of French archaeologists in 1890. While excavating the ancient Mesopotamian city of Nineveh, they uncovered an incredible 22,000 tablets, all bearing the strange writing and unfamiliar symbols we know today as cuneiform. Work began on translating their meaning almost immediately. These tablets would later give insight into the origin of life on Earth and how civilization came into existence. Still, this painstaking work took many decades, and it is only in the last 50 years that the information has started to reach the general public. The clay tablets of the Sumerians have also been discovered in more recent times at Sippar, 28 kilometers southwest of Baghdad. This discovery is unusual because several hundred tablets were located in a sealed room untouched by human hands for many thousands of years. Remarkably, these tablets include a complete record of Sumerian history dating back to early times. To give you an example of how difficult and painstaking it is to decode these artifacts, experts estimate that up to 2 million clay tablets have been unearthed, mainly in modern-day Iran and Iraq. However, less than 2% of these have been read and translated. Still, while many of these tablets are fascinating and provide us with valuable historical data, the contents of other tablets are so puzzling they are still being debated today. For example, the 4,000-year-old king list discovered in Nippur in 1902 reveals some remarkable things, such as a list of rulers stretching over 400,000 years before civilization began. Furthermore, some of these kings are recorded as having ruled for astonishingly long periods. Al-Aljar, for instance, ruled for 36,000 years. In fact, if we total the 8 kings who ruled before the flood, it adds up to an unimaginable 241,200 years. The long reign of the pre-flood kings has provoked at least 3 responses. The skeptical view flat out dismisses the idea and says the numbers are incorrect. The opposing view says the numbers are valid and can be accounted for by more lengthy lifespans. Another theory suggests that numbers simply represent a score related to the king's contribution, importance, and popularity. Interestingly, the list refers to the leaders as those who came from heaven. The Sumerians are not the only civilization to speak of beings coming down from the heavens. Similar accounts can be found worldwide, and in these same myths, the strange visitants often imparted their adopted societies with precious knowledge. Many of the astonishing yet controversial tablets refer to the exploits of a pantheon of gods, demigods, and immortals. Their names, or variations, can also be seen throughout ancient Peru, Egypt, and Greece. There is the suggestion that these gods might have brought hugely advanced stoneworking technology, which in some theories account for mysterious structures such as the pyramids. Still, there is no doubt the Sumerians revered these gods long before the great pantheons of the world. These gods are not simply average everyday people. The texts clarify they are living gods who live among the Sumerian people and are far more advanced than humans. How these ancient Sumerian stories made their way into today's world in the form of the Bible has left many scholars of religion scratching their heads. For example, in the Sumerians' creation stories, known as the Atrahasis tablets, these gods told the priests of Mesopotamia, "We made you in our image and our likeness." Another example is the story of Noah's Ark. This epic tale of survival first appeared in works that became part of the Old Testament at around 1000 BC. However, a remarkably similar account of the flood was written by scribes from the ancient Sumerian civilization over 1,000 years earlier. Despite being told these writings are make-believe mythology, it is abundantly clear that the Sumerians regarded these gods as flesh and blood beings. Moreover, numerous archaeological discoveries in Iraq show us what these gods looked like, and remarkably, most of them depict beings who look just like us. Nevertheless, their clothes and grooming stand out compared to the Sumerians. Their dress was formal and heavily embroidered. Their beards were long and braided. This style obviously influenced the earliest kings of the region, many of whom used their braided beards to symbolize their royal status. These gods are often depicted with enormous wings and portrayed as giant-sized humans. In fact, in many Sumerian wall reliefs, they are almost twice the size of the humans they appear alongside. Others have wings and hawk-like heads. Perhaps the Sumerians were trying to tell us these beings could fly, or possibly that they used airborne vehicles. Hence, since ancient humanity did not understand technology, they might have given the gods wings to symbolically represent their power of flight. They are also seen carrying bags or containers. The true meaning of this bag has been a source of discussion for decades. It is without doubt one of the most mysterious recurring images, not just in Mesopotamia, but also in other parts of the world. We will be releasing a video about these bags in the coming weeks. And let's not forget the equally baffling bracelet that often appears in Sumerian artwork. Despite being dismissed by scholars, these objects seem to have far greater importance than simple bracelets. Is this some form of ancient technology? Many researchers have likened them to modern-day watches. However, when viewed closely, one can see the device goes all the way down the arm, over the elbow, and up under the sleeve. What exactly is this wristband-like device? Another item that keeps coming up is the mysterious pine cone. Does the pine cone signify something of vital importance? If not, why use it at all? In some depictions, godlike beings appear to be holding the cone in a particular way, implying the cone is a pollinating device. Other researchers suggest the pine cone symbolizes the pineal gland. Furthermore, they specify that these ancient gods knew how to stimulate the pineal gland to use its full potential. The Sumerians were among the first people to leave sophisticated records of their astronomical observations. Their fascination with the heavens can clearly be seen in many seals and cuneiform tablets of an advanced astronomical nature. How could a civilization from 6,000 years ago know these things? For example, the Sumerians were well aware that our solar system was heliocentric. One Sumerian cylinder seal clearly shows they knew the number of bodies in the solar system. Their observatories could obtain calculations of the lunar cycle that differ in seconds from our current estimates. Their star maps precisely predicted things such as Uranus and Neptune's sizes and colors, and the existence of outer planets like Pluto. Many of these calculations have since been confirmed by modern science. Incredibly, we still use the same mathematical time and calendar systems created by the Sumerians today. When examining the Sumerian pantheon, something becomes rather apparent. Namely, the Sumerian interpretations of these gods and goddesses are remarkably like those of Egypt, India and Mesoamerica. Consequently, according to many scholars who endeavored to track the movement of these gods when their work was done in Mesopotamia, they moved on to Egypt, India, South and Central America. In fact, their presence can be detected in the most distant reaches of the planet. Also, winged beings, the sun disk symbol, and afterlife stories found worldwide seem to have been influenced by the Sumerians. Some Egyptologists also point out that Ptah or Khnum, the two ancient Egyptian gods, bear many startling similarities with Sumerian god Enki. The Sumerians or their gods seem to have been so influential in Egypt, even female pharaohs would wear fake braided beards to signify kingship. Then, at around 2000 BC, the gods start to disappear. It is not entirely clear why this happened. One theory that does explain why they might have left suggests they may no longer have been seen as great gods. Perhaps they could no longer wield their influence over humanity, or maybe they had done all they could for us humans and therefore felt their job was done. Either way, history will not forget the people and gods of ancient Mesopotamia. They left their stamp on the entire Middle East with texts, symbols, carvings, and artwork. During their incredible rise, they achieved more than 100 firsts for human civilization. But, like all good things, they would finally meet their end. This would happen in 539 BC, when the Achaemenid Empire overran Babylon. This defeat meant the end of almost 4,000 years of innovation and cultural growth. But it would not take long before the Akkadians would borrow from the Sumerians' culture and soon create the world's first empire. In closing, we ask how ancient humanity, in its infancy and with very little knowledge of mechanical, electrical, or nuclear engineering, view beings with advanced powers and technology. Would they consider them gods? Are these gods still out there, watching us from a distance? Did the mysterious gods give the Sumerians the necessary tools to make their remarkable advancements? Did they come to Earth to interact and share their knowledge of the solar system with these ancient people? The Sumerian tablets even suggest these gods might have created Homo sapiens. Maybe, just maybe, we are not alone, and the Sumerians knew that. Whatever happened here all those thousands of years ago in the land of the two rivers will be discussed and debated for many decades to come. Still, with an estimated 1.5 million tablets left to be decoded, and possibly many more lying buried under the earth, those discussions and debates might come to an abrupt end, and the mysteries of the Sumerians might be solved.
Chapter 37. Puzzling Ancient Footprints.
From time to time, seemingly perplexing discoveries turn up out of nowhere. However, these discoveries are usually investigated, demystified, and more often than not find their rightful place in history. But what happens when someone discovers something so out of place that it challenges everything we thought we knew about our ancient ancestors? One of the earliest defining human characteristics, bipedalism, is supposed to have evolved over 4 million years ago. Also, according to mainstream science, the fossils of early humans who lived between 6 and 2 million years ago should come entirely from Africa. We are told they did not leave Africa until 2 million years ago when they ventured into Asia. But what happens if the footprints of human-like beings are found in neither Africa nor Asia and in a stratum well over 100 million years old? These footprints have been found, and they are not rare. Hundreds have been reported at various locations around the world. In 1987, paleontologist Jerry McDonald was hiking alone in the Robledo Mountains of New Mexico when he encountered the now famous track sites where he excavated 2,500 slabs of trackways. The ancient fossilized tracks were made mainly by various animals and birds. Strangely, there are also some enormous footprints on one pair of siltstone tablets, each with 5 arched toe marks like nails. They look like bear tracks. Several mysterious tracks imply that the creatures who made them were walking on their hind legs, others that look almost ape-like. It gets even stranger because MacDonald also discovered a footprint that clearly resembles a modern-day human foot. This might not seem exceptional until you realize this footprint and the other tracks are fossilized and embedded into a stone in the Permian strata. The Permian strata range from 290 to 248 million years ago, millions of years before animals, birds, dinosaurs, and man existed. Therefore, none of these tracks, human or not, should exist, yet they do, and furthermore, they have been accepted by experts in various fields. Remarkably, the Smithsonian acknowledges these tracks even though they are in a stratum that contradicts the current evolutionary theory. It is also interesting that since these tracks have been discovered, no one has tried to argue their authenticity, not even the human footprint. Usually, when out-of-place human prints are located, they are met with all sorts of bizarre explanations. Curiously, the Permian ended with the Permian-Triassic extinction event, in which nearly 90% of marine species and 70% of terrestrial species died out. Recovery from the Permian-Triassic extinction event took 30 million years. Did a human or human-like species also go extinct or nearly extinct in this event? These extraordinary tracks now make up the Jerry McDonald Paleozoic Trackways collection at Albuquerque's New Mexico Museum of Natural History and Science. A few kilometers away from the McDonald tracks, another very odd track was discovered in 250-million-year-old Permian limestone. It is known as the Zapata footprint. According to one person who has examined it, Dr. Don Patton, the Zapata footprint is nearly undetectable without intense lighting due to its shallowness. Therefore, it is challenging to photograph. Geologist Don Patton wore out 4 carborundum blades while attempting to cut this print out of the rock. Patton has seen 4 practically identical tracks about 1/4 mile from the Zapata track. Both the rock and the tracks look virtually identical. Some critics claim the Zapata print is too perfect, but the mud push-up on the sides and the fact that the cast proved extremely hard to cut out would make a carving quite unlikely. Periodically, reports of human footprints in a Jurassic layer of rock have filtered out of the remote mountains of southeastern Turkmenistan. Kurban Amanyazov, a Turkmenian scientist, led 3 expeditions to the Dinosaur Plateau, which contain over 3,000 well-preserved tracks. Clearly, there have been some remarkable discoveries in this area. Still, according to Professor Amanyazov, the most astonishing is the human or human-like footprints in a layer of Jurassic rock estimated to be 200 million years old. Professor Amanyazov discusses one of the footprints and says, "Incredibly, these footprints, which are at least 150 million years old, were made by human or human-like animals on the same plateau as the dinosaur tracks." After journeying to the Kugitang Mountains of Turkmenistan, Russian journalist Alexander Bushev wrote, "The most mysterious fact is that there are footprints of bare human feet among the footprints of dinosaurs." Bushev suggests that because we know that humans appeared much later than dinosaurs, an extraterrestrial must have walked the Earth in the very distant past. In 1938, head of the Department of Geology at Berea College, Dr. Wilbur G. Burroughs, announced the discovery of remarkable footprints in sandstone at Berea, Kentucky. According to Dr. Burroughs, 10 tracks so human in appearance that they must have been made by one of man's earliest ancestors were discovered approximately 150 feet above the base of the Pottsville Formation in the Upper Carboniferous system. This is another incredible find, because the Upper Carboniferous spanned from 310 to 290 million years ago. Burroughs was highly respected in his field and even has a museum named after him, the W. G. Burroughs Geology Museum. Some findings totally defy explanation because they apparently show ancient humans were wearing shoes. One example is the size 13 footprint found in a seam of 15 million-year-old coal at Fisher Canyon, Nevada. Bizarrely, the footprint shows the imprint of the shoe sole, complete with noticeable stitching and uneven wear and tear. In August 1882, American mycologist and natural historian Harvey Wilson Harkness announced the discovery of 6 sets of apparently shoe-soled human foot tracks made during the Pliocene period. Harkness estimated the date to be as far back as 1.8 million years. The tracks, which were made by more than one person, have been seen by many experienced trackers. All were in agreement that the footprints were made by humans. They are close to the stride of an average-sized man, roughly 2 feet. The tracks also showed an unusual gait pattern. Dr. Harkness noted, "If the impressions were those of an animal, they might vary in size, still would all be the same pattern. But this is not the case. Such a variation in shape makes sense if we suppose the footprints were made by men." In 1968, William J. Meister, his wife and 2 daughters, decided to take a trip to Antelope Springs, Utah. Being a family of fossil enthusiasts, they spent the entire day combing the area for trilobite fossils. Nearing the end of the day, Meister decided to have one last look before they packed up and left. Meister, who had already found several trilobite fossils, picked up a rather ordinary 2-inch thick slab of rock. As you will hear, this ordinary slab of rock would turn out to be one of the most puzzling fossil discoveries of all time. He reached for his hammer and split open the slab. Within seconds, it became apparent to Meister that this was no everyday piece of rock. On the inside was the impression of a human footprint. An almost perfect mold of the print could be seen on the other half of the rock slab. Amazingly, it looks like this ancient human was wearing a sandal. What amazed historians was not so much the sandal impression, but rather what was inside the impression. Incredibly, the right-sided sandal print contained a trilobite. Why is the discovery of a trilobite important? The sandal seems to have crushed a living trilobite. Trilobites have not been seen on Earth for a very long time, and when we say a long time, we mean it. Trilobites were small marine invertebrates that thrived in the world's oceans from the earliest stages of the Cambrian period, 521 million years ago. However, they became extinct towards the end of the Permian, 252 million years ago. How does someone end up standing on a living trilobite, in sandals, over 250 million years ago? So we are told, humans have only been wearing well-shaped footwear for no more than a few thousand years. Humans and their ancestors have only been walking the planet for about 6 million years, and Homo sapiens, which are the modern form of humans, evolved 300,000 years ago from Homo erectus. Despite the strange oddities surrounding this footprint, it did not reach a wider audience until California State University in Sacramento held a creation-evolution debate in early March 1973. The scientific team consisted of Dr. G. Ledyard Stebbins and Dr. Richard Lemon. The creationist team consisted of Reverend Boswell of a local Sacramento church and Dr. Duane Gish of the Institute for Creation Research. Reverend Boswell said, "I have here something that pretty much destroys the entire geological column. It has been studied and tested by 3 laboratories worldwide and found valid." The Reverend then holds up a picture and says, "It represents a footprint found at Antelope Springs, Utah, while digging for trilobites." He further explained, "This is a brick mold of a human footprint with a trilobite in it. Whoever this man was, he stepped on a living trilobite, thus burying him in the mud. This particular stratum is dated Cambrian, supposedly 500 million years before man arrived on the face of the Earth." The exciting thing about this photograph is that there are also heel marks, which would indicate that they were made by modern man. American researcher Melvin Cook discussed this discovery in the article "Why Not Creationism?" But Cook declared, "No intellectually honest individual examining this specimen can reasonably deny its genuine appearance." Cook wrote, Since Mr. Meester's interesting discovery, other persons have found similar spectacular specimens in the same area. From an article by Meester himself, we learn that Dean Bitter, an educator in the Salt Lake City public school system, discovered 2 more prints of shoes or sandals and the print of a barefoot child found by Clifford Burdick, a geologist from Tucson, Arizona. In a news conference, James Madsen, the curator of the Earth Science Museum at the University of Utah, said, "This is seemingly before vertebrates had even evolved. What human could have been roaming this planet so many millions of years ago?" Madsen then suggested that the fossil must have been created by a natural process. When asked what this process might be, he was unable to offer one. Dr. Jesse Jennings, the founder of the Utah Museum of Natural History, guessed, despite not a shred of data to back up his claim, that the process might have occurred when one large trilobite came to rest on 3 smaller ones. So, have modern humans lived on Earth much earlier than scholars say? Countless mysterious discoveries seem to point in that direction. Do these footprint discoveries advance that theory? Or are they, as creationists say, evidence that humans did in fact coexist with dinosaurs? According to some, they could even prove the existence of time travel, or even ancient aliens. While there are several theories to choose from, we can only say one thing for sure. These mysterious imprints from the past challenge everything we know about ancient humans and life on Earth.
Chapter 36. Thoth and the Great Pyramid.
Nearly every culture worldwide has ancient teachings that seem to relate to the emerald tablets of Thoth. Yet these ancient relics remain wrapped in mystery, intrigue, and controversy. Their origins refer to an ancient period known as Zep Tepi, the Golden Age, or when gods ruled in Egypt, long before the biblical flood. Where and how this astonishing work was ultimately given to humanity is an enduring mystery. Still, the content of these writings stands as one of the most informationally dense workings discussing universal law and consciousness. The original location of the tablets has several explanations. The first is that they were kept in the so-called Hall of Records and later concealed in Alexandria's library until they were lost forever after the building was demolished and its legendary book collection destroyed. A different and fascinating legend, often given by Jewish mystics, connects Thoth's tablets and Sarah, the wife of Abraham. Legend states that she came across the tomb of the Egyptian god and the valuable manuscripts during their escape to Egypt when they were forced to leave due to the famine that befell Canaan. One of the most remarkable passages amongst these incredibly insightful words answers one of the world's most asked questions. That is, who built the Great Pyramid? The passage does not seem to get the attention it deserves, but here we are going to take a much closer look. Khufu is widely remembered as a tyrannical ruler. The Greek historian Herodotus portrays the pharaoh as an oppressive tyrant despised by his people. Diodorus Siculus made similar claims. Besides these claims, we know so little about the pharaoh that historians are still debating the length of his reign. According to the Turin king list, he reigned for 23 years. Other sources ascribe varying lengths. Manetho says 65 years, and Herodotus says 50 years. Yet, despite our knowledge of Khufu's reign being somewhat patchy, one thing we do know is that he had a reputation for cultural preservation and restoration building projects. This is evident at the Great Pyramid. In the Inventory Stellae found in 1857, Khufu himself tells of his discoveries while clearing away the sands from the pyramid and Sphinx. If Khufu was clearing sands and discovering things around the Great Pyramid, he clearly did not build it. One inscription found at the entrance to the Great Pyramid does mention Khufu. However, his name is misspelled, and it was more than likely carved long after the pyramid was built. So who did build it? Ancient Arabian writers were convinced that the Great Pyramid was created by the Egyptian god Thoth, and they could be right. he went by various names in world cultures. For example, in Greece he was known as Hermes, in Rome he was Mercury, but it was always the same man. Through the centuries, Thoth has held an enormously commanding place in sacred temples. His foremost center of worship was Hermopolis, but he was widely venerated throughout the land of Egypt. As with other gods, his temples and shrines would have served as a focal point for the community and a resource for counsels and spiritual advice. He was known as a creator god. He was also the god of the moon, reckoning, wisdom, and writing. He was believed to be the creator of hieroglyphs and languages, and a scribe, an interpreter, and an advisor of the gods. Depictions of Thoth are usually very odd-looking, showing him in human form with the head of an ibis. It is interesting to note that at Saqqara, archaeologists uncovered the mummies of 1.75 million African sacred ibises. These discoveries have led to many questions, but very few answers. Thoth was one of the most popular gods in all of Egypt, having been worshipped as early as the pre-dynastic period, around 6000 BC, until the end of the 1st century BC and the collapse of the Persian Empire. As such, that is one of the most prolonged periods that any Egyptian god was continually worshipped. The naming of pharaohs, like Thutmose, was also influenced by his name, with Thutmose meaning born of Thoth. It was during the Middle Ages that Hermetic documents were translated from Arabic to Latin. The first European printed version appeared in Nuremberg in 1541, written by alchemist Johannes Baptista Montanus Forenensis Patricius and entitled De Alchemia. It is due to his efforts that these ancient texts have survived to the present day. But who was Thoth really? In scrutinizing these texts, questions arise. Can the Hermetic document be proved to be an accurate account of historical fact? What conclusions should be drawn about the tablet's contents and the scientific codes carved into them? Can a connection be made between the civilization from the time of the pyramids and the god Thoth? We propose that the mysterious documents are accurate and that Thoth was the actual builder of the Great Pyramid of Giza. Therefore, the legendary tale of Thoth does in fact recount actual historical events, and history should be viewed through an entirely new lens. The first tablet's inscription is as follows: I built the Great Pyramid, patterned after the pyramid of earth force, burning eternally so that it, too, might remain through the ages. In it is my knowledge of magic science, so that it might be here when I return from Amenti. While I sleep in the halls of Amenti, my soul will roam free, incarnating amongst men in this form or another. The first line, built I the Great Pyramid, clearly assigns ownership of the project. Is there any evidence to confirm this possibility? Have there ever been any actual references referring to its builders? There may be clues hiding in plain sight, according to one researcher. While inspecting an aerial bird's-eye view map of Giza, Armando Mei observed that the three pyramids looked very much like a trio of enormous stylus wedges placed in the ground. By tracking specific points on the pyramids, he created geometric patterns that gave rise to a startling possibility. They resembled cuneiform symbols. Cuneiform is a logosyllabic script made up of wedge-shaped characters. These symbols represent syllables that form the basis of the ancient Sumerian language. What is interesting is that current scientific thinking asserts that Sumerian and Egyptian civilizations never came into contact within their time. So this finding is crucial in that it throws that assumption into doubt. Mei compared some of the technical features of Sumerian writing with symbols derived from the graphic shapes he processed of Giza structures. Looking at the whole sentence together with vowels, there was a possible meaning in these symbols, an ancient hidden message. Incredibly, when deciphered fully, the message indicates that Thoth was the designer of Giza, as noted in the Emerald Tablets. Does this conclusively prove that the Book of Thoth actually exists? Does a viable Sumerian-Egyptian connection exist? Why did the people of ancient Egypt use Sumerian writing in this hidden message? Examination of the origins of the cuneiform script show that archaeologists have dated it around 3500 BC. However, it is interesting that Sumerian writing was extraordinarily complex in structure when the writing appeared. In fact, it was so complicated it was made up of more than 1,000 phonetic symbols. Over time, the writing had undergone rationalization and had shrunk to mere hundreds of symbols. Thus, one can assume that Sumerian writing was born in an already very complete form, and, unlike any other form of writing, it does not show significant signs of evolution. Was Sumerian cuneiform the language of the ancient gods? Could it be hypothesized that the pre-dynastic cultures of the Middle East and Egypt were influenced by an old and unknown civilization in the pre-dynastic age? Due to its geographical location, historians assert that Egypt remained cut off from the rest of civilization until the First Intermediate Period, around 2000 BC, without any influence from the outside world. As such, the possible interaction may have occurred long before the pre-dynastic age. Moreover, one of the most vital elements to be considered is the sheer number of Egyptian gods which bear a striking similarity to those of the Sumerians. In fact, the history of the Sumerian gods is very much like the Egyptian Neteru and much of the religious traditions of Eastern civilizations. Also, an unknown civilization appears to have left behind symbols that can be found worldwide. Examples would be the winged sun, a caduceus, a winged staff with 2 snakes wrapped around it. Another one was the Omega sign, but there are many more. Ancient gods worldwide have similar names and functions, even though some of these cultures are separated by thousands of miles and apparently had no way of contacting each other. So it would not be a stretch to assert that this mysterious civilization influenced both Sumerian and Egyptian cultures. Clearly, the two cultures stem from a common source that existed in the distant past. However, even more interesting is the fact that written on ancient Sumerian cylinder seals are the records of the gods and their secret abode, which was described as an underground place entered through a tunnel. Its entrance is hidden by sand and by what they call Huwana. He has the teeth of a dragon and the face of a lion. Surprisingly, the ancient Sumerian texts provided a relatively good description of the lion-headed Sphinx at Giza, a monument that predated ancient Egyptian civilizations. Rather odd, considering, as we mentioned earlier, they supposedly had no contact. One story translated from ancient Sumerian cuneiform texts tells of one of the rulers taking refuge in the Great Pyramid during a conflict. Another interesting fact often overlooked involves hundreds of thousands of Sumerian clay tablets that have not yet been translated. It is relatively easy to translate these tablets, yet they remain tucked away gathering dust. What is written on these tablets? Do they contain vital information that we are not supposed to see or hear? Before they built pyramids, the Egyptians built mastabs, which have a similar niches exterior wall design to those in Mesopotamia. Next, they built step pyramids, which were also common in Mesopotamia. Many researchers suggest that Egyptian pyramids were heavily influenced by Sumerian ziggurats. It certainly looks like there were considerable Mesopotamian influences on Egypt, or perhaps the rulers had common origins. Suppose the Egyptian and Sumerian civilizations share significant cultural and religious connections. In that case, it could mean that they were created by a lost civilization, perhaps the same lost civilization responsible for building pyramids throughout the planet. Whether the original emerald tablets will ever be found, we cannot answer. Perhaps it already resides in some billionaire's secret collection or in storage at some remote location. Still, by presenting a possible relationship between the god Thoth and the Giza Plateau due to the geometry and linguistic connections, we have given rise to an unexpected possibility that may one day help us solve one of the most exciting secrets of the past. This multitude of indicators is clearly of enormous significance and serves as a starting point for a scientific understanding of the pyramids and the knowledge they hold within them.
Chapter 35. The Lady of Elche.
Scientists and archaeologists have been discovering mysterious ancient artifacts for many decades and even centuries. In some cases, because they are unique and have no inscriptions, it can be difficult to trace their origins. However, what happens when 5 artifacts are discovered, all depicting the same person, at locations separated by thousands of miles? Obviously, we try to solve the mystery. Thus, the first step towards answering this particular riddle takes us to the historic Mediterranean province of Alicante in Spain. On the 4th of August 1897, 2 kilometers south of Elche, Alicante in Spain, a young worker named Manuel Campello Esclapes was clearing farmland when he stumbled on an unusual-looking object protruding from the ground. He began digging and soon realized this was no ordinary object. It was the bust of a woman with very distinct and unusual features. Although Esclapes didn't know it at the time, he had just found one of the world's most mysterious artifacts. This intricate artwork features an emotionless face of a woman. Her head is decorated by a sophisticated headdress with huge coils fastened on the sides, a pair of tassel-like earrings, and 3 well-defined necklaces draping from her neck. The bust, which measures 56 centimeters high, 45 centimeters wide, and 37 centimeters deep, was expertly carved out of porous limestone and originally painted with bright colors such as red and blue. Locals instantly named her Reina Mora, or Moor Queen, which refers to the North African Muslim occupants of the Maghreb, the Iberian Peninsula, Malta, and Sicily during the Middle Ages. The Moors, mainly of Berber and Arab descent, conquered the Iberian Peninsula in the 18th century, but were forced out of their last stronghold in Granada towards the end of the 15th century. However, this mysterious artifact has been dated to the 4th century BC, at least 400 years before the Moors reached the area. Therefore, this sculpture is definitely not Moorish in origin. Over time, the artifact became better known as the Lady of Elche. According to the Encyclopedia of Religion, she represents Tanit, the Carthaginian goddess revered by people in the Iberic Peninsula and far beyond. She was seen as a powerful symbol of fertility and the ruler of the sun, moon, and stars. The sculpture's elongated head, spools, and other unusual features have also prompted numerous alternative theories about the statue's origins. For example, some independent researchers believe the spools represent the highly advanced technological headgear of a lost or off-world civilization. Researchers, including the late Eleanor Wishaw, suggested an Atlantean connection. She was not alone. Several other important archaeologists of the time also thought the same. Wishaw wrote a great book, Atlantis in Andalusia, back in the 1920s. The book revealed her many discoveries in Spain, some of which were notable and have perhaps not received the attention they deserved. While excavating near the town of Niebla, Wishaw unearthed the ruins of a civilization that mined Spain's Sierra Morena mountain range many centuries before the Romans or Greeks ever set foot in the area. It is also interesting to note that mining was known to the Atlanteans. According to Plato in his Critias 114e, many mines produced orichalcum and other precious metals in Atlantis. Wishaw claimed the civilization she had uncovered was the long-lost Tartessus culture, the Tarshish of the Bible, who, according to her, came to Spain in 10,000 BC after the drying of the Sahara. One can hardly imagine why Wishaw's discoveries have been overlooked. Even a search on Google brings up hardly anything. there is barely any mention of the enormous temple she found buried in Seville, or the harbour built of Cyclopean masonry shaped exactly like Plato describes Atlantis. Also interesting is the fact that Andalusia lies just outside the Pillars of Hercules. The first step to finding the true origins of this famous sculpture is to search through the archives and see if there have been any similar discoveries. Surprisingly enough, another statue was discovered, no less than 10 miles away from the site of Elche, and it bears a striking resemblance to the Lady of Elche. Dubbed the Lady of Guadamar, this bust was found on September 22, 1987, at the nearby archaeological site of Cabeco Lucero. The first fragment unearthed was a large piece of headgear. Further excavations revealed many more items, such as fragments of the face, neck, and spools. It was taken to the Archaeological Museum of Alicante, where restorer Vicente Bernabeu began cleaning and cataloguing the fragments. The task of restoring the bust was delicate and painstaking, lasting from October 1987 to June 1988. Bernabeu's restoration expertise and creative ability managed to bring the figure back to life. Even though pieces are missing, it shows us the beauty of what the ancient sculptor created more than 2,500 years ago. Aside from the missing pieces, it has the same distinct features as the Lady of Elche, the same coiled ornaments attached to the headgear, and the 3 distinct necklaces with an overlaid string of beads. Cabeco Lucero, where the statue was discovered, is a Phoenician archaeological site. The Phoenician civilization mainly originated in the eastern Mediterranean and was concentrated along with Lebanon and Syria. At its height, between 1100 and 200 BC, they spread across the coast of the Mediterranean Sea to the Iberian Peninsula. This is interesting for 2 reasons. Firstly, the Phoenician dominance in the region falls within the correct time frame for the creation of both the Lady of Elche and the Lady of Guadamar. Secondly, it is fascinating, but little known, that yet another artifact looking almost identical to these 2 was discovered in Lebanon. She is now called the Lady of Lebanon. It is not known where this artifact is today. Another very similar-looking sculpture was discovered in 1971 in the south of Spain by Francisco José Precedo, a Spanish archaeologist. In July that year, Precedo was excavating in a pre-Roman necropolis called Cerro del Santuario, located in the north of Baza in Granada. As archaeologists were excavating the area, a worker's tool struck something solid in the soil. Initially, Precedo was called to inspect the object and immediately realized this was more than mere rock. As more earth was carefully removed, the face of a woman soon appeared. Eventually, a seated figure measuring 1.2 meters in height was unearthed. The figure became known as the Lady of Baza. All 4 statues were clearly made by the same people. Yet another discovery was unearthed in 1969 and is clearly related to the 4 statues. But this one was nowhere near the Mediterranean. It was found thousands of miles away in Ridgefield, Utah, in the United States. From a depth of more than 2 meters, 12 medallions were found with the exact same figure, and perhaps even more surprising was the fact that they were engraved with cuneiform-style inscriptions. Before circa 1000 BC, the Phoenicians were using cuneiform symbols. This writing style was standard all across Mesopotamia. At the time of their discovery, the medallions were a complete mystery. No one could explain how they came to be in Utah. However, it is a well-known fact that the Phoenicians were experienced navigators and fearless explorers who developed a vast network of maritime trade that lasted more than 1,000 years. There are many arguments for the presence of the Phoenicians in America. The Phoenician in the Americas theory is also backed up by a book written in 1871 by an American anthropologist, John Denison Baldwin. In Ancient America, Baldwin wrote, The known enterprise of the Phoenician culture strongly encourages the hypothesis that they came to this continent. They established colonies in the region where ruined cities are found and filled it with civilized life. It is claimed that the Phoenician navigators made many voyages on the great exterior ocean and must have crossed the Atlantic. Furthermore, symbolic devices comparable to those of the Phoenicians are found in the American ruins and in the old tradition of the native Central Americans and Mexicans. They described men who came from the east in ships. They were pale, bearded men and became known as the first civilizers. Their leader was Quetzalcoatl. He and his people instructed the Mesoamericans on how to build enormous temples and pyramids. Quetzalcoatl urged the Mesoamericans to discontinue human offerings, which they had been doing down through the ages. After some time, Quetzalcoatl left to go back to the eastern continent and promised to return someday. They never returned again. Were those mysterious people Phoenicians? Was Quetzalcoatl a Phoenician naval commander? Perhaps the best evidence, in fact, almost irrefutable evidence for the Phoenicians being in the Americas, can be found in the unique color of their clothing. Their purple dye was made in only one other place on Earth, later discovered by European invaders: Oaxaca, Mexico. This pre-Columbian dye is made from a marine mollusk and is identical to Phoenician purple. The Phoenicians were even known as the Purple People. It became known as Tyrian purple and was their most valuable import and export item. There is more evidence, such as ancient Roman artifacts made from Canadian spruce wood obtained from Phoenician traders. The northeastern region of Brazil is also believed to have been a Phoenician stronghold. The country is full of vestiges that confirm the Phoenician presence in its lands. Phoenician inscriptions naming many kings of Sidon and Tyre were found in the Amazon by an Austrian professor named Ludwig Schwenhagen. Further evidence of their presence in the area came in 1870 when a stone tablet with Phoenician inscriptions was found. Schwenhagen also believes that the Phoenicians left material evidence and their linguistic influence among the natives after using Brazil as a base for an astonishing 800 years. This would indicate that the Phoenicians crossed the Atlantic Ocean at least 2,000 years before Columbus. If they did, they were much more advanced than we think and could have connections with or be the descendants of the Atlanteans. After looking at the artifacts, the time frame, and the locations, it tells us it could only have been the work of the Phoenicians. They were present in Spain, where 3 of the statues were found. They were obviously present in Lebanon, which was pretty much their homeland, and they more than likely made it to the Americas. As for who the figure represents, this remains a mystery. It clearly resembles a Phoenician goddess located in the Museum of Cadiz, but she is unnamed. If you know who it is, let us know in the comments section. The Phoenicians, people of the Phoenix, were and remain an enigma. Even today, historians and archaeologists can't quite agree on who this diverse group of people was. We know that they arrived in the Mediterranean from elsewhere unknown and became a world power. We also know they were regarded as great mariners in the ancient world, and their legacy has had a huge impact on the world, which is still felt today. Despite little being known about them, it is more than likely they were direct descendants of the Atlanteans. At least 20 authors have connected the two nations. We will take a closer look at this in an upcoming video.
Chapter 34. The Tartaria Tablets.
According to most scientists, the earliest form of writing emerged in Mesopotamia around 3500 BC and was invented by the Sumerians. However, while there is little doubt their cuneiform writing opened an exciting window into day-to-day life in ancient Mesopotamia, is it really the oldest? Let's find out. In modern times, this story starts in 1875, when Hungarian archaeologist Zsófia Toma carried out a series of archaeological excavations at Tordos, situated on the south bank of the Moros River in Hungary. Many of the unusual artifacts unearthed from this site included objects inscribed with previously unknown symbols. Many other inscriptions were found after 1875 at Vidra, Chitila, and various other places. However, it was a discovery that happened over 8 decades later that really shook up the world of archaeology. In 1961, archaeologist Nicolae Vlasa discovered several astonishing inscribed artifacts that predate the Sumerian, Phoenician, and Egyptian civilizations by hundreds, if not thousands of years, and turned everything we know about antiquity upside down. The find is so important that it spurred numerous highly respected historians to call for a thorough re-examination of traditional theories relating to where the earliest writing appeared and civilization began. While conducting archaeological excavations in Romania, Vlasa's team uncovered the Tartaria tablets, named after the Neolithic site of Tartaria where the tablets were found. At 8,000 years old, the 3 unfired clay tablets show evidence of writing nearly 3,500 years earlier than the Kish tablet, the previously oldest writing discovered by Assyriologist Stephen Herbert Langdon at Tel al-Uhaymirin in the late 1920s. The inscriptions found in Romania later became known as the Danube script or Old European script. The controversial tablets have been linked to Europe's most significant prehistoric culture, the Vinca-Danube Valley civilization, which thrived between 6,500 and 3,500 BC in Macedonia, Hungary, Romania, Bosnia, Serbia, and Macedonia. It is important to note these are not large tablets like those discovered at places like the Library of Ashurbanipal in ancient Nineveh. Of the 3 tablets, 2 are rectangular in shape and another one is round, but none exceed a few centimeters in size. Another thing we should remember when looking at the Tartaria tablets is that although they may not look very sophisticated, the earliest Sumerian writing was equally as unsophisticated, if not more so. It consisted primarily of simple pictures representing things like animals, and did not evolve into cuneiform until much later. Scientists have speculated, mainly because they were found in the burial pit of a high priest, the 2 tablets with holes in them may have been worn during religious ceremonies. The Vinca-Danube civilization is not known for elaborate burials, yet 26 terracotta figurines, 3 alabaster figurines, and a shell bracelet were also found at the gravesite. Hence, there isn't much dispute over the importance of the woman whose grave held the tablets. After their discovery, workers at the conservation department of the Cluj Museum baked the tablets for preservation purposes. This has caused scientists significant difficulties in dating these inscriptions, and even caused some scientists to doubt their authenticity. Nevertheless, another artifact discovered in the same pit has been confirmed to be 7,500 years old. Furthermore, the Tartaria tablets are not the only inscribed objects from that period found in the region. Also adding to their provenance are the early Thracian Gradishnitsa tablets, currently preserved in the famous Vratsa Museum. These inscribed tablets, located in the Vratsa province of Bulgaria in 1969, are strikingly similar to the signs detected on the controversial Tartaria tablets, dated to around the time, and support the existence of a shared Southeast European culture. The Gradishnitsa tablets present another mystery, because, according to numerous scientists, including the Institute of Transcendent Science, their etchings are undistinguishable from hieroglyphic scripts found on ancient Egyptian pyramid texts and tablets. What makes this discovery even more perplexing is that the Gradishnitsa tablets are without a doubt older than the Egyptian hieroglyphs. Hence, the Egyptians must have learned hieroglyphic script from ancient Thracians, a much earlier European civilization, from present-day Bulgaria. After the flood of the Bistrita River in May 2009, another fantastic discovery was brought to light by Professor Dumitru Ionita. At Vadurau in Romania's Bistrița Valley, the professor discovered 120 rectangular, oval or round inscribed tablets similar to the Tartaria tablets, but, more importantly, with almost identical inscriptions. Also found amongst the many artifacts was an amulet pendant with 2 clamping holes, again like those found at Tartaria. Furthermore, after finding thousands of ceramic fragments and several ceramic preparation ovens nearby in 2012, Ionita believes he has stumbled upon the world's first workshop for the manufacture of stone tablets. Remarkably, one ceramic fragment, which contains inscribed writing, has been carbon dated to just over 8,000 years old. However, something must have happened here, because this workshop was clearly left in a hurry, possibly around the same time as the Vinca Danube started leaving the area. Before these discoveries, most scholars thought hieroglyphics had formed independently in ancient Egypt, while others believed it might be influenced by Sumerian cuneiform. Still, as far as we know, no one ever suggested they might have originated in Europe. This is a genuinely earth-shattering revelation, and one that is likely to ruffle the feathers of Egyptologists around the world. As for the meaning of the Tartaria tablets, the truth is, these incised symbols are likely to remain undeciphered for many years to come. Of course, scientists have suggested numerous interpretations for the enigmatic signs, but in the absence of a Rosetta Stone, they remain nothing more than guesswork. Scientists who suggest these symbols are not, in fact, a writing system forget about the work of Harold Harmon, one of the world's best-known linguists. With more than 70 original books to his name, the German linguistic and cultural scientist is a giant in his field, not someone who should be ignored. So when Harmon declares he undoubtedly believes the world's earliest known writing form is the Danube script, we should probably pay attention to what he is saying. Harmon based his conclusions on the fact that there are many other places where tablets have been discovered containing similar signs. In fact, a considerable collection of inscribed artifacts has been discovered in the region over the past 100 years, completely contradicting the argument that the Vinca Danube people did not have a writing system. After comprehensively studying the collection, he counted 700 glyphs, around the same number as Egyptian hieroglyphs. This implies that the Tartaria tablets were not incidental, but part of an enterprise. Furthermore, according to Iona Crisson, extensive use of the same signs across hundreds of miles implies the scribes used an inventory of specific standard shapes. She also pointed out the Vinca Danube script had a linear organization, further supporting the argument that they are a script. Further adding to the theory that civilization began in this region is the discovery of the oldest processed gold in the world, found at Raicho Marinov at Varna in Bulgaria on October 22, 1972. Scientists using the latest dating techniques have placed the age of this gold at a staggering 6,500 years old. Considering they dug to depths of 30 meters to extract this gold, clearly this ancient culture was also adept at mining. To put this in perspective, incredibly, these people were manufacturing gold 1,000 years before the dynastic era of ancient Egypt had even begun, and 2,000 years before the Nile people decided to decorate their tombs and temples with gold objects. The implications of these findings are enormous, because if these artifacts represented the world's oldest written language, it will mean civilization did not begin in Mesopotamia. It started in the Danube Valley. Hence, the place we know as the cradle of civilization is not actually the cradle of civilization. As a side note, it would also mean Neolithic societies should no longer be considered societies without writing. But what inspired these people to invent a writing system thousands of years ago? Well, as it turns out, the Vinca Danube script not only challenges the existing cradle of culture, but also questions why writing was first invented. Most scientists accept that as Sumerian towns grew into cities, the people needed a system to keep track of commercial activities, ownership rights, and administrative records, and therefore started writing on clay tablets. However, the writing on the Tartaria tablets has a cultic character. In other words, it was religious in intent, not commercial, as in Mesopotamia. It is therefore sacred writing. What is surprising about these history-changing discoveries is that hardly anyone has ever heard of them. There are no National Geographic documentaries, no Discovery Channel documentaries. The tablets are, apart from the writings of a few notable scholars, barely mentioned anywhere. The Vinca-Danube civilization thrived up to about 5,500 years ago, when a sudden and unexplained social upheaval occurred. Then they seem to have scattered around the Mediterranean and Aegean. Numerous theories have been put forward for this sudden dispersal, such as the rise of a new elite or an invasion of new populations. Still, as of now, we do not have a definitive answer for this event. While the Vinca-Danube Valley civilization might not be as well known as other civilizations like the ancient Egyptians, they are without a doubt the first great civilization in history. They were ahead of their time in numerous things such as technology and art, and created a flourishing network of trade routes. They were advanced in metallurgy techniques, learning how to smelt copper to make tools. Their architects were also advanced, building the world's first multi-story temples. They show an advanced understanding of working with fire and kilns, designing pottery, statuettes, headdresses, and jewelry with a great degree of civilization. Let's not forget, they also created artistic furniture and invented the wheel. During their peak in the 5th millennium, they maintained even more extensive sites than ancient Greece's early Minoan and Mycenaean civilizations. They accomplished all this and a lot more before Mesopotamia, Greece, and Rome even existed. In fact, when the rest of Europe was stuck in the Stone Age, the Danube Valley civilization was busy developing an impressive economic, religious, and social structure. Since the discovery of the Neolithic site of Tartaria, more and more evidence confirms the Balkan Peninsula had a level of society at least on a par with those of early Mesopotamia, probably even more advanced. So, no matter what you might have been told, this is clearly a civilization. But why has it been overlooked when pinpointing the cradle of civilization, which clearly it is? The evidence is here in plain sight, and verified by leading specialists in ancient scripts and ancient languages. Yet the powers that be still can't accept the reality of what has been found here, possibly because some discoveries are so powerful that when they fall, an entire intellectual belief system comes down with them. This discovery proves many things, but perhaps the most important of all, it provides further evidence that scientists have been speculating for years without the complete picture.
Chapter 33. The Peri-Reis Map.
While cavemen were laboring inventing fire and the wheel, a highly developed civilization already existed on this planet. They created extensive stone cities, several of which are still standing. They methodically built giant mounds of earth across this planet. They scattered unusual artifacts of stone and metal over each continent, and they navigated every ocean, mapping the whole globe. Then they disappeared. Cavemen inherited the planet. They regarded ancient cities as sacred sites. As time ticked on, they became mindful of another life form around them, life forms that appeared to possess the power of invisibility and life and death itself. They invented names for those forms. They worshipped them. They noted the signs of that unseen world in legends and myths handed down from one generation to the next. Ultimately, they developed sciences based on their perceptions of these manifestations. In time, those sciences acquired new meanings. The first owners of the earth, the architects of those magnificent cities, were forgotten. But as people spread over the planet's surface, the traces of these forgotten elders were rediscovered. Yet contemporary sciences could not fit these traces into their new concepts, so the evidence was disregarded. Consequently, our planet has two histories: the history that the majority of people know, and the forgotten history of a truly ancient civilization that regularly controlled human affairs. 10,000 years ago, that forgotten civilization meticulously mapped the entire surface of the Earth. Their maps were copied and recopied and passed forward from one age to the next. Eventually, copies of them were rediscovered by Captain Arlington H. Mallory in, of all places, the Library of Congress. Known as the Pin Reyes maps, they were initially discovered amongst the artifacts of the former Imperial Palace of Constantinople in 1929. Finally, they ended up in the archives in Washington, D.C. These maps, dated AD 1513, at first seemed to be nothing more than a badly garbled picture of the ancient world. No one gave much consideration to them until Captain Mallory came along. Working with the U.S. Hydrographic Office and the Western Observatory of Boston, he produced a grid system that quickly brought the maps into focus. The Mercator grid system was not developed until 1559, and not perfected until 1760, when the chronometer was invented. So the ancient cartographers had to devise their own method. Once Mallory had unscrambled that method, he could barely believe the results. These maps were astonishingly detailed and were as reliable as the latest charts of the day. Antarctica, for instance, was not discovered until Captain Cook reached it in 1773, and it was not thoroughly explored until the 1950s. But the frozen continent is laid out with nearly pinpoint precision in the Piri Reis maps, including mountain chains that were not even known to us until 1952. Part of the coastline looked very much like the coast of Queen Maud Land, which was a section of Antarctica. The strange thing here is that the coast of Queen Maud Land had been covered with a thick sheet of ice for many centuries, and its shape was only known now to modern mapmakers through the use of modern seismographic equipment. This led Mallory to conclude that the initial maps must have been drawn before the Ice Age. Professor Charles Hapgood, a science historian, learned of Mallory's work and turned these maps into a class study project at Keene State College. His pupils painstakingly compared each detail with up-to-date charts. They determined that the ancient maps were never more than 5 degrees off, and these mistakes were presumably due to land shifts that occurred after the originals were drawn. Many of the features of the early maps corresponded exactly with modern surveys. The results of Hapgood's investigations, together with full-color prints of the maps, were first published in a book titled Maps of the Ancient Sea Kings. The book suggests that there was a worldwide civilization with advanced technology in the ancient past. Though this civilization was destroyed, some of its knowledge survived to wind up on the maps. Both Hapgood and Graham Hancock claim that the representation of the Antarctic continent is exact, and since it clearly indicates rivers, lakes, and mountains, this ancient cartographic model could date as far back as 15,000 years ago. Modern scientists can't even agree on the age of humanity. Each year provides a new discovery and further controversy. Some contend we could be 500,000 years old. Others suggest a more conservative estimate ranging between 30 to 70,000 years. But all appear to share the assumption that our ancestors were embarrassingly primitive 10,000 years ago. They were definitely not advanced enough to sail and map the Earth. It would have been impossible for anyone to produce the maps in 1929, the year they were discovered in Constantinople, and it would have been even more impossible for someone to hoax them in 1513. Is it ludicrous to think that someone could have surveyed the Earth before the Ice Age? Current scientists have a particular method for coping with discoveries like these. They put them in the vaults of their museums and ignore them. Captain Mallory caused a stir when he first shared his work with the Piri Reis maps on a newscast from Georgetown University in 1956. he dared to propose that the maps could have been the result of an aerial survey. But Professor Hapgood was more careful and simply suggested that they were the product of some lost maritime culture. The aerial survey theory would have undoubtedly been dependent on a highly advanced technological civilization. Not only would flying machines have been needed, but photography would also have been required for such a survey. Did the elders have cameras too? Two key facts are now clear. 1. There have continually been unusual objects in the skies above this planet. They were observed by early man and have been seen ever since, as the Bible and other documents firmly attest. 2. Somebody mapped the Earth before the Ice Age. We have no way of identifying who they were or how they did it. If the Piri-Reis maps were the result of an aerial survey, maybe there was an advanced civilization in the Americas or the Pacific. But occasionally, the high-level culture dropped in on the cavemen, or at least flew overhead. Thus, two civilizations may have existed at the same time. One was very advanced and deliberately detached from the other, the animal-like cave inhabitants. Obviously, the two cultures would occasionally cross paths, and the higher group would affect the lower group in numerous ways. At some point in early history, the higher civilization was either crushed by a monumental disaster or departed somehow, leaving behind barely a trace. As has been demonstrated elsewhere, there is ample evidence that as the last ice age came to a close in the 11th and 10th millennium BC, the world was shaken by a series of severe climatic changes and geological upheavals. Cataclysm legends around the globe appear to record these events in colorful and often symbolic detail. So, our whole account of that superculture originates from the perceptions of primitive humans. Our only proof is the flimsy overlapping that took place, the residue of the superculture's influence on the subculture. Primitive people were profoundly influenced and supervised by this superculture. There are even hints those members of the superculture actually arrived before primitive man and took over as kings and god-kings to guide his early progress. Such appearances serve to create many of humanity's early religious beliefs. 2.5 million citizens of this world believe in the Book of Mormon, the Mormon Bible, which purportedly documents life in North America thousands of years ago. In the writings of most societies and religions, there are many accounts of events in which some mysterious benevolent group provided help to humanity in an hour of need. For instance, here is how a compass was introduced, presumably to those long-forgotten North Americans. And it came to pass that as my father arose in the morning and went forth to the tent door, to his great astonishment he beheld upon the ground a round ball of curious workmanship, and it was of fine brass, and within the ball were 2 spindles, and the one pointed the way we should go into the wilderness. One of the most widespread theories bandied around is that man was seeded on this planet by an interplanetary group. That group has thoughtfully but remotely watched and overseen our development ever since. If this was true, they have been doing a miserable job in recent centuries. We require a lot more help than they have been giving us. In H.G. Wells's prophetic Things to Come, there is a concept of a world devastated by war and split into hostile tribes ruled by tyrants. A handful of remaining scientists and scholars band together and start the task of rebuilding civilization by flying over the planet. They name their organization Wings Over the World. Much of the UFO data infers that a real WOW has continually existed. Perhaps one of their members handed a caveman the first wheel, just as some mysterious party supposedly placed the first compass outside that Mormon tent. A friend from WOW could have given the original Piri-Reis map to ancient Egyptians. After them it might have moved from the Alexandrian library to the palace in Constantinople. Somewhere along the line, the keys to the grid system were lost, so the map became unusable. Still, it is acknowledged that Christopher Columbus did have some unusual maps when he began his shortcut to India. It is natural to speculate, and even easier to jump to mind-blowing conclusions. We must try alternately to gather the many fragments of tantalizing data that exist throughout the world and attempt to construct the whole picture. To do this, we must first understand some very unpleasant truths. We must acknowledge just how ignorant we really are. Vast regions of this planet, containing hundreds of thousands of square miles, have not been visited by a single scientifically trained man. Experienced adventurers are wearily familiar with the difficulty of finding accurate maps. In many areas of the world, complete maps are unobtainable because no surveys have ever been done. Those maps which are available sometimes have the mountains and rivers in the incorrect places. The ordinary road map doled out by service stations covers only the main highways and the more substantial towns. Unincorporated villages, totaling in the thousands, can't be seen on any map anywhere. New motorways are being built so quickly that the standard road map is 2 to 3 years behind. There are many islands worldwide that have never been visited, named, or mapped. If WOW really exists, they could occupy an island in the Pacific or Antarctica and nobody would know. We have, of course, flown over a significant part of the Earth. Charles Lindbergh flew over Brazil in the 1930s and recounted seeing an immense stone wall buried in the jungle, a wall that stretched for miles. No scientist has ever entered that region. We still don't know anything about it. Many flights in other parts of the world have described similar oddities, and most remain unexplored mysteries. In 1970, the United Nations published a report which stated that 4/5 of the Earth's surface was insufficiently surveyed and charted, and that enormous areas remain unexplored. It seems that the cartographers who drew up the first Piri-Reis maps seemingly knew more about our planet than we did in the 70s. Despite these facts, most of us think our planet is fully explored, and all of its mysteries have been solved. We believe in our history books. In fact, many millions of people still adhere to the thoroughly discredited religious belief that humanity is only 4,000 years old. Science labors to disregard the mounting data that we may not be the only intelligent life form on Earth. Yet historians have forever recorded events that indicate a parahuman race does live alongside us. Tens of thousands of people have encountered them, and thousands of publications have been written about those encounters. It is time for us to take a fresh look at the world around us, and time for us to contemplate the unthinkable. Our much-touted technology has steered us down the road to ruin, harmed our environment, and supplied the implements for destroying the Earth itself. If there was a tremendous super-civilization thousands of years ago, maybe it followed the same disastrous course. Maybe even the abominable snowmen of the Himalayas and their North American equivalents, the Sasquatch of Canada, will inherit the Earth. 10,000 years from now, their descendants will be analyzing a frayed copy of an ancient road map and contemplating about us. Typically, there will be experts among them who will sneer at the whole thing, and they will get back to the business of attempting to split the atom.
Chapter 32. The Vimana Flying Machines of Ancient India.
In the Vedic writings of India, there are numerous descriptions of flying machines. They are frequently referred to as Vimanas. While there is no tangible evidence of this technology, we can turn to numerous well-known ancient epics that explain their use, composition, and dimensions. These epics record many conflicts between the gods and weapons as powerful and advanced as anything in use today. The 3rd century BC manuscript Arthasastra of Kautilya presents the Saubikas as pilots driving vehicles in the sky. Sauba was the name of the airborne city of King Harishchandra, and the word Saubika suggests one who flies or understands the art of flying an aerial city. Kautilya uses another critical phrase, Akasa Yodhina, which has been interpreted as persons who are trained to fight from the sky. The Vaimanika Shastra refers to about 97 works and authorities of yore and deals with the mechanisms of flying machines. The Yuktikalpataru of Bhoja, written and compiled by Paramaran King Bhoja of Dara, circa 1000 to 1055 CE, includes references to aerial cars in verses 48 to 50. If the ancient Indians were using some form of air travel, the Nazca lines of Peru would receive an added significance. Dr. Balaram Chakravarti, author of the book The Indians and the Amerindians, has written, "It will become apparent from a close study of Indian astronomy texts that Latin America was known to ancient Indians, who named it Patala Desa." The Surya Siddhanta, an astronomy textbook written before 500 AD, recognizes and describes Patal Desa in certain and definitive words in the chapter on geography. When the sun is in the northern hemisphere, e.g. in Aries, he arrives first to the Devas, and again, when the sun is in the southern hemisphere, he arrives first to the Asuras. When the sun is on the equator, both the Devas and Asuras find the sun in the middle, and the days and nights are equal. As the sun moves to the northern hemisphere, the Devas experience summer because of the directness and intensity of the solar rays. The Asuras do not get the rays so directly, and their intensity is also less due to the sun being in the northern hemisphere. Hence, they experience winter during this time. This obviously indicates that Patal Desa was in South America. There are numerous references in Sanskrit texts that refer to Indian Vimanas carrying rulers and dignitaries to Patala Desa. The Ramayana also describes Ravana's flight from Varunalaya, Borneo, to Rasatala, Peru. Is it possible that these giant figures that are only visible from the sky might have aided the ancient Indian pilots to land in Peru? Could this explain why the Palpa Indians leveled an entire hilltop and then carved a zigzag line on the flattened surface? We are left to wonder what methods and tools the indigenous peoples used to chip away at the mountaintop, and where is the excavation material? Professor D.K. Kanjilal examines the legend of the Matsya Purana in his book Vimana in Ancient India in the following words. Behind the veil of legend, 3 flying cities were made for and used by the demons. Of the 3, one was in a stationary orbit in the sky. Another moved in the sky. The third was permanently stationed on the ground. At fixed latitude and longitudes, these vehicles were docked like modern spaceships in the sky. Siva's arrow obviously refers to a blazing missile fired from a spacecraft. Vestiges of this one-time prosperous civilization destroyed in battles only flicker through in these legends. These high-speed flying vehicles are also mentioned in the Rig Veda. Called Ratha, vehicle or carriage, they were sizable triangular-shaped craft, 3-tiered, and were piloted by at least 3 people. They had 3 wheels that were retracted during aerial flight. In one verse, the chariot is said to have 3 columns. It was generally made of either silver, iron, or gold, the latter being the most popular. These chariots had 3 types of fuel, which enabled the craft to move like a bird in the sky, soaring in the direction of the sun and the moon, and eventually coming back down to earth with great sound. Many literary works contain either references to graphic aerial flight or to the mechanics of the aerial vehicles. Professor Dilip Kumar Kanjilal, in his brilliant book Vimana in Ancient India, lists multiple ancient texts which reference Vimana. In addition to the Vaimanika Shastra, the Samarangana Sutradhara, and the Yuktilalpataru of Bhoja, there are about 150 verses of the Rig Veda, Yajurveda, and the Atharva Veda, and many literary passages belonging to the Ramayana, the Mahabharata, the Puranas, the Bhagavata, and the Raghuvamsa. The Dhamma Abhijnana Sakuntalam of Kalidasa, the Abhimaraka of Basa, and the Jatalas also contain some references. The Avadana literature and the Kathasarit Sagara also contained either references to graphic aerial flight or to the mechanism of the aerial vehicles used in old ages in India. In the Ramayana, both the words Vimana and Ratha have been used. He boarded the aerial vehicle with Kara, which was decorated with jewels and the faces of demons. It moved with a noise that resembled the sonorous clouds. You may go to your desired place after enticing Sita, and I shall bring her to Lanka by air. Ravana and Maricha then boarded an aerial vehicle that resembled a palace. Then the demons brought the Puspaka aerial vehicle. After bringing Sita from the Ashoka forest, she was made to see the battlefield with Trijata. References to flying vehicles such as Vimana is mentioned 41 times in the Mahabharata. The air attack of Salva on Krishna's capital Dwaraka deserves special notice. The Asura king Salva had an aerial flying machine known as a Sabapura, in which he used to attack Dwaraka. He began to shower hails and missiles from the sky. After being chased by Krishna, he landed on the high seas. However, he returned with his flying machine, staying about 1 krosa, about 4,000 feet, above the ground level. Krishna threw a powerful ground-to-air weapon that struck the craft in its center, breaking it into many pieces. The damaged flying machine then fell into the sea. A vivid description of the air attack is also recorded in the Bhagavata. The writings of Emperor Asoka are by far the most authentic records regarding the existence of aerial flying vehicles. Vatsayana in his book Kama Sutra also referred to mechanical devices and their origin. The formation of vapor through heat and the subsequent cloud formation has also been referred to in the Vedas. Dilip Kumar Kanjilal concludes that over time, due to various catastrophes, the machines went out of use and the secrets of their technology were lost. Prafulla Chandra Ray has shown that during the period from 1509 BC up to the end of the 3rd century BC, methods for the large-scale production of metals were well known to the ancient Indians. Large varieties of mineral ores, gems, and precious stones have been described in detail by Kautilya. Knowledge of the fermentation process also reached a reasonably advanced state. With a highly developed civilization flourishing in everything from alchemy, chemistry, physics, mathematics, astronomy, astrology to agriculture, it is not far-fetched to think that some sort of flying vehicles, as attested by literary references, were in all probability known to the ancient Indians. From the time of Panini up to the time of Bhoja, we come across references to the great universities of Taxila, Vallabhi, Dar, Ujjain, and Visala, etc. The annals of history inform us that the depredations of the foreign tribes began as early as the 2nd century AD. 2 centuries later came succeeding waves of attacks by foreign hordes like the Arabs, the Turkish, and the Afghans. All the well-known universities and other centers of learning like the temples, the viharas, and the bandaras containing books and other priceless treasures of the Indian heritage had to withstand the fire and fury of the marauders. In the devastation and uncertainty, a silver lining was, however, seen in the efforts of King Bhoja in the 12th century when he tried to compile the Sanskrit texts. Glimpses of old heritage survived only in the memory of the people and in stray literary evidence. State patronization for Indian Hindu cultural enterprises in the Turk-Afghan Islamic period was a misnomer. The Samarangana Sutradhara unequivocally suggested that the design of the plane was imitated to construct palaces. It was built by the Abus for the gods. We have the earliest temple design in a seal of the Harmikasira temple built by King Hubisca at Buddha Gaya of the 1st century BC, which is a rectangular-based conical construction. The Virupaksa temple of Patakara of 740 AD has a long rectangular base developed into a tapering square or hexagonal construction to imitate the Trivistapa type. The overall structural similarity of the temples gives overt cognizance to the Samarangana Sutradhara that temples were designed after the models of the flying machines. Even the giant Konaraka temple, which resembles the chariot of Surya, sun god, was of octagonal pattern on a large rectangular base measuring 100 foot by 100 foot by 100 foot. Here is a survey of some fascinating quotes regarding Vimanas. Srimad Bhagavatam, 6th Canto, Part 3. One time, while King Sitaketu was travelling in outer space on a brilliantly effulgent airplane given to him by Lord Vishnu, he saw Lord Siva. The arrows released by Lord Siva appeared like fiery beams emanating from the sun globe and covered the 3 residential airplanes, which could then no longer be seen. David Hatcher Childress, Ancient Indian Aircraft Technology, in the Anti-Gravity Handbook. According to ancient Indian texts, the Rama Empire of the Old Era had flying machines called vimanas. The ancient Indian epic describes a vimana as a double-deck, circular aircraft with portholes and a dome, much as we would imagine a flying saucer. It flew with the speed of the wind and gave forth a melodious sound. There were at least 4 different types of vimanas, some saucer-shaped, others like long cylinders. Mahavira of Bhavabhuti, a Jain text of the 8th century culled from earlier texts and traditions. An aerial chariot, the Pushpaka, conveys many people to the capital of Ayodhya. The sky is full of stupendous flying machines, dark as night, but picked out by lights with a yellowish glare. David Hatcher Childress, Ancient Indian Aircraft Technology, in the Anti-Gravity Handbook. The Vedas, ancient Hindu poems, thought to be the oldest of all the Indian texts, describe vimanas of various shapes and sizes. The Agnihotra Vimana with 2 engines, the Elephant Vimana with more engines, and other types named after the kingfisher, ibis, and other animals. Rigveda. Vata is the Aryan god of wind. Now Vata's chariot's greatness, breaking goes it, and thunderous is its noise. To heaven it touches, makes light lurid, a fiery red glare, and whirls dust upon the earth. Richard L. Thompson, Alien Identities. There are ancient Indian accounts of man-made wooden vehicles that flew with wings in the manner of modern airplanes. Although these wooden vehicles were also called vimanas, most vimanas were not at all like airplanes. The more typical vimanas had flight characteristics resembling those reported for UFOs. An interesting example of a vimana is the flying machine Salva, an ancient Indian king, acquired from Mayadanava, an occupant of a planetary system called Taltala. The Mahabharata. The wicked Salva had come mounted on the Sauba chariot that can go everywhere, and from it he killed countless brave Vrishni youths and equally destroyed all the city parks. There is this story by the hero Krishna that is indicative of more modern weapons. As he travels to the heavens in pursuit of Salva, his Sauba clung to the sky at a league's length. He threw at me battle-axes, rockets, missiles, spears, spikes, 3-bladed javelins, flamethrowers, without pausing. The sky seemed to hold 100 suns, 100 moons, and 100 myriad stars. Neither day nor night could be made out, or the points of the compass. The airplane occupied by Salva was extraordinary. It was so remarkable that sometimes many airplanes would appear to be in the sky, then they would simply disappear. Sometimes the plane was visible and sometimes not visible, and the warriors of the Yadu dynasty were baffled by the location of the peculiar airplane. Occasionally they would see the aircraft on the ground, sometimes flying in the sky, sometimes stopping on the peak of a hill, and sometimes hovering on the water. The great aircraft traveled in the sky like a whirling firebrand. It was not steady even for a second. The descriptions of the flying aerial cities and craft in the skies of ancient India seem to imply a higher degree of scientific achievement and technical skill. However, as pointed out by Sayana, the gods came from remote space in the sky, and the apparent conclusion is that the gods brought in this technology with them.
Chapter 31. Concrete in Ancient Egypt.
The Giza Plateau lies on the northern extension of the necropolis of Memphis, situated on the western bank of the Nile on the outskirts of Cairo. It contains 9 pyramids, the Great Sphinx, and a collection of smaller tombs. About 1 square mile in area, the construction and layout of the complex has been the subject of scholarly study and adventurer exploits for centuries. One of the most hotly debated puzzles are how the structures were actually built. The pyramids, covering 13 acres and standing 480 feet tall, include enormous blocks of granite and stone, machined to incredible tolerances. Considering the sheer weight of the blocks, one would think they were too heavy to move without modern equipment. Yet moved they were, and in the millions. If we could work out how the pyramids were constructed, it would have ramifications that go far beyond Egyptology, especially so in construction, considering today's building materials do not have a lifespan anywhere near 4,000 years. The Egyptians appeared to know something we don't about using locally sourced supplies to construct extraordinarily durable buildings without the enormous environmental footprint so standard today. According to what we've been taught, the pyramids were built with sheer manpower. Stones were supposedly pulled across the desert with ropes and sleds. The Egyptians used different tools to construct the pyramids, including copper pickaxes and chisels, granite hammers, dolerite, and other hard stone tools. However, the Egyptians left no record of how they built their pyramids, and this theory seems so difficult to imagine, much less to believe. There is little to no data to back up this theory. No evidence remains from housing that many laborers. No hieroglyphs document the quarrying, transportation, or ramp lifting of these blocks, and no copper tools have ever been found around the site. However, what if the stones were not quarried but cast on site, very much like the way modern high-rise buildings use cement, though minus the steel structure embedded inside them? Joseph Davidovits first aired this theory in 1974. He is a world expert in modern and ancient cement, geosynthesis and man-made rocks, and the inventor of geopolymers and the chemistry of geopolymerization. He is, in short, a scientific genius and the expert in his field, sometimes referred to as the father of geopolymers. Davidovits suggested that the blocks were created by pouring concrete into wooden molds. Only a tiny portion of the laborers would be needed to carry bags of moist geopolymer concrete to wooden forms positioned accurately where each block was needed. Joints between poured concrete blocks would always be flawlessly accurate as a compacted damp mixture hardens against neighboring blocks. Davidovits proposed that the geopolymer concrete was produced by crushing clay, water, lime, and limestone. Next, the highly alkaline activator causes the crushed limestone compound to reconstitute into a man-made stone. This theory caused quite a stir, because if the Egyptians cast blocks in place from an early form of concrete, many established ideas assigning the invention of mass-produced concrete to the Romans would be completely redundant. Could modern scientists using cutting-edge equipment prove Davidovits was either correct or crazy? Enter Professor Michael W. Barsoum, a distinguished professor in materials science and engineering at Drexel University. Despite being born in Cairo, Egypt, Barsoum had never studied the pyramids, but was amazed to hear Davidovits' theory. Barsoum was even more astonished to find that no one had proved or disproved the idea. Barsoum, along with a graduate student, Adrish Ganguly, started studying samples from the inner and outer casings of the pyramids. Nearly 2 years later, after taking comprehensive scanning electron microscope measurements, Barsoum and his research group finally drew some conclusions about the pyramids. Barsoum and his colleagues analyzed more than 1,000 micrographs of stones from the pyramids and their vicinity. To construct the pyramids only with cast stone would have required an unattainable amount of wood and fuel to heat lime used to reconstitute the stone to 900 degrees Celsius. The hybrid technique discovered by the team provides answers to how the pyramids were constructed with such precision. The findings also answer how steep ramps could have been extended to the summit of the pyramids. Builders could cast blocks on site without having to transport stones at great distances. By using cast blocks, builders could have easily leveled the pyramid's bases to within an inch. Finally, builders were able to precisely maintain the angles of the pyramids so that the 4 planes of each arrived at a peak. Additionally, the stones had a high water content, unusual for the dry, natural limestone found on the Giza Plateau, and the cementing phases were amorphous in both the inner and outer casing stones. In other words, their atoms are not arranged in a proper and periodic array. Sedimentary rocks like limestone are rarely, if ever, amorphous. The sample chemistries the researchers observed do not exist any place in nature. Hence, it's improbable that the outer and inner casing stones they tested were chiseled from a natural limestone block. More shockingly, Barsoom and another of his graduate students, Aaron Sekulic, recently identified in one of the samples the presence of silicon dioxide nanoscale spheres with widths of only billionths of a meter across. These results further verify that these blocks are not natural limestone. However, Barsoom does disagree with Davidovits on several vital issues. With regards to clay being an ingredient in the geopolymer mixture, Barsoom's results suggest the mixture does not use clay. His electron microscope analysis instead indicates the Egyptians used diatomaceous earth, which forms naturally from tiny fossilized aquatic organisms called diatoms. Barsoom also significantly disagrees with Davidovits by suggesting that not all the blocks were cast-in-place geopolymer. Instead, Barsoom suggests that the Egyptians used both human-made cast block and limestone block quarried and brought to the site in the way our traditional explanation states. Barsoom thinks that only the outer casing blocks and the blocks at the higher elevation were cast using geopolymer blocks. This makes sense. The casing blocks were visible, so a cast-in-place block with extremely precise joints would be fitting for the outermost layer, and it would have been much more challenging to haul blocks to the higher levels. Substituting these with cast-in-place geopolymer blocks made life a lot easier. Lynn Hobbs, professor of materials science at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, has also added to Davidovits's initial theory and Barsoom's corroborating analysis. Hobbs's students have reverse-engineered a geopolymer concrete made from crushed limestone, kaolinite, silica, and natron salts. The Egyptians used natron salts, a substitute found in the evaporated remains of saline lake beds, for mummification. When exposed to water, natron salts become alkaline, a perfect activator to make a geopolymer reaction. As much as Barsoom assumed that solid materials analysis could indisputably prove how some of the pyramid's blocks were made, the debate still rages on. Despite the evidence and the corroborating research, archaeologists still insist there is simply no evidence that the pyramids are built of anything other than substantial limestone blocks. Any synthetic material showing up in tests, as it occasionally has, even in work not trying to prove a concrete connection, probably just slops from modern repairs done over the centuries, they say. Another mystery that started in Egypt is Libyan glass. Where did the Libyan glass come from? Many researchers point to the incredible weaponry talked about in the Mahabharata. Was there a nuclear explosion in the very distant past? Italian mineralogist Vincenzo Di Michele was wandering around the Cairo Museum in 1996 when he spotted an unusual yellow-green gem in the center of one of Tutankhamun's necklaces. After a number of tests, it was found to be far older than the earliest Egyptian dynasties. Working with Egyptian geologist Ali Barakat, Michele traced its origins to strange chunks of glass found littered around a remote region of the Sahara Desert. How did it get to be there? And who or what made it? The glass is itself a scientific enigma. To try and answer this question, we have to go to the uninhabited, wind-blown and forbidding sand sea near the Gilf Kebir Plateau, the site of an extraordinary discovery in 1932. Under the expert direction of Englishman Patrick A. Clayton, the Egyptian Desert Surveys recovered specimens of an unusual yellowish-green gem-like high-silica natural glass. Following the discovery of Libyan desert glass in 1932, only 2 other expeditions were undertaken to the location until 1971. This latter investigation included 3 scientists staying for only 2 hours and collecting some 24 samples of the glass. Libyan desert glass is listed by most meteoriticists within the group of odd natural glasses known as tektites. The term tektite comes from the Greek tektos, meaning melted or molten, and was first used in 1900 by Professor Franz E. Zeuss of Vienna. Tektites are compositionally restricted and distinguishably different from other volcanically derived natural glasses. Tektites range from macroscopic to microscopic. They exhibit an incredible range of colors from water-clear, gem-quality deep forest greens of moldavites to the Stygian impenetrable black of australites. Libyan desert glass ranges from soothing pale to dark yellow and yellow-green. Isotopic data records at least 6 recognized geographical distributions, strewn fields, of tektites on Earth. However, several other concentrations of natural glasses are being considered for possible inclusion as bona fide tektites. The study of microtektites has dramatically increased the size of some of the known strewn fields. While tektites are frequently confused with obsidian, both are natural glasses. The volcanic origin of obsidians has been undeniably established. On the other hand, the origin of tektites is not well understood, and the conflict of theories continues to be uncertain and unresolved. In many ways, the big pieces of natural glasses, such as Muongnong Libyan desert glass tektites, are even more perplexing than the more traditionally recognized aerodynamic tektite forms. Humanity has wondered about and admired these mysterious exotic objects for hundreds of years, possibly much longer. At the Cro-Magnon Venus of Willendorf archaeological site in Austria, dated 29,000 BC, small moldavite flake blades were recovered. The earliest written documents come from China in the mid-10th century. They refer to black, shiny objects found after rainstorms as inkstones of the thunder god. Australian Aborigines named Australites Uga, which means staring eyes. The origin and source of tektites remains an enigma. In a historical context, the earliest hypotheses surmised an artificial origin, i.e., human-made glasses. Darwin made the first real study of tektites while on his famous 5-year voyage on HMS Beagle. He concluded a volcanic origin. His opinion on tektite origins was utterly incorrect. However, the theory held sway until the start of the 20th century. Since then, several other theories, including several of extraterrestrial origin, have been advanced. Modern opinions favor a terrestrial impact-related paradigm. However, while demonstrating evidence in its own favor, each proposed theory continues to frustratingly produce contradictory results favoring alternative origins. In 1973, G.J.H. McCall, the author of Meteorites and Their Origin, noted, "At present, there is a conflict of evidence concerning the origin of tektites, a conflict that is only complicated by the introduction of advanced instrumental methods of research. They appear sui generis, one of the unexplained natural science phenomena." This quote is perfectly valid almost half a century later. Compared to all other tektite groups, Libyan desert glass displays a significant number of unique attributes. Libyan desert glass is classified as a Muongnong type of tektite, i.e., split chunks from a layered mass. The 3 other classifications of tektites include 1. The most prized, flanged buttons. 2. The microtektites. 3. Splash form types, dumbbells, drops, flattened spheres. When held up to the light, hand specimens of Libyan desert glass immediately show the inner layering and stratification of included bubbles and smoky, dusky brown curtains of fine particulate matter. Considering there is no evidence of atmospheric aerodynamic shaping, it is presumed that Libyan desert glass formed as a melt sheet of some sort, possibly by meteoritic impact some 28.5 million years ago. Recent French investigations concluded that meteoric particles in the glass, of almost chondritic proportions, point to an impact origin. Yet there are no signs of a suitable impact crater, even in satellite imagery. Interestingly, there is another theory. The glass was formed from an ancient nuclear. Furthermore, it is not the only ancient locale suggested to have gone nuclear. Dozens of buildings from the ancient world present bricks with fused rocks, like the heat test that modern scientists cannot explain. In whatever place of the world, the presence of an abysmal temperature and vivid descriptions of a terrible cataclysm suggest that there may have been an earlier epoch in which possibly nuclear technology was already known, an epoch in which atomic technology was turned against man. So, the controversy continues. There will be more on this in a future video.
Chapter 30. Electricity in Ancient Egypt.
In 1961, Mike Mikesell, Wally Lane, and Virginia Maxey travelled into the Coso Mountains to look for unique rocks. On February 13, 1961, on a mountain peak at 4,300 feet high, about 340 feet above the dry Owens Lake, they discovered a fossil-encrusted geode. Geologists think that about 10,000 years ago, Owens Lake was as high as the tip of the peak. After Mike Mikesell had broken a diamond saw blade in cutting it open, the geode proved to contain something odd. Directly in the center of the geode was a metal core, roughly 2 millimeters in diameter. Surrounding the core was what looked to be a ceramic collar encased in a hexagonal sleeve, shaped out of wood that had, at some stage, become petrified. Around the petrified wooden enclosure was the outside layer of the geode, consisting of compacted clay, bits of fossilized shell, pebbles, and 2 non-magnetic metallic objects resembling a nail and a washer. A piece of copper remaining between the ceramic and the petrified wood implies that the two may once have been divided by a now decayed copper sleeve. According to the editor of Info Journal, Paul Willis, an X-ray of the object would later reveal the shape of something that resembled a spark plug. Based on an estimated stratification and composition of the outer crust, the object has been dated between 250,000 to 500,000 BCE. Still, the name of the geologist who provided the dating is not specified in any reference material. If we believe that it is an artifact or something left behind by an advanced ancient civilization, and not simply a fossil-encrusted spark plug, what could it be? The construction is like recent attempts at superconductors. If anyone were to try and replicate the object utilizing ceramic superconductors and then cooling it off with liquid nitrogen, it would be fascinating to see what happens. Batteries of Babylon. In 1938, the Austrian archaeologist Dr. Wilhelm Koenig discovered an artifact in the basement of the Iraq Museum that would drastically change our thoughts on ancient knowledge. A 6-inch-high pot of yellow clay contained a cylinder of sheet copper 5 inches by 1.5 inches. The edge of the copper cylinder was soldered with a 60-40 lead-tin alloy, like today's solder. The most staggering thing about this discovery is its age. It dates back at least 2,000 years. The base of the cylinder was capped with a crimped-in copper disc and sealed with bitumen or asphalt. Another insulating coat of asphalt sealed the top, and it was held in place by an iron rod suspended into the middle of the copper cylinder. The rod showed signs of having been corroded with an acidic agent. With a good knowledge of mechanics, Dr. Koenig realized this configuration was not by chance. The clay pot was an early electric battery. The battery in the Baghdad Museum and others unearthed in Iraq are dated to the Parthian occupation that occurred between 248 BCE and 226 CE. But Dr. Koenig also located copper vases layered with silver excavated from Mesopotamian sites in southern Iraq that date back to at least 2500 BCE. When the vases were gently tapped, a blue patina or film separated from the surface, indicating silver electroplated onto a copper base. It would seem then that the Parthians derived their batteries from one of the first known civilizations. Several years ago, a hypothesis was suggested that electrolyte-crushed wine grapes may have been employed. It was put to the test with an emphatic result. A reproduction of the Baghdad cell generated 0.87 volts. Several cells in a serial arrangement were adequate for the electroplating of small objects. It also appears that similar batteries can be reliably placed in ancient Egypt, where various objects with evidence of electroplated precious metals have been seen at different locations. There are several unusual finds from other regions which implies electricity on an even grander scale. One of them is a girdle from the mausoleum of Chinese General Chu, 265 to 316 CE. The girdle is made of 85% aluminium with 10% copper and 5% manganese. The only viable production process of aluminium from bauxite is the electrolytic method. This method was patented in the middle of the 19th century. Dendera glyphs, Djed, Ankh, and staff scepter. At the Hathor Temple in Dendera, Egypt, there are several glyphs that depict rather unusual scenes. In the mind of a classical archaeologist, there is barely anything out of the ordinary in the scenes, as determined by Dr. John Harris of Oxford's Ashmolean Museum, who stated, "The objects represent an elaborate form of the snake stones." Their exact importance is challenging to summarize, since they gained a wealth of religious connections with time. Still, basically, they were appropriate in nature, e.g., as protectors of doorways. The objects supporting the stones are Djed pillars, and the double outlining of the more notable figures is solely to show that there are two of them standing side by side. Well, very beautifully put, at least from an Egyptologist's point of view. These snake stones might have been set up on both sides of gateways to temples or rooms designated for the snake cult, supported by the symbols of stability, Djed pillars, and secured in position by priests. However, Ivan Trung, a Swedish author, was obviously not well read in the Egyptology materials. In a book, Cultures of the Ice Age, 1964, he captioned a photo of the Dendera wall with the objects in question as, "The picture from Hall 5 of the Dendera temple clearly shows electric lamps held by high-tension insulators." Truong's book was eventually seen by electrical engineers. They commented on the picture with an unambiguous "wow." When given the archaeologists' interpretation of the glyphs, they found it simply hilarious. Let's imagine for a moment that the Egyptologist's definition, hilarious or not, is correct. It can be claimed that ancient Egyptians were accurate and pragmatic as far as their recordings were concerned. There was not much room for creative license, except for the ability to arrange hieroglyphs in the most aesthetic and space-conserving way. Their canon defined precisely how certain things and their relationships must be displayed, as is evident in the relationship reflected in the depiction of gods, kings, and everyday people according to their importance. The glyphs in Dendera strike us as unique in this context. You will see that the depiction of Horus is comparatively small in relation to people under the snake stone, and the most prominent figure in the picture is not the priest, but the monkey. The monkey personifies in a symbolic form danger for the uninitiated. As it is the most prominent symbol in the depiction, we have to consider that the risk inherent in the activity must have been significant. Why are the snake stones attached to a cable leading to a pedestal with Horus on the top and the Djed pillar? The cable depiction still bears braiding traces. It is not a smooth cord, but very much reminiscent of modern multi-purpose cables. Then there is another mystery. The priests seem to be wearing unusual goggles over their eyes. But if we ignore the whole snake stones business and look at these depictions as representing what they seem to imply, certain symbols will start making some sense. The snake symbol happens to be very comparable to the modern symbol of static electricity, and Horus represented, amongst other things, lightning. Another concern entirely is the texts which accompany the depiction. At first glance, they seem to verify the inferences of the Egyptologists about the mythological nature of the Dendera wall art. But it is acknowledged that the Egyptians embellished any technical information in a mythical form to obscure the meaning for an uninitiated reader. It is necessary to quote Ivan Sanderson verbatim from his book, Investigating the Unexplained, for contextual meaning. "The items as depicted are most interesting. Particular elements, especially the cables, are essentially an exact copy of engineering illustrations as currently used. The cable is shown as very heavy and striated. indicating a bundle of many conductors rather than a single high-voltage cable. As a matter of fact, a single high-voltage cable would be much thinner. If the insulation was required to be that heavy for extremely high voltages or moderately high voltages at high currents, rest assured that no technician would be holding the associated device. The leakage would get him most swiftly. The supporting stands would have to be much higher and heavier to endure such voltages. It is much more probable that the cable is, as stated, a multi-conductor, shielded and insulated with an external jacket. If this were a light bulb, the maximum size of both would be explainable by heavy current demands. But the high voltage of such a size would not be required. It would seem to follow that where these reasonably high voltages are used, a connector is employed, and some type of supporting base. However, the two bulbs are not identical, as shown by the design on their sides and the base stand. They don't seem to be transparent, as the technician's body is not visible through the device. It would seem more apparent that these are identifying markings or coding, probably indicating the use of the device. Since the cables seem to originate at the altar, one wonders if this is a manually guided setup or remotely controlled. Moreover, with both devices set at an angle and pointed at the wall, could they not be the ancient equivalent of the current TV projection systems? One should note that the two technicians, especially the one on the left, appear to be wearing a mask device. Unless the illustration is inadequately reproduced, both have some sort of device in their ears, implying the equivalent of current TV cameraman's gear, replete with a radio receiver and/or earphones for direct instructions during a show. It is essential to recognize the likelihood that the devices pictured in Dendera may have had a completely different purpose than what is implied in the analysis. But the acceptance of an electromagnetic aspect of the glyphs seems to fit far better than the mythological explanation. We would like to bring your attention to the Djed pillar. In the broadest use, it appears as a hieroglyph representing the consonant J. In the glyphs where it has the character of an object, Egyptologists interpret its meaning to be that of stability, and, at least in some sense, that is what it may have been. Still, in one form or another, its original functions are implied. A prime example is a pendant composed of a Djed pillar inside an ankh. The ankh symbolizes life, but it had another meaning, not dissimilar in its form to that of the Djed pillar. Again, the ankh form may have had various meanings depending on its context with other devices. We can use as an analogy modern electronic schemes, in which the interpretation of any simple symbol is apparent from the context with other symbols. As seen in the illustration, the Djed pillar was obviously used in many different configurations. It does not necessarily mean that it did not have a single, distinct purpose, may be in some way reflected in the symbolic use of it for signifying stability. The device's use as an insulator may be a reasonable interpretation in some examples, but it appears to be at odds with what the depiction represents in others. In several Djed representations, 4 horizontal rings are attached. In some interpretations, they are vents for a battery positioned at the bottom of the pillar. There, the pillar is explained as a static electricity generator, based on the configuration as follows. On the top of the pillar is an ankh, with 2 handsholders pointing upwards, and between their palms is a spherical object. 2 priests, again with goggles, are facing the object. 6 baboons, 3 on each side, are rising in what can be described as a receptive position, along the slope of a structure behind the device towards the sphere. The baboons in this case may have relatively mundane meaning. It is known that priests' technicians employed these creatures for menial jobs in the temples because, when trained, they proved to be more reliable than humans. Inside the Djed is an endless belt placed around 2 pulleys. At the bottom, the battery deposits a charge by using the electrodes of the battery, and as it moves constantly, the charge is carried to the ankh, which is, in essence, a combination of a discharge electrode and a surface spheroid. The charge is built up on the spherical surface until the potential is adequate to bridge the gap to the sphere above. The discharge would resemble lightning. If the charge is strong enough, the upper sphere may start to glow under specific conditions. Of course, this is just speculation, but probably closer to the actual meaning of the device than some mythological explanation. Other interpretations of the Djed pillar may be granted based on the Dendera glyphs. If we believe that the bulbs are in fact electron cathode ray tubes, it will make sense to interpret the pillars as some kind of ray-bending device. Based on the ring used, a different function may have been achieved. This interpretation is suggested by the way the pillar is connected to the tube. In one case, the tube rests on top of the pillar. In another, the second ring is a base for two hands reaching to the tube. In a third case, it's the third ring from the top with arms holding the tube. The rings may be, in this case, magnets bending the ray. Of all the glyphs, the representation on the right is one of the most intriguing. It did not go unnoticed how the Djed pillar encloses the two symmetrically positioned objects as we look at the drawing. The objects themselves are strange. The loop portion resting on an omphalos reminds one of the upper portions of Ankh. Is there a connection? If there is, then the Ankh may be something different than how it has been interpreted in the example with spheres. If we assume that the rings on the Djed are magnets, then the loops placed on the symmetrically positioned omphaloses may represent one of the two, either a stator or a rotor. What we see here is possibly an extremely ancient electric motor, albeit in a schematic form. On the Ankh illustration is another object, a shaft or scepter. The combination is not coincidental. It has another meaning, albeit its use on a pendulum would suggest a more symbolic meaning. But if it is symbolic, then there is only one option in the contextual sense. All the objects, the Ankh, the Djed, and the staff, must be related to power, or expressing it more accurately, to a force. The Ankh, for example, is usually interpreted as a symbol for life, but may infer that something is alive. It may be a coincidence how an electrician would state that one of the wires in your electric installation is live, but it is tempting to conclude that the ancients would handle certain concepts similarly. What could be a better way to represent the flow of a force? The staff scepter, before being used by kings as a symbol of power, was used by gods. Logically, there would not be that sort of property connected to the scepter if there were no foundation for such a connection. The staff scepter connects to a force, power, and energy as ascertained in myths, which originated in Egypt and are also confirmed in Mesopotamian and Indus Valley materials. The deities have different names, but their attributes, that is, devices they used, are the same. The staff scepter is defined in all these sources as a paralyzing device, a unique weapon of the gods when subduing the humans was the only way left to show who is the boss.
Chapter 29. The Olmec Mystery.
More than 2,500 years before the Aztecs ruthlessly overran Mexico, and 1,500 years before the Maya thrived in Central America, there was another, even more mysterious civilization living in these lands. They were known as the Olmecs. Very little is known about the Olmecs. Even their name seems to have been hastily thrown together using Aztec words by New York Museum director Marshall H. Saville. We can say for sure that the Olmec lived in southern Mexico, and even though more minor civilizations came before them, they are generally regarded as the mother culture of Central America. Though precious little Olmec writings exist, there have been many archaeological discoveries at San Lorenzo, La Venta, Laguna de los Cerros, and Tres Zapotes. For example, various altars, thrones, stone masks, and steles have been found. However, instead of providing us with definite answers, they have presented us with many more questions. Many of the statues and figurines are, to say the least, not what one would expect to find at the site of one of the so-called pristine cultures. Pristine cultures are societies formed without any cultural exchange. Hence, how they lived, their writing system, technology, religion, etc., could not have been influenced by outside forces. So far, historians have identified 6 of these unique cultures: the Sumerians, the Egyptians, the Chinese, the Chavin culture of Peru, the Harappan civilization of ancient India, and, of course, the Olmecs of Mexico. But could the Olmec, or any of the others for that matter, really be pristine cultures? And if the Olmecs are pristine, how do we explain the many artifacts which suggest otherwise? The most important archaeological findings relating to the Olmec are the enormous stone heads found at various sites in southern Mexico. Right now, we can only attempt to guess at what they represent. One theory suggests they represent ancient ancestors of the Olmec. Another proposes they are priest-kings or ball players. Another, more outlandish approach suggests they could be astronauts. To date, 17 Olmec stone heads have been discovered, and no 2 are the same. 10 were unearthed in San Lorenzo, the largest of which weighs 40 tons and is 3 meters high. 4 were found at La Venta. All were positioned to face the Atlantic Ocean. 2 heads were discovered in Tres Zapotes labeled Monument A and Monument Q. These 2 are more minor, measuring slightly less than 1.5 meters high. Lastly, the La Cobata head, found at El Vigia Hill, weighs 165 tons and is roughly 1 meter in height. Most of the heads were made of basalt carved from the Tuxtla Mountains far to the north. Considering most of these heads were buried, dating is difficult. However, the generally accepted age range is between 400 BC and 1200 BC. How these hard and weighty basalt heads were transported and carved remains a mystery. Some researchers, such as Dr. M. W. Jakeman, believe the Olmec were using the wheel. However, all attempts to replicate the feat, including loading 100-ton stone on a raft, have failed miserably. But the fact remains, enormous blocks of basalt were carved as far afield as the Sierra de los Tuxtlas, up to 150 miles away from some of these sites, proving the Olmecs could carry out immense tasks. With their remarkable advancement, it is not surprising that the Olmecs are a constant subject of debate from which numerous theories have arisen. For example, Dr. Oscar Padilla Lara, the man who revealed the Guatemalan stone head to the world, believes they had contact with extraterrestrial civilizations. According to Gordon Cooper, the Olmec held advanced knowledge in many fields, including navigation. Cooper spent quite some time studying the Olmec site of La Venta. Many artifacts have been recovered at this site, but what stood out the most for Cooper were the artifacts related to navigational methods. Cooper, being a former astronaut, was highly qualified to speak on the subject of navigation. Cooper found symbols at La Venta based on the movement of the heavens. When translated, they turned out to be complicated mathematical formulas that are still used in navigation today. He also found carvings of constellations that have only been discovered in modern times with telescopes. Cooper continued by saying, the stars used by these civilizations were used by Apollo to go to and return from the moon. Furthermore, and perhaps even more important, is that according to mainstream historians, the Olmecs, Egyptians, and Minoans never crossed paths. Yet all 3 were using the same methods to navigate. This indeed calls into question the pristine culture theory. The official version of history informs us that the Americas could only have been populated by migrations across the Bering Land Bridge during the last ice age. While this is possible, it seems implausible. Next, we are led to believe the people who made this perilous journey ignored perfectly suitable habitat and instead decided to trek 4,000 miles down to the hot, humid lowlands of southern Mexico. Nothing is impossible, and one can never underestimate human endeavor. Still, it's hard to imagine why a group of people would travel 4,000 miles unnecessarily. After the initial discovery of enormous stone heads found at La Venta, San Lorenzo, Tres Zapotes, and La Cobata, some historians started to wonder if the prehistory of the Americas might differ significantly from what we have been told. So, what could account for these apparent historical paradoxes? Were the Olmecs isolated villagers or strangers from a faraway land? And who created these enormous and diverse stone heads? One of the most popular theories is that the Olmecs were black Africans. Dr. Ivan van Sertima, author of They Came Before Columbus, was one of the first to suggest this, and based his theory partly on the facial features of the Olmec statues, which he said resembled ancient Nubians. Interestingly, a side-by-side comparison with some of the Olmec heads and the Great Sphinx of Giza shows a remarkable similarity in profile. The late Mary Lecron Foster said the Mixtec and Mayan languages are so closely related to the Egyptian they must have descended from the land of the pharaohs. Foster also said Egyptian god Osiris and the Mayan maize god Homshuk were almost identical. Another theory maintains that the Olmecs were influenced by the Chinese. Professor Mike Xu, author of Origin of the Olmec Civilization, examined Olmec artifacts and concluded they bore Chinese characters. With support from the Smithsonian's Betty Meggers, he believes the Olmec were Shang dynasty refugees. Xu looked at various words found on Olmec artifacts, and according to him, they were an exact match for terms used by the Shang dynasty. His students agreed. When shown the writing blindly, they immediately believed it was Chinese. According to Michael Coe, Professor Emeritus of Anthropology at Yale University and author of the book From the Olmecs to the Aztecs, at least some Olmec had come into contact with Nordic people. This theory is inspired by a bearded figure with an aquiline nose carved into La Venta Stella No. 3. There is also abundant evidence to suggest European, Australasian, and Dravidian contacts as well. To be fair, it should be noted these are highly condensed versions of the author's theories. Each one provided many more connections than are outlined here. Still, if any of these theories were true, it would mean someone reached the Americas long before Columbus, a feat that could only have been accomplished via oceanic voyages. What makes the Olmecs and the artifacts they left behind even more mysterious and puzzling is by examining their relics closely, one could make a compelling argument that nearly every racial type mingled with the Olmecs. How is this possible in a pristine culture? Could it be that the Old World and the New World were visited by a much older, unknown civilization? One theory is gaining popularity, and it suggests a super-civilization reshaped our world after theirs was destroyed by an ancient cataclysm. They were known as the Atlanteans. Could their influence, or survivors of said cataclysm, have reached Mexico? This theory states that the surviving Atlanteans had no choice but to migrate after their own continent sunk into the ocean. They set sail for India, Bolivia, Egypt, and many other parts of the world. But, interestingly, they were also said to have settled in the Valley of Mexico. Mexican author Eduardo Robles y Gutierrez thought Mexico was Atlantis. In his book Atlantis in Mexico, he details the discovery of tremendous buildings in the jungle-covered regions of San Lorenzo. Fascinated by this discovery, Gutierrez started researching the area and found that the Spanish had removed thousands of stone blocks, golden figurines, precious stones, and other artifacts he believed were Atlantean in origin. Further evidence of Atlantean influence in the region comes in a spiral-shaped harbor, or at least the ruins of one, also found in San Lorenzo. The port is exactly as Plato described. These archaeological remains belong to the Olmec and can be added to the long list of circumstantial evidence suggesting they were either Atlanteans or very closely linked to them. Perhaps the Olmecs devolved from the survivors of Atlantis. There are numerous instances where transatlantic contact has been proved. For example, tobacco was found in the body of Egyptian pharaoh Ramesses II, an Egyptian ruler over 2,200 years ago. Tobacco was not grown outside of the Americas until after Columbus arrived, so this find is very challenging to explain unless we factor in transatlantic contact. African skulls were discovered at numerous sites in Mexico by Polish professor Andrzej Wiercinski. Even more ancient African remains were found throughout Central America and South America. The Fuente Magna bowl baffles all who see it because it displays two languages. One from the Peruvian culture, the Chavin, is easy to explain. The other language, Proto-Sumerian, is certainly not so easy to explain. How does Sumerian script end up in the Americas? Elephants are seen in depictions at various sites in the Americas, yet they are not native to the continent. They were depicted on all types of artifacts, perhaps the best known being the Montezuma Valley jar. Numerous sites in America, especially near the Four Corners region, show that Europeans were present in the distant past. For example, the Ogham script, the earliest written language in Ireland, was discovered at Crack Canyon in Colorado. Whether the lowlands of Mexico were founded by those who did not cross the Bering Land Bridge is a source for debate. However, the evidence suggests that people not native to the region visited this territory many years before Columbus reached the Americas. Like so many great ancient cultures, the Olmec would eventually decline, and by 300 BC they had vanished entirely, and with so few records existing, they remain an enigma. We still do not know what their social organization was, what language they spoke, or what traditions they had about their own origin. Despite this, their memory endures due to their colossal head statues, detailed rock carvings, and, of course, the significant impact they had on all subsequent cultures that arose in Mesoamerica.
Chapter 28. Earth Crust Displacement Theory.
In the last 100 years especially, there has been speculation about the poles changing or moving in the past. Speculation centers around when they happen and why they happened. But there is little doubt that Earth has experienced pole shifts in the past and could possibly experience them in the future. Still, despite the theory being one of the more commonly accepted, another possibility should be examined. There is a clear indication that Earth's exterior, the thin skin called the crust, has abruptly shifted in the past. This theory, first put forth by French mathematician Joseph Hadamard in 1852, suggests that the entire outer shell can shift over its inner layers while the Earth remains on its normal axis. Should this ever happen, it would cause entire continents to move far from their original locations. The question is this just an interesting theory, or have they happened in the past? And could a similar event be in store for Earth's immediate future? In his 1958 book, Earth's Shifting Crust, Charles Hapgood, in collaboration with mathematician James H. Campbell, also suggested that the Earth's crust had undergone many displacements. Hapgood did not stop there. His fascination with geography and ancient maps led to his rediscovery of an impossible ancient relic, the Piri-Reis map. This hand-drawn Turkish naval map had been gathering dust since the early 1500s, its importance unrealized. However, when Hapgood studied the Piri map with his students, the true secrets of this map were finally identified and shown to the scientific community in his book, Maps of the Ancient Sea Kings. Our historical understanding of navigation includes a period when it was impossible to determine a ship's latitude, north to south position in the southern hemisphere. This was because the known method involved sighting the angle of the only fixed star, the North Star, which cannot be seen in the southern hemisphere because of the curvature of the Earth. Yet Hapgood proved that the Piri-Reis map is sketched out in plane geometry, including longitudes and latitudes at right angles in a traditional grid. Yet it is clearly borrowed from an earlier map, projected using spherical trigonometry. There were more surprises to come. The mapmakers had precise knowledge of the Earth's shape, and they had somehow managed to measure its circumference to within 50 miles. But this paradox of history gets even more astounding. The map displayed a partial charting of Antarctica, made while the coast was ice-free. This coastal formation, known as Queen Maud Land, is now covered by ice again, but was subsequently confirmed by satellite radar scanning. In recent years, ice core samples of the coastline have set the last ice-free period between 13,000 and 9,000 BC. This is yet another astonishing revelation, because it means Antarctica must have been navigated and mapped at some point before 9000 BC. The Peri-Reis map is not the only map to show Antarctica ice-free. The Boche map, published in 1773 by Philippe Boche, is also believed to have been created using older maps. Interestingly, like various other ancient maps, it too perfectly shows Antarctica without ice. It is often used as evidence that the icy continent was already known before its effective exploration. A notable example is Graham Hancock, who used it in his book Fingerprints of the Gods. Another map created in 1534 also displays Antarctica features when the continent was not covered by ice. It is an early cordiform chart known as the Oronce Fine World Map, which goes into even more detail by showing the continent's rivers, valleys, coastlines, and approximate location of the South Pole today. The evidence offered by the ancient maps suggests a genuinely advanced civilization existed in remote times before the rise of the known cultures. They were either confined in one area but had global trade, or were, in a true sense, a worldwide culture. At least in some regards, this society may well have been more advanced than the Egyptian, Sumerian, Greek, and Roman civilizations that came after them. In nautical science, map-making, astronomy, and maybe shipbuilding, it was possibly more superior than any state of culture before the 18th century AD. So it seems as if an ancient, forgotten civilization was accurately mapping the world thousands of years before the rise of civilization. Whoever these ancient mariners were, they needed to be identified. If one were to look for a long-lost but advanced civilization which could potentially have mapped the Earth, where might be the best place to look? Perhaps the most famous accounts of a vanished civilization belong to the Greek historian Plato. Although vague, they are realistic. Plato described a huge continent sinking beneath the waves of the Atlantic Ocean. However, the bottom of the North and South Atlantic Seas has been thoroughly mapped with high-tech equipment. Their topography shows no sign of a sunken land lying beneath these waters. Lava flows associated with the drift of tectonic plates also preserve the history of oceanic floors. They, too, have shown no sign of a sunken continent. So, although one cannot rule out the possibility of ruins being found scattered around the Atlantic Ocean floor, we can be pretty sure that there is no sunken continent in this ocean. While there is no sunken Atlantis, the same sea mapping shows some dramatic changes to the ocean levels in the recent history of our planet. For example, the submerged forests on the American northwest coastline, the ruins near Bimini in the Bahamas, and the carved stone petroglyphs in Hawaii all prove that the coastline was once much lower. For science, examining the ocean floor had many benefits. For instance, it revealed that much of the planet's mantle consists of magma thousands of kilometers thick. Encompassing this mantle is a thin crust of cooler, solid materials. This crust is like a delicate skin that floats on the liquid magma. The skin has cracked and split into 15 major tectonic plates, 8 of which are primary plates, while the others are smaller secondary plates. We all live on one of these plates. All these components, and many more, factor into Hapgood's theory. Hapgood also looked at the research of the Russian scientist V.V. Belousov and assumed that in the upper mantle, at depths of roughly 100 miles, there is a layer of magma that acts as a lubricant. This lubricant would allow the entire crust to shift if enough energy created a displacing force. In Hapgood's opinion, this energy and force can be produced by the centrifugal momentum of ice caps eccentric to the poles. The theory has started to make some inroads in the scientific community because, in this scenario, the disturbances required to slide the Earth's crust are far less than those needed to tilt the entire planet, core and all. In simple terms, the weight of the ice on the poles upsets the balance of the Earth's daily rotation. As this imbalance continues, it gets to the point where the poles and the whole Earth's surface slide and change latitude. However, the Earth keeps its axis of rotation unchanged. This line of thinking has led to the book Earth's Shifting Crust. Hapgood then came up with a new theory for the location of Atlantis in a place no one had ever suspected: Antarctica. So, could it be that we were looking for a sunken land in the wrong place? Hapgood's logic went like this. He envisioned a dramatic move of the entire skin, allowing heavy polar ice caps to thaw in their new, hotter climate. Ice would again start to accumulate at the new poles until the same process is repeated and the subsequent shift occurs. In this vision, Atlantis moved to become an icy and desolate continent, while the ice melted and changed ocean levels throughout the world. Plato's writings placed the location of Atlantis at the center of the Great Ocean. Hapgood summarized that Antarctica would have been an excellent candidate for the lost continent, particularly if it had once been in a more northerly and milder climate. Furthermore, the fables of a catastrophic ending to this high-level civilization could represent an abrupt continental slippage. If these theories are correct, we might well find our long-lost navigators and mathematicians below the miles of ice that now cover the South Pole. Later, Rand Flemmarth and his wife Rose Flemmarth, who knew Hapgood and his research, carried on where he had left off and provided further scientific, cultural and historical data supporting his position in their 1995 book When the Sky Fell. According to the Flemmarths, the hypothesis of crustal displacement provides a unique solution to countless enigmas that have perplexed scientists and historians for decades. Why did the Ice Age end so quickly? Enormous sheets of ice, frozen solid for thousands of years, suddenly melted, yet we have no satisfying theory for this occurrence. However, according to the crustal displacement theory, it was all straightforward. After a massive shift in the Earth's crust, North America was pushed into the frigid north around 50,000 BC. This started a long build-up of ice that lasted 40,000 years. In 10,000 BC, another massive shift moved North America back into the warmer south, at which time all that ice began to thaw. The theory also explains the baffling fact that trees once grew in Antarctica. Trees do not grow in Antarctica today for two pretty obvious reasons. Firstly, trees cannot grow in such severe cold and wind. And secondly, they cannot grow on land in continuous darkness for several months every year. The fact that trees once thrived in Antarctica implies that Antarctica was once much warmer and previously experienced sunlight throughout the winter months. That could not have happened at the South Pole. The theory of crustal displacement could also explain why numerous animal species, such as enormous mammals in Siberia and North America, went extinct practically overnight around 10,000 BC. Based on these facts, it is not beyond imagination that the continent we now know as Antarctica was the very continent that Plato called Atlantis. To summarize, Hapgood concluded that a superior civilization existed in prehistory. These intelligent people lived up to 100,000 years ago. Graham Hancock furthered the theory in 1995, and asserted that the people of Atlantis had migrated from Antarctica to kick-start the Aztec, Mayan, and Egyptian empires. Compare that to current theories, which suggests our ancestors were hunters and gatherers at this time. It begs the question, who is right? The Hapgoods, Flemmarths, and Hancocks of this world, or the mainstream scientists? Leave your answers in the comments box. The very notion that this could have happened to our planet seems inconceivable. But the ancient religious works, mythology, legends, and folklore of nearly every country in the world contain stories of significant cataclysms that fit in nicely with the Earth crust displacement theory. Furthermore, if Hapgood is correct, it could happen again, and sooner than we think.
Chapter 27. Flight in Ancient Egypt.
For thousands of years, the genius inventors of ancient Egypt created some of the most enchanting and beautiful artifacts the world has ever seen. While all of these artifacts are fascinating, most have been reasonably dated and explained. However, others have been found in a context that does not seem to make rational sense, suggesting that they could be proof of time travelers, lost technology, forgotten civilizations, or even visitors from outer space. There is even evidence to suggest the ancient Egyptians might have known the secrets of flight thousands of years before aircraft were invented. One of the earliest and most notable people who were fully aware of the potential for human flight was Leonardo da Vinci. He produced detailed plans for several flying machines, including a helicopter and a light hang glider. Still, it appears that the human aspiration to fly goes much further into antiquity than a mere few hundred years. The evidence can be found in Saqqara. Aside from being home to the Step Pyramid of Djoser, Egypt's oldest pyramid, Saqqara is also the country's largest archaeological site. For around 3,500 years, royalty and influential people were laid to rest here. With its immense area littered with other smaller pyramids, tombs, and complexes, it is no wonder that many fascinating discoveries have been made here. At this site in 1898, French archaeologists unsealed the tomb of Padi Imen. As with every tomb discovery of that era, it was replete with artifacts, painted walls, and all manner of goods to aid the afterlife journey. Amongst the many artifacts, one stood out above all others. It was a small, nearly perfectly symmetrical wooden bird that had been meticulously carved from the wood of a sycamore tree. It had lain in the tomb, untouched by human hands, for over 2,200 years. The most fascinating thing about this artifact is that although its shape resembles a bird, it more closely resembles a modern airplane with a bird's head. However, since airplanes had not yet been invented, the artifact was sent to the Cairo Museum, where authorities placed it beside several other bird figurines. The model sat largely ignored for 70 years until 1969, when Egyptologist Dr. Khalil Messiha examined the bird collection and saw something very unusual about one of the carvings. We shall come back to Dr. Messiha in a few minutes, but first, let us look at the unique characteristics of this artifact. The bird weighs just over 39 grams. Amazingly, the beautifully crafted wings were carved separately but fitted perfectly into a groove on the top of the fuselage. The bird has a modern aerofoil design, which means its surface is designed to obtain lift from the air through which it moves. One can also note the dihedral angle of the wings. This is used in modern-day aircraft to achieve lift, although, on the Saqqara bird, the angle is slightly unequal on both sides due to a slight distortion of the wood caused by the passage of time. The wingspan is precisely 18 centimeters. The fuselage is flawlessly tapered, and its design so aerodynamic that, when viewed from above, it looks like a modern Cirrus SR-20 plane. Is there a possibility that the ancient Egyptians knew the principles of flight and aerodynamics more than 2,200 years ago? Strangely, the tail was rotated 90 degrees to the vertical, as if forming a rudder. Obviously, this is entirely unlike any known bird. but without a horizontal tailplane, the model would never achieve flight. Unless... Enter Egyptian physician, artist and aeromodeler Professor Khalil Messiha. In 1969, the professor visited the Egyptian Museum in Cairo and noticed a display case full of bird sculptures. Messiha was very interested in aeromodeling, which involves designing, developing and flying small air vehicles. Upon viewing the display more closely, Professor Messiha noted that one bird was considerably different from the others on display. To him, it carried the unmistakable features of a model airplane. The Saqqara bird, as he quickly christened it, was unlike any other carved bird on display. It had no feet, no carved feathers, and no decoration of any kind except a small eye painted on the right side. Next, Messiha made a stunning and controversial claim that shook the world of Egyptology to its very foundations. He believed that the ancient Egyptians must have made it a scale model of an aircraft they had built or witnessed. It is a known fact that the Egyptians had built an advanced civilization and were also experts in architecture, art, and engineering. Might there be a possibility that this model could have been constructed to resemble a flying machine? Furthermore, the hieroglyphs on the model airplane read, "The gift of Ammon," and 3 papyri found near the artifact mention the phrase, "I want to fly." Messiha had one problem with the Saqqara bird, the absence of a much-needed horizontal stabilizer. Undeterred, he assumed that the flat bottom of the vertical fin had once been the attachment point of a horizontal stabilizer, although it was lost at some point. Messiha built a balsa wood model and added the tail to support his claims, and was clearly not surprised to see that the model could fly. Messiha wrote, "I have made a similar balsa wood model and attached the tailplane, and was not astonished to find that it could sail in the air for a few yards when thrown by hand." In 2006, Simon Sanderson, an aviation and aerodynamics expert who has long been fascinated by the Saqqara bird, used the latest techniques to unravel whether the ancient Egyptians had developed a model for a full-sized flying machine. He tested its aerodynamics in a wind tunnel, but without the tail, and found that it could produce 4 times its weight in lift. During the Sanderson test, it was discovered that the only thing preventing the Saqqara bird from achieving flight was the lack of a rear stabilizing rudder or elevator needed to maintain balance. After a 3D analysis, Sanderson and his team at Liverpool University created a model of the Saqqara bird 5 times bigger than the original size. Sanderson tested his model through a long series of scientific tests conducted in an aeronautic research centre in Manchester, England. Incredibly, the computer equipment confirmed that the Saqqara bird is definitely capable of flight. Back at Liverpool University, the model faced the same series of tests as a modern fighter jet. Using data obtained from the wind tunnel experiments, the ancient Saqqara bird passed all the scientific analyses that 21st century technology can deliver. These findings suggest that over 4,000 years ago, the Egyptians could have flown vehicles high above the desert sands of Egypt. Therefore, thousands of years after the Egyptians carved this mysterious bird, modern technology has proved beyond doubt that it could have flown. Several ancient texts record the understanding or ability of flight in ancient times. One of the oldest attesting to early aviation can be found in the 5,000-year-old story of Etana, which has been preserved for us in a fragmentary text known as the Laws called Halkatha. In the story, Etana flies on an enormous eagle. They contain a remarkable passage. To operate a flying machine is a great privilege. Knowledge of flying is most ancient, a gift from the gods of old for saving lives. This is part of a much longer story. Nevertheless, the fact that it mentioned a machine over 5,000 years ago is more than interesting. Among the intricate goldworks of the pre-Columbian Kimbaya culture are several types of insects and two devices that stand out to be aerodynamic in nature and shaped like no other insect known to exist. They are made of solid gold and are well over 1,000 years old. Although they measure just 2 inches long, they unquestionably have a similar appearance to a modern airplane. The object has many exciting features. The tail fins are the most noticeable thing about these objects, because the way they are placed is never seen in nature, but specifically for aerodynamics. This essentially proves that Kimbaya knew and understood the principles of flight. The similarity to a modern plane is remarkable, even down to the cockpit and insignia on the tail fin. The symbol looks like it could be the second letter of the Hebrew alphabet, the letter Beth. In 1994, scale replicas 5 times larger than the original artifacts were built and tested. The results were astonishing. Not only were they capable of flight, but the enigmatic airplane-shaped devices flew excellently without any sort of adjustments using modern techniques. Examining the wealth of available Kimbaya artifacts, it becomes evident that they created their artworks based on interpretations of actual objects. Therefore, these bizarre objects could be evidence of flight knowledge long before modern times. We know from authentic written texts that ancient flying vehicles were abundant in old India thousands of years ago. The oldest accounts of this vehicle, called Vimanas, were written in Sanskrit thousands of years ago. These texts even describe the different forms, materials, and fuel of the Vimanas. There is little doubt that these texts are authentic. There are literally hundreds of them. They are even mentioned in many of the well-known ancient Indian epics. Is it possible the ancient Egyptians also knew about them? As an example of the text's precise detail, they mention things such as how they were heated and driven, which is explained as by controlled fire from the iron containers. They also tell us how they fastened together with carefully welded joints. This sounds remarkably like modern jet-powered planes, even down to the noise that they made. This was like the roar of a lion. In 1766 BC, Chinese Emperor Cheng Tang, the first king of the Shang dynasty, apparently succeeded in building a flying craft. However, he supposedly requested its destruction to prevent anyone else from learning the secrets of flight. A detailed survey of the Gobi Desert was made. Nothing unusual about that, you might think. But, incredibly, it was carried out in the 3rd century BC by Chinese poet Chu Yun. He gave particular praise to the durability of his craft over sandstorms and wind. Oral traditions from Nepal, preserved in written records, also mention powered flight. However, they also acknowledge that the true secrets of flight were only known to the Yavanas. In early Indian literature, Yavana means either a Greek or a foreigner. How is it possible that so many ancient cultures mention devices or machines that either resemble modern aircraft or certainly display the same aerodynamic qualities? Is it possible that a full-size flying machine will be found one day, possibly dug out from the desert sands, or perhaps perfectly preserved in a cave? We certainly know now that ancient civilizations were technologically advanced, and they had knowledge that goes far beyond what we credit them for.
Chapter 26. The Emerald Tablets.
More than 12,000 years ago, mysterious visitors brought a potential spiritual technology to Egypt. They passed down this technology to future generations in a time capsule called the Emerald Tablet. Also known as the Smaragdine Tablet or Tabula Smaragdina, this incredible ancient artifact has been described as the most mysterious document ever put before the eyes of humanity. The tablet is rectangular-shaped and emerald green in color. Some records suggest it was actually made of emerald, a gem cherished by the ancients. Others have dismissed this claim, stating that large quality emeralds of this size do not exist. However, In 2001, an 840-pound emerald stone was discovered in Bahia, Brazil. It contains over 180,000 carats of emeralds and is the most giant single shard of emerald ever found. This discovery proves enormous emerald rocks do exist and could possibly have been used in ancient times. Because its origins are shrouded in mystery, there has been plenty of speculation about where it came from. Theories put forward in more recent times include the tablet being of extraterrestrial origin, Atlantean origin, or perhaps even a gift from God. Still, if we look closely, there are many tantalizing clues about who wrote it and where it originated from. For example, the Book of the Dead and the Book of Dat mention a remote age known as the Zep Tepi. This was long before the Great Flood, when the godlike beings came to earth and founded their Egyptian kingdom. These beings included Thoth, usually depicted with the head of an ibis and the body of a man. He was the god of mathematics and science, the inventor of hieroglyphics, and the wisest of all Egyptian gods. He is thought to have written the Emerald Tablet and then, so it could survive the coming flood, hid it in a pillar at Hermopolis. Most sources agree that Thoth was the first Hermes. However, he is impossible to describe intellectually because he transcends anything we ordinarily think about gods and men. He was responsible for teaching men how to record down their philosophies, prepare their coherent speech patterns, and explain things. But subtle clues insinuate he embodies the ultimate archetype of the Word of God creating the universe. Thoth is the soul of becoming, whose imaginative willpower shapes reality. He is called the One God, the source of the Word, who precedes all others. An ancient Egyptian text states, "What emanates from the opening of his mouth come to pass. He speaks, and it is his command." As the vehicle of knowledge and shepherd of men, Thoth is the higher mind in man that provides inner knowledge and inspiration. As the reckoner of the universe, he is the source of all natural law. The oldest book in the world is a 68-foot-long scroll on alchemy known as the Ebers Papyrus. According to that, as the revealer of the hidden and lord of rebirth, Thoth guides alternate states of consciousness and is the initiator of human enlightenment. Another passage reads, "Man's guide is Thoth, who bestows on him the gifts of his speech, which makes the books and illumines those who are learned therein, and the physicians who follow him, that they may work cures." The Book of Breathings, another scroll written by Thoth, apparently taught ordinary people how to become gods through breathing control. Paradoxically, Thoth embodies the irrational energies of the moon as well as the rational powers of the sun. The Egyptian symbol for the heart is the ibis, and, as recorder and balancer, Thoth presides over the weighing of the heart ceremony. Thoth is the final judge and determines who is admitted into heaven. The ritual involves weighing individuals' true words, the most profound intent in all of our thoughts and actions. With the way the world is going, one can only hope that Thoth is still conducting this ceremony, and if he is, we are left to wonder how many of our so-called leaders would actually gain entrance. Before the Great Flood, Thoth preserved ancient knowledge by hiding sacred objects and scrolls inside two great pillars, which he later inscribed with hieroglyphs. Egyptian religious texts refer to these sacred pillars, one located in Thebes and one in Heliopolis, as pillars of the gods of the dawning light. Later they were moved to a third temple known as the Pillars of Hermes. Various credible sources down throughout history have mentioned these beautiful columns. Solon, the Greek legislator, observed them on his travels through Egypt and noted that they memorialized the devastation of Atlantis. Herodotus, an ancient Greek writer, geographer, and historian, saw the pillars in the temple of an unidentified Egyptian god. One pillar was emerald, which glowed at night with great brilliancy, he wrote, and the other was of pure gold. Thomas Taylor quotes an ancient author, in Iamblichus on the Mysteries, who says the Pillars of Hermes are not far from Thebes and dated before the Great Flood. The enigmatic pillars are also described by Laertius, Diochrysostom, and other Greek and Roman historians. As the compiler and preserver of all the ancient wisdom, Thoth can be regarded as the Emerald Tablet's true author. As a god, Thoth is the Hermes above, the first of three manifestations of Hermes Trismegistus. Akhenaten, the second Hermes. Sometime after the Great Flood, the second Hermes appears. One of the oldest and most essential papyri of ancient Egypt, the Papyrus Ebers, tells us this person lived during the Amenhotep dynasty. Amenhotep IV is the only person who fits the bill. He ruled from 1364 to 1347 BC. However, shortly after taking the throne, he changed his name to Akhenaten, he who serves the Aten. His name change signaled his separation from Amen's important and powerful priests. He then set up a new monotheistic religion that recognized the sun as the source of all creative energy, or the one thing. The new Egyptian supreme god called the disk, or the Aten, was thought of as abstract energy and not personified like previous gods. Images of the Aten show the disk with rays coming down from heaven and ending on earth in hundreds of small hands. Akhenaten intentionally swept aside the distinction between the solar disk and the god who created it, as well as the difference between created matter and creative energy. The disk was, as with all matter that falls under our senses, a visible sign of something more subtle, intangible, everlasting, or its essence. Our history infers that this freakish-looking pharaoh rediscovered the Emerald Tablet at the beginning of his rule as pharaoh, although traditional history does not mention it. And, according to at least one ancient papyrus, the more giant pyramids could not be built without the writings of Thoth. Perhaps the best case for Akhenaten being the second Hermes is seen in the principles he applied and spread during his reign. Remembered as the heretic pharaoh, he adopted the revolutionary idea of living in truth and working in natural harmony with cosmic principles that the tablet called the operation of the sun. He called this universal ideal Ma'at, which means the absolute truth or real thing, the original will of the one mind. The Akhenaten's policies of living in truth filtered into every level of Egyptian culture under Akhenaten. He also ordered the abandonment of the old capital of Thebes and built a new capital city called Akhetaten, horizon of the Aten. In another remarkable split with tradition, he chose a bleak stretch of land near the modern Egyptian city of Asyut. Villas were constructed without separate quarters for men and women in particular were treated with more respect there. However, for the irritated patriarchal priests, the heretic pharaoh might as well have been from a different planet. Akhenaten and his wife Nefertiti vanished under mysterious circumstances after just 17 years of rule. There are some indications that a man named Moses took his ideas to heart. According to Exodus, Moses escaped to the land of the Canaanites, and it cannot be a coincidence that Akhenaten's subjects were known as Canaanites. We can safely conclude that Moses would have talked with the pharaoh many times on behalf of his people. In 1939, Sigmund Freud suggested that Moses appropriated the pharaoh's idea of one supreme god and took the new religion to his people. Maybe all the fables connecting Moses and the Emerald Tablet are not as far off as we thought. In any case, the strange pharaoh was ultimately followed by a 10-year-old boy, Tutankhaten, who later changed his name to Tutankhamen, servant of Amen. The boy pharaoh was closely managed by priests who destroyed the city of Akhetaten, eradicated all traces of monotheism from Egypt, and restored the capital to Thebes. Apollonius, the third Hermes. Our history continues with Alexander the Great, the Greek ruler who became pharaoh when he conquered Egypt in 332 BC. He gained access to all the secret riches of Egypt, including the site of Hermes, or possibly Akhenaten's tomb. Alexander was convinced it was his destiny to reveal all the ancient secrets and quickly headed towards the Libyan desert, searching for the Emerald Tablet. Just 50 kilometers from the Libyan border, at an ancient temple at Siwa in Egypt, he found what he was looking for. Later, Alexander took the tablet and scrolls to Heliopolis, where he put the Emerald Tablet on public display and placed the scrolls in the sacred archives. For housing and studying the Hermetic texts, the construction of the city of Alexandria began immediately. After seeing it on display at Heliopolis, one traveler wrote, "The matter of this emerald had once been in a fluid state like melted glass, and had been cast in a mold, and to this flux the artist had given the hardness of the natural and genuine emerald by his art." Before leaving Egypt and going on to conquer Babylonia, it has been suggested that Alexander took the original Emerald Tablet with him before hiding it for safekeeping. Meanwhile, at Alexandria, copies of the tablet became primary documents. According to some reports, scholars even issued revised Greek translations in 290 BC, 270 BC, and 50 BC. Numerous papyri in the British Museum mention a canon of Egyptian teachings that included the works of Hermes that were still in existence around 170 CE during the time of Clement of Alexandria. Fortunately, copies of the Emerald Tablet had made their way into Arabia before Alexandria's libraries were destroyed, and from there eventually reached Spain and further into Europe. After Alexander died, he was buried somewhere in the Egyptian desert, although the whereabouts of his tomb remains a mystery even to this day. However, it is said that a gifted Syrian youth named Balinas did locate the hiding place of the Emerald Tablet in a large cavern just outside his hometown of Tyana in Cappadocia. The youth Balinas later became known as Apollonius of Tyana after the Greek god of enlightenment Apollo. Apollo was also the brother of Hermes. Apollonius became highly respected for his magical powers and great wisdom, and travelled throughout the world before settling in Alexandria. Unfortunately, early Christians believed Apollonius was much too like their own son of God. By 400 AD, all the temples dedicated to him and every one of the books he wrote in Alexandria were destroyed. However, Apollonius is still the best candidate for the third Hermes, because, in the modern era, he did more than anyone else to ensure the Emerald Tablet and its teachings endured. So, was the author of the Emerald Tablet a god or a man? The answer has always been both, and whether portrayed as a god or a man, Hermes is always the revealer of a powerful ultimate knowledge that has been hidden from humanity.
Chapter 25. The Tunguska Event.
On June 30th, 1908, at precisely 7:15, an enormous blast rocked Siberia and sent the subsequent shockwave through 800 square miles of isolated wilderness, flattening 80 million trees and breaking windows thousands of kilometers away on its journey. Incredibly, meteorological data shows the air compression wave traveled around the entire planet twice. Had it happened over a major city such as London, instead of a sparsely populated northern forest land above the Podkamennaya Tunguska River, England's famous capital and its outskirts would have been flattened. Over a century later, it is still one of the most significant events in Earth's recorded history. We are, of course, talking about the Tunguska event. More than 113 years have passed since this colossal explosion, and scientists are still striving to explain the cause of this puzzling event. It is commonly understood to have been created by the explosion of a large meteoroid or comet fragment, causing an enormous airburst 5 to 10 kilometers above the Earth's surface. An explosion of a typical meteoroid object would have caused it to fall apart before hitting the ground, scattering tons of space junk all over Siberia. However, from the first Soviet expeditions to this remote region of Siberia up until today, researchers have noted the puzzling aspect of a lack of debris and impact crater. Recently, Italian researchers suggested Lake Checo as a possible impact crater. However, the theory was soon dismissed when thick silt deposits in the lake's bed suggested an age of at least 5,000 years. The comet hypothesis was gaining traction by mid-century, since it is mainly made up of ice and dust. Hence, it might have been completely vaporized by a combination of entering Earth's atmosphere and by the impact, leaving absolutely no trace behind. However, Russian scientists, including Daniel Khrennikov at the Siberian Federal University, amongst many others, have dismissed the theory. Khrennikov calculated that icy cometary fragments large enough to cause such a tremendous explosion would have traveled no more than 300 kilometers through the atmosphere before evaporating completely. Another piece of evidence that should all but rule out any meteoric, asteroid, or airborne cometary explosions came from the Irkutsk Observatory. The Russian observatory reported magnetic anomalies on the same day as the Tunguska event. They started 6 minutes after the initial blast and continued for more than 4 hours. The signatures indicate intense pulses similar to when a nuclear explosion occurs at high altitudes or near the Earth's surface. The fact that these pulses lasted for 4 hours indicates this was something other than what we had been told. With these facts in mind, it should come as no surprise to learn that one of the greatest mysteries of modern history is still a subject of much debate. At present, there are over 100 hypotheses and an estimated 1,000 scholarly papers that try to determine the exact nature of the Tunguska phenomenon. They include the wreckage of an alien spacecraft, a giant gas cloud, or a wandering black hole, to name a few. Another interesting theory revolves around Nikola Tesla, an ingenious Serbian-American engineer and inventor who made remarkable contributions in wireless radio communications and held patents for bizarre technology such as earthquake machines and death rays. Tesla also created the stupefying 187-foot-tall Wardenclyffe Tower, complete with a spherical dome on top known as a cupola, which had a diameter of 68 feet. The tower was based on one of Tesla's most revolutionary ideas, designed to shake the world. And perhaps it did, literally. It has been proposed by advocates of the Tesla Tunguska theory that the genius inventor engaged in a crazy publicity stunt that went drastically wrong. However, we will also reveal some puzzling evidence that suggests it might have gone exactly as was planned. So, is it possible that while Tesla was attempting to turn the entire globe into a simple electrical component, his invention caused this mysterious explosion? As a result of his experiments, Tesla concluded that the Earth was electrified and charged to an extreme potential. Therefore, if it were conceivable to increase Earth's electric charge by artificial means, it might also be possible to withdraw the applied energy even to Earth's most remote regions. Hence, in theory, his wireless electricity transmitter could be employed as a weapon by transmitting an electrical wave through the Earth. Furthermore, his article to the New York Times in April 1908, just 8 weeks before the event, seems to contain an uncanny description of precisely what happened at Tunguska. For example, Tesla said of his electrical beam weapon, "Without subjecting the population to serious danger or inconvenience, any region of the globe could be rendered uninhabitable." On the subject of future warfare, Tesla added, "Without using aerial engines, it could be carried out by direct application of electrical waves." The best way to test this device would be to send it to a vast uninhabited part of the world, like Tunguska, although some researchers have suggested Tesla's intended target was Ellesmere Island, whose population numbers less than 100 and occupies an area of 196,235 square kilometers. Supposedly, Tesla had notified an Arctic expedition led by Admiral Robert Peary to watch for an unusual sky glow at the North Pole. It is important to remember, at the time of the blast, Peary was camped at Ellesmere Island, which is directly in line with Tesla's tower and Tunguska. If this was Tesla's aim, it seems the test was not a complete success. On June 30, 1908, Tesla supposedly aimed it towards the Arctic and turned it on. At first, it appeared as though nothing had happened. The test had failed. However, a short while later, Tesla learned that a mysterious earth-shaking explosion had occurred over the Podkamennaya-Tunguska River. The dates matched, and after some calculations, he concluded the beam had overshot while trying to make an impression near Peary, his target. Later, Tesla would reference the death ray, urging its use as a military peacekeeping weapon. In 1915, Tesla made some curious statements implying he may have already tested his futuristic weapon. He wrote, "The technology is already so far advanced that the great destructive effects can be created at any point on the Earth, defined beforehand with great accuracy." 19 years after the event, Estonian mineralogist Leonid Kulik launched the first scientific expedition to the area. Aside from the scientific data, Kulik gathered numerous eyewitness accounts hinting this could have been a man-made event. Some accounts recalled a light blue cylinder or beam of light descending from the sky, vaporizing rocks and boulders and uprooting trees. This was followed by a series of loud thumps similar to thunder. Other people reported ground-trembling vibrations emanating from beneath the Earth before the explosion. These reports are significant because they reveal anomalies that did not just occur in the sky, but also from the ground. In an article by a Soviet newspaper, the Krasnoyarsk, a local man named Vanevera described how a huge flame shot up and cut the sky in two. At Kirensk in Irkutskaya Oblast, 2 farmhands reported how they had seen a fiery pillar in the form of a spear, which disappeared in seconds. Another one also describes how the forked flame broke through the cloud. Several other reports mention unusual cloud anomalies, such as blackened and slowly changing shape into a dish shape or flying saucer shape. Some of these also note the cloud being penetrated by an intense light beam. Could this intense bluish-white beam of light, witnessed by numerous people, have been Tesla's energy weapon emerging from the Earth? Even if one doesn't believe the overshoot theory, some rather interesting information has recently been revealed. According to Tesla researcher Velimir Abramovich, just 3 months before the blast, Tesla sent his associate to the Washington Library of Congress to obtain maps specifically of the Tunguska area. Apparently, Abramovich acquired this data from the Washington Library. If this is true, then we are in some rather strange territory, the type that implies the Tunguska was intentionally targeted. Was this an early warning shot to Russia? One question is often asked. Did the Tesla Tower have the sufficient energy needed to produce the Tunguska explosion? The answer is yes. This directed energy weapon could dramatically change the normal electrical condition of our planet. By creating the correct conditions, Tesla could make the electrical charge of the planet vibrate in tune with his transmitter, building up electrical fields and, in turn, creating bizarre effects in the upper atmosphere. The Tesla transmitter could produce immense frequencies and energy, thought to be the equivalent destructive force of 10 megatons. The coupler could receive an electric discharge of up to 10,000 amps, It was an impulse and voltage that could get up to 100 million volts. If you multiply that impulse and voltage, you get almost 1 terawatt, a power equal to 1 million watts. A sudden release of wireless power is consistent with what eyewitnesses saw and heard before, during, and after the event. Furthermore, an explosion of this nature would not leave an impact crater. Another interesting factor is reports of magnetic disturbances worldwide, not just in Siberia. These factors point to large-scale electrical disturbances, precisely what Tesla claimed he could achieve. As it turns out, the tower would eventually lead to the demise of Tesla. In 1901, Tesla purchased a 200-acre plot in Long Island and began work on the Wardenclyffe Tower, better known as the Tesla Tower. However, to build the tower, Tesla appealed for funds. After being rejected by several high-profile investors, J.P. Morgan came into the scene, providing around $150,000 for a 51% stake in the project. But by 1906, J.P. Morgan, who had his own economic issues with a panic on Wall Street, grew unhappy with Tesla's experiments and withdrew funding. Despite Tesla's pleas for more financial support, Morgan soundly refused. Tesla's dream was over. He became despondent. His plans were in ruins, and, according to biographers, he suffered a nervous breakdown shortly after. Well, that's what we have been told. Other versions suggest Morgan found out the true nature of the tower, free energy for the entire world. Hence, he realized there was no money to be made and quickly ended the project. Tesla died penniless in 1943. Rumor has it Secret Service agents seized every paper they could get their hands on, reportedly looking for the death ray particle beams weapon. However, it is much more likely that they had already secured those papers and were looking for something else. Besides that, Tesla died during wartime. It was probably better to grab everything than to have them fall into enemy hands to American officials. Still, indeed, hundreds of documents were taken and quickly became classified. While some were released later, we are left to wonder what might be in the still classified section. We will leave you with this thought. If this wasn't Tesla, a comet, asteroid, or meteor, there seems to exist in space another type of dangerous space object whose nature remains unknown.
Chapter 24. The Origin of Humanity.
Is there a forbidden zone of archaeology, one which could challenge the authority of the now socially accepted view of the past? The question of how humans came to be has been one of the longest-standing quandaries known to man, first posed far before the advent of modern science. Today, most scientists believe that humans like us came into existence about 100,000 years ago, having emerged from more ape-like ancestors. However, there is an entirely different account of human origins in Vedic literature. This account is called human devolution. To put this in the most simplistic terms, we did not evolve up from matter, but devolved down from spirit. The process by which our conscious selves enter human bodies on Earth, the human devolution process, has been going on for an astonishing amount of time. According to the Puranas, humans like us have lived on Earth for enormously long periods of cyclical time. The day of Brahma is the basic unit of this cyclical time. This lasts for a whopping 4.32 billion years. Following a day of Brahma is a night of Brahma, which also lasts for 4.32 billion years. The days follow the nights in never-ending succession. Throughout the days of Brahma, life, including human life, is manifest, and during the nights it is not manifest, which lasts for 4.32 billion years. The Puranic cosmological calendar says the current day of Brahma started about 2 billion years ago. Traditional Hindus believe that Svayambhuva Manu ruled during that time, and, being the first of humanity, laid down the rules for society in his Manusmriti. The Bhagavata Purana tells us, human beings were created during the reign of Svayambhuva Manu. Therefore, Vedic archaeologists would not be surprised to find evidence for human occupation on Earth going back as far as billions of years. However, conventional archaeology asserts that Homo sapiens evolved approximately 30,000 to 45,000 years ago in Eurasia. Some time after, humans crossed the Bering Straits land bridge into North America, roughly 15,000 years ago. Thus, there cannot be any indigenous human-made artifacts in North or South America older than this date. There are problems with this theory, namely that it can only be maintained by disregarding hundreds of archaeological finds that are without doubt much older. One such find was located at Hueyatlaco, Valsequillo, in Mexico. Towards the end of the 1960s, Roald Fritzl of Washington State University and Harold Mould and Steen McIntyre of the U.S. Geological Survey were excavating a site called Hueyatlaco. In her article written in 1978, Cynthia Irwin Williams states that the abundance of now extinct fauna in the Valsequillo area attracted early hunters. Steen McIntyre and her colleagues discovered artifacts that were clearly of non-local origin. One artifact, a crude flaked lanceolate object, was obviously manufactured by a less sophisticated group. However, other artifacts such as bifacial cutting tools, scrapers, and cutting edges were clearly very sophisticated stone tools that rival the best work of Cro-Magnon man in Europe. The investigators applied 4 dating methods to the finds and the strata in which they were found: fission track dating, uranium series dating, mineral weathering study, tetrahydration dating. By June of 1969, Harold E. Mould and Barney J. Sabo had completed their attempts to date the Valsequillo artifacts, and joined by Cynthia Irwin Williams, they announced the results. The 4 methods produced a consistent date of around 250,000 years. There were no irregularities in the group's methods, and the area was secured to prevent tampering or unintended destruction of evidence. However, in the concluding remarks, Sabo, Mould, and Irwin Williams noted that some of these were possibly too old, stating that, "Right now, we cannot explain why some of these dates are much older than expected from archaeological evidence." In the related article, Mould noted that one of the problems in evaluating these samples was the lack of stratigraphic markers from the field. These are needed for correlation with the various sample locations. Mould and Virginia Steen McIntyre collected samples from the stratigraphic layers to resolve this point, including ash and pumice. Additional stratigraphic data would help determine whether the artifacts were located in an erosional trough, such as a stream channel. If they were, this would indicate that the layers containing artifacts were of a younger age. Although this was probably not the case, anything that raised doubts on the results could not be ignored. So Drs. Steen McIntyre, Mould, and Roald Fritzl, an expert in mapping sediment layers, returned to Hueyatlaco to carry out further excavation work. The tests to determine the stratigraphic sequence were carried out in 1973. This final excavation established a precise sequence of age for the first time. The results showed that the artifacts did not lie within a stream channel, and therefore were not younger than the deposits of ash that covered them. Now, with a much more detailed stratigraphic picture of the site, it became apparent Dr. Steen McIntyre still needed to match the ash and pumice samples with a known volcanic source for dating purposes. Therefore, more deposits were taken and tested. Pumiceous glass is volcanic ash blown into the air on eruption. It contains glass shards that have a large number of bubble cavities known as vesicles. As the volcanic glass weathers, moisture passes through the exposed surfaces. In mild climates, this process could be accomplished in 20,000 years. As the pumiceous glass becomes hydrated, the vesicles also start to accumulate water. The complete filling of the vesicles may take up to 10 million years. Therefore, assessing the fill within the vesicles helps with age determination. Using a petrographic microscope and specialized light masking procedures, Dr. Steen McIntyre began the job of analyzing the samples of the volcanic ash layers containing volcanic glass and mineral phenocrysts. Phenocrysts are mineral crystals that grow in liquid magma during an eruption. The testing process requires around 8 hours of microscope time for each sample. During the microscopic analysis of the phenocrysts, Dr. Steen McIntyre identified a pattern she described as picket fence phenomenon. Instead of having fresh-looking crystal surfaces, the samples looked somewhat shaggy, leaving a picket fence-type appearance. The volcanic glass fragments were also weathered and had absorbed water from the soil. Some of the vesicles had pools of water in them, meaning they were of significant age. In past research, Dr. Steen McIntyre had performed a dating analysis on ash layers at Yellowstone National Park. The samples from Hueatlaco showed a striking similarity to those from Yellowstone dated at 251,000 years. Some zircon crystals from two of the volcanic layers, the Hueatlaco ash and the Titela brown mud, were given by Dr. Steen McIntyre to another geochemist, C.W. Neser, to process for dating. Neser used the zircon fission track dating method, which relies on the radioactive properties of certain elements. The results from this process demonstrated the Titela brown mud to be 600,000 ± 340,000 years BP, and the Hueatlaco ash was determined to be 370,000 ± 200,000 years BP. The minimum age ranged from 170,000 years to 260,000 years BP. Szabo's results using the uranium series method ranged in age from 180 to 260,000 years BP. Neser's zircon fission track method showed ages ranging from 170,000 years to 260,000 years BP. Both sets of dates agreed with Dr. Steen McIntyre's observations of 251,000 years. 3 different techniques, calculated by 3 different geologists, yielded similar results. This finding completely contradicts the belief of anthropology in the New World and the entire history of humanity. The humans capable of making the stone tools found at Hueatlaco are thought to have not existed until around 100,000 years ago in Africa. Clearly, there are only 2 possible conclusions. Either modern humans occupied America 250,000 years ago, or there is an enormous error in the primary methods of geological dating. What is most informative about the Hueatlaco discoveries is the way that they were handled by anthropologists. Steen McIntyre and her colleagues found themselves subjected to immense pressure to retract. As they were to find out, publishing their results would not be an easy feat either. A whispering campaign was launched against them, implying they were publicity seekers or crackpots. At an anthropological conference in 1975, Steen McIntyre and her colleagues presented their paper. Inexplicably, the publication of conference proceedings was held up for 4 years. To make matters worse, the editor ignored her letters. Finally, in 1979, she withdrew the paper in the hope of getting it published elsewhere. Writing in 1980 to the editor of Quaternary Research, she said, "The manuscript I would like to submit gives the geologic evidence. It is clear-cut, and if it were not for the fact that many anthropology textbooks will have to be rewritten, I don't think we would have had any problems getting the archaeologists to accept it. As it is, no anthropological journal will touch it with a 10-foot pole." Ultimately, the paper was published in 1981 in Quaternary Research, but the findings at Hueatlaco have been ignored since. If Steen McIntyre's discovery was an isolated event, then one might be wary of accepting a single piece of data that contradicts the entire foundations of anthropology. But far from being isolated, it is one of literally hundreds of such finds, all of which have experienced the same treatment. In 1998, Australian anthropologist Mike Morwood discovered 800,000-year-old stone tools on Flores Island, Indonesia. This island is 15 miles from the nearest land. Morwood concluded that tool-making hominids must have arrived by boat. However, According to standard theories, the only hominid in existence then was Homo erectus. Boat-making and sailing are typically associated with anatomically modern humans. Morwood decided to elevate Homo erectus culturally, but we could likewise elevate the Flores hominid physiologically to Homo sapiens sapiens. Anatomically modern human femurs from Java and of the same age offer corroborating evidence. In 1997, Hartmut Thieme of the Lower Saxony State Service for Cultural Heritage discovered advanced wooden hunting spears in 400,000 years old coal deposits. Spears are associated exclusively with anatomically modern humans. Thieme decided to raise the cultural status of the European Homo erectus, but another possibility is to assume they may have been anatomically modern humans. Discoveries of anatomically modern humans at Abbeville, France, in deposits the same age as the German spears offer corroborating evidence. Advanced Paleolithic and Neolithic flake tools have been discovered in Canada, Argentina, Mexico, California, Wyoming, New Mexico, and elsewhere by professional paleontologists and geologists. All have been subjected to campaigns of denigration and ridicule, and the discoveries relegated to museum vaults or storerooms. For example, in some cases, Hueatlaco for instance, state or government officials will no longer grant permission for researchers to visit these sites, presumably so they cannot make any more embarrassing scientific discoveries. For archaeologists and historians of archaeology operating from the alternative perspective of the Puranas, ancient India's historical writings, which posit extreme human antiquity, these discoveries do make sense. Further investigation is possible because numerous artifacts remain in the museum collections. Also, from old records, it has been possible to relocate some of the mines from which the artifacts were initially taken. However, although this evidence for extreme human antiquity is fascinating, it does not tell us anything about the actual origin of human beings. Instead, these discoveries simply tell us that we need a new explanation for human origins. But that is also important.
Chapter 23: The Lake Baikal Mysteries.
Hidden away in the remote and frigid hills of southeast Siberia is what could best be described as a living museum full of crystal-clear water surrounded by incredible green landscape. Its name is Lake Baikal, although many refer to it as the Pearl of Siberia, and it boasts, among many other things, approximately 1,700 animal and plant species, 2/3 of which cannot be seen anywhere else. Soviet science fiction writer Alexander Kazantsev wrote a short story in 1946 called A Visitor from Outer Space. You may be questioning why this is relevant. Well, the story tells the tale of the Tunguska blast in 1908 and explains how it was caused by a malfunctioning nuclear spacecraft from Mars. The story goes on to say that the spaceship was attempting to gather water from, you guessed it, Lake Baikal at the time. As you will hear, the sheer number of unexplained phenomena associated with this lake makes Kazantsev's story not quite as crazy as it first sounds. It is genuinely the most unique lake on our planet. Why is it unique? There are numerous reasons. For example, at 25 to 30 million years old, the lake is regarded as the oldest in the world. With a volume of 23,615,390 cubic kilometers, which equals nearly 1 million gallons for every living person on Earth, it is also the most voluminous freshwater lake in the world. In total, it holds 23% of the world's fresh water, more water than all the 5 Great Lakes of the United States combined. The lake is truly enormous. It stretches an astonishing 636 kilometers in length and widens to 81 kilometers and has a surface area of 31,722 square kilometers, making it bigger than some countries, Belgium for example. With a depth of nearly 5,500 feet and a further 4-mile thick layer of sediment, it is also the deepest lake in the world. It is so deep that in ancient times locals thought the lake was bottomless. They also believed that if visitors stepped into its waters, they could emerge on the other side of the universe. Although campsites discovered on the shores of the lake indicate people were living here 25,000 years ago, human activity in this area is believed to stretch back much further to the Middle Paleolithic era, no less than 300 to 400,000 years ago. Still, scientists think even older finds may be submerged beneath the lake at a depth of 50 or more meters. Lake Baikal's size, diversity, and history isn't the only thing that makes this place unique. Unlike other freshwater lakes, its water is transparent, and in ideal circumstances, one can see almost 40 meters into the lake. The fact that visitors and residents can see so deep into the lake may account for the vast number of strange sightings in its waters. The first 60 petroglyphs were found by modern researchers in 1881. They are open to interpretation, but some of the figures seem to represent otherworldly beings and strange lake creatures. Alexei Tivanenko, a doctor of history, certainly believes they depict space visitors, who he calls the sons of the sky. Tivanenko said he had studied hundreds of petroglyphs worldwide. Many show beings united by their height, clothes, and helmets, which he says are similar to what astronauts wear today. Lake Baikal is home to 27 islands. Each one has its own story to tell, but the most fascinating is Cape Reti. Perhaps the strangest thing about this place, which, trust me, is a competitive category, is its mysterious 330-meter wall adorned with odd-shaped pyramids. It has been here since ancient times, yet nobody knows who built it or why. Until further archaeological work is undertaken, which is unlikely because visitors are forbidden from entering the island, it remains an unsolved mystery. Locals think the island is cursed, and they might be right. In 1907, Russian army officers tried to reach this island. However, when they approached the cape, a hurricane appeared from the previously clear blue sky. Many officers perished, while the survivors vowed never to return. The fact that glowing lights and balls can often be observed hovering around the island makes this place one of the world's many paranormal hotspots. Since ancient times, Lake Baikal has been surrounded by myth and legend, but to the Western world, it only truly became as a place of high strangeness towards the end of the Soviet era. Before that time, like most things in Eastern Europe, its strange occurrences were shrouded in secrecy. According to many, Lake Baikal is, in fact, an underwater metropolis that houses everything from underwater alien bases to giant sea creatures. Could they be right? Divers, pilots, sailors, and civilians alike have all experienced odd phenomena in this area. For example, pilots have encountered the rapid appearance of turbulence in an otherwise perfect sky. Divers have reported oxygen tanks that previously operated perfectly suddenly stopped working. Perhaps sailors have been the most affected. As well as bearing witness to odd concentric circles that form on the water's surface instantly, some have even set sail never to be seen again. For example, as recently as 2011, 4 skilled sailors piloting a Yamaha pleasure boat disappeared near a section of the lake the locals call Devil's Crater. Countless fishermen have seen powerful lights emanating from the deep waters of the lake. Loss of time is another common theme amongst visitors to this part of the world. Civilians, amongst others, have reported glowing orbs, large objects entering and exiting the lake, and even enormous sea creatures. Valery Rudentsov, a local resident, says, "We see glowing balls or cigar shapes constantly on the shores of Lake Baikal. They definitely exist." In 1977, 2 researchers named V. Alexandrov and G. Seliverstov were lowered into the deep dark recesses of the lake in a submersible device. At a depth of more than 1,200 meters, they observed a phenomenon that has never been satisfactorily explained. An inexplicable external light source enveloped the submersible. After a few seconds, the light source flickered out. How can a light source exist in the lake at a depth of 1,200 meters? Whatever the light was, it remains a mystery. Another incident occurred in 1982. This time, Soviet Navy divers were on a routine training exercise in the lake. However, something very odd happened midway through their drill. According to Vladimir Azhaza, a famed ufologist and former Soviet naval officer, declassified secret files released by the Russian government reveal precisely what happened. At approximately 1 o'clock, the divers reported seeing super-fast, bright, luminous silver discs whizzing around under the water, much faster than any Soviet technology at the time. Another report says the divers came face to face with mysterious underwater beings. They were human in appearance, but were incredibly tall, at over 3 meters. This odd event is referred to in Russia as a contact event, which implies the divers came into contact with something not of this world, a previously unknown creature, or maybe even a water-dwelling civilization. Another strange account came from Vyacheslav Lavretovich, also in 1982. Lavretovich was interviewed by a state-owned TV channel shortly after the incident. In it, he claims an enormous 700-meter-wide glowing disc started circling his yacht. The glow dimmed as the object descended deeper into the water. Then it abruptly disappeared. Sergei Konechnik, an expert photographer, has also seen mysterious objects above Lake Baikal. In July 2009, he observed and photographed 2 orangey-red objects hovering over the water. Each had a flashing yellow core. A year later, in the same spot, Nikita Tomin photographed a UFO adorned with green-shaded lights. Another local resident, Olga Fedorova, saw something so bright she could not describe it. However, a further 3 villagers saw an unidentified object on the same night. Vasily Timofeyev said it was 30 meters in diameter and shone brightly. Margarita Tsibikova saw the disk ascend from the sky and land on the hillside. Marina Zimireva also witnessed this extraordinary sight and saw the occupants, who she describes as tall and thin. Both Tsibikova and Zimireva saw the creatures return to their ship and fly away in the direction of the lake. For years, people have seen strange objects emerging from the lake. Could this be a base for UFOs or their counterparts USOs? Former Soviet naval officer Azhaza said this on the subject. People seldom visit great depths, so when I think about underwater bases, I say, why not? Nothing should be rejected. So it's truly essential to investigate what has been found down there. In 2014, Lyudmila Emelianova, an associate professor of biogeography at Moscow University, set out with a research group to investigate the lake with sonar equipment. Within days, she had picked up what she describes as several massive underwater objects. A few days later, Emelianova's echo sounding device registered an enormous object directly under her boat. When interviewed on the subject, Emelianova said, "The object was solid, of homogeneous structure. As a scientist, all I can say for the moment is that I cannot offer any explanation as to what this thing could be." The lake's ice rings have puzzled experts since they were first detected in the early 2000s with MODIS satellite imagery. The precise scale of these rings is not apparent on the satellite imagery, so it might surprise you to learn they are between 5 to 7 kilometers in diameter. Interestingly, this phenomenon has only ever been observed in Russian lakes. So far, no one has explained why this is the case. There have been many explanations for these circles. Everything from leaking gas to alien activities has been suggested. Atmospheric events have been ruled out. The gas leak theory was also ruled out when it was discovered that the circles have appeared in the lake's shallow regions. As for aliens, I don't know the answer to that, but it is strange that in 2019, scientists observed one of these rings move 9 kilometers from its original position. There are many questions to ponder. If an unknown civilization is here in our waters, what are they doing here? Which kind of technology do they use? And will they ever reveal themselves? The stories of strange occurrences at Lake Baikal are so numerous it is difficult to rubbish all these accounts as lies or untruths. Furthermore, many of the sightings are corroborated by eyewitnesses. This leads us to believe that something genuinely mind-boggling is going on in these waters, and Baikal has well and truly earned its reputation as the world's most mysterious lake. The lake is full of mysteries. Some oddities are so peculiar they might never be solved. For instance, why is Lake Baikal the only deep lake in the world to have oxygenated water at its lowest depths? Who or what is heating this lake? What is that enormous magnetic anomaly beneath the lake? Nevertheless, as every year goes by, the depths of the world's oceans and lakes become more accessible. Who knows what incredible discoveries are just around the corner?
Chapter 22. The Discovery of Noah's Ark.
Is it possible to tie in the fall of Atlantis with Noah's Ark, Mount Ararat, and Göbekli Tepe? The deluge, or the Great Flood, has been well documented in mythology worldwide. For example, it was recorded by the Sumerians in 2150 BC, the Akkadians in 1800 BC, and the Babylonians in 1300 BC. It was also recorded by Egyptian priest Solon in 600 BC, though the event he refers to happened in 9600 BC. But the best-known version is the biblical story of Noah's Ark, recorded in 1000 BC. Substantial evidence for this great deluge has been found in many parts of the world. Still, the most astounding evidence was discovered by Kurdish shepherd Reşit Sarihanon on May 19, 1948, on a mountain ridge close to Mount Ararat in present-day Turkey. It was subsequently identified by expert cartographer Captain İlhan Durupınar while examining aerial photographs of his country in 1959. Durupınar saw a ship-like formation more extensive than a football field standing out from the rough and rocky terrain. Intriguing ancient inscriptions were also located on several huge anchor stones which had laid largely undisturbed for millennia. Captain Durupınar was familiar with the biblical descriptions of the Ark and forwarded the images to a leading aerial photography expert, Dr. Arthur Brandenberger of Ohio State University. After thoroughly examining the photos, Brandenberger said it was too symmetrical to be a natural formation and had to be a man-made structure. But what sort of man-made structure? It was a ship, and a huge one at that. His exact words were, "I have no doubt at all that this object is a ship. I have never in my entire career seen an object like this on a stereo photo." In 1960, interest grew after the image was published in Life magazine under the heading of Noah's Ark. Disappointingly, later in the same year, an American team of investigators visited the location and reported nothing of any archaeological interest. However, after enlarging the photos, Brandenberger believed otherwise and expressed his concerns to his colleagues. He also found what appeared to be hundreds of ancient foundations in the area, suggesting to him that this could have been the first town founded after the flood. This is just 350 miles from Göbekli Tepe. In 1977, a group of American researchers, aware of Brandenberger's work, conducted more thorough research. They used modern tools such as ground-penetrating radar, metal detection surveys, and chemical analysis in the area for several years. Their conclusions were shocking. This was the Ark of Noah. The Bible states that the ark was 50 cubits wide and 300 cubits long. It referred to the Egyptian cubit, which is 20.62 inches long, so the length of the ark from stern to bow would have been 515 feet. The precise length of the wooden object discovered in Turkey is 515 feet, more compelling proof that this is in fact Noah's Ark. From a logical point of view, is it possible that a vast ship landed at the Durupina site about 2 kilometers above sea level? The only way to get a boat up there is by continental separation. If continental separation did happen, the only place within the Bible framework where it could fit would be during Noah's flood. The cause of Noah's flood is explained in tectonic terms. All the fountains of the great deep broken up. The Hebrew word for broken up is baga, and is used in other Old Testament passages to refer to the geologic phenomenon of faulting. The mechanism for the retreat of the floodwaters is also associated with tectonics. Psalm 104, 6, 7 describes the abating of the waters which stood above the mountains. The 8th verse, correctly translated, says, "The mountains rose up, the valleys sank down." It is interesting to note that the mountains of Ararat, the ark's resting place, is in a tectonically active region at the junction of 3 lithospheric plates. If continental separation occurred during Noah's flood, a host of difficulties in the tectonic quandary could be solved. Rapid mid-ocean rifting can explain a considerable number of volcanic rocks on the sea floor. The appearance of low-density crustal rock down to a depth of 700 kilometers within the mantle beneath trenches can be attributed to rapid underthrusting. The reason for the ancient breaking up of continents can be explained easily by the immense catastrophic forces of Noah's flood, which broke the lithosphere into moving plates that overwhelmed the viscous drag of the Earth's mantle for a short time. The striking similarity of sedimentary flood layers in the northeastern United States to those of Britain, and the absence in the North Atlantic Ocean basin, infers that continental separation happened toward the end of the flood. Furthermore, the Durupina volcano that washed down the ship and preserved it in its lava might have formed after it reached the ground. Ground-penetrating radar scans taken from the Mount Ararat site also revealed a structure under the mud. The symmetry and logical placement of the outline showed that this was unmistakably a man-made structure. Ground-penetrating radar also discovered an open cavity on the starboard side, from which several fascinating objects were recovered. This included wood, animal dung, an antler, and lastly a piece of cat hair. All recovered items were petrified. A few months later, while demonstrating the ground-penetrating radar to Turkish Governor Ekinci, researchers found an important discovery from the ark itself, a piece of petrified wood. Governor Ekinci watched on with great fascination, ordered his own men to dig and recovered the object. When examined more closely, it appeared as though several pieces of wood had been somehow fastened or glued together to form a strong beam. It was believed that this method was unknown until modern technology. Therefore, this implies an advanced knowledge of shipbuilding far surpassing anything we have seen from the ancient world. Even more remarkable were laboratory reports that prove that not only was it once wood, but there were also iron nails that were once embedded in the wood. This is notable for many reasons, but mainly because the Iron Age is thought to have begun around 1200 BC. Yet we have evidence of iron nails being used in a construction that is much, much older. Throughout the site, sensitive metal detectors found many samples of metal plates and, even more surprisingly, large disc-shaped rivets. No doubt, the fact that metal rivets had been used in this ancient construction must have come as a surprise. However, the metal analysis was even more incredible. The rivets were made of a combination of titanium, 1.59%, aluminium, 8.35%, and iron, 8.38%. This indicates a highly advanced knowledge of metallurgy and engineering. Scattered around the Ararat site, huge andesite stones were discovered. Some are 10 feet tall, each with a carved hole near the top. Scientists have determined that they were anchors, which were once attached to the ship with hemp rope. When pilgrims encountered the anchors, they had no doubt about their association with the ark. They often carve one big cross to represent Noah and smaller crosses representing his family. To the modern world, this sounded unbelievable, but the ark's location was not a secret in ancient times, and its location was recorded in many historical documents. The Gilgamesh epic of 650 BC states, "After 12 days on the water, Utnapishtim landed on Mount Nisir. The ark is about 1 mile from a village called Nasa in eastern Turkey." In 275 BC, Babylonian historian Berosus wrote, "But of this ship that grounded in Armenia, some part still remains in the mountains." In AD 180, Theophilus of Antioch wrote, "The remains are to this day to be seen in the Armenian mountains." Ptolemy's Geographia, 1548, suggests the mountains of Armenia as the place of landing. So does the explorer Nicholas de Nicolai, 1558. There are countless examples in the ancient records of Mount Ararat being the resting place of the ark. The next question is, where did the survivors go? Interestingly, the earliest known settlements in the area have been traced back to approximately 10,000 to 9,000 BC. At precisely the same time, a baffling, highly advanced megalithic site was built at Göbekli Tepe, southeastern Turkey. In between those dates, 9600 BC marked the end of the Ice Age. Indeed, this was no coincidence. If the theories and timelines of this theory are correct, this was when primitive humans were supposed to be gathering berries and hunting as nomads. Yet, a site that questions all accepted history has suddenly appeared out of nowhere. What sparked this incredible advancement? Did the survivors of Noah's Ark start the world afresh at Göbekli Tepe, just 350 miles from where Noah's Ark landed? The region of the Ararat Range would have been an ideal refuge for survivors of a flood. While the Noah story might not be accurate in every detail, it is a good guide. For example, it records the construction of an ark containing everything one would need to start afresh, such as plants, seeds, and breeding pairs of animals. While they may have lost valuable tools, survivors would still have retained their knowledge of agriculture and architecture. Did they share this knowledge with indigenous hunter-gatherers of southeastern Anatolia? The stone circles of Göbekli Tepe are so skillfully carved and erected they could only have been achieved by people who were already skilled in such projects. The carvings on these megalithic T-shaped pillars are carefully crafted with hands, arms, and clothing. These towering beings, up to 18 feet tall, all face each other in a near-perfect circle. We usually see a progression from rudimentary tasks to megalithic architecture and the like, yet these people seem to have been highly experienced from the beginning. When we factor that Göbekli Tepe is the first known agricultural settlement, it becomes hard to believe all these facts are mere coincidence. The society we see at Göbekli Tepe, with its agriculture, architecture, and organizational skill, is entirely unprecedented. In another remarkable coincidence, on the pillars on Göbekli Tepe, we see everything from spiders to snakes, from foxes to cattle, and from birds to boars. To use the words of Genesis 6:20, every kind of animal and every kind of creature. It is a fact, however, that the Greek philosopher Plato gives us a very definite date for the deluge that submerged Atlantis. The Greek lawmaker Solon visited Egypt around 600 BC, where priests at the Temple of Neith at Sais in the Delta told him the story of Atlantis and informed him that its destruction had occurred 9,000 years ago. Needless to say, 9,000 years before 600 BC is exactly 9,600 BC. Was Göbekli Tepe created by the remaining Atlanteans to restart their society? The facts of Göbekli Tepe are a testament that challenges every assumption about the origins of humanity. Were there ancient civilizations here before us? Is this history of our planet much older than anything we have imagined?
Chapter 21. The Prehistory of Egypt.
Like almost everything else in ancient Egypt, its origins seem to be lost in the sands of time. However, some interesting ancient texts have survived, and they speak of a time when gods ruled Egypt, long before the pharaohs arrived on the scene. Still, historians have cherry-picked data for some reason and ignored anything that does not fit with their own chronology. The current archaeological theory holds that civilization emerged in the Tigris-Euphrates region, with Ubaid, Sumer, Akkad, Assyria, and Babylon among the earliest known civilizations. The assumption that Mesopotamia was the cradle of civilization is widely accepted. However, when studying the rise of civilizations, it becomes clear that Sumer's beginnings were crude compared to Egypt's. Recent findings also indicate that Egypt developed quickly, flowering into a society far earlier than Sumer specifically, and uniquely on its own. It would go on to become far grander and more graceful than anything we see in Sumer. In fact, it would go on to become so advanced, not even Greece or Rome would surpass it, far less our own. James Henry Breasted, the renowned archaeologist, Egyptologist, and historian, once said, "The art of Egypt was so advanced, it is remarkable that any scholar would propose the crude art of the Babylonians is the product of civilization before the Nile." There is little room for ambiguity that Egypt created the earliest known group of civilizations. Here is where it gets interesting. Ancient Egyptian texts often refer to the antediluvian time of Zep Tepi, meaning the first occasion or the first time. Zep means time. Tepi means first. This is when strange but highly enlightened gods arrived in Egypt, displaying previously unknown technology and wisdom. In Upper Egypt, the walls of the Temple of Edfu display clear descriptions of the time of Zep Tepi. The bringers of knowledge came, arriving in a cosmic egg that radiated colored light. They brought the gift of civilization to Egypt. The texts tell us their ruler, whose reign began over 18,000 years ago, was Ptah. It's remarkable to note that in both its symbolism and its historical time frame, the Egyptian story of Zep Tepi is stunningly similar to texts found in the ancient Bon tradition of the Tibetans. After arriving from the heavens before the dawn of civilization, an entity referred to as Gecko became the king of the gods for the ancient Zhangzhung culture. Incredibly, this was 18,000 years ago, so at the same time as Gecko arrived in Tibet, Ptah appeared in Egypt. The Bon theogony describes how this transpired. Using the power of Iha of bright light, a resplendent jeweled egg descended to Earth from the emptiness of space. Later, while emitting glorious hues on Mother Lake and Father Mountain, the dazzling jeweled egg opened and Gecko appeared. Afterward, brilliant lights appeared in the sky, melodious sounds could be heard in space, and many other wonderful occurrences. The Egyptian priests stored records of their past going back over 18,000 years. Plato writes, "Egypt has kept and recorded the eternal wisdom of the ages, all coming from the dawn of civilization, when gods governed the earth." Plato's writings show he was highly knowledgeable in Egyptian history and well respected amongst the priests of the time. For example, one of Plato's manuscripts contains this remarkable paragraph. At the age of 49, Plato was initiated into the greater mysteries at a subterranean hall in the Great Pyramid of Giza. After a series of ceremonies and teachings, the initiate Plato was sent out into the world to spread knowledge, as Pythagoras and Orpheus had done before him. In his writings, Herodotus, the Greek writer, informed us of a meeting between Hecataeus of Miletus and the Egyptian priests. When Hecataeus told the priests he could trace his ancestry back to a god who lived 15 centuries earlier, they took him to a secluded temple deep under the sands of the Sahara. The priests showed him statues and told him that 345 generations had passed since their gods appeared in the Nile Valley. This would stretch their historical record back some 180 centuries, to approximately 18,000 BC. With this in mind, the Turin Papyrus, which, according to scholars, is the most comprehensive list of Egyptian kings ever discovered, is of particular interest. This ancient text, which is approximately 175 centimeters wide and 42 centimeters tall, was written in hieratic, a cursive form of Egyptian hieroglyphics used mainly by priests. The story of how this papyrus was found is unclear. Still, the most likely scenario is that the papyrus was discovered in a tomb or temple in Thebes by a local resident, and was later acquired by the French Consul General of Egypt, Bernardino Drovetti. This vitally important document is currently housed in the Egyptian Museum at Turin, Italy. Because the list formulates a chronology that predates the reign of Ramesses II, circa 1279 to 1213 BC, and because the front side mentions his territories, it has been suggested that ancient Egyptian scholars compiled the list during his reign. The royal canon of Turin was clearly produced as a complete and historically accurate chronology reference guide, unlike some of the other kings' lists of the New Kingdom, which were created for religious or political purposes. Interestingly, the ephemeral kings and reviled foreign kings of the Second Intermediate Period are included, suggesting no intentional exclusion or suppression of kings. The king list provides us with numerous vital pieces of information. However, two stand out above the others. Firstly, the beings who reigned over the region before the pharaohs were known as gods or demigods. Secondly, long before Egypt was ruled by mortals, these beings came from the heavens and landed on earth. Their extraordinarily long reigns provide us with another inexplicable mystery. For example, the last two lines of column 1 reads, Shemsu-Hor, 13,420 years. Reign before the Shemsu-Hor, 23,200 years. Rather intriguingly, the heading on column 1 reads, Gods of Ancient Egypt. This raises two questions. One, who were these puzzling gods? And two, are the astonishing timeframes we see in the temple texts, hieroglyphic records, and wisdom traditions accurate? In 1973, an astonishing discovery was made 700 miles south of the Great Pyramid of Giza in the Sahara Desert of southern Egypt. The story starts with Bedouin guide Ede Marif, who was crossing an area known as Nubta Playa when he came across a collection of what looked like large stone megaliths. At first, archaeologist Fred Wendorf and his team thought they were natural formations. However, the site was once part of a large lake bed that would have destroyed any such rocks. For Wendorf, this was just the start of a story that would last decades. Wendorf returned to Nubta Playa many times during the 1970s, 80s, and 90s, every time finding something new. In fact, by midway through the 1990s, Wendorf and his team had uncovered 25 megalithic structures and an interesting stone circle. Unfortunately, it would be many years before researchers fully understood the role and importance of these great megaliths. The first radiocarbon dating results indicated a most recent habitation date of approximately 10,000 BC. However, astrophysicist Thomas Brophy found 3 stones inside the Nubta calendar circle that he believes represent the Belt of Orion. The 3 pyramids of Giza also align to represent the constellation of Orion as it appeared circa 12,500 BC. The stones of Nubta Playa's circle and the 3 bright stars of Orion's belt, Alnitok, Alnilam, and Mintaka, aligned on summer solstice nights as they appeared approximately 18,500 BC. Based on this information and other archaeological discoveries in the area, Brophy believes that the earliest Nabta-Playa societies possessed a highly advanced knowledge of astronomy, the kind of knowledge we usually associate with high-level civilizations. It should be noted that despite being located on opposite sides of the Atlantic, the ancient Egyptian and Mesoamerican civilizations like the Maya were similar in a great many ways. For example, their creation myths implied their gods came from the stars, and both had advanced astronomical knowledge. There are literally hundreds of connections between the two cultures, such as pyramids, solar symbolism, life after death beliefs, just to name a few. Interestingly, ancient Egyptian symbols, such as the Ankh, have been found in Mayan ruins in recent years. The oldest sections of the Great Sphinx are well in line with the dating of Nabta-Playa. Geological data, seismic analyses, erosion patterns, and paleoclimatology evidence have all established that the Great Sphinx and its enclosure walls date back to at least 11,000 to 10,000 BC, maybe far earlier. The precise alignment of the megalithic calendar circle at Nabta-Playa and the pyramids at Giza indicates the constellation of Orion was of prime importance. It is interesting to note that Orion represented the god Osiris during pre-dynastic times. The invention of the sciences has been attributed to the Egyptians by nearly all ancient cultures. They tracked the position and movements of the planets for so long, their records eventually stretched back for thousands of years. They also recognized the difference between fixed stars and planets, catalogued stars invisible to the unaided eye, and charted astral influences of the heavens. They created one of Egypt's greatest gifts to humanity based on these observations. In the infancy of known history, how is this possible? The ancient Egyptians somehow had advanced astronomical knowledge. Where could such superior understanding have come from? Ancient Egypt presents us with an almost unsolvable mystery. How did they go from Neolithic desert people to the most majestic civilization of history? How did they rise rapidly from primitive hunter-gatherers to a culture that demonstrated scientific advancements that defy explanation? Many of their architectural works are unmatched to this day. What could possibly explain their vast technological knowledge, which formed so suddenly? According to their own writings, all Egyptian sciences were founded circa 18,000 BC by Thoth. He was known as the Egyptian god of all trades and arrived in the Nile region during Zep-Tepi. Through his 3,000-year-long reign on earth, 20,000 volumes are said to have been composed by this mysterious deity, many dealing with the sciences. Undoubtedly, some of the most unusual events in ancient Egyptian history happened during Zep-Tepi. It was a time of pure mystery. However, we can learn much more about these events by studying the mysterious texts that have survived the ravages of time. The most significant texts are the Pyramid texts, the Book of Pylons, and the Book of the Dead. Of course, we should always consider the possibility that Zep-Tepi was not the first time, but only the beginning of the latest chapter in the lengthy history of the Egyptian civilization.
Chapter 20. The Ark of the Covenant.
The Ark of the Covenant is undoubtedly one of the world's most enduring mysteries. What was the true purpose of this puzzling container, and what exactly did it house? According to the Pentateuch, the Ark was constructed from a blueprint provided by God. According to this theory, it was built to act as a communication device, so God could direct his servants. However, it is also considered a powerful energy device or a generator capable of strange, uncontrollable forces. As you will see, the concept of the Ark being an energy device is not as odd as it initially seems to be. The materials used to construct the ark do in fact support the theory that it was an electrical conductor. The Bible describes the ark as a portable chest made of acacia wood, set on carrying poles, gilded inside and out with gold, with a solid gold lid. Gold on the exterior of the ark would make a powerful electrical conductor. Acacia wood just below the gold would make an excellent insulator. Used in the right way, it could efficiently emit an electrical discharge strong enough to harm anyone that touched it. The ark has 2 gold cherubims surmounted on its conductive lid, creating a double configuration. One cherub would be connected to the negative layer, the other to the inner positive one, isolated from the outer layer. Constant exposure to static electricity in the desert climate would cause an electrical charge to accumulate as it was transported through the desert, in much the same way that a car can develop a static charge when driven around on a hot day. Further evidence for the purpose of the cherubs can be found in Louis Ginzberg's Legends of the Jews. The book tells of ancient legends that say sparks emitted from the cherubim. Interestingly, specifications of the ark as recorded in the Bible, it would essentially resemble an electrical capacitor. Famous scientist Nikola Tesla, whose inventions included the Tesla coil and alternating current electricity, believed the ark did indeed function as an electrical capacitor. In an article entitled "The Wonder World to be Created by Electricity," he said, "The Bible explains precisely arrangements constituting a machine." Tesla added, "In this machine, electricity was generated by the friction of air against silk curtains. Then it was stored in a box constructed like a condenser." According to Tesla, Moses was undoubtedly a skillful electrician far in advance of his time. An article by journalist Mark Bennett and historian Michael Blackburn reveals how they skillfully reverse-engineered the design of the ark using the Bible itself as a research tool. According to their 2006 article, Re-Engineering the Ark, which appeared in an edition of Fortean Times, the real secret is revealed in the tabernacle's design. The tabernacle was a roofless, 3-walled structure made of wood and closed off with curtains composed of various materials, including ram skins and goat's hair. Along the same lines as Tesla, they too believed the curtains created an initial static charge by rubbing against each other. The rubbing releases negative charges called electrons that build up to produce a static charge. The more rubbing, the more electrons move, and the larger the static charge that builds up. According to Blackburn and Bennett, the tabernacle and the ark it housed became highly electrified as this charge built up. The article concludes by saying the ark, at its peak, would have been capable of carrying an enormous charge. It was considered to be in the range of 50,000 volts. Blackburn and Bennett's analysis of this remarkable piece of apparatus shows that the power of electricity was known 3,000 years ago. Furthermore, it was being used to create a shock-and-awe style display of God's power. When Solomon wrote, "There is nothing new under the sun," he may well have been correct, because this technology was rediscovered in the 18th century. Author Richard Andrews also noted that the object's design essentially made it an enormous capacitor capable of storing electrical energy. Andrews, who had worked in his youth designing, building, and repairing various types of furniture, built a replica of the ark in 1999. He, too, followed the exact instructions provided by the Bible. Subsequent tests of Andrews' reproduction proved that his ark could store and release an electrical charge. Andrews wrote in a follow-up article, "The Israelites could hardly have picked a better design than the ark had they set out to construct a primitive accumulator. Wood is one of the best insulators, while gold is one of the best conductors of electricity there is." The Ark of the Covenant, or something very similar, can be seen in representations of the Battle of Kadesh at Abu Simbel in southern Egypt. The carving is fascinating because it shows the army of Ramses II had a device that is remarkably comparable to the Ark of the Covenant. Additionally, the carving also shows a 2-to-1 rectilinear courtyard with the entrance to the pharaoh's tent in the center, where apparently mysterious powers could be invoked. It is also fascinating to note that the device has 2 vultures represented with wings, identical in placement to the 2 cherubs on the Ark of the Covenant. Also, a plaque from the palace of King Ahab shows a winged cherubim guarding a jed column. The cherubim are configured similarly to those described on the Ark of the Covenant. The jed is associated with electricity in ancient Egypt. Is there a connection between the Ark of the Covenant and the Great Pyramid of Giza? Surprisingly, there is. Curiously, the Ark measured 2.5 cubits long, 1.5 cubits wide, and 1.5 cubits high. Converting from cubits to inches, using 18 inches per cubit, the Ark was 45 inches in length, 27 inches in width, and 27 in depth. The Ark's cubic capacity is 71,282 cubic inches. This is almost precisely the same volume as the stone chest in the king's chamber of the Great Pyramid in Egypt, which is 71,290. 19th century writer Sir Gardner Wilkinson, often referred to as the father of British Egyptology, spent 12 years in Egypt from 1821 to 1833. Surprisingly, in one of his well-known publications on ancient Egypt, Wilkinson suggested that the stone chest was never intended to hold a body. Many other researchers have also suggested the very same thing. According to a book written by John Peniel in 1997 called The Lost Teachings of Atlantis, the Ark would have actually resided within the Great Pyramid of Giza. Furthermore, he also claims it was used as a device for storing electricity. According to James Tiburon's text, The Story of the Fall of Atlantis and the Use of Crystals, he also has the Ark of the Covenant as a type of portable capacitor device. Furthermore, he also indicates that the Ark would have resided within the king's chamber of the Great Pyramid. Quoting from the text, "What you know as the Ark of the Covenant is actually a capacitor device or a portable generator of Atlantean and other forms of energy." From the Bible's dimensions, Moses' Ark would almost perfectly fit into the stone chest inside the Great Pyramid. In 1955, a unique but rarely talked about experiment was conducted inside the king's chamber to test the theory. In this experiment, a precise copy of the Ark was assembled by Dr. Alfred Rutherford and then lowered into the stone chest. The replica apparently slotted in exceptionally well, with a small gap around all 4 sides. In another odd parallel, according to Charles Piazzi Smith's measurements, the dimensions of the king's chamber itself form a double cube, precisely the same cubit dimensions of the temple's inner chamber, the Holy of Holies. Peniel's book further explains how the Ark would have worked within the Great Pyramid. He says, "The pyramid had a custom-created quartz crystal and a layered capstone of copper. The pyramid would harness energy from the Earth's biofield and concentrate it into the Ark. The Ark would release periodic bursts of a particular frequency of electrical energy that would be transmuted and transmitted from the crystal capstone." Another curious thing to note is that when the king's chamber of the Great Pyramid was initially discovered, there had been found a small amount of white powder within the granite box. Could this have been white powder gold? According to Dr. Douglas Cottrell, to operate correctly, the Ark required a particular substance that he called white powder gold. Other people know it as monoatomic gold. Monoatomic means consisting of one atom. When gold is in this state, it loses its metallic properties and becomes a superconductor. The alchemists of old were highly skilled in their field. They would certainly have known this. How can we fit the ark into the stone box of the king's chamber if the pyramid had been built before the ark? Could Moses have assembled the ark even before the exodus from Egypt, or was there a second, older ark? We know Moses was provided with instructions at Mount Sinai to build the Ark of the Covenant. But where do we find a box before this? To discover this, let us go back to when Enoch entered Egypt somewhere between the year 5000 BC and 4500 BC. While there, Enoch was also instructed to build a box. The significant thing about this box is that it was the place where God would meet his people. According to ancient records and law, we also find that it was overlaid with gold. Inside the box were the great scrolls telling of the experiences of Enoch. This sounds like an original, earlier version of the Ark of the Covenant. A group of savants and their leaders were then instructed to build the city of On and also the Great Pyramid. An Egyptian priest said in his writings that a strange stone coffer was placed in the pyramid to hold the great box of tremendous value. Therefore, the stone box was actually placed in the Great Pyramid to preserve the original ark, not the Ark of Moses. It is also recorded that when these men came to a Herculean task, the box or ark was brought forth, and light as bright as the sun would shine forth from the gold inlay of the box. Then these men of Adam's race would move these great stones to build the pyramid. In fact, these men could do all kinds of things because of the presence of their God. The original ark was placed in the pyramid and was then sealed. What happened to it after that is anyone's guess. Much later, the Israelites were instructed to make the Ark of the Covenant, but they were simply making a copy of something that had already been made thousands of years earlier. Hence, this was the second Ark of the Covenant. With this in mind, one wonders just how many of these magical boxes or arks were made. Are there other boxes of similar properties mentioned in any of the ancient texts?
Chapter 19. Earth's Magnetic Field.
Space, with its extremes in temperatures, exposure to a vacuum and solar radiation, amongst many other things, is one of the harshest environments imaginable to us Earthlings. So, it is not surprising that since we started sending spacecraft and satellites beyond the Earth's atmosphere, they have encountered numerous problems. At first, these problems seemed random. But as more and more satellites were launched into space in the 1960s and 70s, scientists began to see a surprising pattern emerge. The bulk of satellite failures occurred in the same region above Earth. What could be the reason for this pattern? Could it be a coincidence? Could it be something to do with the geomagnetic field? Although many people might not know this, there is a massive area of weakness in our magnetic field that stretches from Chile to Zimbabwe and covers 7.8 million square kilometers. This pothole in space is known as the South Atlantic Anomaly, or the Bermuda Triangle of space, and despite its enormous size, it's not done growing yet. Scientists have tracked the anomaly closely for at least 20 years, using the long-track scanning radiometer placed on board several ESA space satellites. While they have made several important discoveries regarding its cause, many puzzling questions remain unanswered. Some scientists believe that as the South Atlantic anomaly continues to grow, the magnetic poles begin to shift. If current trends are considered, roughly 30 years from now, the SSA will almost completely cover the southern hemisphere. Of course, as scientists point out, it may correct itself, but a much more likely scenario is that we are currently experiencing the early stages of a geomagnetic excursion. Earth's magnetism is powered by the machinations of the Earth's spinning iron core, as molten iron and nickel convection currents carry streams of charged particles and generate magnetic fields. This field has been used for navigation by birds, numerous ocean dwellers like whales and dolphins, and some land animals such as moles, rats, and amphibians. Earth's magnetic field also makes our compasses point to the north utilizing a magnetic pointer. Hence, it has been used by mariners and surveyors for eons. This is one of the numerous things that makes our planet unique. The other inner planets, Mars, Venus, and Mercury, lack a strong magnetic field. Incidentally, Mars likely lost its atmosphere because of its lack of a global magnetic field, but it probably took millions of years for it to happen. The magnetic field doesn't just give us our north and south poles. It traps harmful particles or repels them in Van Allen belts, suspending them over 400 miles above the Earth. However, the South Atlantic anomaly is where the inner Van Allen radiation belt comes much closer to Earth's surface, dropping down to an altitude of just 200 kilometers. This weak spot does not just allow energy particles to get 200 kilometers closer to Earth, it actually pulls them in instead of repelling them. Nevertheless, unlike the Bermuda Triangle in the Atlantic Ocean, where numerous inexplicable phenomena occur, the Bermuda Triangle of space generally doesn't threaten us here on Earth. Well, at least not yet. The protective field still shields the planet from deadly solar radiation, but orbiting spacecraft aren't so lucky. Because the magnetic field strength is so weak inside the anomaly, communication systems on board satellites, aircraft, the space shuttle can all be badly affected by particle radiation, sometimes with severe and costly consequences, like Japan's 300 million Hitomi satellite. As it passed through the anomaly, the satellite encountered numerous software glitches, sending the stricken satellite spinning wildly into the endless depths of the cosmos before its story could be told. Hitomi lasted just 5 weeks in space. Although the International Space Station, Spacelab, and Elon Musk's SpaceX Dragoncraft are all well protected, they have also experienced problems as they loop around the planet at low Earth orbit altitudes. Earlier this year, astronauts on board the International Space Station faced a frightening situation when their computers crashed as it was bombarded by solar rays. Luckily, the event only caused a couple of hours of lost data as its powerboards reset. Space probes are now programmed to shut down critical instruments when entering the South Atlantic anomaly to avoid damage. It has been speculated that weak and unstable fields signify that our magnetic poles could reverse or flip. By magnetic reversal or flip, we mean the process by which the South Pole transforms into the North Pole, and the North Pole becomes the South Pole. There are already indicators that something isn't quite right. Earth's electromagnetic fields do affect climate. Our weather becoming increasingly erratic over the last decade does indicate that an electromagnetic shift may be building or close to happening. To give you a comparison of just how much the field has weakened, it was at least twice as strong as it is today 2,000 years ago. This was uncovered by scientists studying the magnetization of minerals in ancient clay pots during Roman times. When rock is molten and then sets hard, it records the state of the surrounding magnetic field. Pottery does the same when it's fired in the kiln. Because of this effect, we have a reliable record of the state of the Earth's magnetic field going back millions of years. Lava flows such as those found around Hawaii have been recording the state of the Earth's magnetic field for millions of years. Every time a new lava flow solidifies, it records the state of the field. By examining these ancient lava flows, we can see that the Earth's magnetic field fluctuates over time, but more importantly, we can see that it completely reverses. Further study of ancient lava flows shows us some worrying data. As the field nears the state where it flips, we can be left with no protective magnetic shield, and the lava flows show this can last for 3,000 years. Such events have occurred many times throughout Earth's history. Indeed, the field has flipped 171 times in the past 71 million years. Luckily, this has never happened since civilization began. Well, at least not this time around. Furthermore, as little, in geologic time, as 780,000 years ago, the poles reversed in what scientists call the Brunhes-Matuyama reversal. Although these reversals do not follow a set pattern, we are long overdue if we look at the average rate they occur. Currently, solar and galactic radiation is focused on the two magnetic poles where few people live. Still, research suggests that when the field weakens enough, we could have 4, 8, or even more magnetic poles that roam across the Earth, directing the radiation onto heavily populated areas. Although the poles are known to move, usually at a rate of 12 miles per year, the North Pole is now moving at an alarming 3 times faster than normal towards Siberia, and it may be accelerating. If this trend persists, we can expect more beached whales, wayward birds, and compasses to be pointing somewhere near the equator in just over 100 years. Once the magnetic field weakens enough, the directions undergo a near 180-degree switch before strengthening and stabilizing in the new orientation. Should this happen, it could render the magnetosphere useless for some time. Earth will be bombarded by higher energy particles that are usually deflected away. The most significant concern is that if the field collapsed to a very low or zero strength for a long time, we'd be exposed to more radiation from extraterrestrial sources and suffer quite severely health-wise. Does it happen over 1,000 years, or could it happen tomorrow? This is an important question, as most outcomes depend on how long it takes to reverse. Scientists love telling us that a magnetic reversal takes thousands of years and that we have nothing to fear. However, rather worryingly, the Brunhes-Matuyama took less than 100 years to complete, which would be potentially disastrous for life on Earth if it happened today. A significant change in the magnetic field would have wide-reaching ramifications. Potential problems include increased radiation exposure, especially for those living at high altitudes or who frequently travel by air. With a reduced magnetic shield, technology will be more at risk from solar storms. This could destroy electronic equipment and lead to electricity blackouts caused by an overload of long power transmission lines. Navigational equipment relying on the field polarity, like magnetic compasses, will go haywire until things settle down and the compass points in the opposite direction. Most at risk will likely be our satellites. They are not designed to resist solar storms that might ensue from a weakened field. Consequently, our GPS could stop working if our satellites are out of action, and all planes would be grounded. Ships would encounter the same issues, of course. That scenario is bad enough, but another much more alarming one has been mostly overlooked until recently. A growing body of evidence suggests that geomagnetic reversals can trigger ice ages. While some scientists believe this will be a long descent, others, most notably a research team led by Professor Masayuki Hyodo at Kobe University, believe it can happen instantly. With the number of people on the planet now estimated to be near 7 billion, this would be the worst cataclysm in recorded history. According to most scientists, glacial periods can take thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years to descend into an ice age. Still, the statement by Kobe University clearly states a geomagnetic reversal could result in Earth's temperature dropping by up to 3 degrees per year. Hence, even if we gave the numbers some leeway, most of humanity would cease to exist within 5 to 10 years of the flip. Author Robert Felix talked about this for decades, but few people noticed. As it keeps getting colder and colder, eventually the glaciers will slide down from the north and crush everything in their path. Of that, there is little doubt. Everything that we know will vanish, crumbled to dust under an enormous layer of ice that could reach nearly a mile high. Hence, our planet may not return to its current state for hundreds of thousands of years. While there might not be enough data for us to start panicking just yet, what we do have is enough for us to start thinking about the unthinkable. Perhaps that is what the world's billionaires have already done. Their sudden rush to colonize space has always been something of a mystery to us ordinary folk. Do they know something we don't? Are we approaching another event? Perhaps the stage is set, and has been in motion for eons. Still, it is not a question of if it will flip. It definitely will. The question is, when will it flip, and what will happen when it does? What do you think?
Chapter 18. The Tower of Babel.
The Tower of Babel story, found in the biblical book of Genesis, is one of humanity's most famous, intriguing, and mysterious stories. If you need a reminder of the story, it starts by telling us that every person on earth was united long ago, and everyone spoke the exact same language. But then the people, led by the descendants of Noah, or more precisely Nimrod, Noah's great-grandson, built a tower in the land of Shinar. Genesis 11:1 reads, "Come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower with its top in the sky, and so make a name for ourselves. Otherwise we shall be scattered all over the earth." As far as the tower builders were concerned, they really had made a stairway to the gods, and it really worked. However, this act was seen as a rebellion against God, and as such they were punished. The punishment involved people being scattered around the earth, meaning new languages arose, and the people could no longer understand each other. Hence, the people were no longer united. Scientists have tried to explain how speech evolved into the 5,000 different languages we see today for many years. So far, there are two competing theories. But, as you will hear, there are fundamental problems with both approaches. The monogenesis theory considers all modern humans as having come out of Africa, all speaking the same language. There we have it, case closed. Well, not quite. According to the most recent studies, modern humanity has not been on the planet long enough for languages to evolve into the diverse forms we see in today's world. The candelabra theory considers languages to have developed independently at various locations on Earth, and then it evolved as different social groups came into contact with each other. However, this theory cannot explain how similar words for the same items can be found in various languages. This inescapable fact does indeed suggest that language may have adapted from one source. Interestingly, many accomplished linguistic historians point to the parable of the Tower of Babel as a viable explanation for the origin of the many various languages used on the planet today. The tower was built on the exact spot where, according to Babylonian mythology, Marduk created the world, or, as they saw it, the center of the entire universe. They believed that only from here could earth and heaven unite, so they built an enormous staircase that was supposed to reach God in his heavenly realm. Experts in architecture have estimated at least 17 million bricks would have been needed for its construction. Descriptions of the upper levels reveal this was much more than a mere stairway. Towards the top were rooms that could be compared to a penthouse suite for the gods. To say they were luxurious is an understatement. They had the best of everything, including the finest beds and sofas. Each room had a nameplate of the gods who were supposed to stay there. One room was reserved for Marduk and his wife Sapanitum, another one for Nabu and his wife Tashmetu. Other rooms were reserved for the gods of water, light, and sky. According to the priests of Babylon, those rooms were regularly used by the gods. Another room, even higher than these rooms, was reserved as a temple and could only be used by a woman of Marduk's choice, who would later become his mistress. The tower had many other uses. The astronomers of Babylon regularly climbed to its peak and observed the heavens, learning previously unthinkable things. For example, from the top of the tower, they learned to track the movement of the stars, observe Venus, predict eclipses, and keep highly detailed astronomical records. The best description for the tower can be found in the Louvre Museum in Paris on a clay tablet from Uruk. It explains how the tower was built of 7 terraces that reduce in size as its stories progress upwards, with a temple at the summit, Its base was 91 meters by 91 meters, and with a total height of 91 meters, it was the tallest structure in southwestern Asia and would remain so for many centuries afterward. So, the tower was clearly based on the Sumerian ziggurat, which was adopted by later civilizations in the region and may have been the precursor to the famous pyramid building we see worldwide. Further evidence that the Tower of Babel is an actual building modeled on the ziggurat comes from a 2,600-year-old stone tablet discovered in Iraq more than 100 years ago. The tablet clearly shows a 7-tiered ziggurat. By its side is the imposing figure of King Nebuchadnezzar II, who reigned from around 605 to 562 BC. If this isn't enough evidence, how about the inscription on the tablet, which reads, Tower of Temple of Babylon? Under King Nebuchadnezzar, the restoration and enlargement of the Etemenanki were completed after 43 years of labor. More evidence of Nebuchadnezzar's restoration can be found in the fact that some of the bricks were inscribed in cuneiform with his name. You may be querying why it took so long for this information to be revealed. Well, as it turns out, the tablet was in the hands of private collector Martin Schuyen. It was not available for close study until the Smithsonian Institution was given permission to film it for their Secrets series. One wonders what else might be hiding in the collection of Mr. Schuyen, who, according to Wikipedia, owns 13,000 manuscript items. Although the Bible tells us this tower was destroyed by an angry god, it was not. Assyrian king Sennacherib also claims to have destroyed the tower in 689 BC. This is also unlikely. While he did sack Babylon, there are mentions of the tower still standing in the 4th and 5th centuries BC. Herodotus also mentioned that it was still standing during his time. Alexander the Great defeated Babylon in 331 BC and ordered his men to rebuild the ziggurat. However, he returned in 329 BC and found the ziggurat still in ruins, at which point he abandoned the project and ordered his army to destroy whatever was left of the tower. Today, the real-life Tower of Babylon has been identified as the long-destroyed Etemenanki, which can be found about 50 miles south of Baghdad in Iraq, although nothing much remains these days but a watering hole. There are, of course, many other exciting theories that suggest the Tower of Babel was something else entirely. Bear in mind, whatever the people had done, when God saw it, he became fearful that they could do almost anything they put their mind to, which implies this building must have been more than just a tower of bricks. What if these people were attempting to venture into space? Wasn't that where the brick tower was supposed to go? What if the tower, or items within the tower, really could reach the heavens, meaning the tower housed or was itself a type of spacecraft? With spaceflight in mind, numerous researchers have also suggested the tower might have been used as a launching pad. This makes a lot more sense when looking at the work of R.A. Boulay, who believed something important was missing from the Babel story. Boulay found the answer in the word Shem, which derives from Shumu, an Akkadian word. Boulay suggests Shumu does not translate to name. Instead, it means rocket or space shuttle. Hence, the people were not building a tower to make a name for themselves, they were going to make a rocket or space shuttle for themselves. Boulay points to numerous examples of where his translation fits much better. For instance, in the Epic of Gilgamesh, the hero is on a quest to join the gods, but is told to do this. He must travel to the land of the cedars. Many researchers suggested the land of cedars is Lebanon, and that Gilgamesh's precise destination was the ancient space platform at Baalbek. Once there, he was told to raise his Shumu where the gods raise their Shumu. Boulay says it makes much more sense, especially considering what we know about Baalbek, that Gilgamesh was supposed to raise his rocket, not his name. Another tale that leaves no doubt about what the word Shumu means can be found in the Sumerian account of Adapa. Having reached the heavens, Adapa is asked by the chief god Anu how he managed to get his Shumu to reach his abode. Clearly, Anu isn't asking him how he got his name to the heavens. He is asking how Adapa obtained his vessel. Rabbi Jonathan Eibeshutz also believes the people of Babylon were building a rocket ship. He says that by doing this, they were showing off their advanced technology and superiority over God. The Torah points out that the people had discovered some form of pre-flood advanced technology that possessed magical powers. We know the Nephilim taught humans forbidden arts and sciences and how to make various weapons and armor. Could this magical advanced technology, or instructions on how to make it, have been left behind by them? Rabbi Yehonasan Eibeshutz says the Babylonians found a mountain of advanced technological information, after which Nimrod started making plans to travel to the heavens. In fact, the rabbi goes further and claims Nimrod had found plans on how to make a rocket, which he believed, once assembled, would put him on a higher standing than God. The rabbi does not stop there and goes on to tell us how Nimrod's engineers would have created a vacuum of space by using an explosive charge at the bottom of the rocket. This would have given it enough thrust to pass Earth's murky air and then sail on to the moon. This ties in with the book Out of the Iron Furnace by Rabbi Eliezer ben David, in which he suggests flames could be seen around the bottom layers of the tower. Interestingly, according to the Zohar, once they had arrived on the moon, the Babylonians planned to set up colonies with the intention of attacking those responsible for the flood, i.e., God or the Nephilim. We are immediately reminded here of the Jewish legend where the tower builders declare, "Let us ascend into the heavens and ruin them with our bows and spears." This would certainly explain why God was so angry with the people of Babylon that he scattered them all over the world. Like many biblical stories, we are told the Tower of Babel was nothing but a myth, an allegorical tale designed to explain the world's many languages. But while we may not know the tower's true purpose, numerous archaeological discoveries have been made in the last 100 years that show the tower definitely existed. This makes one wonder, religious or not, just how much more of the Bible's many stories might just turn out to be true.
Chapter 17. Weird Ancient Connections.
In 1961, while digging at the Palatine Hill, Rome, archaeologists uncovered a previously unknown room. There was a painting in a niche of this room which was so startling that no satisfactory explanation has ever been offered. A high wall can be seen in the background, which for all the world resembles a counterblast wall. In the middle, standing on a launch pad with cables running from it, is a modern-looking rocket or spacecraft. Distinguished author and biologist Ivan T. Sanderson asks, what did the Roman artist paint? Was it a reality, a forecast of the future, or pure imagination? The painting deserves thorough analysis. Why would a painting of a rocket ship dating from ancient times appear on the wall of a hidden room? It should not exist, yet it does. Strangely enough, there may be many more links between places of worship and space travel than one might first dare to think. This is not meant as an irreverent observation. However, we would like to present some facts and theories that could open up exciting research lines for serious investigation work. First of all, religious architecture in most countries has followed a particular pattern for centuries. Moreover, mathematically speaking, these designs are not easy to accomplish. For example, the architecture displayed by the great cathedrals of Europe, with their superb arches, great naves, and lowering structures, would present the most significant challenge to the designers and the builders. The town of Chartres is about 100 kilometers southwest of Paris. Its cathedral, nearly 140 meters in length and 37 meters high, dates from the 12th century and represents the finest flowering of religious architecture. Its design is based on Platonic mathematic principles in which the harmonies of the entire universe are displayed. Mentally compare the twin spires of the mighty cathedral and their shape and proportions with those of Apollo 12. Look at any church with new eyes and see the resemblance between a typical rocket ship and the typical church spire. Study pictures of places of worship in India, Thailand, the Middle East, Islamic mosques, Buddhist temples, and Oriental pagodas, and see how their towers rise to where most people consider heaven to be located, upwards. Try to get a mental X-ray image of the basic tower structures. Of course, allow for variations between Occident and Orient in the analysis of detail, and see how similar they really are under the superficial additions of numerous carved reliefs, gargoyles, decorations, or buttresses. Seen with newly opened eyes, Moscow's Ivan the Great bell tower in the Kremlin is a 3-stage rocket topped with a semi-spherical capsule. The stunning Gothic arches inside Cologne Cathedral also repeat the rocket shape. The shape is repeated again in St. Sophia's in Istanbul. Instead of towers, we have multi-stage rockets. Armenian bell towers, Chinese pagodas, Indian temples and stupas, and simple country churches anywhere in the world suddenly seem to have been constructed as an imitation of spaceships. But why the coincidence of shape? In several works, such as The Evolution of the Universe and Cosmic Reminiscences, Vyacheslav Zaitsev, a scientist at the Belarusian Academy of Sciences, sought to answer this question. But Zaitsev did not claim to be the first to open up this field of research. Instead, he gives credit to Nikolai Reinin, a friend and pupil of Konstantin Tsiolkovsky. Tsiolkovsky was a Russian scientist who, at the beginning of the 20th century, established the principles for building space rockets. Reinin drew attention to the correspondences in the myths of various peoples regarding earthly visits by beings from other worlds more than 60 years ago. In 1959, Modest Agrest, another Russian scientist, thought that numerous events outlined in the Bible were, in fact, evidence of visits made to Earth by beings from other worlds. Carl Sagan, the American astrophysicist, published a similar hypothesis 3 years later. Obviously, there is no scientific backing for any of these theories. However, we suggest that the similarity between religious architecture and machines designed for space travel is no coincidence. The archetype has been preserved with slight variation from ancient times up to the present day. The big question is, where did the archetype come from? And what is the reasoning for the specific form of that archetype? The Apocrypha relates that when David ascended to heaven, the church image that was to become the archetype of the Temple of Jerusalem was shown to him by the angels. David memorized the model and, on his return to earth, ordered his son Solomon to construct a house of the Lord using the same design. So, that is how the Temple of Jerusalem came to be conceived in the 10th century BC. Zaitsev asks, is the image of a spaceship perhaps encoded into the church design? Perhaps some human being saw the abode of God after being induced by the astronauts to go aboard the celestial machine. Of course, Zaitsev's questions are rhetorical. He continues, an interpretation of this ancient Judaic legend regarding the origin of Solomon's temple is even more convincing in light of other texts, most notably the Apocrypha. Hindus also believe their temples were built in the image of those on other worlds. Again, the design was revealed by a deity. The classical work, Ramayana, informs us of a 2-storied vehicle with many rooms and windows, or a celestial chariot which roared like a lion. At launching, the vehicle issued a single-toned sound, and like a comet in the sky, it blazed like red flames as it sped through the air. The Mahabharata is another source for these legends and states the vehicle was activated by winged lightning. Samarangana Sutradhara, the Sanskrit text, contains an incredibly long description of the vehicle, which is referred to as Vimana in Veda works. In Zaitsev's Temples and Spaceships article in September 1968, he points out, Christian and Judaic, like Brahmanist and Buddhist architecture, go back to one source, a certain celestial temple, which, on Earth, is best imitated by domed churches. Suppose spaceships from other planets landed on Earth long ago. To primitive man, the effect would have been closely like a modern aircraft landing in such places as New Britain and New Guinea in more recent times. In those latter cases, aircraft arrival led to a worship of the people who arrived by the craft. As a way of attempting to induce the aircraft and their enchanting cargoes to return, various religious practices were adopted. The effect is known as cargo cult. Cargo cults are first thought to have appeared in Fiji in the 1880s. A pattern is almost always repeated. A prophet appears, possibly in a ship or an aircraft loaded down with a host of goods. The prophet goes among the people and proclaims the coming of salvation while also ordering certain rituals and even activities such as building an imitation landing strip, a wharf, or a storehouse. Basically, all such cults are most likely primitive attempts to start the significant social changes needed for coping with a situation of cultural change. The change being the impinging of the modern and civilized upon ancient and barbaric. In ancient times, one must conjecture those ships came to this planet from another world, bringing strange beings and strange but vastly valuable goods. Maybe the ships left, maybe some remained, or as has been speculated elsewhere, some remained in orbit. Perhaps some people of this planet, as is the case with Ezekiel, were recognized for their leadership skills or higher intelligence and transported to space vehicles to attain higher knowledge. Were they given instruction in simple technology such as irrigation canals, better techniques of working with stone or metal, the invention of the wheel, and so on? Indeed, there are reasons to believe something of that nature may have happened. It was about 15,000 years ago that humans began a massive breakthrough in handling themselves and the environment. Despite no apparent change in their circumstances for many thousands of years, humans suddenly began to develop new techniques like splitting bones to create tools. These sudden changes have never been adequately explained. Humans, so tremendously different from their nearest relatives, the giant apes, are a complete puzzle to biologists. Recent studies have shown that humans have 312 unique and exclusive characteristics that no other primate possesses. Strangely, we have evolved at a pace that can only be described as fantastically rapid compared to the evolution of other creatures on this planet. The evolutionary process is known to be extremely slow, imperceptible throughout even hundreds of generations. Our most outstanding evolutionary achievement was developing a brain that, from a capacity of 400 cubic centimeters, evolved to a capacity of 1,300 cubic centimeters. This miracle took place in the short period of 1 million years, a mere tick of the evolutionary clock. Yet, according to the evolutionists, it took some 30 million years for primates to evolve a hand with an opposable thumb, which is what gave humans the advantage. Max Flint and Otto Binder, two American writers, think the reason can be found if we factor in ancient visitations to this planet by an intelligent civilization from another world. Furthermore, they have recently put forward a theory that proposes the visitors made a conscious effort to breed a race of humans on Earth, either through motives of biological experimentation or through altruism. If they came here, is their presence responsible for the almost universal human origin myth of highly intelligent beings descending from the sky or the stars? If so, did they ever really leave? The puzzle of biological experiments can be left to the biologists, but dig into data for yourselves and start to see the world in a different light. The following areas will reveal interesting results after even the most minor investigation. The myths, legends, and ancient classical religious works from all countries inhabited since long, long ago, particularly India, China, Sumeria, Babylon, Egypt. Recently published versions and updated accounts of ancient rock inscriptions, biblical sources, and other texts and artifacts. These topics lead to the intriguing theory that human origins are connected with visits to Earth by beings from other planets in the distant past. However, be aware, the problem the scientists have with these anomalous discoveries is that they throw into question every single theory there is concerning our past. The usual method of the conformists when faced with such anomalies is to attempt to debunk them, or perhaps endeavor to discredit the source of the report, or even the reporter. The establishment will never acknowledge or admit that these discoveries are authentic. Do your own research, and you might find out some surprising facts.
Chapter 16. Ancient American Anomalies.
The United States is covered with odd artifacts and stone ruins of unexplained origin. Every state boasts of numerous mysterious sites. For example, in West Virginia, there are the remains of sizable circular stone structures supposedly predating the Indians. In multiple states, there are ruins that archaeologists have whispered about being Roman in origin. Some of these places have become minor local tourist attractions. Others are identified only by temporary highway signs. Some, such as Mystery Hill in North Salem, New Hampshire, have achieved some celebrity. Mystery Hill features various chambers topped by a massive table weighing over 4 tons. It is supported on stone posts and is delicately grooved. The New England Antiquities Research Association carried out carbon-14 tests around the site in 1969 and decided that it was apparently built around 1000 BC. Recent studies have shown that some of the enormous stones on Mystery Hill are precisely aligned with certain stars. Each year, the sun sets immediately over the winter solstice monolith on the opening day of winter, December the 21st, when observed from the table's center. The Cherokee Delaware Indians believe that a race of giants once occupied the region east of the Mississippi, living in gigantic cities and fortifications. There are countless references to giants in other Indian folklore and in ancient writings all over the world, including, of course, the legendary "there were giants in the earth in those days" biblical statement. South American Indians also have several legends about giants and their extraordinary civilization. But no matter the origin, most of the tales declare that the giants were hostile and even unfriendly to normal men. Bones of giants 8 to 12 feet tall have been discovered in the mounds of Minnesota and numerous other places, so it is entirely plausible that a race of giants did live in earlier times, and some of these vast stone constructions may have been their creation. Regrettably, science does not believe in giants, so all this evidence has been disregarded. There is also significant evidence that Christopher Columbus was a comparatively late visitor to the New World. He was apparently preceded by the Vikings and maybe even the ancient Phoenicians. Chinese artifacts have been discovered in Mexico and California, so perhaps even the Chinese beat Chris by many centuries. In the 14th century, a knight from the Orkney Islands left a carving in Massachusetts. Near Heavener, Oklahoma, stands a stone 12 feet high, 10 feet wide, and 16 inches thick, engraved with ancient Scandinavian runic symbols. It was found by Choctaw Indians in 1830, and archaeologists have been quarreling about it ever since. Many other rune stones have been discovered, the most famous being the Kensington stone, located by a farmer near Kensington, Minnesota in 1898. While archaeologists and linguists maintained that the Kensington runestone was fake, a geologist at the Minnesota Historical Society, Newton Horace Winchell, initiated a detailed physical examination of the object. His tests, verified by weathering of the stone, show its inscription was roughly 500 years old. 2 more runestones were located in Oklahoma in more recent years. The last one was found by 2 schoolboys near Poteau, Oklahoma in September 1967. As expected, the archaeologists are clearly divided over the validity of these discoveries. One group screams hoax, even though it requires a skillful archaeologist and linguist to perform such a hoax. Others, such as Frederick Pohl, a well-known Norse scholar, seem to think these stones may be genuine. 50 years before Columbus duped Queen Isabella into funding his expedition, someone sketched a rough map of North America. Lawrence Whitten, a rare book collector from New Haven, Connecticut, found a reproduction of this map in 1957. It is known as the Vinland map and is now part of the rare document collection in Yale University Library. Scientific analysts have dated it at AD 1440. And, as usual, the foremost experts have been debating it ever since. Some have called it an out-and-out hoax, while others viewed it as additional evidence that the Vikings were regular visitors to the New World. More tangible evidence can be observed after the discovery of the Viking longhouse on the Ungava Peninsula in northern Canada. Laval University has dated it between the 11th and 12th centuries. In addition, many other ruins and artifacts have been located all over North America. For instance, 2 remarkably similar axes, both clearly of medieval European origin, have been identified in Beardmore, Ontario, and Rocky Nook Point, Massachusetts. Archaeologists from the Smithsonian Institution uncovered a minute slab of stone covered with ciphers in 1885 near Bat Creek, Tennessee. They determined it was apparently the work of Cherokee Indians. Still, modern experts, such as Dr. Joseph B. Mahan of the Museum of Arts and Crafts at Columbus, Georgia, have taken another look and opposed the old Indian theory. Dr. Mahan knows Cherokee, and in trying to persuade the Smithsonian to re-examine the Bat Creek stone, he said, "You simply can't ignore evidence just because it doesn't fit current theory." A comparable stone was discovered by Manfred Metcalf at Fort Benning, Georgia in 1968. Metcalf searched for rocks to build a barbecue grill in his garden when he found the stone, which measures 9 inches square. It is covered with circles, triangles, and straight and wavy lines. He gave it on to Dr. Mahan, who thought the etchings appeared to be characteristically Mediterranean. Another expert, Dr. Cyrus H. Gordon, chairman of Mediterranean Studies at Brandeis University, agreed. There were obvious similarities between the Metcalf stone and a sample of Minoan text dating back over 3,000 years to the Bronze Age civilization which thrived on the Mediterranean island of Crete from 3000 to 1100 BC. However, Dr. Gordon became the focus of another controversy when he announced that a sample of Phoenician writing discovered on a stone in Brazil was genuine, after other archaeologists had condemned it as a fraud. After all, it was hardly believable that the ancient Phoenicians could have reached Brazil. Or was it? As for the Bat Creek artifact, Dr. Gordon believes it might have been the handiwork of Hebrews from Palestine during the Bronze Age. Both scientists think that ancient Semitic tribes from the Middle East may have reached the North American shores thousands of years ago. This, of course, rekindles memories of the lost tribes of Israel. Did they somehow find their way to this continent and become that lost American culture portrayed in the Mormon Bible? According to Bible texts, the Assyrians of the 8th century BCE expelled 10 of the original 12 tribes from their land in the northern kingdom of Israel. Some prominent Americans, such as Elias Boudinot and William Penn, believed they ended up in America. Dr. Mahan concludes that some Indian tribes can be traced back to seafaring Mediterranean races. The Yuchi, he points out, are linguistically distinct from the other North American tribes. Their myths state, "We came as the sun came, and we went as the sun went." Dr. Mahan understands this to mean that the Yuchi came from the east over the Atlantic Ocean, and then traveled northwards from Florida to Georgia. Some archaeologists tend to lump runestones together with stones showing Indian petroglyphs. Petroglyphs are carved into rocks as path markers, and thousands have been unearthed all over the Americas. Although various isolated Indian tribes were clearly responsible for them, there are many intriguing similarities in the symbols used. Identical markings have been found carved on ancient rocks in different parts of the world. Was this form of writing universal at one time? Archaeologists studiously overlook the fact that some of these pictographs can be traced to ancient Mediterranean cultures. But the runic script is very distinct from the Indian petroglyphs. The runestones display alphabetic symbols, while petroglyphs show picture writing similar to Egyptian hieroglyphs. As interpreted by Frederick Pohl, the Kensington stone explains how 8 Goths and 22 Norwegians built a camp. The year is given as 1362. Indian petroglyphs, on the other hand, were traditionally devoted to trail information, where to get water and the like. One Indian pictograph of particular importance is a complex design found throughout South, North, and Central America. It shows a series of squares inside one another. The Hopi Indians call this the Mother Earth symbol. To the Pimas, who live in central and southern Arizona and northwestern Mexico in Sonora and Chihuahua, it is the House of Teuju. To the Kunas in Panama, it is the Tree of Life. Anthropologist Harold Sterling Gladwin saw something different in it when he examined this symbol engraved on the wall of Casa Grande, Arizona. In his work, Men Out of Asia, he wrote that the Mother Earth symbol is indistinguishable from the Minoan labyrinth carved on coins from Knossos, Crete, circa 200 BC. The legendary labyrinth was said to have been constructed by Daedalus to hide the half-bull, half-man Minotaur. Dr. Clyde Keeler and Dr. Baldwin of Milledgeville, Georgia, both seem to think that the Indians' use of the early labyrinth symbol proves the influence of the earlier Minoan culture. So we have all the bewildering evidence of the runestones and other artifacts dispersed around this continent, proving that men from Europe and probably Crete and Thera reached America in pre-Columbian times. It is even conceivable that groups settled here and built temples and forts. In a learned thesis on petroglyphs issued by the Smithsonian in 1937, Julian H. Stewart frowned on the evidence that attempts to prove that Chinese, Egyptians, Scythians, and a host of other Old World races, including the 10 lost tribes of Israel, reached America in ancient days. He noted that believers of the subject have written voluminously, argued bitterly, and even fought duels. Many years later, the Smithsonian is slowly starting to change its mind. They have stopped attributing these cord slabs to the native Indian tribes. After all, these tribes have denied credit all along. When the Europeans first arrived in British Columbia, Canada in 1860, the West Coast Indians had already incorporated the carvings in their legends. Phil Thornburg, a petroglyph specialist in Victoria, Canada, said, "They showed them to European explorers and revealed they were left by an ancient civilization and were the hub of creation." Thornburg points to what seems to be a carving of a Chinese dragon. There does seem to be an Oriental background to them, he notes. Being carved in sandstone, it's practically impossible to say what age they are. I found some that were concealed under more than a foot of topsoil. Now, this wasn't the kind of topsoil that would have washed over them. This was formed there, placing the age of the carving around 5,000 to 7,000 years, which is really ancient for this country. Thornburg discovered one petroglyph on Vancouver Island that had a hole entirely worn through it by dripping water, which proves that it had been there for a very long time. He found a carving that had crumbled at another site when a massive tree grew straight up through it. Petroglyphs, which were clearly the work of Indian tribes, often tell exciting stories about hunts, battles, encounters with the little people and other phantom inhabitants. Some contain warnings that the valley or mountain ahead is the abode of these strange phantoms. The Cherokee Indians have myths about the strange entities who resided around Chimney Rock. Scientific and scholarly replies to pre-Columbian contact have varied. Some of these cases have been examined in prominent peer-reviewed sources. Many others, particularly those based on circumstantial or alternative interpretations of archaeological data, alleged out-of-place artifacts, cultural comparisons, comments in historical documents or historical accounts, have been rejected as fringe science, very unfairly in some cases. So, what is the truth? Let us know your thoughts in the comments section.
Chapter 15. Ancient Technology in Egypt.
Over the past few centuries, numerous discoveries have helped us gain a new understanding of life in ancient Egypt. These include essential finds such as the Rosetta Stone, the tomb of Tutankhamun, and the pyramids at Giza. Other discoveries, which by comparison did not seem all that remarkable, were labeled and stored in museum basements where they sat gathering dust for years before anyone would see them again. For example, thousands of bowls, vases, and plates were found in and around the Step Pyramid at Saqqara. But to the inexperienced eye, these objects were not considered remarkable, and so were sent straight to the Cairo Museum before proper scrutiny could take place. Years later, when trained machinists and engineers studied these rather innocuous-looking items, they made several notable observations. Perhaps the most astonishing revelation was that the stoneware of Saqqara had been manufactured with high-precision lathes, yet they are believed to have been created before the existence of the dynastic Egyptians. The unmistakable tool marks can clearly be seen in the center of the open plates or bowls, where the angle of the cut changes quickly, leaving a distinct, narrow, and flawlessly circular line produced by the tip of the cutting tool. Lathes have been used throughout history for shaping wood, metal, or stone. The earliest evidence of lathes can be found in ancient Egypt around 1300 BC. Historians also believe they were used at a Mycenaean site dating back to the 14th century BC. However, lathes during this period were rather primitive and used primarily for wood. They are physically incapable of creating the level of precision we see on the artifacts recovered from Saqqara. Instead, the evidence we see here suggests the ancient Egyptians accomplished tasks that would be deemed impossible without highly advanced and specialized methods, such as cutting concaves and convex spherical radii without splintering the material. The first known depiction of a lathe can be seen on the tomb of Osiris, dating to the 4th century BC. It shows two Egyptian craftsmen working a vertical lathe, one turning while the other chiseled. However, no earlier depictions of lathes have been found, and earlier designs may be different. Working with soft stones like alabaster is quite simple. Primitive tools and abrasives would quickly do the job. However, most of the Saqqara stoneware is made of hard rock materials such as diorite, gneiss, and granite, which indicate a completely different level of skill and perhaps more advanced technology. The very fact that, without the aid of modern tools, many of these vases appear to be perfectly shaped and are often fully symmetric is nothing short of a miracle. What is rather astonishing is that despite being from the earliest period of ancient Egyptian civilization, these bowls and stone dishes are some of the finest ever found. Stoneware such as this was not seen in any of the later Egyptian dynasties. It appears that the necessary skills were lost. This is a common yet mysterious occurrence in many ancient cultures across the world. We see evidence of brilliant engineering in the earlier periods, followed by a sharp decline in later periods. Egyptologists state that the work, including granite, was created with copper and stone tools. Whilst it is true that complex objects can be made without the assistance of machinery, simply by rubbing the stone with an abrasive, such as sand, and by using a piece of wood to administer pressure, however, in the words of Petrie, this could not be produced by any grinding or rubbing process. One piece is so perfectly turned that the entire bowl balances perfectly on a round-tipped bottom no larger than the size and shape of the tip of a hen's egg. This means that the entire bowl needed a symmetrical wall thickness with no error whatsoever. Producing this piece in clay would be very impressive, but it is nothing less than incredible in hard granite. Another item that shows clear signs of having been turned on a lathe is a large white bowl with dark flecks, which is likely a form of granite. The circular pattern in the middle, being perfectly round, indicates that it must have been turned on a lathe. 2 pieces of diorite in Petrie's collection were directly due to genuine turning on a lathe. To many, it was a simple bowl made out of a straightforward rock. However, studying the bowl closely, Petrie noticed that the spherical concave radius forming the dish had an odd feel. Closer inspection showed a sharp cusp where 2 radii crossed. This means that the radii were cut on 2 separate axes of rotation. On exploring other items from Giza, Petrie unearthed another pot shard that bore the hallmarks of true lathe turning. This time, a second radius was cut by shifting the tool's pivot point. The operators machined just short of the dish's perimeter with this radius, leaving a small lip. Again, a sharp cusp marked the intersection of the 2 radii. Another strange object discovered at Saqqara in the tomb of Prince Sabu has completely perplexed archaeologists ever since its discovery. It is described as a plate with a central hub, with the outside rim flared toward the central hub in 3 areas spaced evenly around the perimeter. Considering it is pre-dynastic, circa 3000 BC, it represents a supreme ability to work hard stone. The lobes are so perfectly made they look as if they had been easily curled over. But they have not, because this delicate object is composed of a very brittle stone known as schist, and yet it is somehow finished, turned and polished to a faultless paper-thin rim. How could the ancient Egyptians create such a delicate and complex object more than 5,000 years ago? Egyptologists tell us the introduction of the wheel in Egypt corresponded with the invasion of the Hyksos in 1640 BC. So, if it is not a wheel, what is the peculiar object that appeared in the tomb of Prince Sabu 1,400 years before the invasion of the Hyksos? The Egyptologist Cyril Aldred concluded that its design was, without a doubt, a copy of a previous, much older metallic object. Its design also makes us suspect that it might be only one small part of a more complex mechanism. But what mechanisms existed 5,000 years ago in the valley of the Nile? Other pieces in the Cairo Museum are turned out of basalt, granite or porphyry, or are entirely hollowed with narrow undercut flared openings. Since we cannot reproduce such pieces, it is safe to say that the techniques or machinery the Egyptians used have yet to be replicated. The accuracy of the carving leads us to accept that they were most probably lathe-turned and cut with jewel-tipped blades. The evidence suggests a specialized drill would have been used to carve the interiors. What is remarkable about the interiors, including the problematic section under the curve of the necks, is that they were carved with as much skill as the outsides. The step pyramid of Djoser was built at Saqqara in 2650 BC for the 3rd dynasty pharaoh Djoser and is the earliest monumental pyramid in Egypt. Strangely, it seems to be the only place where this kind of stone housewares was found in quantity, although some fragments of similar bowls were found at Giza by Flinders Petrie. Many of them have symbols of the pre-dynastic era monarchs inscribed onto them, but the inscriptions are relatively primitive. It seems doubtful that those signatures were made by the same artists who created the bowls. At least 10,000 plates and vases were discovered at Saqqara, some intact and others broken. The fact that so many were created indicates that it was not the work of one craftsman or workshop, but an entire industry. That they are pre-dynastic also suggests that an advanced civilization existed in the region before the pharaohs. Interestingly, there are many more examples of the Egyptians using precision lathes. While browsing through the Cairo Museum, Christopher Dunn found evidence of lathe turning on a large scale. Dunn says, "There is also proof of precisely defined lathe tool marks on sarcophagi lids. The sheer size of these lids makes this a daring suggestion, which he assuredly supports with the view that a sarcophagus lid in the Cairo Museum displays evidence of tool marks that indicate these conditions precisely where one would expect to find them." With regards to technology in ancient Egypt, there are so many questions that remain unanswered. We cannot even be sure how the lathes were made, how the cutting blade was pressed against the stone, what pressure was used, and who powered the spinning parts. So, who made these objects, and how, and where, and when? What became of them, and why were their housewares buried in the oldest of Egyptian pyramids? Why did they choose such hard stones in the first place? There is no doubt that the ancient Egyptian civilization is filled with wonders and mysteries beyond our comprehension. If you are interested in seeing these mysterious artifacts, they are now housed in prominent museums such as the Louvre, the British Museum, and the Petrie Museum. Just a quick mention of a discovery in Egypt. I haven't heard much about this since it was announced. Archaeologists have uncovered a massive structure near the 4,600-year-old Bent Pyramid. It connects by way of a 140-meter causeway to one of the pyramid's temples. The structure, which is thought to be an ancient harbour, is U-shaped and was constructed with mud brick. It is not unusual to find harbours in Egypt. They are known from later pyramids and may have been used as a receiving point for the pharaoh's body. However, it is unlikely that the newly discovered structure was used for the burial of Snefru, the Bent Pyramid's creator. It is popularly thought by Egyptologists that his ultimate resting place was 2 kilometers north in the Red Pyramid. Snefru was the first pharaoh of the 4th dynasty and built 2 pyramids at Dashur, one at Sela and one at Meidum. The Bent Pyramid, as its name implies, has an unusual angle, with a slant that looks like it was altered halfway through the construction. It has been proposed that this was an oversight made by craftsmen attempting to understand new construction techniques. However, analysis performed by the German team suggests that the geology of the plateau played a role in the pyramid's unique shape. The ground where the Bent Pyramid is built was not always stone. There were also muddy structures in the ground. Therefore, this affected the construction. There are also indications that the pyramid builders changed the plateau to make it flatter, quarrying rock from the east. People would have seen a flat, sharply edged plateau with a pyramid and possibly a canal leading up to it. An awesome sight for someone living 4,600 years ago.
Chapter 14. The Mysteries of Ancient Tibet.
Tibet is laden with so many unexplained mysteries that you would be hard-pressed to fit them all in one video. And, although the country has been open to the world for many years, most of these mysteries remain unexplained. Over the years, it has become evident that the monks of Tibet are fully conversant with concepts that the scientists of the modern-day Western world are only now frantically exploring. The Tanguts, a Central Asian tribe whose city of Harahoto was excavated in 1908, had a strange belief about the 11 luminaries: the Sun, the Moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and the planets of Tsisi, Uebo, Rahu, and Ketu. While Rahu and Ketu are undoubtedly the ascending and descending nodes of the Moon borrowed from Hindu astronomy, the identity of Tsitsi and Uebo remains a mystery. Are they Uranus and Neptune, or are they planets that have yet to be discovered? Bon was the indigenous religion of Tibet that gave Tibetan Buddhism much of its distinctive character when partly absorbed by the Buddhist traditions. They have an ancient book that contains an extraordinary chart. It is a mosaic of squares and rectangles marked with names of unknown countries. The diagram shows the 4 cardinal points, the east on top, the west at the bottom, the south on the right, and the north on the left. The Soviet philologist Bronislav Kuznetsov concluded that the chart was a map. He found a key to it and identified places such as the Persian city of Pasargadi, Alexandria, Jerusalem, Bactria, Babylonia, North Persia, and the Caspian Sea. The discovery provides proof of the geographical knowledge of the Tibetans and their links with Persia and Egypt centuries ago, which Orientalists have not suspected until now. In 1515, Father Alvarez wrote about a monastery on the mountain of Bijan. Near the Church of the Epistles, a 4-foot golden rod had hung in the air for centuries. This wonder attracted numerous pilgrims to the monastery, and Father Alvarez was quite confident of the genuine character of the phenomenon, which no one could explain. The art of levitation still exists both in Nepal and Tibet. Many scholars engaged in Oriental studies often mention the phenomenon of flying lamas. A comparatively recent account of levitation in Nepal comes from E.A. Smithies, advisor to the government of Nepal. The story concerns a native servant who could float in the air. Smithies is worth quoting. His head and body were shaking and quivering. His face appeared wet with sweat, and he was making the most extraordinary noises. He seemed to me obviously unconscious of what he was doing, or that a circle of rather frightened servants was looking at him through the open door at about 8 or 10 feet distance. This went on for about 10 minutes, when suddenly, with his legs crossed and his hands clasped, he rose about 2 feet in the air. A few seconds later, he bumped down hard on the floor. This happened again twice, exactly the same, except that his hands and legs became separated. The episode was not premeditated, and Mr. Smithies was stunned to see this phenomenon of the reversal of gravity force. The famous explorer Madame Alexandra David Neal, who died in 1969 at the age of 101, wrote about her strange experiences with levitation in Tibet, where she had lived for 14 years. In her book, With Mystics and Magicians in Tibet, she said, "Setting aside exaggeration, I am convinced from my limited experiences and what I have heard from trustworthy lamas that one reaches a condition in which one does not feel the weight of one's body." The French explorer was fortunate enough to see a sleepwalking lama, or Langompa. These lamas become almost weightless and glide in the air after a long period of training. On her journey in North Tibet, the lama she saw leapt with the elasticity of a ball and rebounded each time his feet touched the ground. Reading these words, one is reminded of Neil Armstrong's kangaroo walk on the moon. The Tibetans warned Madame David Neal not to stop the lama, as that could have caused his death from shock. As this lama passed by with extraordinary rapidity on his undulating run, the French explorer and her companions decided to follow him on horseback. Despite their superior means of transport, they could not catch up with the sleepwalking lama. In this trance-like state, the Langompa is said to be quite aware of the terrain and obstacles. Madame David Neal was given some vital information about this levitation. Morning, evening, and night were more favorable for these sleepwalking marches than noon or afternoon. Therefore, there might be some correlation between the position of the sun and gravity. The power is developed by deep rhythmic breathing and mental concentration. After long years of practice, the lama's feet no longer touch the earth, and he becomes airborne, gliding with incredible swiftness, writes David Neal. Amusing as it sounds, she adds that some lamas create artificial gravity by wearing heavy chains to avoid floating away into space. The 5th volume of the Mahabharata contains a passage that has but one meaning, that of life on other planets. Infinite is the space populated by the perfect ones and gods. There is no limit to their delightful abodes. The 13th century text, Clear Knowledge, is a treatise on the cosmology of ancient India compiled by the Tibetan scholar Pagba Lama. This old book describes how the first men on earth were created by gods. This primordial race could fly in the sky as their makers did, but eventually they lost the power to travel in the air. In Tibet there is a book called the Cant, which means the translated word of Buddha. It tells of flying pearls in the sky and transparent spheres carrying gods to visit man. The royal pedigrees of Tibetan kings dates to the 7th century. It states that the first 7 Tibetan kings came from the stars, and goes on to say that they eventually returned to the stars. The date of this document is the 14th century, but it can be traced back to the 7th century. There is nothing ambiguous about this historical work, mentioning the reigns of the kings and the main events of 2,000 years ago. The text says that the first 7 kings came from the stars. They were able to walk in the sky, whither they returned. Greek mathematician Apollonius described his travels through Tibet, where he saw automatrons and feats of levitation. This great country was full of scientific marvels. There were wells from which pillars of light projected upwards like searchlights. Radiant stones illuminated the town and turned night into day. We saw demonstrations of levitation as men became weightless and floated in the air. 4 tripods, automations, walked into the dining room to serve food and drinks as the travellers sat down at the host's table. Apollonius's biographer borrows from Homer the description of these robots. Instinct with spirit rolled from place to place around the blessed abodes, self-moved, obedient to the beck of gods. The technological achievements and intellectual superiority of this community impressed Apollonius so much that he only nodded when King Iacchus stated an obvious fact. You have come to men who know everything. The 1925 to 1928 Rurik expedition set out from Darjeeling, India, across the Himalayas, traversing the cold plateau of Tibet, crossing the mighty Kunlun Ridge, and then emerging into the vast Gobi Desert. In the caravan there was a pony with a chest tied to its back, which Tibetan and Mongol bearers guarded constantly. Rurich's painting Chintamani, exhibited in the Rurich Museum in New York, portrays this pony with the coffer in a deep mountain gorge in the Himalayas. The chest on the pony's back is represented with a dazzling radiance of magnificent colors. There is a mystery surrounding this chest. However, Nicholas Rurich and his wife Helena lifted the veil of obscurity in their books, and reading between the lines, startling disclosures become evident. In The Legend of the Stone by Helena Rurich, the opening words are, "Through the desert I come, I bring the chalice covered with the shield. Within it is a treasure, the gift of Orion." This passage alludes to the coffer carried by the pony depicted in Rurich's painting Chintamani. What is the gift of Orion? Madame Rurich refers to the Book of Lun, which reads, "When the Son of the Sun descended upon earth to teach mankind, there fell from heaven a shield which bore the power of the world. A meteorite or an artifact brought by cosmonauts from another solar system, possibly Sirius, the dog star, or Orion, the hunter." On Eastern Crossroads, Helena Rurich records the appearance of the stone. "The length of my little finger, of greyish lustre like a dried fruit or heart, with 4 unknown letters. Its radiation is more potent than radium, but on a different frequency." This is what the Eastern legend says about the stone. The rays cover a vast area and influence world events. The main mass of the stone is kept on a tower in the star-born city, Shambhala, in Central Asia. Was Rurich the emissary who carried the stone through many countries back to its temple in Shambhala? The miracle of Orion's rays is guiding the people, asserts the Oriental legend. How did it reach the earth? Was it a meteorite of a unique nature, or was it brought to earth by beings from another system? In the Himalayas, abode of light, Rurik relates a conversation with a lama who put these questions. Do you in the West know something about the great stone in which magic powers are concentrated? And do you know from which planet came this stone? The passage clarifies the mystery. The astral stone must have come from another planet. The source of fallen meteorites cannot be identified. Apollonius saw anti-gravity feats in Tibet. Saint-Germain described a flight through space. Rurik spoke of a stone artifact from another solar system which he had carried on an expedition to Central Asia. Historical records, legends, and oral traditions tell us many things about the beautiful country. But the fact remains that this is one of the fantastic countries on earth, where gods are still said to roam free, and where mysterious forces congregate.
Chapter 13. Underwater city discovered off the coast of Cuba.
In recent years, ancient structures, and in some cases even entire cities, have been discovered under the ocean waves. Despite existing for thousands of years below the sea, they often remain stunningly well preserved by the very water which destroyed them. These submerged cities point to a time when our oceans were quite different. Tales of sunken empires such as Atlantis and Lemuria have been present in societies worldwide for thousands of years. How much truth is in these ancient tales? Could there really be evidence of an ancient, advanced civilization from before recorded history lurking in Earth's oceans? Over 2 decades ago, Pauline Zalitsky, a marine engineer, and her husband, Paul Weinsweig, found something incredible in the Atlantic Ocean. Weinsweig was the founder and owner of a Canadian company called Advanced Digital Communication. The company was one of the 4 firms searching for treasure-laden ships from the Spanish colonial era. Working closely with the Cuban government, exploration was conducted along the coast of the Guanahatabibes Peninsula, which extends across a large Y-shaped peninsula on the westernmost tip of Cuba. Due to poor navigation, piracy, and the powerful Caribbean storms that plague the region, it is estimated that hundreds, if not thousands, of ships have been lost in Cuban waters in the last 500 years. Treasure hunting had become quite a profitable enterprise for the Cuban government, and mainly due to their own lack of equipment, it was not unusual for them to bring in outside help. Using sonar equipment, the Advanced Digital Communication team covered 2 square kilometers at a depth of between 2,000 feet and 2,460 feet when they noticed strange rocks and granite structures on the sea floor. The objects were symmetrical and geometrical stone shapes that closely resembled the remnants of an urban settlement. The site is located close to the edge of the Cuban shelf, an underwater geological feature that falls off sharply in a series of plateaus that drop to several thousand meters. The structures are located on one of these plateaus lying in around 700 meters of water. Further precision instruments such as satellite-integrated ocean bottom positioning systems, side-scan double-frequency sonar, and echo sounders were brought in. All detected the presence of shapes that resemble buildings, roads, and pyramids. On the 14th of May 2001, in Havana, Reuters of London announced to the world that Canadian ocean engineers had discovered an ancient city in deep waters off the west coast of Cuba. The structure's regularity was consistent with the layout of an extensive urban development composed of symmetrical architecture. In July 2001, 1 year after the discovery, they returned to the site with highly respected geologist Manuel Iturralde Vincent, senior investigator at Cuba's Natural History Museum. The team sent down a remotely operated vehicle to examine and videotape the structures. The images sent back by the ROV confirmed the presence of perfectly aligned massive smooth blocks that had the appearance of finely cut granite. The blocks measured between 8 and 10 feet long, with some stacked on top of one another and some standing alone. Some structures within the complex, which included pyramids, were estimated to be 400 meters wide and as high as 40 meters. As more shapes came into view, the high-resolution sonar images revealed an extensive series of structures set over a large area of about 20 kilometers square. Lead investigator and specialist in deep-sea exploration, Pauline Zilitsky, likened it to what you would see when flying over an urban development with tunnels, highways, and buildings. Zilitsky added, "Nature is not capable of producing planned symmetrical architecture of this type." Electronics engineer Rodney Hale, a veteran of scientific projects of this nature, with a keen eye for identifying anomalies on sonar or satellite-produced maps, concluded that a single sonar image released earlier in the year did indeed bear a striking resemblance to rectilinear construction. Interestingly, the mass of rectilinear features is located near an extinct volcano, geological faults, and a riverbed. The identification of the riverbed shows that the land itself was once above water. Moreover, despite the apparent risks, ancient human settlements can often be found around volcanoes. Volcanic land is very fertile. This means the soil close to volcanoes is excellent for growing different kinds of crops. Volcanic areas also offer easy access to heat from inside the earth, known as geothermal energy. Although the precise age of the underwater site is unknown, in 1966 Cuban archaeologists excavated a land-based megalithic structure on the western coast said to date from 4000 BC. Based on that, other geological information, and the fact that the underwater ruins were near the land-based structures, they speculated that these buildings could be 6,000 years old. If that dating estimate proves accurate, it would mean that an ancient civilization had designed and erected these vast stone structures in the Americas only 500 years after human settlements first became organized in cities and states. So, if this was indeed an ancient city, who lived in it before its demise? Still photos were taken from the ROV videotape. They clearly showed symbols and inscriptions. Iturralde Vincent stated, "It is not yet known in what language the inscriptions are written. However, the sonar images seem to show a remarkable resemblance to the pyramidal design of Mayan and Aztec temples in Mexico." Furthermore, Zilitsky suggested the complex belonged to the pre-classic period of Central American history and was probably populated by an advanced civilization similar to the early Teotihuacan culture of Yucatan. Oral tradition in early Mexico speaks of an advanced civilization of tall people who came from the east and of an island that sank in a tremendous natural disaster. They refer to Quetzalcoatl, who allegedly came to them from land to the southeast. Was this site, possibly built by a culture that far predates the famous Maya of the Yucatan Peninsula, the victim of a vast, mysterious cataclysm that somehow dropped it 2,000 feet beneath the surface of the sea? If we follow the well-established consensus that the sea level never dropped so low, how can the presence of this underwater city at this great depth be explained? The idea that the city was initially built at a higher altitude and subsequently sunk to its present depth through tectonic activity is a long shot. Besides, we surely would not expect to see intact buildings if it suddenly fell. At this point in the story, we must either accept that the city was built at the same depth that it is found now. Consequently, we are faced with the patently illogical conclusion that the structures were built underwater, or that the Caribbean basin was once dry. Suppose the Caribbean Sea simply did not exist for an extended period in the human past. In that case, a reasonably advanced civilization occupying the area could have developed cities on dry land many thousands of feet below sea level. There is another aspect to this story that is rarely talked about. Listen to this statement by Zilitsky. "We were shocked, and frankly we were a little frightened. It was as though we should not be seeing what we were seeing. Our first thought was maybe we found some kind of secret installation." Finding an installation on the bottom of the sea might unnerve anybody. For the next 6 months, the two researchers stayed busy with their work and said little about their discovery. A statement from Scott Corrales in 2001 reveals Zalitsky's previous occupation. Oceanographer Paulina Zalitsky can lay claim to the discovery. This former Soviet underwater expert devoted herself to locating secret submarine bases and is currently engaged in civil engineering and topography work in the ocean bed. This might make one wonder if Zalitsky really discovered ruins off the coast of Cuba that day, or something else. In any case, over 20 years after the initial find was made, the story of Cuba's underwater city faded into obscurity. The question no one appears to be able to answer is, what happened to the alleged submerged city near the coast of Cuba? What happened to all the promises from the National Geographic, National Museum, and other scientists to carry out further surveys? Were the enigmatic structures ever thoroughly investigated? If not, why? Is it possible that someone examined these mysterious sunken structures and the results have been hidden away? And why is it that such a dramatic discovery fell into obscurity so fast? An exciting find with regards to the Cuba-Atlantis theory comes from British researcher Andrew Collins. In 1952, a two-page article appeared in the magazine Ecos entitled Formo Cuba parte de la Atlántida by Francisco Garcia Juarez. In the article, the press secretary of the Institute of Cuban Archaeology, or ICA, asked the question, did Cuba once form part of Atlantis? He revealed how members of the Institute investigated the idea that remnants of an Atlantean civilization might be found in Hispaniola and Cuba, a theory offered to them by Egerton Sykes, a world-renowned expert on Atlantis. Sykes had written an introduction for a revised edition of Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, the all-time classic written by Ignatius Donnelly and printed for the first time in 1882. Sykes was also the editor-in-chief of a journal propounding Hans Höbinger's cosmic ice theory entitled simply Atlantis, which appeared as a partial translation of the previously mentioned Ecos article. According to Sykes's translation, the ICA concluded that the most plausible location where evidence of the Atlantean civilization might be found was the Punta del Este cave system in Uruguay. In one cave, steps were found that led up to an alcove used by priests to watch the movement of the stars. Furthermore, petroglyphs found inside the caves displayed astronomical data, which connected them with the origins of the Maya calendrical system. Thus, the chance that Cuba was a staging post for the migrations by the Maya into Central America should not be ignored. Moreover, the translation stated, at Camagüey, on the south coast of Cuba, there are numerous partially submerged mounds called canalles, which could have been places of shelter for primitive humans. There are various artifacts here that have never been sufficiently investigated. Numerous remains found here suggest evidence of a sudden end due to some sort of catastrophe. The artifacts include spherical stones, stone balls, and rods with forked ends resembling snakes. The lack of large monuments may simply mean they have not yet been seriously looked for. The article by Sykes concerning the earlier feature in Cuba's Ecos magazine was brought to Collins's attention by Dean Clark. He studied under Egerton Sykes and was granted permission by Sykes's widow to quote segments from some of the articles found in Sykes's Atlantis Journal. After Sykes peacefully passed away in Brighton, England in 1983, the ARE inherited his library of files, books, and correspondence, which are today housed in the ARE library. With the help of Laura and Greg Little, Collins found the original Sykes's translation of the Ecos article and the original 1952 Cuban article written in Spanish. Humberto Martinez, a trustee of ARE, was able to make a translation of the entire article. Apparently, Sykes had told the ICA that if Cuba did form part of Atlantis, its archaeologists would find step monuments or ziggurats and methods of cutting and orienting large rocks. Cuban archaeologists confirmed that they had observed all of these things in Cuba. However, as the article stated, there would have to be a severe change in the traditional ways of thinking before their presence would be seen as proof for the existence of Atlantis.
Chapter 12. The Rise and Fall of Civilizations.
It is a well-known fact that ancient cultures, separated by thousands of miles, who apparently had no way of contacting each other, all recorded similar myths. This apparent paradox of history should be enough to make historians bristle with excitement. Yet these myths have been mostly ignored or overlooked. Others believe mythologies are carefully preserved relics of ancient times, and there is more truth to them than most people realize. For example, one of these common ancient myths refers to a fall of humanity, from some lofty position to a lower one. Let us first look at the elevated position, perhaps better known to us as the Golden Age. Giorgio di Santillana, a former professor of history at MIT and co-author of Hamlet's Mill, explores myth after myth about higher ages in the past drawn from ancient culture after ancient culture. The idea of higher ages existing in the past appears to be woven into most cultural traditions, giving credence to their reality. Hesiod, one of the earliest Greek poets, says, "A golden race of mortal men lived on earth when Kronos reigned from heaven. They lived like gods, without sorrow, remote and free from toil. They lived in ease with peace upon their lands, and enjoyed many good things." The historian of philosophy, W.K.C. Guthrie, in his book In the Beginning, gives this description of the Greek Golden Age as not wealth and luxury, but a sufficiency of natural food in conjunction with high moral character and a complete absence of wars and dissension. Ease and happiness are linked to simplicity and innocence of mind. Kronos, in his wisdom, appointed gods or spirits to take care of men. Similarly, Roman poet Ovid wrote in the 6th book of his Metamorphoses, "In the beginning there was a golden age when men, without the threat of punishment, kept good faith and did what was right, and the earth, without being worked by men, provided all things spontaneously. It was the season of eternal spring." The Iranian Avesta texts of Zoroastrian tradition speaks of a 1,000-year golden reign of Yima. Yima was the first man, the progenitor of humans, under whose rule cold and heat, old age, illness and death were unknown. Babylonian mythology had a system of ages, each lasting while the spring equinox precessed through 4 signs of the zodiac. The first of these was a golden age under the rule of Anu, and ended by flood. Manetho, an Egyptian priest of circa 300 BC, tells of an age when gods ruled humanity, followed by a period of rule by demigods and heroes, then an era of power by ordinary men. The sequence once again clearly reflects a progression of descending ages. There are many more examples from other cultures, including Norse, Celtic, Hopi, and Lakota. In China, it was referred to as the Age of Perfect Virtue. The lack of violence or warfare during this period is rather striking. In the words of anthropologist Richard Gabriel, until 4000 BC, there is no indication that man engaged in war on any level. There is little evidence of any barbarity at all. Every account of the Golden Age period describes how the gods walked with people in a pure and peaceful environment balanced between the terrestrial and celestial. Humanity suffered no aging and no sickness in this timeless paradise. However, after the fall, society fell into turmoil and suffering, forfeiting the gift of immortality. In ancient legends, myths, and texts, this fall of humanity is also described in multiple sources. R. A. Schwala de Lubitz wrote in his book Egyptian Miracle, "Man is pure at his origin, a divine being who has declined into what we are." Joseph A. Seiss wrote this passage in Gospel of the Stars. "Primeval man was the truest form and representative of man, and that all human progress since, though higher in some things, has been in the main an unceasing decline. The world that came after primeval man worshipped their first fathers as the very gods of light, wisdom, and greatness. Norse myths describe a succession of ages, an age of peace, a period of the development of social orders, an era of increasing violence, and a degraded age of cruel winters and moral chaos, ending in an annihilation called the Ragnarok, after which the world is restored. Many of these myths are considered by scholars to be origin myths, stories that primitive people told to explain how the world came to be. Yet the recurring theme of higher ages and the remarkable similarities in their descriptions suggests more than just a coincidence of archetypal imagination. If such a fall took place, how did it happen? Descriptions of a cataclysmic flood can be found in the mythology of nearly all ancient cultures. The oldest and original story of the Great Flood is that of Utnapishtim in the Epic of Gilgamesh. There are numerous other versions, such as the stories of Noah in the Bible, Matsya in the Hindu Puranas, and Deucalion in Greek mythology. Yet, despite the fact these stories of a great flood exist in nearly all ancient cultures on Earth, historians are still divided in opinion on whether such an event took place on Earth. Adding to the puzzle, the Sumerian culture appeared out of nowhere, fully equipped with advanced knowledge and at the height of their civilization. It has been established that a sudden storm of scientific achievements burst upon the scene in a concise period in ancient Sumeria. When hunter-gatherer societies were prevalent across the globe, they had science and technology far beyond their expected knowledge base. They also developed a style of writing called cuneiform script, and then created a language around it. They possessed an advanced system of astronomy, mathematics, and metallurgy. They practiced extensive agriculture and irrigation. They developed textile and clothing industries, built ships, taught botany, zoology, geography, mathematics, and theology in their schools, and had an advanced code of laws. In his 1999 book Genesis of the Grail Kings, Lawrence Gardner writes, "To this day, everyone is baffled by the sudden, extraordinary emergence of the Sumerians, seemingly from nowhere." Is it possible that the Sumerians inherited much of their knowledge from a civilization that emerged many thousands of years before them? Our civilization is not the first to inhabit this planet. There were others long before who lived in the previously mentioned Golden Age. They were the lost civilization that perished when a colossal flood swept across the earth. The survivors of the flood would have plunged into a dark age, and after centuries of isolation, the old sciences and technologies would have been largely forgotten. However, fragments of the ancient wisdom were preserved down the generations by initiates in almost all countries. One of these initiates was known as Oannes. He was a civilizing hero worshipped by all the ancient cultures of Mesopotamia. He was said to have appeared there in the remotest antiquity and taught the inhabitants writing, mathematics, city planning, temple building, lawmaking, seed planting, and harvesting. The best account we have of Oannes is found in surviving fragments of the works of a Babylonian priest called Berosus, who wrote in the 3rd century BC. The tale of Oannes has been passed down mainly through the summaries of his works by Greek historians. Only fragments of his writings survived. However, one mentions Oannes during the first year after the flood. At first, they led a somewhat miserable existence and lived like beasts without rule. But in the first year after the flood, an animal appeared endowed with human reason. He rose from out of the Erythraean Sea at the point where it borders Babylonia. His name was Oannes. Oannes was one of the Apkallu, the 7 Sumerian sages or demigods who are said to have been created by the Enki to establish a culture and give civilization to humanity. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Apkallu are said to have laid the foundation for civilization. Also, according to Babylonian legend, Adapa was one of the wise Apkallu from the pre-flood city of Eridu. The most likely scenario is that Oannes was a traveler from another part of the globe, possibly a pre-existing civilization that has yet to be discovered, perhaps one of the few survivors of a cataclysm that destroyed and sunk their primeval homeland. The survivors of Atlantis are said to have fled to different continents where their ancient civilization ultimately merged with others and disappeared. Perhaps this was the original home of Oannes. Many cultures, particularly in South and Central America, have a central figure that is almost identical to Oannes. The Inca called him Viracocha, the Aztecs called him Quetzalcoatl, and the Mayans called him Kukulkan. The names vary, but the stories are the same. This further suggests that the gods were in fact not gods at all, but rather flesh and blood beings who possessed advanced knowledge or technology. Where from here? The notion of a now lost or unidentified center of civilization is not new. Scholars who acknowledged such a possibility include Sir E. A. Wallace Budge and W. B. Emery. Neither is the idea of ancient cataclysms. Plato gave us a stark reminder that ancient cataclysms have happened in the past and could happen in the future. In his dialogue Timaeus, Plato recalls what the Egyptian priest told Solon, namely that there have been and will be again many destructions of humanity arising out of many causes. Does this explain the sudden rise of Sumeria? Did the world witness a vast cataclysm in the distant past? In turn, does that explain the rise and fall of humanity? Did survivors of this ancient catastrophe spread throughout the globe, sharing knowledge and wisdom? Despite the presence of physical evidence opposing some aspects of our history, the scientific establishment has, for the most part, disregarded the claims of those who argue we once experienced a higher standard of living than the history books portray. Nevertheless, the concept is gradually flowing into the mainstream as more data is revealed and discussed. After all, someone created the maps Admiral Piri-Reis and others claim to have used as reference material. This was a culture with exceptional knowledge of geography, who explored the world's seas and knew enough about physical and electrical principles to create working batteries over 2,000 years ago, and electroplate items over 4,500 years ago. Just imagine the wealth of information we would have today concerning our history had the old libraries of Memphis, Alexandria, and Asia Minor not been destroyed. From hieroglyphics and ancient writings to giant edifices, works of art, and even whole cities submerged in the sea, humanity's past is truly full of enigmas and captivating mysteries. Trying to solve them can help us to better understand who we are and how we came to be.
Chapter 11. Flying Machines of Ancient Egypt.
The location of the Great Pyramid might be even more significant than its astounding construction, because it has implications that are almost unthinkable for modern-day historians. In 1877, the writer Dr. Joseph Seiss revealed an extraordinary fact about the Great Pyramid. He found it had been positioned at the exact intersection of Earth's longest line of latitude and the longest line of longitude. In other words, the Great Pyramid is located at the precise center of Earth's landmass. Seiss commented on this crucial positioning in his book Gospel in the Stars, saying it revealed a faultless knowledge of the structure of the universe. He explained that to accomplish this incredible feat, the ancient Egyptians must have known the shape and mass of the Earth and its relation to and distance from the Sun, as well as the precise number of the years in the precessional cycle, the actual length of the solar year, the average temperature of the habitable world, and many cosmical facts, mathematical formulas, and proportions. He further added that scientists in his age were dwarfed by the knowledge of the ancient Egyptians. Today's scientists are still dealing with that remarkable fact. The fact that this colossal edifice stands precisely in the center of the world landmap, with its edges diverging from the 4 cardinal points by only a few minutes, did not happen by chance. However, the feat was far beyond the capabilities of men in ancient times with simple stone and wooden tools, as assumed by conventional historians. Consequently, this type of cartography, though challenging for some to accept, proves beyond all doubt the existence of very advanced civilizations that must have used highly sophisticated equipment in ancient times. Ever since the discovery by Dr. Seiss, researchers have been theorizing about what methods the ancient Egyptians might have used to align the pyramids with such accuracy. For some, it evokes a comparison with the remarkable Piri-Reis map. The map clearly shows the contours of the Americas and Antarctica in correct relation to Europe and Africa, which many believe could only have been mapped from space. Can the ancient texts of Egypt help us understand how the astonishing position of the Great Pyramids was accomplished? At first glance, the following texts might seem like the sort of standard mythology we see in ancient cultures worldwide. However, after giving them a closer look, some odd, out-of-place and unexplainable details come to the forefront. The texts, which are the oldest and most famous pyramid texts, were found at Saqqara on the burial chamber walls in the Unas pyramid. The walls are literally covered in hieroglyphic inscriptions. What makes the inscriptions so important is the fact that after the death of Unas, the tomb was sealed circa 2348 BC and was not reopened until Gaston Maspero discovered them in 1881. Therefore, they remained unaltered for 4,200 years. The texts are written in an old Egyptian dialect and contain words that must have been difficult to understand even to the ancient Egyptian priests. The bulk of the texts are believed to be handed down from pre-dynastic times and mention powerful Egyptian gods Osiris and Ra on numerous occasions. So, we know the so-called utterances of the pyramid texts contain bewildering language and events. However, some of the utterances imply that pre-dynastic Egyptians may have possessed technologies little understood by Egyptologists today, including flight, or at least a means to travel to the skies. If this is true, it might explain how the Great Pyramid was so accurately positioned. The first text centers around Osiris and a so-called ladder to the skies. The idea of using a ladder to reach the heavens is not new and has been carried down from pre-dynastic times. Even Osiris was obliged to use the ladder to ascend into the skies. The text states that Horus stood on one side of it and Ra on the other, and they lifted Osiris up the ladder step by step. This sky ladder technology may be better known to you as the Osiris device. It functioned as a stairway by which not only gods but mortal kings as well could travel to the stars. In some paintings, Isis can be seen holding the device, which aids Osiris on his journey into the region of the imperishable stars. Furthermore, the tale includes the following rather curious detail. According to several texts, Egyptian kings were only allowed to ascend into the sky and join the gods by using this ladder. The ladder, which extends from the skies to the earth, was dangled from an iron plate suspended in the sky. Some modern scholars interpreted the iron plate to be a metal disc, and as you will see, there is a lot more evidence suggesting there could be something hiding in plain sight here. Another text reads, "The gods in the sky have returned to you. The gods on earth gather for you. Their hands are placed under you. They make a ladder for you so that you may rise on it into the sky. The doors of the sky are thrown open for you." If the doors of the sky had been interpreted as hatch, a far different image could have emerged. Among the texts inscribed in the pyramid of Pepi I, the following passage states that the earthly candidates rose bodily into the starry realm. In other words, their rising is described as physical. Give Pepi the ladder of the god, so he shall appear in heaven and make use of Ra's powerful words. Hail ye who crave that your bodies shall go into heaven. Hail, children of the gods, rejoice ye, for Pepi walks among you. Another text from the same pyramid mentions the heavens in a context that sounds like it is referring to outer space. Isis said, Happy are they who see the father of this Osiris, Pepi, when he comes forth into heaven amongst the stars and amongst the luminaries. The Theban recension contains several quite definite allusions to the ladder. The god Shu has made me stand up. The light god has made me vigorous by both sides of the ladder. The imperishable stars compel me to advance and lead me away. Just like Jacob's ladder, it almost seems to represent an airship floating overhead, with light streaming down from its brightly lit windows and wide-open entrance. The aperture of the heavenly window is open. The stairway to heaven is open. The rungs of light are unveiled. Another of the pyramid texts reads as follows. Hail to thee, O ladder of God! Rise up, ladder of Horus! After that Osiris went forth into heaven. I have given him the ladder of God, after which Pepi has gone forth into heaven. Pepi has gone straightway into heaven using the ladder. The following text has the Nu rising up into the sky to join the star gods, and being admitted through doors to accomplish the act. I rise upwards like Ra. I fly like a hawk. I rise upwards like a god. I go forth to the realm of the star gods, and the doors of the sky are unlocked before me. I stepped up a ladder to heaven, and I am a supreme being among them. Do the doors discussed in the text describe a wide-open hatch in the suspended iron plate through which the ladder can be set up? Of the 600 utterances in the Unas pyramid texts, many of them contain old and archaic expressions that even qualified scribes of that day must have struggled with. Here is one such example. Utterance 669 reads, Wherewith can the king be made to fly up? The following sentence is unreadable, but the last sentence reads, You shall fly up and alight. The utterance texts also refer to the ladder of heaven, describing it as the stairs to the sky laid out for the king so that he may ascend to the heavens. Utterance 586 reveals Khnum provided the king's ladder. Apuat, the opener of the ways, has opened a way unto him. Shu the sky-bearer has hoisted him up. The gods of An make him climb the ladder and set him before the firmament of the heaven. Nut extends her hand to him. The utterance texts also mention doors that enable the king to access the celestial realm. Utterance 422 reads, The double doors of heaven are opened for thee. Thou risest, O Pepi, adorned as a god. The following passage describes how the king's flight is followed by a visible flame as he pilots his way through the atmosphere directly above the earth's surface. However, the exact nature of this device is not precisely explained. Utterance 261 reads, The king is a flame moving to the end of the sky and the earth. The king travelled in air and crosses the earth. There is delivered to him a way of ascent to the sky. Osiris's journey is just as strange. The sky thunders, the earth quakes when you rise. And here is another mention of a flame, or more accurately, the blast of fire, mentioned in close connection with flight. Utterance 322. I have risen in a blast of fire, having turned myself about. The two skies go with me. In the next utterance, the king is not only skyborne, but he is also orbiting around the earth through his lengthy flight. He embraces the sky like Ra. He crosses the sky like Thoth. He has wholly encompassed twice the heavens. He has orbited about the two lands. The king is a falcon transcending the falcons. He is a great falcon. A verse further states that the king crosses the sky 9 times in one night. The pyramid texts have the king attempting to attain a dwelling place in the so-called sacred land of Uptet. May I rise and lift myself up through the air as the great star into the midst of Uptet. Whether the transporting device is called a ferry, a barge, a bark, a boat, or some sort of bird, one thing is made clear. Its most desirable qualities seem to be the ability to take off, fly through the air, and land successfully. Utterance 310. What ferryboat shall be delivered to you? The candidate answers, Bring me, it flies and alights. This sounds like a vehicle that can both land and take off. One thing is quite noticeable among these quotations. They are not the result of only one translator. Several highly qualified translators are involved. That is, they are qualified Egyptologists. Whatever these strange texts mean, one thing is clear. The pre-dynastic Egyptians had access to devices that could transport or fly the gods into the sky. There clearly needs to be much more scholarly research on this subject before we can talk in certainties. However, it seems implausible that the Great Pyramid was positioned without the aid of something that could view the earth from a distance. Perhaps these mysterious devices helped them to do just that. We are fortunate indeed to have these treasured old texts. Maybe someday their meaning will be better understood.
Chapter 10. Unexplained creatures in our oceans.
Considering large areas of the planet we call Earth are covered with water, one starts to wonder what might actually be down there in the deep, dark depths of our oceans. Moreover, the fact that we know more about the moon than our oceans tells us just how little we know about what might exist on the floor of our seas. With this in mind, we ask the question, could a civilization exist down there, one comparable to ours? 80% of the world's oceans remain unexplored, unmapped, and unobserved, so we don't really know what could be hiding down there. Hence, many mysteries of the deep remain unsolved. According to modern science, we came from the sea, sliding out of the mud and learning to use lungs for breathing the invisible air. If this is correct, then is it possible a civilization may have branched off from humans and learned to live both on land and in the sea? Can we find evidence of such a civilization in the world's myths and legends? The answer is yes. Worldwide there are stories of sea-dwelling creatures. Also, both Herodotus and Plato believed that initially human beings were amphibious and might have founded an underwater civilization. The people of the Caspian region, especially Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, and Turkmenistan, believe an ancient underwater civilization resides in the sea's deepest depths. Some even claim to have met these creatures, or at least had encounters with them. A collection of scientific articles known as The Universe and Mankind has several papers on amphibious human-like creatures. According to some of these articles, one was actually found washed up on the coast of the Azores in 1876. There are many depictions of humanoid creatures with webbed toes in Japan, especially in the country's more remote regions. Other artifacts show these mysterious creatures wearing what looks like something a modern-day diver would wear, with masks and tubes attached to some sort of breathing apparatus. Additionally, they have many stories about the legendary copper, a rather odd-looking creature that can survive both in and out of the water. The remains of this aquatic sea creature are on display at museums across the country. In the mythology of Sumeria, we hear tales of strange half-human, half-fish creatures who came out of the Persian Gulf and taught humanity writing, science, and agriculture. This fish-headed god was known as Oannes. The Nomo of Dogon mythology are also described as sea creatures with humanoid upper torsos and a fish-like lower torso and tail. Matsya, an avatar of the Hindu god Vishnu, is usually depicted with a human torso and a fish rear. Matsya, using his fish-like attributes, rescued the first man, Manu, from a great deluge. Both Avatea of the Cook Islands legends and ichthyocentaurs of Greek mythology are also depicted as sea gods with a lower half resembling a fish. In fact, legendary tales of underwater sea creatures exist in the mythology of nearly all ancient cultures, many of which are separated by thousands of miles. Researcher Ernst Mulderschew believes that highly developed civilizations exist in our deep-sea lakes. Their technology has evolved to such a degree their craft is capable of wondrous things. According to Mulderschew's theory, UFOs are not extraterrestrial but belong to this mysterious sea-dwelling civilization. While we have been looking at the skies, wondering what the strange craft are doing zipping around, perhaps we should start looking closer to home, under our waters. Each day across the world, witnesses see strange creatures and crafts often associated with water. The vast majority of them are easily explained. However, there still remains a small fraction that is not so easy to solve. Hence, there has been much speculation about what might be hiding out deep under the world's oceans. The recent disclosure by the U.S. Navy that strange crafts have been seen traveling both under and over the water certainly gives credibility to the theory that there may be a mysterious civilization living in our oceans. One incident took place in the coastal water of Puerto Rico, when an object was recorded carrying out complex maneuvers as it traveled more than 300 miles an hour below the water. Many of these reports come from naval officers who are highly trained and very familiar with human-made vessels, so it is unlikely they would be mistaken in what they have seen or heard. Furthermore, since records began, strange sounds have been heard coming out of our waters, the bloop being the most famous example. The mysterious loud blast rose in frequency for 1 minute and was heard in locations separated by nearly 5,000 kilometers of ocean. Surprisingly, some of the strangest water-related incidents in modern times relate to acoustic noises. These noises are low-frequency vibrations and are almost always accompanied by objects moving at breakneck speeds below the water. This strange phenomenon is made even more bizarre because the submariners who reported these incidents said sonar cannot locate where the sound is coming from. This means whatever is causing these sounds is either too small to pick up, possibly an alive creature, or something that has developed a cloaking system. This leads us to events that took place in October 1983. Though this incident has never been satisfactorily explained, new information came to light recently that has led some researchers to suggest an unidentified underwater craft and its occupants were involved in a major incident 600 miles off the northeast coast of Bermuda. The incident started in the early hours of Friday the 3rd of October 1986, when Soviet submarine K-219 started inexplicably taking on water while on routine patrol in the North Atlantic Ocean. Despite the sub looking doomed, the crew did manage to bring it back to the surface. This was when they began to notice things that did not make sense, like a deep gouge running down the side of the stricken vessel. Interestingly, the ship's sensor had not sounded the collision alarm. The plan was to tow the ship over 4,000 miles back to Russia. However, it would eventually sink on the journey, and now rests 18,000 feet below the water in the northwestern Atlantic Ocean. One of the many strange occurrences surrounding this incident involves the fact that the submarine was carrying anywhere between 32 and 48 nuclear warheads when it went down. However, when investigators examined the vessel a few years later, they were nowhere to be seen. The Russians blamed the USS Augusta, which was supposedly in the same territory at the time, though the Americans denied this. Still, it is interesting that after K-219 had sunk, the USS Augusta returned to patrol but was also hit by something, causing $3 million worth of damage. The cause of this damage has never been revealed. Speculation about what had actually happened here ran rampant for years afterward, but in 2010, a former Russian naval officer, Nikolai Tushin, came forward and revealed previously unknown details of the incident. Tushin claimed that he had classified information on the incident. Being a specialist in nuclear submarines during the Soviet era, and with no reason to lie, he was likely telling the truth. Tushin said shortly before the incident, the K-219 had picked up a sizable underwater object circling the submarine. Not only that, but that the sub's sensitive audio equipment had picked up strange croaking noises. Tushin was very clear in his statement that whatever had hit the K-219 was not a human-made vessel. He further claimed that submarine commanders had encountered unidentified submersible objects while patrolling the North Atlantic on multiple occasions. They were often accompanied by glowing orbs and strange, fast-moving lights. Even stranger is the fact that every time Russian submarines encountered these puzzles, they were always accompanied by acoustic signals that sounded like croaking. Tushin firmly believed we were dealing with a previously unknown underwater civilization. Even now, little is known about these seemingly invisible croaking creatures. Still, there are other reports. In 1975, Russian submariners started reporting unusual sounds while patrolling the Atlantic Ocean. On-board sound engineers were immediately alerted, but none could identify the source, nor had they heard anything like it before. Fearing the Americans were using new technology, and in an attempt to weave their way through NATO anti-submarine systems, the Russian sub moved to a depth of 220 meters. However, the unidentifiable sounds continued at various intervals for the next several months. According to Russian Navy Captain Vadim Kolynichenko, the sounds, which came in various lengths and tones, resembled the croaking of a frog. By October 1977, the frequency of these reports became so numerous they could no longer be ignored, which spurred an investigation by the Soviet Navy's top generals. All Soviet submarines were ordered to keep records of these strange sounds. According to Kolynichenko, Soviet intelligence reports suggest that the U.S. Navy submarines were also instructed by their executive officers to do the same. The Soviet Navy labeled them unexplainable acoustic manifestations and recorded every incident from late 1977 onwards. Kolynichenko saw the mapped reports shortly after, noting that red dots, which marked each recording site, littered the North Atlantic Ocean. The Russians investigated these bizarre croaking-like sounds well into the late 80s, but had no success locating their source. Currently, we might never know what these strange sounds were, or who made them, because they have not been heard for almost 20 years. Legends of humanoid sea creatures persist even today. Recently, there have been reports of enormous beasts known as the ningen spotted in the freezing cold waters of the Antarctic. Whale research ships have sighted these strange beings, and most describe the same thing. They are white in color, with arms and legs, nose and mouth. Reportedly, they can reach up to 20 meters in length. Strange humanoid creatures have been seen in our water so many times, we must assume that there is some sort of civilization living down there. Furthermore, there is little doubt there are intelligent beings in our universe. What is of interest here is that a growing number of scientists believe they might be living under the oceans of distant water worlds. While some dismiss the idea, one respected scientist, Alan Stern, believes the idea makes a lot more sense than first thought. He states that living underwater would protect these life forms from dangerous events such as spikes in space radiation or exploding stars. Furthermore, research carried out by Dr. Fergus Simpson suggests the surface of many planets is more than likely covered with at least 90% water. According to Simpson, these civilizations are likely to look like fish and are probably highly advanced. So who are these creatures who roam around our waters at will, sometimes at rapid speeds? Are they simply an offshoot of humans who have learned to adapt and survive underwater, possibly with advanced technology of their own? Or are they our very early ancestors that never actually came out of the sea? Perhaps they are a hybrid race of half-human, half-amphibian beings created by the gods often mentioned in the Sumerian texts. Lastly, could they be an aquatic race of extraterrestrials who, after living underwater on their own planet, came to Earth and easily adapted to life in our waters? These questions prove we know little about what is actually going on in our waters.
Chapter 9. Stargates of the Ancient World.
Historians are not all in agreement about the definition of civilization, but most accept the view that a civilization is a culture which has attained a degree of complexity, usually characterized by urban life. In other words, a civilization is a culture capable of sustaining a substantial number of specialists to cope with the economic, social, political, and religious needs of a populous society. Other characteristics usually present in a civilization include writing systems to keep records, monumental architecture in place of simple buildings, and art that is no longer merely decorative. All these characteristics of civilization first appeared in Sumeria. The history of Sumeria is filled with irrevocable inventions, controversial texts, and fantastic architecture. They are also responsible for some remarkable innovations that include writing, timekeeping, mathematical theories, scientific instruments, and exact star maps, to name a few. Incredible discoveries at the Royal Library of Ashurbanipal in Nineveh, where 15,000 clay tablets were found, revealed their mythology to us for the first time. Most archaeologists initially accepted that these were merely myths and attached little importance to them other than giving insight into the mythos religious beliefs of the ancient Sumerians. But when the cuneiform was decoded, Sumerian scholars realized these writings contained highly detailed stories of a bewildering pantheon of gods and goddesses that number in the hundreds or even thousands. The texts also revealed precise information on a range of topics that should not have been possible for a civilization at the initial stages of its development, with no apparent predecessor civilization to borrow from. Where could they have gained this detailed knowledge? Some scholars of the Middle East suggest that the Sumerians provided a clear answer for its ultimate source. Most of these cuneiform tablets relate stories of the Sumerians interacting with their gods. They revealed that all their knowledge came from the Anunnaki, those who from heaven to earth came, who were not only teachers for the Sumerians, but also played a role in creating humanity. Gateway superstitions of the Near East. Sumerians, Hebrews, Hittites, Babylonians, Assyrians, and others believed that gateways on earth symbolized celestial openings through which dark influences and light influences seek entry. It was, therefore, essential to use imitative magic for protection against undesirable entities at homes and cities. Smaller versions of protection deities guarded individual home entries, while colossal transgenic creatures flanked city gates and palace entries to keep unwanted forces from coming through those portals. They were often accompanied by winged spirits holding magic devices atop protective statuettes. Gateways, stargates, represented on Earth in Assyrian archways were built using elaborate construction ceremonies and blessed by names of good omens. Stargates in ancient Iraq. As of yet, there is no acceptable proof of these devices existing. However, there is a wealth of evidence from many sources that lead one to believe they may have had similar technology. A renowned Sumerian seal displays a Sumerian god looking from a gateway of his world into our world. Seemingly, this god is on a staircase drifting away from the person who has his eyes on the seal. Shimmering and gleaming water columns are strangely gathered around the emerging god. A stela from the temple of Nabu also provides evidence of strange devices, evidence of ancient technology from the Near East. The king seems to be wearing a modern-era wristwatch. His index finger appears to be pressing a button of some sort. Strangely, the emblem around his neck matches the design of the Knights Templar. Author Elizabeth Vey has written several books on the ancient Sumerian gods and kings and their alleged use of stargates in ancient times. One of her main conclusions is that there is a stargate in the Euphrates River, but it has been buried under the ruins of the Mesopotamian city of Eridu for thousands of years. Vey also states that the biblical verse in chapter 9 of the book of Revelations speaks of this stargate. The verse reads, "Then the fifth angel sounded his trumpet, and I saw a star that had fallen from heaven to earth, and it was given the key to the pit of the abyss. The star opened the pit of the abyss, and smoke rose out of it like the smoke of a great furnace, and the sun and the air were darkened by the smoke from the pit, and out of the smoke." Could these ancient gateways also be seen as the places through which the gods arrive? A portion of the Babylonian text known as the Epic of Creation relates that the first gateway of the gods was constructed in Babylon by the gods themselves. The Anunnaki, the rank and file gods, were ordered to construct the gateway of the gods. "Let its brickwork be fashioned. Its shem shall be in the designated place." For 2 years the Anunnaki toiled, applied molded bricks, until they raised high the tops of Eshagila, house of great gods, and built the stage tower as high heaven. Your great house is founded in the Abzu, the great mooring post of heaven and earth. The Lord established a shrine, a holy shrine, whose interior is elaborately constructed. He found a shrine in the sea, a holy shrine whose interior is elaborately built. The shrine, whose interior is a tangled thread, is beyond understanding. It was a doorway of sorts, a gate to the netherworld, which was, in reality, an entrance to outer space, and it had at least one exit. While these theories and interpretations may seem somewhat fanciful, Einstein's theory of relativity theoretically established the possibility of collapsing and connecting 2 regions of spacetime to create a wormhole that would enable us to move between vast distances at up to 10 times faster than the speed of light. From this perspective, the possible existence of portals in the ancient world becomes a matter of technology rather than superstition or mythology. Are we getting closer to obtaining this technology? The Large Hadron Collider is going to change our perception of reality and the cosmos. By colliding beams of subatomic particles at high energy, conditions just after the Big Bang will be created. This would allow particles from other dimensions to enter into our reality through mini wormholes or stargates from different dimensions and timelines. This gigantic experiment could prove string theory, which suggests extra dimensions like invisible rooms exist, but we just can't see them. So the principles behind stargates as a form of time travel technology are generally well known to scientists and feasible, albeit for advanced technologies that are not yet available to the general public. However, many top-secret projects are now researching and learning about advanced technologies such as time travel, stargates, teleportation, invisibility, and the likes. Previously, these shortcuts were only discussed in science fiction and often dismissed by real scientists. But recent released scientific studies have also stated that other dimensions and worlds could have been visiting our planet some centuries back. Within this framework, we can look at the work of a NASA-funded researcher who has revealed that there are portals to other dimensions that open and close every day. Though NASA has not labeled them as portals and instead calls them boom tubes, electron diffusion regions, X-points, the process of magnetic resonance allows them to exist. Jack Scudder, a plasma physicist from the University of Iowa, refers to X-points as places where the magnetic field of Earth connects to the magnetic field of the Sun. However, these portals can be elusive, so if one were to imagine utilizing them for space travel, we would need to locate them. Scudder did just that. Scudder looked at data from a space probe that orbited Earth more than 10 years ago to learn how to pinpoint these events. In the late 1990s, NASA's Polar spacecraft spent years in Earth's magnetosphere, explains Scudder, and it encountered many X-points during its mission. Because Polar carried sensors like the magnetospheric multiscale mission, Scudder decided to see how an X-point looked to Polar. Using Polar data, we have found 5 simple combinations of magnetic field and energetic particle measurements that tell us when we've come across an X-point or an electron diffusion region. A single spacecraft, properly instrumented, can make these measurements. This means that a single member of the magnetospheric multiscale mission can find a portal and alert other constellation members. Mission planners long thought that MMS might have to spend a year or so learning to find portals before studying them. Scudder's work shortcuts the process, allowing MMS to get to work without delay. It's a shortcut worthy of the best portals of fiction. Only this time, the portals are real. And with the new signposts, we know how to find them. Observations by NASA's Themis spacecraft and Europe's cluster probes suggest that these magnetic portals open and close dozens of times each day. They are typically located a few tens of thousands of kilometers from Earth, where the geomagnetic field meets the onrushing solar wind. Most portals are small and short-lived. Others are yawning, vast, and sustained. Tons of energetic particles can flow through the openings, heating Earth's upper atmosphere, sparking geomagnetic storms, and igniting bright polar auroras. This discovery was groundbreaking because it questioned our understanding of known physics and opened the door to understanding the relationship between time and space. Even though we may not fully grasp the concept yet, it can serve as a stepping stone to better understand how our universe operates on a scale once thought to be intangible. It is impossible to address whether historic stargates existed in the distant past. Still, the recent NASA discoveries coupled with the work of Jack Scudder lend credence to their existence. It is genuinely baffling to think that an ancient civilization may have found a way to do what was supposed to be impossible in scientific theory. The presence of a real stargate in Sumeria is undoubtedly a far-out theory. Still, as the Yugas tell us, as ages go by, it becomes almost impossible to imagine past technology simply because we no longer understand it. Let us not forget Clarke's third law. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Still, it is fascinating to think that this science fiction film technology may have existed 6,000 years ago in the ancient land of Sumer.
Chapter 8. The Great Pyramid Mystery.
Shortly after becoming president of the United Arab Republic, the late Gamal Abdel Nasser required a colossal 80-foot statue to be transported from the desert to a park in Cairo. The figure had been enduring for innumerable centuries near the legendary Step Pyramid. An array of technicians and workers descended on it, equipped with all manner of tractors and enormous cranes. They grappled with the plan for weeks, first confused, then irritated, and ultimately humbled by the revelation that contemporary technology simply could not move the gigantic piece of stone. This asked the even more difficult question, how had the ancient Egyptians transferred the statue into position to begin with? Scientists have been bickering for years about the techniques employed by the early stonemasons. Some idiotic opinions have not only been proposed, but have been generally received as the answer. Then, with hardly any evidence, the theory becomes fact, and mystery is regarded as solved. Nobody asks questions. There are over 300 pyramids in Egypt alone. Many of the Egyptian pyramids were previously used as internment rooms for pharaohs. However, the Great Pyramid at Giza was never used for this purpose, and no one has any indication of why it was created. Some of the enormous stones used in these edifices and in the famous temples found around Egypt were clearly brought from quarries hundreds of miles away. The current archaeological opinion is that these stones were floated up the Nile on rafts and later moved into position on wooden rollers. Considering some of these blocks weighed between 50 to 70 tons each, this implies that the Egyptians would have had to build enormous rafts capable of displacing over 50 tons of water to float them. Otherwise, they would have sunk to the bottom of the riverbed. The Egyptians were not known for their shipbuilding, and no indication of these super rafts has ever been discovered. There are other problems with these theories. We were told that tens of thousands of slaves were thrust into pyramid construction throughout specific periods of each year. This directs us to the difficulty of logistics. It would require a complex plan just to feed these hundreds of thousands every day. Numerous modern builders and specialists have applied their slide rules to the puzzle, and the most liberal estimation of the time needed to create the Great Pyramid is 600 years. Surprisingly, although the early Egyptians left detailed accounts of everything else, no one has ever discovered even a single piece of papyrus depicting the planning or construction of these massive monuments. The stones were carved and prepared with such precision that a piece of paper cannot be inserted between them. Clearly, those ancient stonemasons were magnificent craftsmen, and clearly there were plenty of them in order to undertake and achieve such immense tasks. When a conundrum can't be logically explained by science, factions develop who formulate their own solutions. Our lost continent theorists typically recognize that the Egyptians didn't create the pyramids at all. UFO enthusiasts claim they were built by spacefaring people. Morris K. Jessup, an astrophysicist and a student of urology, evaluated the mystery and suggested, "Levitation is the only possible explanation. I believe that this lifting machine was a spaceship of vast proportions, that it supplied the heavy lift power for erecting great stoneworks, and that it was abruptly terminated or taken elsewhere." Such a hypothesis would underwrite the movements of stone over which scientists and technicians have pondered. This presents us with a glorious contradiction. If any super society in the sky had the technology to create a spaceship of huge proportions and guide it all the way to our humble planet, why would they find it necessary to fiddle about with stone blocks? If they needed to leave behind proof of their stay, they did a miserable job of it, for we have never figured out the true purpose of these monoliths. Couldn't they have carved a nice little note for us inside the Great Pyramid describing the whole thing in 76 languages? The only carvings discovered inside the Great Pyramid are a few small scratches in the roof of the upper chamber, which archaeologists view as stonemason marks. Similar marks have been found in other constructions. People have been puzzled by the Great Pyramid for thousands of years. It has never really been properly dated, and it could be vastly older than what has been stated. Whoever created it was so skillful that innumerable efforts to find an entrance met with failure for thousands of years. Eventually, in AD 820, the Caliph al-Ma'mun started a full-scale attack on the edifice, expecting to locate treasure-filled rooms. His men hacked away at it, heating the stones with fires and then cooling them abruptly by splashing vinegar over them. Gradually, the stones split, and they worked their way into the pyramid until they came upon a passageway. It was entirely empty. They discovered a larger passageway known as the Grand Gallery, which leads upwards to two small chambers. The lower chamber's entrance is so minute you would have to crawl on your hands and knees to enter it. The upper room contains nothing but a crude stone tub, which really doesn't relate to the elaborately created sarcophagi used by the ancient Egyptians to entomb their royalty. The total absence of hieroglyphics and artifacts has provided historians plenty to think about. Some have speculated that the pyramid was used as a grain elevator and that wheat was measured out in the crude stone tub. Others have attempted to find astronomical importance to it. In the mid-19th century, pyramidology was flourishing. An author named John Taylor wrote a book in which he reasoned that the whole purpose of the construction was to preserve Egyptian measurements. He was followed by the cosmologist Charles Piazzi Smith, who extended this idea to introduce past and future prophecies. He surveyed every inch of the pyramid, inside and out, and every angle. In 1864, Smith published a 600-page book describing his theories, and it provoked an uproar in archaeological circles for years afterward. A small but devoted group of followers are still trying to verify his now thoroughly discredited theories. Apart from some notable population centers, ancient Egypt was a mud hut culture. The masses lived undernourished lives in grinding poverty. The skills required for technological projects were rare, yet somehow they managed to quarry those enormous stones, transport them, and put them into place with geometric precision. We know that the Egyptians did build many other pyramids, plus several great temples and tombs which are still standing. But why would they build the Great Pyramid? Many people have theorized about the Great Pyramid of Giza and what its purpose or function really was. One researcher, Christopher Dunn, strongly believes that the Great Pyramid of Giza was nothing less than an ancient power plant that provided ancient Egypt with electricity. When studied in a little more detail, as speculative as this hypothesis is, the idea that the Pyramid of Giza was an ancient power plant starts to sound a little less crazy than you might think. The Great Pyramid was encased with white tufa limestone. This particular limestone has high insulating properties and, perhaps more importantly, does not contain any traces of magnesium, meaning it will not conduct electricity. This would have prevented electricity from escaping from inside the structure uncontrollably. The dolomite limestone used on the inner casing of the pyramid contains traces of crystals and other conductive metals. These properties allowed power to be transferred at its maximum effect. Inside the pyramid, granite is used within the king's chamber, the queen's chamber, the grand gallery, and the shafts that connect them all. There are also several granite tombs that have been discovered at various locations. According to Dunn, these are more likely conductors. This granite was found to have a makeup of 55% silicon quartz crystal and has radioactive properties that can ionize the air around it, particularly when they resonate. They have been positioned inside the king's chamber in such a way so as to amplify and increase the resonance of the room. Water erosion inside the pyramid. Dunn argues that the main reason the pyramids were built next to a vast and plentiful water supply was so the Egyptians could use the water from the Nile inside the pyramid. This would assist in producing energy as it would be used in any modern-day power plant. The ancient Egyptians were proficient at reading the Nile's water levels and employing sophisticated systems to dam and run water to the desired place. What is more, a discovery made under the Great Pyramid would appear to reinforce this theory somewhat. As well as evidence suggesting extensive water erosion being found inside the pyramid, there has also been discovered a subterranean chamber, itself awash with distinct signs of extensive water erosion. This subterranean chamber has been theorized to essentially be a hydraulic pump system, which was intentionally flooded to create a pulse and force its way to the king's chamber via the main shaft. This pulse would then cause the king's chamber to resonate, with the granite beams in place to take advantage of this and begin converting the energy into power. Evidence of repeated chemical reaction in shafts and chambers. During the Queen's chamber research, it seemed quite apparent to Dunn that a chemical reaction took place within this part of the pyramid. There was a salt residue upon the walls, which suggested this reaction was repeated many, many times. This, coupled with its position below the king's chamber, implied that the aim was to create hydrogen in the queen's chamber, which would then move upward and react with other chemicals and energies. In the shafts that led into the chambers, and in the chambers themselves, they found traces of hydrated zinc chloride and dilute hydrochloric acid. According to Dunn, these chemicals would have been released down the relevant shafts where they would meet in the queen's chamber, with the reaction essentially creating electrical energy. When the iRobot was cleared to explore the Guttenbrink door in 2002, most observers simply saw another door with damaged hooks on it. Nevertheless, Dunn argued that this looked to be an additional proof of the pyramid being used to create energy, and that the hooks were, in fact, the remains of a type of plug, complete with anode and cathode. Dunn said that one of the hooks, the cathode, had evidence of electroplating and was glazed in copper. The additional hook, which Dunn declared was the anode, seemed to have a white substance on it. This, he concluded, was due to continued exposure to zinc. Dunn also cites particular crystal linings in certain shafts within the structure that act as a way of resonating the vibrations to harness the energy. Also, filters in specific locations would allow only the desired frequency to enter certain chambers. The Grand Gallery. When Dunn was permitted to film inside the Grand Gallery while on one of his field studies, he discovered that it was also made of granite and not limestone as had been previously thought. The granite would be better suited if this room's purpose was to be the center point of a power source, which Dunn now strongly believed it was. This discovery all but confirmed to him that his hypothesis was correct, even more so when he saw scorch marks at strategic locations throughout the room, implying that connections had been present here and that a reaction with a vast source of heat had occurred. When he followed an imaginary line from these scorch marks, he noticed that they all seemed to head towards a center point in the center of the room. Once a comprehensive study was carried out inside the Great Gallery, there seemed to be clear evidence of extreme heat or blast marks, almost as if there had been a powerful explosion. Dunn concluded there had been. He emphasized that the reason the Great Pyramid was ultimately sealed up was to keep the energy confined inside the pyramid in the aftermath of a discharge. Sequentially, only additional studies will prove this hypothesis one way or the other. Still, if these majestic structures' purpose was to act as a power station way back in antiquity, then it would compel us to not only re-evaluate the past, but rewrite it.
Chapter 7. Did alien civilizations visit Earth in the distant past?
Is it possible an advanced civilization came to Earth thousands of years ago and seeded life on planet Earth? Did the ancient people try to tell us the story of the gods who came from the stars? Were incredible monuments built to honor their arrival? Was our prehistory supervised by intelligent beings who the ancients referred to as gods? To find out the answers to these age-old questions, we must ask, are we alone in the universe? Recently, Adam Frank, professor of physics and astronomy at the University of Rochester, came up with an astonishing equation. He said, given how many planets exist and how many years the universe has existed, there is a 1 in 10 billion trillion prospect that humans are the only civilization in existence. According to these statistics and the opinion of many respected scientists, the answer is almost certainly no, we are not alone. We already know enough to build a human-crewed ship that could launch at a few % of light speed to a nearby star. But what if, one day, we create a spaceship good enough for actual interplanetary travel? We would surely terraform and colonize distant worlds with the intention to either live there permanently or use the natural resources from the new place to help Earth. Isn't this the ultimate goal of humanity? With rapid advances in technology, we are already laying down plans for the colonization of Mars. Once this is accomplished, it will open a new era of space exploration, and no doubt lead to many more colonies. If we plan to colonize space, why is it so hard to believe beings from elsewhere in the universe might have already done this? They could literally be millions of years more technologically advanced than us, so interstellar travel may not have been a problem. Is it plausible that these intelligent extraterrestrial beings had something to do with man's abrupt evolution? This might explain the parts of evolution, especially the missing link, which has eluded us so far. For example, humans basically emerged out of nowhere with dramatically improved brain power, almost as if they were a result of intelligent design. Or perhaps these mysterious beings tampered with human DNA to create humanity as we know it, ultimately aiding human cultures, technologies, and religion. One of our most significant advances in recent years has occurred in genetic engineering. Scientists could, in theory, create new life forms almost from scratch. Now, if humans can create new life forms at this stage of our development, could an advanced off-planet race have manufactured the entire human race through genetic engineering? Many ancient civilizations speak of sky gods who came down from the heavens and created humanity. Nearly all creation myths, from African, Indian, Chinese, Japanese, Egyptian, Greek, Norse, Native American, Inuit, Maori, and Mayan myths to the biblical Genesis, all talk about the star gods who came to this planet and seeded life in the distant past. In the past century alone, and on almost every continent, there have been many discoveries that mainstream archaeology, anthropology, and other sciences cannot solve. Among these are strange statues that seem to defy explanation. The Dogu figures range from 10 to 30 centimeters each and date to Japan's late Jomon period, which goes as far back as 14,000 years ago. The curious figurines have many strange characteristics, making them some of the most unique ancient art pieces on the planet. Around 15,000 have been discovered so far. They were often referred to as the shokoki, or the goggle-eyed doku, because each statue's eyes closely resemble the Inuit snow goggles. Some authors suggest these figurines represent otherworldly visitors who came to Earth thousands of years ago. In fact, Vaughan M. Green, in his book Astronauts of Ancient Japan, argues that these statues are spacesuits worn by extraterrestrials who visited Earth thousands of years ago. Erich von Däniken also noted their modern fastenings and goggles in his 1968 book Chariots of the Gods. Perhaps the most intriguing part is that the Dogu figurines are meant to represent the gods. During excavations in Serbia's southern region, archaeologists discovered numerous figurines made of clay that date from 6000 to 3000 BC. They are thought to have been made by the people of Yugoslavia or Western Romania. Hence, they are named after the village of Vinca on the banks of the Danube River. Some of these figurines are rather odd to say the least. Some have triangular-shaped faces with large oval-shaped eyes, narrow elongated noses, and no mouth. The head, in most cases, is larger than the rest of the body. The color of the creatures ranges from bluish-gray colors to light brown. It is not hard to see why some people have likened them to gray aliens from this description. Other figurines found at the site have half-human and half-lizard appearances. Another strange assortment of statues was found in modern-day Iraq. They are known as the Lizard Men figurines. They were excavated at Ur in 1919 by Harry Reginald Hull and date back to the Ubaid period, so at least 5000 BC. The statuettes depicted humanoid figurines with pointy faces and almond-shaped eyes. But what else do we really know about these odd figures? Are there theories as to their origins and significance? And what are they wearing and holding? There are several theories and interpretations, but the figurines remain mysterious with no written sources from the Ubaid period. There are two things we can say for sure. Number one, they resemble no known creature on Earth. Number two, no satisfactory explanation has been offered for why the Ubaid culture made these strange lizard-like figurines. The most interesting question regarding all three discoveries is what and who are the creatures depicted in these figurines. Did a mysterious unknown race really exist on Earth, or are these statues merely the product of ancient abstract art? If the latter is true, the ancient people had quite a wild imagination. Some theories speak of the possibility of extraterrestrial beings visiting Earth and helping our ancestors develop as a species, transferring knowledge to primitive man, who, in turn, expressed and recorded these historical accounts in cave art. A mysterious collection of ancient petroglyphs can be seen in Toro Muerto, northwest of Arequipa in Peru. They are thought to date back thousands of years. The engravings and drawings stretch for over 5 kilometers and show incredibly strange machines and beings depicted in what appear to be spacesuits. Other enigmatic representations seem to show beings who seem to fly. Who made these petroglyphs, and for what reason? What they represent seems out of place for the time they were made. Could it be they symbolized the gods who arrived in great ships after their long journey through the solar system? Curiously, other sites on Earth appear to represent very similar objects. Halfway around the world, at the Tassili Mountains in the Sahara Desert, we see many depictions of beings that do not look like humans. Furthermore, they are wearing helmets, masks, gloves, and other items that ancient men did not have at the time. Oddly, the ancient people of Algeria knew how to depict humans and animals, so one wonders why they decided to include beings that do not resemble anything on Earth. The Alpine Valley of Val Camonica, Italy, contains an extensive array of prehistoric petroglyphs created 8,000 years before the Bronze Age. Among the scenes of people and animals are humanoid-type beings holding strange-shaped weapons and wearing radiating helmets on their heads. Did the ancient artists draw what they witnessed, beings who might have arrived on our planet dressed in spacesuits and helmets like our astronauts today? Francis Crick, the co-discoverer of the double helix structure of DNA, firmly believed in panspermia, the concept that Earth was seeded with life by intelligent extraterrestrial species to ensure their continuity. Crick thought this could have been done on many planets of this class, maybe by using unmanned shuttles. The theory was dismissed by scientists for decades, but now something rather odd is happening. It has seen a surge in popularity. Consequently, many scientists now believe an extraterrestrial civilization did bring life to this planet. Even some of the biggest names, such as Richard Dawkins, admit that they are open to this theory. In fact, Dawkins had gone one step further and laid out his theory of how it could have happened. In a recent interview, Dawkins said, "Well, it could have occurred in the following way. It could be that someplace in the universe, in the distant past, a civilization developed to a very high level of technology and created a form of life which they seeded onto this planet." He suggests that the evidence may be found by looking at the details of biochemistry and molecular biology. According to Dawkins, this is where the signature of the designer may be found. Furthermore, astrobiologist Milton Wainwright, known for his research into extraterrestrial life in the stratosphere, and a team of scientists at Buckingham University have found something absolutely astonishing that could prove the theory true once and for all. In 2013, the group sent an atmospheric balloon equipped with super-powerful magnets 20 miles into the stratosphere. While examining the dust from the balloon, Wainwright found a bizarre-looking metal sphere. What's so weird about this object? Well, it is a fully fledged living alien organism. Dr. Wainwright said that an image taken during the analysis shows a salt crystal with an unusual horned creature bursting out of the crystal's surface. Strangely, it seems to be spewing a liquid, probably comprising genetic material. It contains the rarest elements, including niobium, neodymium, lutetium and dysprosium. Professor Wainwright added, "As far as we can tell, this particle has no connection to anything found on Earth. Furthermore, these objects could only have come from outer space, because there is no known mechanism by which these life forms can reach that height. Consequently, they must be incoming." Some samples were covered with cosmic dust, adding extra credence to the idea that they must have originated from space. One theory suggests that some unknown civilization sent it towards Earth to continue seeding the planet with life. So, is there some sort of extraterrestrial organism that hitches a ride on comets and meteors, utilizing a ghost particle sac for protection on entering our atmosphere? Dr. Wainwright's conclusions suggest that it is very possible. Dr. Wainwright says he thinks the object is a living balloon that carries extraterrestrial life inside it. He supposes this ghost particle or alien organism probably uses the sac to drift in an unexplored environment by swelling it with gases. We have only quickly scratched the surface of this topic here. Many more weird discoveries have been linked to ancient visitations. Still, as always, it is up to you, the viewer, to decide if ancient humans did have contact with beings not from Earth.
Chapter 6. Advanced Civilizations That Came Before Us.
Archaeology places the civilizations of Mohenjo-Daro, Sumer, or Egypt as the earliest in history. In fact, apart from Göbekli Tepe, which they grudgingly accept but rarely mention, science does not accept anything before about 5000 BC. We already have an irregularity here, because if Göbekli Tepe is 12,000 years old, we are left to question what occurred in the intervening 5,000 years before the official rise of civilizations occurred. In any case, we will look considerably further back in time to explain that the rise of humankind from simple agricultural states to our modern technological era would be too short a period for such a phenomenal advancement. It is difficult to imagine cavemen leaving caves and trees a few thousand years ago and creating the elegant cultures of ancient Egyptians and Greeks in a few hundred generations. Also, to have improved from ox-pulled carts to luxurious driverless cars, and from reed huts to landing on Mars in the short period of 6,000 years would indeed be a miracle. We must stress 6,000 years represents only a tiny fraction of 1% of the entire accepted age of humanity, which is roughly 200,000 years. To play devil's advocate, remarkable accelerations are not entirely unknown to evolution, but it is usually a very lengthy process. So, could unexplored factors account for these enormous leaps, such as humanity carrying traits inherited from another, much older period of civilization? If there was a highly advanced civilization before our own, could proof be hidden below the earth? And, if discoveries are ever made to that effect, will history have to make drastic revisions? It will surprise you to learn that many have already been discovered, in the form of metal artifacts encased in coal, screw threads in ancient rocks, and human-made floors and walls found in strata laid down many millions of years ago. However, they have been omitted from proper evaluation, either willfully or through ignorance, by scientists who refuse to acknowledge that our history is incomplete. They also refuse to accept a technological level beyond fire for humans that inhabited the Earth 200 millennia ago. Yet, scientists in Russia found something far older and technologically far beyond anything we have ever seen before. In 1991, scientists carried out geological studies on a riverbank in the Ural Mountains in Russia when they found something completely baffling. At depths between 10 and 40 feet, hundreds of tiny coil-shaped artifacts could be seen embedded in the soil. They range in size, with some as large as 1.18 inches. However, some were so minute they could only be seen with a microscope, and measured 1/10,000th of an inch. For comparison, human hair is 1/1000th of an inch. The artifacts were sent to scientists in Moscow for a more thorough examination. Spectroscopic tests were carried out with an electron microscope type JSM T330 made by the Japanese firm JEOL. The results suggest the objects are mainly composed of tungsten, molybdenum, and copper. However, the story gets even stranger because the tests revealed a lot more than just the composition of the objects. They found that these tiny artifacts are not naturally occurring, are 300,000 years old, and in fact look more like modern nanotechnology components. In 1996, Dr. E. W. Matveyeva, a precious metals expert in Moscow, went even further by writing a paper that said, despite their age, they are of a technological origin, before adding, no known process can create such items. Some skeptics have claimed the mysterious spirals might be debris emitted from test rockets launched from nearby Plesetsk space station. However, this theory makes little sense, since the artifacts were found at depths of at least 10 feet and are far too old to have come from modern rockets. Particular attention should be paid to the conclusion reached by the Moscow Institute. Report number 18/485 states that the data obtained allows for an extraterrestrial technogenic origin. Therefore, these mysterious and minuscule structures suggest that either humans or non-humans were on our planet up to 300,000 years ago using or developing nanotechnology. Considering our current society has only just developed nanotechnology, it goes without saying that these artifacts have sparked an enormous debate that continues to this day. Another strange find was made in the industrial town of Donetsk, eastern Ukraine. In a coal-coking stratum 3,000 feet below the surface, miners found what appears to be a wheel, or at least the imprint of one in the sandstone roof of the tunnel they had just excavated. At least a dozen miners witnessed this event. Without removing the wheel, we can only make an educated guess at its age. Firstly, the region is located on carboniferous rock aged between 360 to 300 million years old. Secondly, the coking coals are derived from the middle to late Carboniferous. This suggests the impossible. The wheel became stuck in the soil at least 300 million years ago. The confusion about whether this is an actual imprint of a wheel can be cleared up by looking at a process called diagenesis. This is a process by which objects are lithified into sedimentary rocks, similar to fossil remains. In other words, the wheel has literally dissolved and become fossilized. Further examination of this object has become problematic. Obtaining permission to go into such a dangerous environment would be difficult enough, and despite mine project manager Sergei Kasatkin inviting scientists for further evaluation, the mine owner was not as cooperative. Concerned that work would be halted or at least hindered, he urged the team to forget about the find and push on with their project. All we are left with is the photographic evidence. We asked an expert to examine these images. A week later, we got a reply stating, "While we cannot comment on the object itself, the photos are indeed legitimate." If the photographic evidence is legitimate, as one expert suggests, we are left to wonder how a human-made wheel could have ended up in such ancient strata. Remember, according to science, this is a time when humans had not even evolved yet. At present, the mine is closed, and the layers are already flooded, so access to the object is impossible. So this mysterious artifact remains in situ, and looks likely to stay that way for the foreseeable future. Between 1786 and 1788, extensive limestone quarrying was carried out near Aix-en, France, to rebuild the Palace of Justice. The rock strata from where the limestone blocks were taken were separated by layers of sand and clay, 1 month later, after removing 11 layers of rock, they were 40 or 50 feet below the surface. What they found beneath the 11th layer has never been fully explained. In fact, it's never even been partially explained. As the workers began to remove the sand to reach the rock beneath it, they found the remains of stone pillars made from the same stone and rock they had been excavating. They excavated further and found petrified wooden tools, hammer handles, and coins. Eventually, they came to a giant wooden board 1 inch thick and 8 feet long. It, too, had become petrified into a form of agate and broke into pieces when they tried to remove it. However, when the workers did manage to reassemble the pieces, they saw before them a quarryman's board very similar to the one they had been using. The strata in which these tools were found is 300 million years old. How did a stonemason's yard, equipped with 18th century tools, come to be found buried 50 feet deep under a layer of sand and limestone? This question is as puzzling today as it was when it was discovered. In 1889, workers in Nampa, Idaho, were drilling a well when they discovered what appeared to be a small dressed human image skillfully formed in clay. The figurine came from the 300-foot level of a well boring and dated to the Pleistocene age, about 2 million years ago. G.F. Wright, a noted geologist from the Boston Society of Natural History at the time, stated, "The model is about 1.5 inches long, and extraordinary for the perfection with which it expresses the human form. It represents a female figure with lifelike lineaments that would credit the classic centers of art." Upon presenting the object to Professor F. W. Putnam, Wright wrote, "He at once directed attention to the character of the incrustations of iron upon the surface, as indicative of a relic of considerable antiquity. There were patches of anhydrous red oxide of iron in protected places upon it, such as could not have been formed upon any fraudulent object. The authenticity was also confirmed by Mr. G. M. Gumming of Boston, who placed the genuineness of the discovery beyond a reasonable doubt. In 1979, Professor Albert A. Wright of Oberlin College explained the figurine and its authenticity. It was not the product of a novice, but was made by a true artist. Though in bad condition, the doll's appearance is still distinct. It has a bulbous head, mouth, and eyes, big arms, and long legs. There are also faint geometric markings on the figure which denote either clothing, designs, or jewelry. The doll is the model of a person of a high civilization, artistically dressed. Since 1975, the area has been considered the world's richest collection of pre-Ice Age plant and animal fossils in North America. Notably, paleontologists have found the greatest collection of fossils of the American zebra, which became extinct about 10,000 years ago. Both then and now, scientists believe that the authenticity of the Nampa figurine is impossible. It flies in the face of commonly accepted timelines. Humans had not even evolved on this planet 2 million years ago, so who created or left this artifact in Earth's distant past? Alas, most of these discoveries have vanished or are purchased by collectors who won't allow them to be tested. And, most damaging of all, most of these artifacts were taken from their place of discovery before valid scientific analyses and measurements could be performed. The findings are, therefore, seen as erroneous by the archaeological community. Nevertheless, the future promises more discoveries to come, discoveries we hope will be handled according to existing scientific standards. Suppose we approach anthropology with a mind open to the likelihood that humanity may be much more ancient than science holds. In that case, we will merely be detaching ourselves from the prejudices of the Middle Ages, which can only be a good thing. The big question is, was Earth home to a technologically advanced society at a time in the very distant past? If we accept that there was one, we may learn from the past, and humanity might avoid the mistakes of this vanished race. Our civilization will then find its proper place on this beautiful planet, its true mission, and work towards a more glorious future.
Chapter 5. Advanced Technology of Ancient India.
India has an extensive collection of sacred texts that date back so far in history, scholars can only guess their actual age. They tell us everything about the ancient people, such as who they were, their beliefs, and how they saw the world around them. However, they also have a collection of strange tales and legends that could change our entire perception of ancient Indian history. Some of them are so mysterious, the Western world is still struggling to understand how they came to be. For example, one of India's longest, oldest, and most popular stories, the Mahabharata, contains vivid descriptions of things we don't usually associate with the ancient world. The poem describes a significant conflict between the Kauravas and Pandavas in India thousands of years ago. The battle seemed to have been resolved using vehicles and weapons that sound so modern that they would look more at home in today's world than in the distant past. This makes one wonder whether humanity really is at its peak right now concerning technology and weaponry. The exact date of these writings is difficult to pin down, but based on astronomical data and the drying of the Saraswati River, which is thought to have taken place towards the end of the Mahabharata period, we are more than likely looking somewhere around 5000 BC. The Mahabharata often refers to an astra, which means an extraordinary weapon in Sanskrit. For example, Indra's dart is an astra and acts as a reflector-type device which, once activated, can focus a beam of light on any target and immediately devour it. There are many of them, and each has its own peculiar properties. Although many will find this difficult to believe, these weapons are not fictional. They were very real, in some cases nuclear, and evidence of their use can be found at various sites in India and the surrounding areas. Telltale signs of ancient nuclear activity come in the shape of radioactive samples and a substance called green glass, which can only form at extremely high temperatures. It has been found at several known nuclear detonation sites. For example, in modern times, when the first atomic detonation test occurred in the desert of New Mexico, one of the first things observers noticed was that the sand had turned to green glass. This phenomenon baffled scientists at the time because the same substance was found at sites that predated the New Mexico detonation by thousands of years. For example, engineer Albion W. Hart claimed to have seen the exact same substance in vast amounts in the deserts of Egypt and Libya. Still, he calculated that if this was indeed the same substance, it would have needed to be 10,000 times more potent than the White Sands detonation to create the amount of glass we see in Africa. Unsurprisingly, all similarities were dismissed. No one wanted to believe that events like the one in New Mexico might have already happened in the past. One of the most famous sites where this substance is found in large amounts is Mohenjo-Daro. Scientists have taken several samples from this site and have shown it was subjected to temperatures above 1500 degrees Celsius thousands of years ago, followed by sudden cooling. Even today, radioactivity in the city is far above what one would expect. In fact, it is 10 times more than the usual levels one would expect to find at a site like this. These facts are consistent with the city having been subjected to a nuclear explosion of immense proportions. When David W. Davenport visited the city, he became fascinated, studying the area for many years. After more than a decade, Davenport found an epicenter or a crater that could only be created by a blast. Chances of a meteor strike were dismissed when trinitite glass was discovered at the site, which is formed by sand being drawn up inside a nuclear fireball and then rained down in a liquid form. Hence, he theorized that the city did not gradually decay over time, but instead ended abruptly via nuclear deflagration. His work culminated in a 1979 book entitled Atomic Destruction 2000 BC. Another rather peculiar site can be found near Mumbai in India and is known as Lonar Crater. The crater itself is enormous, at just over 2 kilometers in diameter, and despite being studied extensively, scientists have found absolutely no sign of meteoric material. The area has clearly been subjected to tremendous pressure and heat. In the case of pressure, we are talking about forces exceeding 600,000 atmospheres. Additionally, this is the only known impact crater composed of basalt. These facts have forced some scientists to admit it looks for all the world as though a nuclear detonation has occurred here at some point in the past. Another city near the Rajmahal Mountains in northern India seems to have been hit with explosions of such enormous magnitude they caused the walls and foundations of the city to be fused together, literally vitrified. 10 miles west of Jodhpur in Rajasthan, scientists made some rather odd discoveries. Under the ground's surface were layers of highly radioactive dust and ash that had a circular pattern. This is the same pattern that occurs when a typical nuclear detonation happens. Levels of radiation found at the site are so dangerous the area has been cordoned off and condemned. According to the late archaeologist George Francis Taylor, nearby temples contain carvings that imply the ancient people of the city were praying for protection from a great light heading towards the city. Taylor went on to explain his surprise that modern civilization was not the first to use nuclear weapons, saying, "The radioactive ash found here adds credibility to the ancient accounts that describe nuclear warfare." These fantastic discoveries indeed indicate that advanced civilizations were living in these regions in the distant past, using incredibly potent weapons. Book 16 of the Mahabharata starts with these lines. Strong winds blowing small rock fragments still blew from all directions, and the horizon was constantly covered in haze 36 years after the great Mahabharata war. The sun was covered with dust, and blazing pieces of coal fell from the sky to earth. Several things could explain this phenomenon, such as comet impact, volcanic eruptions, or the aftermath of a nuclear war. However, there has been no evidence of volcanic eruptions of this nature in India for hundreds of thousands of years. The same can be said of comet impacts. There is no evidence of them during the period in question. But there is a large amount of literature and evidence on the ground of a destructive war taking place, whose aftermath would likely be much the same as what is outlined at the start of Book 16. Respected historian Kesari Mohan, the first to provide a comprehensive translation of the Sanskrit epic Mahabharata in English, believes the ancient poem is full of accounts describing nuclear-type weapons, especially in the Drunabhava section. One of the most powerful was used by Samva against cities controlled by Vrishis and the Andhaks. Some websites claim these passages do not exist, so for reference, this passage is found in section 1 of Marsala Parva. The story starts with Samva flying in a machine known as a Vimana, which is just one of numerous flying machines mentioned in the epic poem. As the Samva flies over the Vrishi and the Andhak cities, he fires a single projectile, called an iron thunderbolt, which causes an explosion so large the poem describes it as having the power of the entire universe. This account matches very well with the contemporary nuclear explosions. For example, after impact, an enormous cloud of highly bright smoke and fire rose into the sky, and there was nothing left of the cities but a pile of ash. Additionally, the iron thunderbolt could be naturally occurring radioactive iron, such as iron-59. Was the use of such materials known in ancient times? Later in the same story, we hear the hair and nails of the survivors begin to fall out. Their food is no longer edible, birds have turned white, and their pottery crumbled to dust. To escape the effects of this event, soldiers jumped into rivers and streams to wash themselves and their equipment. All of these effects are certainly what one might expect to see in the aftermath of a nuclear explosion. In fact, one of the modern recommendations for anyone affected by atomic explosions is as follows. Move away as far as possible, disperse any clothing, and wash in lukewarm water, which is precisely what the soldiers in the Mahabharata did. When news of this event was passed on to the king of the Yadava clan, Ugrasena, he became distressed and saddened, ordering his men to grind the iron thunderbolts down to fine powder and disperse them into the sea. The king's orders align well with water being used as an effective shield for nuclear radiation. Perhaps this was also known in ancient times. There is another rather ominous passage in the Mausala Parva that implies these weapons will be used again in the future. It reads, "Having achieved success, these weapons have been returned to the place they came from, but they will once again come into my possession when the time for their reuse approaches." Having heard that statement, one wonders why anyone would call such devastation a success. Although the Pandavas won the war, the Mahabharata makes it very clear there was hardly anything left. Almost everything was destroyed. Even the loser, Duryodhana, remarks, "They may have won the war, but what has been left to rule over?" There are lessons to be learned here, the main one being there are no winners in a nuclear war. These are not the only passages that refer to weapons that sound remarkably modern and certainly make us wonder if nuclear war was being waged in India thousands of years ago. Furthermore, the existence of atoms and atomic theory has been known in India for thousands of years. However, Western scholars have mostly ignored this, instead focusing on Democritus, a Greek philosopher and atomic theorist who lived in the 5th century BC. But while many might choose to ignore it, with its sages, scholars, and scientists, India has always been a country of advanced knowledge and technology. So with this in mind, and given the fact that we know so little about the past, is it possible nuclear weapons and their devastating power have been known since ancient times? As we have outlined, there are cities on Earth that look like they have been victims of such weapons. Not only that, but evidence of such detonations has also been found on Mars. This indicates that these weapons have been known on Earth and were also known to another, yet unidentified civilization. Whether the weapons described in the ancient Sanskrit literature provide evidence of nuclear war or not, there is no doubt they are describing incredibly advanced technologies.
Chapter 4. How do we explain the Great Pyramid?
There are hundreds of incredible ancient structures all over the globe. However, none of them can match the almost supernatural brilliance of the Great Pyramid of Giza. Modern surveying results inform us that the Great Pyramid is situated at the center of the Nile Delta Quadrant, the center of gravity for the continent, and the center of all landmass of the Earth, and it deviates by less than 1/2 an inch across its entire 13-acre base. From this we learn two things. First, the location of this massive edifice is no accident, and secondly, whoever created it could easily claim to be the most incredible land surveyor the world has ever known. There are hundreds of measurements to prove the Great Pyramid of Giza is a work of perfection that incorporates many feats we would struggle with today. For example, the curvature built into the base of the pyramid is precisely the same ratio as the circumference of the Earth. When investigating the Great Pyramid, several rather odd facts become apparent. The walls of ancient Egypt's old temples and tombs are literally covered with hieroglyphics, documenting everything from day-to-day living to instructions on how to navigate the afterlife. Nobody would argue that the Egyptians were meticulous in their record-keeping. Yet there isn't even a single mention of them building the Great Pyramid. It seems almost inconceivable that any pharaoh would take on such a massive engineering project and not document it anywhere. We are told the Great Pyramid took its shape thanks to a natural evolution in building techniques. In other words, the pyramid shape did not simply appear one day. They started life as mastabas. Mastabas became step pyramids like we see at Saqqara. Finally, step pyramids become the smooth-sloped, triangular structures we all recognize today. So the theory says that as each successive pharaoh came along, their architects became more knowledgeable in construction techniques and built better than the previous generation. At least that's what we've been told. If we follow conventional timelines, the step pyramid of Djed was built during the 3rd dynasty, and the Great Pyramid of Giza during the 4th dynasty. Both are separated by just 70 years. To go from one to the other would have required immense advancements in physics, architecture, mathematics, geology, and astronomy. Could the Egyptian builders have made such a massive leap in this relatively short time? Then there is the mystery of the 5th dynasty pyramids, which are now nothing more than piles of rubble due to being so poorly constructed. How could pyramid building have evolved so quickly and then devolved just as fast? Well, the answer is simple. It didn't. Thanks mainly to the writing of Herodotus, traditional Egyptology tells us that the Great Pyramid was built by Pharaoh Khufu to house his tomb. But should we really take the word of a man who arrived in Giza thousands of years after the Great Pyramid was built? During his trip to the Giza Plateau in the 4th century BC, the Greek historian calculated that it would have taken roughly 30 years to build the Great Pyramid. This includes 10 years for diverting the Nile, creating a causeway, laying foundations, cutting, transporting, stacking blocks, etc. Based on the number of blocks, which is estimated to be 2.3 million, it would have needed one to be laid every 3 minutes, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for Herodotus to be correct. However, considering the frequent flooding of the Nile and the fact that the builders could not work at night, the calculation changes quite dramatically to around 3 stones every 5 minutes. Suppose that sounds even remotely plausible to you. In that case, you need to consider something we haven't mentioned yet. The 1,500,000 casing stones that gave the Great Pyramid an unblemished, seamless, and smooth appearance. They were cut from a limestone quarry, 15 miles upstream, and 1 mile from the Nile, then shipped down and perfectly cut and polished on site at Giza. Obviously a very time-consuming process. Calculating the length of time needed for the evacuation of these blocks and the granite blocks, for that matter, it is near impossible since we don't know how they did it. It wasn't done with copper tools, that's for sure. Furthermore, how about the transportation of the blocks? Anyone who has witnessed the powerful current produced by the Nile must wonder how huge blocks were carried up and down this river in ancient times. It seems almost impossible. Even today, engine-powered boats can be seen swirling around as they fight against the current while traveling back up this mighty river. The calculations of Herodotus simply don't add up. They should be regarded as a wild guess, based on flimsy evidence, not as a fact. Another piece of evidence used by those who insist Khufu built the pyramid comes from the dubious findings of Howard Weiss in 1820. With funding drying up, he knew that he had to find something of interest fast. The English Egyptologist hastily used dynamite to blast his way up through 4 chambers in what is now known as Campbell's Chamber. And lo and behold, he spotted an inscription bearing the pharaoh's name. The inscription has been labeled as a forgery by many experts. Firstly, the name of Khufu was misspelled, and conformed to a misspelling in a book called Materia Hieroglyphia, which apparently Weiss had taken with him on his journey to Giza. Suspicion over the inscription grew when famous German Egyptologist Carl Richard Lippus asked for permission to study the inscription, but was declined by Weiss. Later in 1983, the great-grandson of a man employed by him came forward with an astonishing claim. His great-grandfather, who had worked at Giza when the inscription was discovered, witnessed a man entering the Great Pyramid with red paint and a brush. Although this claim cannot be verified, there are many more reasons why this inscription should not be used as proof that Khufu built the Great Pyramid. However, let's move on to something that really blows the lid off the tomb theory. The inventory stela was found in a nearby temple and dated to around 1500 BC. It is now located at the Sphinx Valley Temple. However, you won't be seeing it any time soon, since it is being encased in stone, wood, and metal. Luckily, a French archaeologist named Auguste Mariette got to see the famous stela for himself in 1857. The inscription states that Khufu arrived in Giza and organized a cleaning operation after seeing the Great Sphinx buried up to its neck in sand. One of the items to be cleaned was the Temple of Isis, otherwise known to us as the Great Pyramid. Therefore, the Great Pyramid already existed in Khufu's time, and it was dedicated to the Egyptian goddess Isis, not Khufu. But fear not, all is not lost for Khufu. The inventory does imply that he was the builder of the companion pyramids. There is compelling evidence that the Great Pyramid was never intended as a tomb. In 820 A.D., an Arab sheikh named Al-Mamun went to the Giza Plaza to hunt for treasure. His men failed to find an entrance because the casing stones were still intact at that point. Not deterred, they tunneled their way inside and found two passageways, one descending and the other ascending. However, the latter was blocked by a large granite boulder. Thinking they were close to making the find of a lifetime, they tunneled over the blocked entrance and made their way up the ascending passageway to the magnificent Grand Gallery. Next, they smashed their way through the antechamber and entered the king's chamber. To their astonishment, they found nothing more than an empty sarcophagus. The most crucial elements of Al-Mamun's adventure into the Great Pyramid are the antechamber and the empty sarcophagus. When Al-Mamun reached the antechamber, it was sealed with 3 large granite block slabs. The original builders had lowered them with ropes into specially prepared grooves, which allowed them to be dropped over the entrance of the king's chamber. So the fact that Al-Mamun needed to break through the blocks meant that he was the first man to reach the king's chamber since the pyramid had been built. If the chamber was empty, it was clearly not used as a tomb for Khufu or anyone else. As we have shown, there are massive holes in the mainstream theories regarding the age and purpose of the Great Pyramid. How can they be explained? The answer is quite simple. There is a period of Egyptian history that has been entirely ignored by modern-day scholars. The dynastic Egyptians knew all about this era and etched it on their temple walls for all to see. It is known as the Age of the Gods, Zep-Tepli, or the Days of Osiris, and it was in this epoch that the Great Pyramid was built. Of course, as is often the case, our true history has been labeled as a myth or the fanciful imagination of ancient people. But make no mistake, this Age of the Gods was very real. So what happened to these people? When did they build the Great Pyramid, and more importantly, why? Some of the best but mostly overlooked evidence for the age of the pyramid are the 1-inch deep salt incrustations found in the lower portion of the Grand Gallery and the middle chamber. There is also a silt sediment watermark around the pyramid that matches the height of the salt incrustation. Let's not forget the large amounts of seashells and fossilized sea creatures found around Giza, carbon dated roughly to 9600 BC. There are clear indications that seawater found its way into the Giza Plateau and remained there for some time. The question is, where did it come from? 12,900 years ago, an enormous meteor exploded over the Arctic, causing a rapid rise in ocean levels and a complete change in our landscape. The evidence for this impact event can be found in numerous scientific journals. The resulting flood covered everything, including the Grand Pyramid. It left behind large sediment deposits and seashells around the Giza Plateau as it subsided. This explains the disappearance of advanced civilizations, the water sediment marks around the Great Pyramid, and the numerous stories of a great flood in the distant past. As for who those builders were and why they built it, the latest findings of Robert Bauval show the ventilation shafts that run from the King's Chamber Point to the constellation of Orion. In fact, the entire Giza complex perfectly mirrors the stars in the belt of Orion. One theory suggests the pyramid builders originated from the Orion constellation. We don't know how long ago, but we know the Egyptians worshipped Osiris, who had the Orion constellation as his cosmic representation. Adrian Gilbert and Bauval suggest the shafts found in the pyramids were purposely directed toward Orion to allow God's souls to return from where they came. So the Great Pyramid could, in fact, be an enormous reminder of when gods were on earth, just like the ancient people told us.
Chapter 3. Cuneiform Tablets of the Sumerians.
When we look at how the history of Mesopotamia was pieced together, we find that some of the most fascinating discoveries did not come in the shape of extensive ruins, but instead from cuneiform tablets and cylinder seals. Some of these artifacts, carefully etched by the scribes of the day, are very revealing, since they demonstrate previously unknown facts about the ancient civilizations of this region, like their very advanced knowledge, for instance. Before we carry on, it is worth noting that although we have a reasonably good overview of life in Mesopotamia, hundreds of thousands of these tablets remain undeciphered. Therefore, there might be a lot more surprises in store for us in the future. Today, we will look at just 3 clay tablet discoveries. However, as you will see, this trio has been chosen specifically because they are all genuinely remarkable and mysterious. When English explorer Austen Henry Layard began excavating the ancient site of Nineveh in 1850, he could hardly have known he was about to make one of the most extraordinary discoveries of all time. But by uncovering the location of King Ashurbanipal's library, that's precisely what Layard did. The find consisted of 30,000 clay tablets, each offering a remarkable insight into the life of the Sumerians, Babylonians, and the Akkadians. The tablets contain everything from routine military and religious traditions to stunning revelations about ancient events of the past, like the Sumerian flood, which predated the Bible's account by thousands of years. One of these tablets, K8538, has been of particular interest to archaeologists because it has been identified as an astrolabe, the earliest known astronomical instrument. The tablet is so detailed in its etchings, even the most skeptical scientists cannot deny it provides us with evidence for a very sophisticated early knowledge of astronomy. The disc-shaped K8538 is stored at the British Museum and, as one might expect from an artifact of this age, is quite severely damaged. Nevertheless, what remains is remarkable, consisting of a finely carved star chart, complete with drawings of constellations, marked units of angle measurements inscribed upon the rim, and texts with known constellation names. While many experts argued about the age and origin of K8538, for reasons we'll come to in a second, modern technology suggests this tablet was either carved by Sumerian astronomers 5,100 years ago or is an Assyrian copy of the original. Scientists Alan Bond and Mark Hempsel arrived at this conclusion by using computer programs to reconstruct the night sky thousands of years ago. Remarkably, the authors matched the night sky over Austria on the morning of the 29th of June, 3123 BC. Furthermore, they suggest the tablet records an asteroid that impacted Kurfürst in the Austrian Alps. This led to the release of their controversial book, A Sumerian Observation of the Kurfürst Impact. The book claims that this asteroid was responsible for the Kurfürst impact event and the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. A bit of background on the Kurfürst anomaly. In the early part of the 19th century, quaternary geologists Penck and Bruckner discovered an enormous 11.5 square kilometer landslide at Kurfürst in Austria. Scientists have argued over the cause of this landslide since its discovery, initially believing the molten rock found at the site could be explained by volcanic activity. Now more widely known as the planisphere, the tablet records everyday planetary positions on one half. However, a 1 kilometer long object is recorded on the opposite side, heading straight towards Earth. The astronomer who made these observations was meticulous, especially regarding the asteroid's path. Relative to the stars, its trajectory has only 1 degree of error, heading straight towards Kurfürst. While the asteroid theory is interesting, the authors still needed to explain why no impact crater was ever found at the site. They do this by identifying the asteroid as an Arten type, meaning it approaches close to Earth's orbit. Therefore, its trajectory would have been low, enabling it to clip Mount Gamsgurgel 11 kilometers away from Kurfürst as it headed towards Earth. This first brush with Earth turned the asteroid into a vast fireball 5 kilometers in diameter, which then carried on its journey down the valley until it impacted at Kurfürst. This theory means that by the time the asteroid reached Kurfürst, it was no longer a solid object, and therefore did not form a crater. But how could a disintegrating asteroid over Austria be responsible for events that occurred thousands of miles away at Sodom and Gomorrah? According to Mark Hempsel, the size of this massive fireball, combined with its trajectory, would have seen an enormous plume of boiling ash over the Mediterranean before it re-entered Earth's atmosphere in North Egypt, Sinai, and the Levant. The heat would have been enough to scorch anything in its path. Also, Genesis 19:24 reads, "Then the Lord rained down burning sulfur on Sodom and Gomorrah from out of the heavens." This could easily be interpreted as the leftovers of the Kurfürst asteroid. While this does not categorically prove the Kurfürst impact event was responsible for the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, it's interesting to think that the actual cause of the biblical catastrophe may have been recorded on a clay tablet in Mesopotamia over 5,000 years ago. In an attempt to debunk this theory, scientists unwittingly open a can of worms that suggested an even stranger event may have been responsible for the landslide. Scientists using tree ring analysis and radiocarbon dating of new samples moved the date of the Kurfürst landslide much further back to between 7,475 to 7,343 BC, placing it at almost exactly the same time as the Flims landslide, located 130 kilometers west of Kurfürst. If this is true, we can only assume that both the Kurfürst and the Flims landslides were triggered by a common cause. This is where it gets fascinating. The area is literally radioactive. One village built on the landslide has radiation levels 5 times higher than neighboring villages. Furthermore, the site is full of a glass-like substance similar to what we see at Mohenjo-Daro. Therefore, this landslide is clearly far from solved. We either accept the findings of Bond and Hempsel, or we would have to look at the unthinkable: nuclear war in the ancient past. The theory of nuclear war being waged thousands of years ago is not a new one, and the evidence indeed suggests, rather than write it off, a thorough examination is needed. We are told the ancient civilizations of Mesopotamia were not seafaring nations, or that their journeys would have been short and mostly carried out in small reed rafts. But if this is true, why would they need such precise astronomical measurements? And why have Mesopotamian artifacts been found halfway around the world? Many believe the answers can be found in their mysterious clay tablets. However, the vast majority of tablets are yet to be deciphered, and at present only a handful of linguistics can do so. So we will have to look elsewhere for answers. What if I told you an ancient clay tablet turned up in America in the 19th century? And what if I told you it had not been taken there in modern times, but in very ancient times? The discovery would undoubtedly fit into the category of out of place, since, according to everything we know, there is no way any civilization from Mesopotamia could have reached North America. The story involves the Nez Perce, a historically nomadic tribe who called themselves Nimipu, which means the people. Their leader, Chief Joseph, is one of the most well-known tribal leaders in American history. In 1877, one of the most remarkable military retreats in history ended when Chief Joseph surrendered to the army just 40 miles from the Canadian border. After his famous speech, which included numerous poetic phrases like, "From where the sun now stands, I will fight no more forever," Chief Joseph gifted General Nelson Appleton Miles a small clay tablet inscribed with an indecipherable text. The pendant is controversial because its inscription was later identified as Assyrian. To save you the hassle of looking on the map, we can tell you that the Assyrian homeland of northern Mesopotamia is over 11,000 kilometers from North America. The tablet was subsequently translated at the University of Chicago by Assyriologist Robert Biggs. It reads, "Nalu received one lamb from Abashaga on the 11th day of the month of the festival of An, in the year Enmagalana was installed as high priestess of Nana." Enmagalana is mentioned on numerous ancient Assyrian artifacts as the high priest of Ur, appointed by her brother Amasin circa 2042 BC. Therefore, this tablet is old, and its text is based on actual events. Chief Joseph explained the artifact by indicating it had been gifted to his family many generations ago by ancient visitors to these parts. Some people cry fake, but none of them can explain how Chief Joseph could have been fluent in ancient Assyrian, nor how he knew the high priestess of Ur by name. Furthermore, the cuneiform script had only been mastered 20 years earlier thanks to Henry Cressick Rawlinson's efforts. Further evidence was found on Chief Joseph's medicine bag. These bags are highly personalized to the owner. The chief's bag was decorated with the Star of Ashur, an ancient insignia used by the ancient Mesopotamians and in fact still used on the flag of Assyria today. The tablet was last seen in 1991 when Warren Charles Dexter photographed it at the West Point Museum in New York. But this is not the only tablet found in America with an ancient connection to Assyria. Another one was discovered in 1963 by Nina Hearn near the Chattahoochee River in northwest Georgia. This one is roughly the same size as the Chief Joseph tablet, was also written in cuneiform, and even mentions the scribe's name. The major difference is that the Hearn tablet is made of lead, not clay. The Hearn tablet, presently on loan to the Legacy Museum in Montgomery, Alabama, could be the oldest script ever found in America. The scribe, Enlila, implies that the text is a receipt for goats and sheep intended as a sacrifice to the goddess Lama-Lugal and the sun god Utu during the 38th year of King Shulgi's reign. Most researchers of this tablet have the date as 2040 BC, but Shulgi's reign is relatively easy to track down. The actual date of the inscription on this tablet is 2056 BC, 14 years older than the Chief Joseph tablet. Dr. Joseph Mahan, a former curator of the Columbus Museum, thought the tablet was made in situ using the lost wax method. Dr. Mahan came to this conclusion after finding pieces of molten lead dated to the same time as the tablet at Nina Hearn's property, suggesting relatively large-scale lead smelting had taken place here thousands of years ago. This indicates a presence here that far exceeds just a handful of voyagers. No one can explain how cuneiform inscribed artifacts ended up in America unless, that is, we consider the possibility that ancient voyagers made it to the continent long before we have been led to believe.
Chapter 2. Artifacts so old, no one can explain them.
The origin of humanity is a total mystery. No one really knows how old humanity is, or how and where it originated. It is a complete enigma. Suppose modern humans only evolved 200,000 years ago, as the hypothesis would have us believe. In that case, one must ask how human-made artifacts can be found in substrata originating millions of years ago. Thousands of these artifacts have been stored in museums' basements around the world. Although these extraordinary discoveries are bizarre, they are not unique or even rare. They are, right now, gathering dust, locked away from prying eyes in the vaults of museums throughout the world. These artifacts have been ignored, or, as is often the case, have not been thoroughly examined. Many of these artifacts have been discovered in coal. That coal is a byproduct of decomposing vegetation is a fact currently accepted by geologists and scientists. Over time, the vegetation becomes buried and covered with sediment. Eventually, the sediment fossilizes and becomes rock. To accomplish this natural process of coal formation takes up to 400 million years. Therefore, if an artifact, or anything else for that matter, is found in coal lumps or seams, it must have been dropped into the vegetation before it was buried in sediment. In 1944, Newton Anderson dropped a lump of coal in his basement and it broke in half as it hit the floor. Based upon current scientific orthodoxy, what he discovered inside completely defies explanation. Inside the coal was a handcrafted brass alloy bell with a sculptured handle and iron clapper. After careful analysis, scientists found that the bell was made from a very odd mixture of metals. The metals, including selenium, copper, iodine, arsenic, tin and zinc, are different from any known modern alloy production. Even odder is that this lump of coal was mined from a seam estimated to be over 300 million years old. There are many other unusual reports, including the story of a Colorado rancher who, in the 1800s, discovered a strange-looking iron thimble in a broken lump of coal. The coal was dug from a vein some 300 feet below the surface. Another ancient puzzle was found in an Austrian foundry in 1885. Like the others, a workman broke open a coal block and found a metal cube embedded inside. Recent analysis established the object, now known as the Salzburg cube, was forged of iron and obviously handcrafted. The coal it was found in is millions of years old. The list of such items is never-ending, but coal seams are not the only place strange artifacts have turned up. In 1889, while workers were boring an artesian well near Nampa, Idaho, a baked clay statue was extracted from a depth of 330 feet. To arrive at this depth, workers had to cut through 15 feet of basalt lava and many other strata below. That might not seem unusual, however, when you consider the very top layer of lava was dated to at least 15 million years old, it suddenly becomes evident that this discovery is not just unusual, it's highly unusual. In the mid-1950s, while workmen were digging a well in Guthrie, Oklahoma, farm owner Alain K. Ecker discovered a peculiar object covered in red clay. After washing off the mud and clay, Ecker soon realized she was holding a figurine of a bearded man, robed and holding a lamb. An expert in wood carving later told her that the artifact had been shaped from an extinct tree harder than ebony. However, no one could identify the figure of the ancient statue. After pictures were circulated quite some time later, Mrs. Ecker was told by two Chinese students at a nearby college that the figurine represented the Chinese god of longevity, Shao Xing. The students considered the idol to be the earliest representation of a god esteemed as a deity many centuries before Christ. About 1910, at Animas River in Flora Vista, New Mexico, a young boy dug up 2 slabs of carved rock while playing in the 800-year-old tribal ruins. The slabs contained depictions of several indigenous animals and some text in an unknown language. 2 animals with tusks, a trunk and floppy ears obviously represent elephants. This revelation caused a debate that has raged unabated ever since. How can someone draw an elephant without ever having seen one? Near Tucson, Arizona, on September 13, 1924, Charles E. Manier found the first of what would prove to be a series of bizarre artifacts. Among the 27 artifacts are a crescent cross, a spear-headed serpent cross, and 9 swords or sword fragments. The language, according to experts, appears to be a variant of Latin that was popular up to AD 900. However, the Latin engravings record a memoir of travels that make no sense. To add confusion rather than clarification, a few Hebrew words were thrown in here and there too. Again, we are left striving to explain strange hybrid artifacts. On July 22, 1882, the Scientific American informed us of odd pre-Indian relics from Virginia. The items were found between the Blue and Allegheny mountain ranges near Mount Pisgah, North Carolina, and are unique. They consist of mainly human and animal figures in various degrees of relief. However, household utensils were also discovered. They are so perfectly carved, they seem to have been made by metal instruments. These human figures were not fashioned in the typical American Indian style, a fact the Scientific American would later confirm. Instead, they were fully clothed in tight-fitting garments. Some of the figurines appear to be seated in armchairs. Others can be seen straddling a remarkable variety of animals, including bears, prairie dogs, and birds. But then comes the zinger. Some riders are seated on 2-humped camels, rhinoceroses, and hippopotamuses. Either the artisan had seen representations of these animals, seen them in the flesh, or he was clairvoyant. The Scientific American hazards a guess that the objects were made by an earlier civilization that was partially destroyed after the first settlers came to America. According to conventional academia, the earliest upright biped humanoid, Homo erectus, only appeared about 1.8 million years ago, whereas dinosaurs roamed the Earth between 65 and 225 million years ago. Therefore, it is an accepted belief that humans and dinosaurs did not coexist. However, paleontologist Stan Taylor began excavating fossilized dinosaur footprints in the Paluxy Riverbed near Glen Rose, Texas in 1986. Inexplicably, in precisely the same Cretaceous fossilized strata as the dinosaur tracks were well-preserved human footprints. This discovery completely shocked and dumbfounded the scientific community. The immediate reaction of scientists, archaeologists, and evolutionists was to claim the find was a hoax. They are dinosaur footprints that have been eroded to look human, or they were carved into the rock by hoaxers, are two of the most common arguments put forward. However, when one asks why only the human prints were eroded and not the 3-toed dinosaur prints, their line of reasoning falls somewhat flat. Furthermore, when one considers the human footprints continued under bedrock that was later removed from the side of the riverbed, we have to ask, how on earth could a hoaxer pull off this impossible feat? Since the initial discovery, both in Paluxy and in many other places around the globe, hundreds more human footprints have been discovered. Do these supposed hoaxers have the time and the budget to go jet-setting around the world? These tracks are getting harder and harder to explain. There is, however, another discovery that blows all the others away concerning age. Near the small town of Ottosdal in western Transvaal, South Africa, miners have been digging up hundreds of mysterious metal spheres for decades. The spheres, measuring between 25 and 100 millimeters in diameter, are etched with 3 parallel grooves running entirely around their equator. 2 types of spheres have been found. The first is solid bluish metal with flecks of white. The second is hollow and filled with a white spongy substance. These objects, known as the Klerksdorp spheres, are reportedly so finely balanced they would need to be made with modern technology in a zero-gravity environment to attain these characteristics. Geologists have tried to explain these artifacts as limonite concretions or natural formations. They fail to sufficiently explain how these formations occurred naturally with flawlessly straight and flawlessly spaced grooves around the centers. Perhaps the real reason for such intense debunking is that the rock in which these spheres were found is pre-Cambrian and dated to 2.8 billion years old. How does a modern-looking hammer become embedded in rock that formed 400 million years ago? Max Hahn and his wife Emma walked beside a waterfall near London, Texas, in June 1936 when they noticed a piece of wood protruding from a rock. What they found within, after they had cracked the rock open, shocked the archaeological and scientific community. For embedded in the rock was what seemed to be some type of ancient human-made hammer. After archaeologists had analyzed the rock encasing, they dated it at 400 million years old. If that isn't strange enough, the hammer itself was dated 500 million years old. Furthermore, parts of the wooden handle were so old they had begun the metamorphosis into coal. The hammer's head is far purer than anything nature could have achieved without assistance from relatively modern smelting methods. Roman coins have been discovered in tribal burial mounds as far west as Illinois. Dr. Valentine Belfiglio, a Texas University professor, wrote an article, Circumstantial Evidence in Support of an Encounter Between Ancient Texans and Ancient Romans. Dr. Belfiglio had been scouring the Galveston Daily News archives when she discovered records of a mysterious shipwreck. Apparently, in 1886, a ship was uncovered during harsh storms that looked Greco-Roman in construction. On July 9, 1886, the Galveston Daily News reported, "The ship's stern is built in such a manner as to contradict any reasonable supposition that it was a vessel fashioned as early as the 16th century. The ship is totally unlike any craft coming within the category of modern construction. It is composed of the most massive solid oak beams, fully 6 or 7 inches in thickness, laid crosswise over each other and fastened with enormous iron spikes." Shortly afterward, Dr. Belfiglio and others embarked on an expedition to search for Roman artifacts on St. Joseph Island. On September 5, 1993, in the Galveston Bay area of the island, an ancient coin was unearthed 8 inches below the surface and 25 feet from shore. From the inscription on the coin, a team of experts identified the language as Latin. The image and inscription on the coin indicate that it was minted 1,900 years ago, during the reign of Emperor Trajan. Belfiglio cites accounts of Roman coins unearthed in Texas, such as the round rock coin, which was discovered at the bottom of an Indian mound dated approximately 800 AD. Belfiglio also cites apparent linguistic and cultural similarities between the Romans and the Karankawa Indians. It sometimes seems that everywhere we look we find things that can be explained, just not in the way science would like to explain them.
Chapter 1. A Worldwide Civilization in the Distant Past.
The dawn of humanity is still a complete mystery. However, to fill in the gaps, we must first acknowledge a forgotten civilization that mapped the earth and the sky long before the earliest known civilizations. These mysterious first people should not be confused with Neanderthals or cave dwellers. Instead, they are remembered by ancients as gods. These are the people who first engineered societies and left baffling traces all over our planet. The current world view of the past is that humans were primitive and that humanity emerged from barbarism to become more intelligent and capable. However, new emerging evidence suggests otherwise. In 1882, U.S. Congressman Ignatius Donnelly published his book Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, in which he argued in favor of advanced civilizations in the distant past. Fast forward 47 years later to 1929, a medieval map called Piri Reis was discovered by Gustav Deismann. As we have already covered, This map depicts the coast of South America and Antarctica before the last ice age. Shortly afterward, more maps of high precision started emerging. For example, the Ribeiro maps, 1520 to 1530, the Ortelius map, 1570, the Wright-Molyneux map, 1599. Charles Hapgood would later study the map intensively before concluding that an advanced civilization had existed in the remote past. Not only that, but they had also mapped the entire Earth. Hapgood also proposed an unorthodox theory based on Earth's crustal displacement, which also accounts for a pre-existent civilization in Antarctica. Years later, Brad Steiger's 1978 book Worlds Before Our Own renewed interest in the subject. Steiger was an expert in the study of out-of-place artifacts. The modern theory says that if humans were primitive in the past, the deeper one digs, the more primitive artifacts one finds. However, this is not always the case. Steiger found that some advanced human artifacts have been located in the lowest primordial geologic strata. In contrast, primitive ones have been found in the upper strata. Thus, according to modern science, they do not belong there and are labeled as out-of-place artifacts. Nowadays, these emerging ideas and supporting evidence call into question the current world view of the first people. You could call it a forgotten episode in history. Of course, some myths still recall some faint memories of this episode, but these memories are usually depicted in the guise of magic and supernatural powers. Now comes the big question. Where is the concrete evidence to back up the theory of ancient advanced civilizations? Considering how we perceive and interpret facts, the evidence could be staring us in the face, but we are just blind to see it. Besides, we are not even looking for the evidence because we lack perspective. We thus remain quite indifferent to any emerging evidence. There are, though, some tantalizing clues that should be seriously considered. How about acknowledging first that the most enormous man-made edifices on Earth are much older than we think? For thousands of years, until the Empire State Building skyscraper was completed in 1931, the Great Pyramid has been the tallest structure on Earth, and still is the most enormous single building ever erected on the planet. However, the Great Pyramid is not just an architectural and engineering enigma, it is a geographical one too. According to Egyptologists, the Great Pyramid is the most perfectly aligned structure in existence and faces true north with only 3/60th of a degree of error. The North Pole position moves over time, and at one point in time, the pyramid was precisely aligned. Dr. Joseph Seiss, an author and theologian, demonstrated in 1877 that the Great Pyramid of Giza is positioned at the exact intersection of the longest line of longitude and the longest line of latitude. In other words, at the precise center of Earth's entire landmass. This sort of precision requires a comprehensive knowledge of Earth geography, e.g. Mercator projection, a type of map projection first introduced in 1569 by Gerardus Mercator. In addition, engineers and scientists conclude that it is impossible to replicate the Great Pyramid despite our sophisticated technology. Simply put, it would not retain its shape for thousands of years without collapsing under its own weight. In 2010, engineer Marcus Schulte speculated that even if it was possible to replicate the Great Pyramid, it would cost us $35 billion. 11 years later, it would probably be closer to $50 billion. Investing those sums of money in an uninhabitable structure without any expected profit is something we would certainly not do today. At this point, one has to consider whether the Egyptians actually designed and constructed the Giza necropolis. Thanks to their meticulous record-keeping, the day-to-day life of the Egyptians is well known to us, even down to the most minor details. However, there is no mention in hieroglyphic records of the Giza necropolis construction. Some evidence even seems to suggest that the pyramids predate the legendary flood. Incrustations of natural salt were discovered inside the Great Pyramid when it was opened for the first time. Furthermore, in the 1750s, the naval captain and explorer Frederick Norden reported a significant number of seashells scattered around the Giza Plateau. In his histories, Herodotus also reported he had observed seashells and signs of saltwater calcification in the area surrounding the pyramids. This seems to suggest that maybe the Giza Plateau was once underwater. Further, the Egyptians failed to reproduce the pyramids even on a small scale, as is evident when looking at the three Queen's pyramids on the north side of the Great Pyramid. It is not so crazy to assume that to be identified with the immensity of the structures, ancient Egyptians founded their entire civilization in the vicinity of the Giza Plateau. One theory suggests that the three pyramids are a terrestrial representation of the trio of stars in Orion's belt. They do not exactly match the positions of the stars as they appear today, but as they appeared in the sky 12,000 years ago. Were they built nearly 8,000 years before the rise of Egyptian culture? If we assume that the Orion correlation theory is valid, then one must ask the question, why would these ancient architects go to such trouble to build massive monuments? Why is the 10th century BC a crucial date for the pyramid builders? What was going on back then? 10,000 BC is a critical date. It was the date when the late Ice Age ended, and it marks the first appearance of human settlements, wooden buildings, and animal domestication. All these rapid advancements could signify two plausible scenarios. The first implies that humans saw the most vital step in their long chain of evolution. The second indicates humans were recuperating from a worldwide cataclysm. Following the second and less known theory, one cannot, of course, expect survivors of a cataclysm to develop cities right from the beginning. They would have to spread out throughout the world, which would ultimately result in linguistic deviation. Keeping track of each other would not be possible due to the lack of any means of communication. The latter may explain the lack of historical accounts before the city of Uruk made its appearance circa 4,500 BC. So, instead of advancing forward, humans would have to go through a phase of stillness defined by archaic tools. The book by Eric A. Vomfanger, Noah to Abraham, The Turbulent Years, New Light on Ice Age, Caveman, Stone Age, The Old Kingdoms, highlights some remarkable similarities between the knowledge we have about early Lower Paleolithic cultures and of a post-cataclysm man trying to endure upon the ruins of their ancestors. Given the ever-increasing body of evidence, the cataclysm view is now becoming recognized in wider circles. The Roland Emmerich movie 10,000 BC, for example, chose the cataclysm scenario. For this, Emmerich received sharp criticism from scholarly circles and was dubbed historically and archaeologically inaccurate. So, returning to the pyramids, do they indicate the date of an earlier global catastrophe? Just after 10,000 BC, all cultures seem to have started emerging simultaneously, with no tangible signs of preliminary phases. They took a massive leap from being hunter-gatherers to becoming citizens with rights and obligations. In Egypt, everything is right there at the start. The answer to the mystery is obvious, but it is seldom considered because it competes against the prevailing theory of modern thinking. As John Anthony West stated, Egyptian civilization was not a development, it was a legacy. The sudden appearance of cities was more than likely backed up by an awareness of sophisticated social structures. Furthermore, although Egypt is older, the superiority of ancient Egypt over ancient Greece is indisputable. Herodotus, like many other modern historians, has pointed out this inconsistency. Even earlier than Herodotus is Solon's account. Solon, 559 BC, was an Athenian statesman, lawmaker, poet, and a distant ancestor to Plato. In the city of Sais, he spoke to one old priest and was told, "O Solon, Solon, you Hellenes are never anything but children, and there is not an old man among you." Solon asked him what he meant. The priest replied, "That in mind you are all young. There is no old opinion handed down among you by ancient tradition, nor any science which is hoary with age, and I will tell you why. There have been, and will be again, many destructions of mankind arising out of many causes. Some survivors probably kept valuable knowledge originating from the first people, which allowed them to prosper faster and earlier than others. For example, some Egyptologists concluded that ancient Egyptian high priests possessed some powerful arcane knowledge to which the success of ancient Egypt was attributed. The first people knew advanced science, and certainly left some remnants of their knowledge that still lingers even today. For instance, in astronomy, the artificial division of the celestial longitude zones into 12 zodiac constellations of 30 degrees each, and the cosmic precession awareness seem to be descending from a higher culture. In that sense, the Copernican revolution is alternately a revival of lost knowledge. Jonathan Gray once said, "Contrary to history as we know it, in that remote period we call prehistory, there existed a wealth of astronomical knowledge. And might I suggest that the more one looks into it, the more one feels that a civilization of scientific giants has preceded us." And he is more than likely correct. In physics, knowledge of electricity is also known to have existed in prehistory. As we have covered in a different video, German scientist Wilhelm Koenig found a 2,000-year-old battery in the National Museum of Iraq in 1938. In geography, ancient maps unquestionably fueled the era of maritime exploration. So, what are we missing here? The difference between fiction and reality. Fiction has to make sense. Tom Clancy. Some of the facts presented may seem inconsistent, but that is the nature of puzzles. The mysteries will never stop until they start making sense. This video is not presenting a detailed view of the past. It is instead an invitation to dig deeper into it. Being knowledgeable of our past is of great importance and has enormous implications on the present and future. Our history, the present, and the future are all one long chain of events. The more we know about our history, the more we know ourselves and where we are heading. The proof is all around us. Some know it, some deny it. But how people react to an anomaly is already conditioned by our attitudes towards the past. And, of course, it is already under the influence of the rampant contemporary philosophies of scientism and presentism, or practices like obscurantism. Any oddity in science could be a twinkling of a new discovery or paradigm shift that could be left neglected or even denied for fear of Masonianism. True scientific and intellectual courage will never be achieved unless we take into consideration the anomalous. We should try to adjust or even reconstruct our theoretical assumptions accordingly until the anomalous, as Kuhn puts it, becomes expected. We are in dire need not only of a paradigm shift, but, more importantly, of a scientific renaissance.
That concludes our top 50 mysteries of the ancient world. If you enjoyed this video, leave a comment and a like, hit the subscribe button and tap the bell to stay informed of our latest releases.